Chapter 1: The Martial Path in Turbulent Times. Before indulging in this book, kind le depositur hachera, and upon completion, feel free to retrieve them. Gazing at that woe steamed bunsra sting gone thita beline frontofum, suwa swallowed hard, yearning to teka by tethese insation would undoubted libamist gratifying. Starving. Utterly famished. Had been laboring gadamin outside Black Dragon Town, toiling all day without tassipof water or a morsel of food. Anduito his sluggishness, hehada vinrasiva lash from the foreman. Now, he sent tire back burned with pain. Thefferman approached, reclining in a chair while holding Thetwo steamed buns, overseeing the work. Su walkas to glancy atabins, his match growling, his lips cracked he was genuinely craving them boot cood to nothing but buri hemzolf in his labor. In the 5th century off the Kianera, the world wasin disere. A thismament, that populace selling Washiden hardship, beset by natural disasters Sandman made calamities, with gangs vying for terra Tarian sects claiming mountain shuman lie fuasesa inificantas grass, and people were indeed were off than dogs. From the grandest state Sand Countyest to the smallest villages, not a single place remained peaceful. In Black Dragon Town, the most powerful force was Sioux family, which monopolized the resources surrounding the town. In them mine, individuals ranged from Asia and Gazthertinathosian Thier 50s, each sunburned tan peeling. Su where-eyes dies aching arm, struggling to breathe hest he heat was soon bearable with a kiesel in his left and dandahammer in his right, her relentless lakiptawa theory. Hotand hungry, and no tevan allow, dasapof water. Damn, Therial lit on treaties like human beings, Su exhaled in frustration. Besides Su Huakrao could have frailly youth with Adar complexion, around 69 years so Faj was Fugu Su Hua's neighbor and childhood friend. Fuga stealthily produced large pancake from his bosom, dusted with debris, and, after blowing Jatoff, handed ditto Su Hua. Brother Hua, hurry Andiot, lest what discovered. Su weighs it down his shizel and devoured the pancake in large bites, pondering how had an explicable traversed into this body, becoming gallo liminurberliable to flisbilly. This lie fuus indeed worse than Thatofathog. According to Themimorius in his mind, had been a boring gads who famalismin for over 20 days, earning gamer a third a couple. Without this oil, starvation awaited with it, he cold barrelist crepibi. Thu world washers, and death lurk a devery. Wily ithers traversed in tone realm says imperors, secthiers, orthimensely wealthy, have found himself transmigrate to Ubadavadak. Chubi he observed Su Wan Fuga's momentary lapse same productivity, rose from his seat, and strode towards them. With a swift motion, Helashadiz will across their backs. Pain. Excruciating pain. Fuga gritted his teeth. Chubi hekicked Fugai over. Damn it, who told the outerist? Get moving, Doya still went to your widges? Fuga scrambled to his feet, suppressing the pain in his chest, and forced Asmal. Yes, we'll get a work cry. Dante outer slack off, or he'll beat out to death, belly evader not. Master he, will want Belazi, Fugaibo Wei Dan nodded. With that, Chubi hit two keys up and moved on to their workers. Su Huagra Pedishammer, striking Thier with renewed vigor. Fugi wiped Thesweet from his brow. Brother Hua, when Wilthizend? Brother Hua, you're bleeding on your back. Su Hua nodded, Clenching his teeth, Su Wendu read the searing painish workhead had been struck just moment Segabu chose notary sister struggle, fully aware a thought defiant swooden lie lead to harsher punishment, from the foreman. With on the 2 days until payday, Hekud no taf forward to jeopardize his earnings. However, having crossed over, Su Huahadan went tension off remaining a lowly individual. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme just like Zufamili in Black Dragon Town. Their patriarch commanded terrifying martial strength, allowing them to monopolize resources. Only through martial training could kneel to their fate. Only through martial training could he ascend to greatness. As these thoughts were led in his mind, Su Huafaroetis bro. Martial training? How do Essena train? And in what manner? With an empty stomach, how could a possibly practice martial arts, especially without necessary techniques? Suddenly, a memory sparked in his mind of an old, tattered bukathome, something like he thousand bomb, left behind by his grandfather. With this realization, Su Hua couldn't help but curse under his breath. Right, I must return and Findatai will train in martial arts. I will rise above a thirst. Su Hua vowed internally. At that moment, the foreman, wielding his whip, struck another worker, Amareth 13-year-old boy. Damn it, Ario also slacking off? The foreman lashed the boy sevinary times before dragging him to a massive boulder. Master I was wrong please don't them, the boy pleaded, kneeling. With a swift motion, Chubi hekaket the boy, sending him crashing into Thesherprox, bloodgashin for tashafulsolent. Damn, hesha fragilation edelreedy? Theater worker swatched in horror, anger boiling within, but Thadered not voice Ethier's content. For Chubi he was a martial artist, capable of besting several men single-handedly. Fugi gritted his teeth, hested this chufermanus gain. Human life feistrally worthless hanthadofathog. Suhwa felt an increasing sense of urgent sido deitois this boyu hodied. Tomorrow it could very well be him. Yet, if abandoned Thishjub, starvation awaited. With resoluties, Suhwa questioned himself. Martial training, a mustrain. As Thesan dipped below the horizon and night enveloped Thelained, Suhwa, utterly exhausted, complete his tasks forthwith and, alongside Fugu a, dragged thire weary bodyisto at I lapidated courtyard. Fugilaved next door to Suhwa. Up and entering Giz room, Suhwa began rummaging through his belongings, ultimately dragging a wooden box from beneath his bed. Upano pinning it, had discovered an old, worn book. Gazing at the tattered tome, Suhwa felt a surge of heat within, as if the humiliation he had endured was about to push it away. Thousand ox palm, indeed, itis a martial technique left by my grandfather. Suhwa opened the book on that tempter, plicatethest and ses described within. However, after a brief struggle, have found himself exhausted, with nori salts to show for his forts. These want to a citruli impossible totter my life around in this lifetime? As Suhwa endured his fate, has suddenly heard a commotion from next door. Curiously, Hepired through his Mulholy and Thule, only to discover his neighbor, Zhang Wan, to Kingabath. Hum a deathishol? Suhwa klai averted his gaze from Zhang Wan's delicate form. Him mustn't Luke Zhang Wan had always been kind to him, sewing Cloisan providing him with a food. If discovered, it would be incredibly awkward he was not the type to spy on Others bathing. Just as Suhwa ned to leave, he slipped, hitting Gishi adonthitable, and instant, lilist consciousness. When Suhwa regained consciousness, Hitachi this bruised forehead, muttering, damn, if transmigrate in toy or bada water riblaluk Toby. In disbelief, Suhwa cursed on some more, but was suddenly startled de Salinov's small text appeared before him. System successfully activated, 1000 docs Baum recorded 6 Fully. System type 1 click upgrade. Host Suhwa. Age 16. Cultivation. Upgrade points 0. Martial technique 1000 ox palm not yet mastered. Suhwa pinched his thigh sharply. Ouch, that really hurt. He erupted with joy, 4 thighs was the familiar golden finger had lunged for. Chapter 2 The 5 Trial Soft Skin Refinement. Suhwarian in excitement, gradual irrigating is composure at the utmost priority no osterman calm. He analyzed the system de ta once Marie, quickly grasping its operational methods. This I stembo asked a genuine click upgrade a feature right was not mer boastfulness butariality, contingent upon the acquisition of upgrade points. Hesun understood how to earn these upgrade points by allowing his body to absorb an official substance, medicinal meals, herbal soups, potent elixirs, and spiritual pills. Regarding cultivation, Suhwa gleaned from the system that martial practitioners initially focus on refining their physical bodies, a stage known as skin refinement. Skin refinement is divided into 5 levels: cowhide, stone skin, iron skin, copper skin, and golden skin. This does not imply tatoniskin litera literans forms into stony or metal rither. It serves as a metaphor. The 1000 docs bomb recording this system is precisely a method for cultivating cowhide. Typically, individuals require 3 to 5 years of practice to achieve minor success, and a decade for complete mastery. Those ETH cowhide level possess gyna stuff fast hatofable, boasting strength of approximate 300 pounds in each arm. Chubi have from Theminis at cowada level, while Su Xiong, Theminis supervisor, Isavin stronger. The true cultivation level ofts Hufamal 3 chief stewards and Thir patriarch, Zhou Changlong, remains a mystery Tolan Black Dragon Town Sufisi Tosei, the Zufamili reign supreme, unchallenged. Suhwa's thoughts returned to the present, where Ethi missed pressing matter was to earn upgraded points. Without any money, I can't afford medicinal soups, Suhua frowned. Meanwhile, Fuga had a sister, 19 years of age, named Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan worked in a shop, earning 30 koper coins each month. She had long prepared severe al pancakes for her brother. Looking at the pancakes, Fuga swallowed hard. Sister, these smell delicious. Quick, eat up, he'll bring twop and casto Suhua, Zhang Wan said as I stepped outside of the courtyard next door. Suhua, have you ganido bediet? Zhang Wan stepped outside the courtyard. Suhua opened the courtyard door, gazing at Zhang Wan. Sister Wainer, are you still awake? Come, have a pancake. Suhua swallowed, not declining the offer, and promptly accepted pancake. Thank you, Sister Wainer. No need for pleasantries. When I owe your parents were still around, both Fu Guy and I often in a day to your home. Now it had to have a secure job, a few pancakes or nothing. If it weren't for our parents' assistancy back then, West siblings swood hopperished from hunger long ago. This little courtyard was also built with the help of your parents, Zhang Wan remarked with a smile. Back in his room, Suhua drank quell water while devouring fajirly. Upon finishing, Suhua was astonished to discover this system upgrade point shad sword from 0 to 3, meaning he had now acquired 3 nuts of upgrade points. With this thought, Suhua felt a vinmari colorated. Currently practicing through rudimentary Qian Yo Palm, consuming food would enhance high upgrade points. This was splendid news. However, tuppence cakes were reasonably insufficient. Suhua felt he could devour an entire cow, thought he lacked the fun stopper Chiseoni. Furrowing his brow, Suhua stepped due hand made highs way to Zhangfu Gisham. At present, acquiring upgrade points was of utmost importance. Thus, Suhua was shed toast Zhangfu's sister former pancakes. Once he achieved success, he will drepe thesibelings. Upon seeing Suhua's arrival, Zhangfu Guy promptly fetched a stool. Brother Hua, please have a seat. Zhang Wan also merged, Suhua, sit down. Where are you standing, Theronatus? Suhua scratched his shed, feeling a bithy. Sister Wainer, you have something to discuss. Zhang Wan smiled sweetly, just speak Yormond, Suhua. Treat me's family. Hungry and would like to have some imere pancakes. Zhang Wan nodded and immediately instructed Fuga to fetch some flour, then personally prepared 8 pancakes for Suhua. The 3 sat in the courtyard, enjoying the pancakes. Thank you, Sister Wainer, Suhua expressed his gratitude. Not to mention it to have a managed to find a job, Zhang Wan replied with a smile. Fugu munching in the pancakes, wore a silly expression. Hee, Brother Hua, eat your fill tonight. Asked the 8, Fuga suddenly began to cry. Brother Hua, why is life so hard for us? When will it come atoned? I really want to eat meat, pork, and roast duck. Suhua, swallowing the not so tas pancake, assured him, Fugu it's coming soon. A better life I just stay around the corner. Soon, y'all will have you'll the meaty ukanite. Sister Wainer will have an endless supply of full clothes, along with various jewelry, and a grand residence. Zhang Fuga chuckled, Himph, Brother Hua, you'll oveta boast. Zhang Wan, with her chest proudly puffed, chimed in, Hee, Suhua, Winio Wachi Vesix, remembery or Sister Wainer. By the way, starting tomorrow, come to my house for dinner. Early the next morning, Suhua and Fuga turned to the mine for work. This job was essential, as it provided 30 koper coins each month. They were clasto enduring gemont hand receiving their wages. Athamine, Suhua diligently extracted or, as did Fuga. When lunch arrived, the square provided some cold leftovers, rumored tobe from Sufamilis residents. Despite being a leftovers, these a cold meal sorority, a son could hard legit marethin a handful. After finishing, they resumed their work. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, causing some workers to falter under the intense heat. Yet no nuderedtis lakoff if caught, they willed face a whip from head form and chew. The lashwas nadaraya sly vicious sajingle strike coup deer flesh. Suhua baris on his back from a previous encounter. In the afternoon, several workers collapsed from exhaustion. Damn it, trying to slack off? Get up. Head foreman chustrummed over, brutally kicking a 60-year-old worker. His swung ease whipped viciously at several others. Among them was Yang Sango, whose lip stern ed paleous struggled boot cood natrice, clear lies suffering from heat stroke. Seeing Yang Sango in sacastate, Suhua immediately said, Master he, Yang Sanguha sheet stroke. Perhaps you should drink some water andrest for a while, wat doi ao think? Stopy our nonsense and mind o roan business. Doyo want me to hippia? Head foreman chushit su womane singlair. Fuga tugged at su hua sleeve. Brother hua, just leave I. Moments later, Yang Sangu convulsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and soon, he was lifeless. Sangoy's dead, Theother workers murmured. Head foreman chusneered. Someone, take this falao and dispose of him. Su Huatna set the scene, gripping Giscasel tightly, shaking Hishiad in despair. In this set tumultuous times. Life was worthless hand thatofathog. Honey dead toe trained diligently. For on lie then could helteris fate. Chapter 3. Withholding wages. As night descended, the laborers at the ore mine finally laid down their tools and began to disperse. Dozens of workers exchanged glances, yet none uttered a word. Their faces were etched with fear and confusion. But more prominently, a profound numbness. For here, each day claimed lives. Some succumbed to exhaustion, others to heat stroke, or met their end at the hands of the foreman, Chu. Yet they could not forsake this place. Their only hope lay in the belief that at the end of the month, they would receive their meager wages. Each individual persevered. Once outside the mine, Su Hua called to Zhang Fuguwei. Fuguwei. Yes, Huagu, what is it? Fuguwei's countenance mirrored the bewilderment and trepidation that plagued them both. Days like these were unbearable. Yet this was the fate of the underprivileged. Struggling was akin to courting death. Surviving just a few more days was their only option. What has become of Yang Sandog? I don't know. He seems to have been cast into the jungle behind us. Let us pay him a visit and bury him. When we first entered the mine, during our feverish days, he kindly prepared ginger soup for us. We cannot allow his body to be devoured by wild dogs. Zhang Fuguwei nodded solemnly. Indeed, Yang Sandog was a good brother. Such a pitied, as he spoke, Fuguwei trembled, fixing his gaze on Su Hua, Huagu. Do you think we will meet the same fate? Enough. Let us go. Soon, Su Hua and Fuguwei found Yang Sandog's lifeless form. Staring at him, Fuguwei fell into a prolonged silence, unable to find words. Su Hua took a deep breath. The two then dug a large grave in the forest, finally laying Yang Sandog to rest. Afterward, Su Hua chewed on a piece of straw while Zhang Fuguwei sank to the ground, both staring at the grave in silence. At last, Fuguwei rose, tears streaming down his face. Huagu, Yang Sandog met such a tragic end. You think we will share his fate? Will we perish in the mine as well? Please, tell me. Su Hua closed his eyes. And upon reopening them, a fierce determination shone through. He patted Fuguwei's shoulder. No, with me here, you shall not perish, nor will I die. Moreover, good days are on the horizon. Wiping his tears, Fuguwei replied, Huagu, having grown up alongside you, I know you're deceiving me, as those of the lower class. It is impossible for us to rise up. Even survival is fraught with challenges. Perhaps tomorrow, I too will die in the mine. Huagu, I cannot endure this life any longer. It is truly unbearable. Su Hua patted Fuguwei's shoulder once more. Have faith in me. Gazing into Su Hua's resolute eyes, Fuguwei managed a foolish grin. Hee, Huagu, I believe in you. I look forward to the day when you lead me to a better life. Once you prosper, I shall serve as your bodyguard, no, as the steward of the Su family. Very well, Su Hua chuckled. Fuguwei lowered his voice, smirking. By the way, Huagu, didn't you once peep at my sister while she bathed? I'll make sure she marries you. Upon hearing this, Su Hua scoffed. You rascal, when did I ever spy on Sister Wanner? You did, don't deny it. My sister told me. Su Hua coughed twice. That's just nonsense. As Fuguwei mentioned this, Su Hua's mind conjured the image of Zhang Wanner's graceful figure. Her long, fair legs. Had her circumstances not been so dire, and had she adorned herself, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty. Of course, Zhang Wanner was also clever. She never dressed up and even darkened her face for safety. Compared to Fuguwei, whose complexion was as dark as coal, they hardly resembled siblings. Subsequently, Su Hua and Zhang Fuguwei returned home. Zhang Wanner invited Su Hua to dine at her home, and he gladly accepted. Knowing that accumulating resources was essential, and food was the easiest means of doing so, as they feasted on large pancakes, Su Hua and Fuguwei devoured 7 or 8 in quick succession. After quenching their thirst, Su Hua felt a sense of satisfaction. He gazed at Zhang Wan'er and his longtime companion, Fugui. If he were to succeed in the future, he must never forget these two. Once sated, Su Hua retreated to his room. He eagerly activated the system. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level, none upgrade points, 9 martial skill. Qian Yo Zhang, beginner. A plus sign appeared next to Qian Yo Zhang on the system interface. This was the sign for a one-click upgrade. Su Hua's face lit up with elation as he promptly clicked the plus sign. In an instant, he felt his muscles tighten as if electrified, his entire being aflame with intensity, accompanied by sharp pain. Once the heat dissipated, Su Hua stood, sensing an overwhelming surge of power within him. Simultaneously, the techniques of Qian Yo Zhang began to crystallize in his mind. Indeed, upon opening the system, he discovered that his martial skill, Qian Yo Zhang, had progressed from beginner to minor achievement in the blink of an eye. Martial skills were categorized into 5 levels: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, mastery, and perfection. This meant that should Su Hua cultivate Qian Yo Zhang to perfection, his own cultivation would reach its zenith, with his arm strength nearing 300 pounds. At that point, he could seek the Shipi method for further cultivation. Su Hua felt his strength swell significantly, his physique becoming notably more robust. Previously frail, he now appeared considerably more formidable in a mere short span of time. On the second day, Su Hua and Fugui returned to the mine to continue their labor. Today, Su Hua moved with remarkable agility, his speed greatly enhanced, as his strength had multiplied several times over. Fugui was taken aback. "Huagu, why are you so swift today?" On the third day, Su Hua and Fugui diligently worked once more. By the 5th day, it was finally time for wage distribution. Everyone awaited their month's pay, yet Foreman Chu Bieha failed to dispense the funds. Some individuals approached him to contest this, only to be violently shoved to the ground. Excitedly, Su Hua and Fugui approached Chu Bieha, ready to claim their wages. "Here, the month has passed. The agreed payment was 30 copper coins. When will we receive it?" Su Hua inquired. Chu Bieha rose, his expression menacing. "No. You all have slacked off. I didn't receive my payment, let alone you. Work another 2 months, and then I will pay you all at once." Fugui, upon hearing this, became incensed. "Here, if you withhold our wages, we will starve. Did you not hear what I said? Work, or don't its that simple." Chu Bieha stood, his brutish demeanor radiating menace. Fugui attempted to argue further, but Chu Bieha swung his whip, aiming for Zhang Fugui's forehead. Su Hua swiftly grasped the whip. "All right, here, since you want to pay this month, we shall discuss it later." Chu Bieha patted Su Hua's back, a sinister grin on his face. "You're a smart lad. Now get lost, or I'll have my whip teach you a lesson." Su Hua pulled Fugui away hastily, knowing this was not the time for confrontation. Having toiled for a month without compensation, and having endured numerous beatings, Su Hua seethed internally. He had hoped to receive his pay today, but it seemed it had been devoured by Chu Bi. As Su Hua dragged Fugui away, he cast a glance at the smug Chu Bieha. "So, you've swallowed my wages for a month. You shall pay for this." Chapter 4, Murder on a Rainy Night. Fugui followed Su Hua as they exited the mine. "Huagu, it must be Chu Bieha who has withheld our wages. We worked for him in vain for an entire month." "I know," Su Hua replied, his face cold as ice. After a short while, the two returned home. After eating a little, Su Hua opened the system. His upgrade points had reached 15, and the plus sign appeared next to Qian Yo Zhang, indicating it was eligible for an upgrade. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with joy as he clicked the plus sign. With a thunderous bang, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His muscles ached intensely. Once the pain subsided, Su Hua felt his height increase by 2 centimeters, his muscles taking on a more defined form. Clenching his fists, he felt his power surge, his vitality soaring to new heights. Was this the effect of achieving perfection in Qian Yo Zhang? Su Hua struck the air with a resounding clap, the sound echoing sharply. Retrieving his hand, he wore a fierce expression. "Withholding wages? This is what you've forced upon me." Su Hua radiated a chilling aura, his anger palpable. As the saying goes, a martial artist carries a certain malice within. In mere days, he had elevated Qian Yo Zhang to perfection. 3 days' worth of effort equaled others' 3 years. If he didn't soar, who would? If Chu Biehe did not perish, then who would? Chu Bi he must die tonight. Su Hua changed into a black outfit and then covered his face with a black veil. Naturally, he had to be exceedingly cautious. Chu Bi he was the foreman of the mine, a subordinate of Su Xiong, who was one of the 5 vicious dogs of the Zhou family. The Zhou family had 5 vicious dogs and 3 chief stewards, each managing different affairs. For instance, Su Xiong, the vicious dog in charge of the mine, while the others oversaw the sandpits, docks, and so forth. Thus, Su Hua had to tread carefully. Should he succeed in eliminating Chu Bihe, Su Xiong would undoubtedly investigate. Currently, he was no match for Su Xiong on this night. A gentle breeze stirred, but soon dark clouds gathered, and it began to rain lightly, rendering the streets of Heilong Town somewhat desolate. Su Hua donned a wide-brimmed hat and tucked a dagger into his back as he stepped out of his dwelling. Striding purposefully forward, before long, he arrived outside a courtyard. This was Chu Bihe's residence. Su Hua scaled the back wall, peering into the pitch-black interior, but he found no sign of Chu Bihe. Where could that scoundrel have gone? Su Hua searched discreetly at this moment. Chu Bihe was at a tavern, embracing a woman. Having just ascended the stairs and entered a room, the encounter concluded in a mere 30 seconds. The woman caressed Chu Bihe's chest, exclaiming, "Master He, you are truly remarkable." Chu Bihe laughed heartily and, after dressing, exited the tavern. And no sooner had he walked 20 or 30 meters than a shadow appeared behind him, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat stealthily following him. They traversed the street, crossed a covered bridge, passed through a grove of green bamboo, entered an alley, and turned a corner. Chu Bihe produced a key and unlocked his door. As he pushed it open and stepped inside, he turned to close the door behind him. Just as he did, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Who is it?" he called. "Delivery," came the reply. "What is being delivered?" Chu Bihe inquired. "Wine for Master He. Did I order any wine?" Chu Bihe frowned, though he couldn't recall. He frequently ordered wine. Thus, he strode to the door and grasped the latch, swinging it open. The moment he did, a pair of large hands struck his chest with the force of a sledgehammer. Chu Bihe staggered backward, the bones in his chest shattering instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Enraged, he was about to shout when the figure in the hat lunged forward, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to his chest. Chu Bihe could hardly react, forced to retreat repeatedly. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. After 7 strikes, he bent like a bow, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The cloaked figure then drew a dagger and plunged it into Chu Bihe's abdomen. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The assailant continued to stab relentlessly, leaving Chu Bihe with no strength to resist. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground, his chest a bloody mess, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his eyes wide in disbelief. Who dared to lay a hand on him in Heilong Town? Who had the audacity? Su Hua gazed down at the barely conscious Chu Bihe, slowly removing his hat and black veil. "It is I, Su Hua." Chu Bihe was taken aback, never having imagined this young man from the mine would be his assailant. He could not fathom it. You. Su Hua crouched down, dagger in hand. "Chu Bihe, you're quite the formidable one, aren't you?" Chu Bihe, looking at this mud-stained youth, could hardly believe that this was the one who had ambushed him, and that he possessed such strength. Spare me, spare me." Su Hua's expression twisted into one of malice. He would not let Chu Bihe escape. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Chu Bihe's neck. Chu Bihe, die. After dispatching Chu Bihe, Su Hua did not rush to leave. He rifled through the man's belongings and discovered a string of 50 copper coins. He then searched Chu Bihe's residence, quickly finding a chest. Upon opening it, he uncovered 2 additional strings of copper coins, totaling 150 coins. Was this all Chu Bihe had? Su Hua lost interest in searching further, wary of lingering too long and attracting trouble. For Su Hua, this was a windfall. Joy surged within him. Indeed, a horse does not grow fat without night grass. A person does not become wealthy without taking risks. The swift acquisition of wealth through bloodshed was undeniable, and of course, Su Hua held steadfast morals. He only targeted wicked individuals. After collecting the 200 coins, he noticed a manual inside the chest. It was titled Black Tiger Fist, a form of martial arts training. Su Hua's excitement was palpable. This was exactly the kind of technique he needed. Though it was not of the stone skin level, he possessed a system that allowed him to learn multiple basic techniques. After all, the stone skin technique was beyond his reach. Learning another basic technique would enhance his combat prowess. Before long, Su Hua donned his hat and veil, hastily departing from Chu Bihe's premises. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his own courtyard. Entering his room, he stashed the 200 coins carefully. He could not afford to spend recklessly, lest he arouse suspicion, nor could he lavish them on Zhang Wan's siblings at present. His sole focus now was to enhance his own strength, to elevate it to unprecedented heights. Gazing at the Black Tiger Fist, Su Hua accessed the system, ready to record the new technique. System, input new martial art. Input successful. System type, one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age, 16 cultivation. Leather skin, basic, upgrade points. 0 martial arts. Jian Yo Palm, perfected. Black Tiger Fist, not yet mastered. Chapter 5. One of the Vicious Dogs. Su Xiong. The following day, Su Hua and Fu Gue received word that everyone was to gather at the mine to collect last month's copper coins. Su Hua and Fu Gue made their way to the mine. Hey, Hua Gu, I've noticed you've been walking briskly for 4 or 5 miles without even breaking a sweat. And your physique? How have you gotten so muscular? What are you talking about? You must be seeing things. Su Hua replied. Fu Gue chuckled. Come on, Hua Gu. You're definitely more robust. I guess it because my sister has been giving you special treatment. Su Hua scoffed. Get out of here. How could that be? Really, no special treatment? Zhang Fu Gue asked. Half convinced, of course not. Su Hua furrowed his brow. Fu Gue had noticed his increased muscularity. At this rate, it would be hard to conceal his martial arts training, especially at the mine. Would he be discovered? At the mine, other workers were abuzz with discussion. I heard they are giving us back pay today. I thought I wouldn't even come into work. Is it true? Would Chu Bihe really show such kindness and suddenly give us back pay? Just then, a horse-drawn cart appeared outside the mine. Some sharp-eyed miners' expressions shifted. Don't say another word. A cart has arrived. Who's coming? An older worker asked. It's Su Guanshi. That's definitely his cart. Upon hearing this, everyone's demeanor changed dramatically, and they hastily returned to their tasks. Su Hua did the same, bowing his head to work. Su Guanshi was the main overseer of the mine, and one of the Zhou family's 5 vicious dogs, known for his formidable strength and ruthlessness. Compared to Chu Bihe, he was on an entirely different level. The cart came to a stop, and a man clad in a long black robe stepped down. Su Hua glanced over. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his physique imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, sending gusts of wind with each step. A master. He was undoubtedly a master. Su Hua assessed from a distance, realizing that this man was beyond his reach. Although he had managed to subdue Chu Bihe, he was certain he would not last 3 exchanges against this individual. If he were to engage this person in combat, Su Hua felt he would be torn apart on the spot. Is this what a master truly is? Su Hua resolved to elevate his strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would feel perpetually insecure. Su Xiong entered the stone yard and surveyed the area. Su Hua studied him closely, feeling an oppressive weight descend upon him. Su Xiong's eyes sparkled like lightning. His physique was extraordinarily robust, and he radiated a terrifying killing intent. Though he remained silent, it was evident he was a ruthless individual, 10 times more so than Chu Bihe. Su Hua speculated on Su Xiong's level of mastery. He was certainly not at the basic level. Perhaps at the stone skin level or even the iron skin level. Su Xiong addressed the crowd, saying, I am aware that Chu Bihe has not distributed your wages. I have brought your payments today. Please form an orderly line to collect them. Soon, everyone received 30 copper coins, including Fu Gue and Su Hua. After observing the distribution, Su Xiong coldly remarked, Do your work well, and your wages will be timely in the future. If you do not wish to work, you need not return tomorrow. After uttering those words, Su Xiong departed. Once he left, everyone finally exhaled with great relief. Point 1. Must not mistakenly regard Su Xiong as a benevolent figure simply because he came to disperse wages. That would be a grave misunderstanding. The reason for the wage distribution was the fear of a strike. Who would tend to the mines if these individuals refused to work? Su Xiong is one of the 5 vicious hounds of the Zhou family. Any one of these hounds, if unleashed in Heilong Town, could incite a bloody tempest. There was once a minor clan that offended Su Xiong, and that very night, He annihilated them entirely. Su Xiong is a man of few words but formidable ruthlessness. Finally, he is gone. That man is truly terrifying. His gaze was akin to a tiger or leopard prowling in the wilderness, capable of swallowing us whole. Fugui let out a heavy sigh. Is that so? Su Hua jested. Indeed, brother Hua. Just a glance at Su Xiong drained all my strength. Upon hearing Fugui's words, Su Hua considered that perhaps Fugui's assessment was not unfounded. It was indeed the oppressive aura emanating from a formidable warrior. After receiving 30 copper coins, the crowd finally relaxed, their faces illuminated with joy. Now the children would have food to eat. Yes, and now I can afford to buy medicine for my mother. The miners began to discuss among themselves. Do you know why it was Su Guanshi who came to distribute the wages? I heard that Chu Bieha was killed last night. What? Chu Bieha is dead. Yes, indeed, it's absolutely true. He died last night. My heavens, is there anyone in Heilong Town who dares to lay a hand on Su Guanshi's dog? He died last night. His eyes were completely shattered, and no one knows who did it. And now Su Guanshi is leading an investigation. At that moment, Fugui also heard this news and displayed a look of utter astonishment. He approached Su Hua and exclaimed, Brother Hua, incredible news. The old dog Chu Bieha is dead. He was killed, and his eyes were shattered. Really? Su Hua expressed his surprise. Of course it's true. That old dog made too many enemies. It's only natural he met his demise, Su Hua replied slowly. That makes sense, but Su Guanshi is now searching for the culprit behind Chu Bieha's death. Zhang Fugui began to smile with glee. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's expression grew serious. Yet a smile played at the corners of his mouth. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they would never trace it back to him. He decided that his most pressing goal was to cultivate the Black Tiger fist to perfection. Although it is not the stone skin technique, he could refine several techniques to establish a solid foundation for himself. By mastering another technique to perfection, his combat power would similarly amplify. Now that Su Hua had embarked on the path of martial arts, he no longer intended to toil in the mines. As his physique grew stronger, being discovered by Su Xiong would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Many individuals had departed today. Thus, Su Hua resolved that after collecting his wages today, he would not return tomorrow. Fugui, I want to be coming in tomorrow. What, Brother Hua, you're not coming? Fugui exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the wages in the mines are too meager. It's not worth it, Su Hua replied indifferently. If he were the only one to stop coming, it would pose a problem. However, if a large number of people left, it would be inconsequential. Fugui nodded in agreement. That's true. If Brother Hua isn't coming, then neither will I. We can find some other work. Just as Su Hua and Fugui prepared to leave, a brawl erupted nearby in the mines. A group of miners was bullying a lad named Pangwan. Su Hua and Fugui recognized Pangwan. The most striking impression they had of him was his remarkable swimming ability. He could hold his breath underwater for a quarter of an hour. Previously, he had even caught fish for the two of them to enjoy. As Su Hua observed Pangwan being kicked to the ground, he pondered for a moment before approaching. What are you doing? The group of young men frowned at Su Hua. Of course we're beating him. This kid just bumped into us, and now that we've received our wages, we're demanding 20 copper coins from him as compensation. Ha 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 ha. Su Hua narrowed his eyes. Brothers, could you perhaps let him go? The three young men retorted. Kid, do you really want to meddle in our affairs? This isn't any of your business. Get lost. One of the scrawny rascals kicked Pangwan a few more times, causing him to curl up in a ball, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The other two pointed at Su Hua and Fugui. You two better scram, or we'll include you in the beating. Believe it or not, Su Hua furrowed his brows. Dealing with these ruffians was not overly challenging. The issue was that he feared revealing his strength. He couldn't let Pangwan get killed by these brutes. Gentlemen, the overseer is about to arrive. If you want to collect money from this lad, do it after work, not here in the mines. Su Hua lowered his voice. Kid, thanks for the heads up. After finishing their work, the group indeed headed toward Pangwan's home. However, upon entering a grove, a figure blocked their path. Suddenly, shrieks filled the air. It was Su Hua, striking like lightning and eliminating the ruffians. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. Su Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. These ruffians had committed numerous misdeeds. Su Hua searched their bodies for any copper coins, but to his dismay, they had nothing. Beside him, Pang Wen and Fugui stared wide-eyed at Su Hua. Astounded that he had dispatched these ruffians, overwhelmed, they collapsed to the ground. Fugui, Pang Wen, why are you just standing there? Dig a hole and bury them, Su Hua commanded. Under his guidance, Fugui and Pang Wen quickly dug a hole to bury the bodies. However, both of them appeared pale, having witnessed Su Hua kill for the first time. Su Hua recognized their discomfort and spoke, "In times of chaos, one must be ruthless to stand firm. If I don't kill them today, Pang Wen, it would be you who dies tonight." Fugui nodded in agreement. "Brother Hua, you are absolutely right." Pang Wen stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and looked at Su Hua, nodding. "I understand, Brother Hua. Thank you." After resolving the minor conflict, Su Hua became even more acutely aware of the importance of strength. Without power, one is truly inferior to mere animals. "Brother Hua," Pang Wen inquired, "is there something else?" "Well, I'd like to treat you to some meat," Pang Wen said earnestly. Upon hearing meat, Su Hua shook his head. In these times, even a large pancake was a luxury. Fugui immediately chimed in, "Meat is so expensive. You should save that copper coin." Pang Wen chuckled. "This meat won't cost anything. Brother Hua, Fugui, just follow me." Before long, Pang Wen led Su Hua and Fugui to a valley. Here, a waterfall cascaded down, its waters rushing fiercely into a turbulent river below, swirling with whirlpools, resembling a colossal beast with its jaws agape. Standing on the bank, one could feel a sense of trepidation. Even skilled practitioners would hesitate to venture into this river. Fugui was puzzled. "Pang Wen, why did you bring us here at night?" Pang Wen remained silent, removing his clothing before saying, "Brother Hua, Fugui, wait for me a moment." He then dove headfirst into the waterfall. Fugui's face turned pale with fear. "Pang Wen, Pang Wen." Moments later, Pang Wen resurfaced, clutching 2 grass carp in his hands. "Hey, Brother Hua, Fugui, look what I caught." Fugui licked his lips. "Pang Wen, you're incredible. You actually caught 2 big grass carp." Pang Wen grinned. Swimming to the shore where Fugui helped him out, he quickly cleaned the fish, removing the scales and entrails, then skewered them with 2 twigs and began to roast them. The 2 large grass carp were exceedingly fatty, glistening with oil as they cooked to a golden brown, sizzling with bubbles. Fugui could hardly contain himself. He was starving as Su Hua gazed at the perfectly cooked fish, also feeling hungry. "Brother Hua, Fugui, dig in." Soon, the 3 of them devoured the fish hungrily. Although Su Hua found it slightly fishy, overall it was quite good. They finished both large grass carp, with Fugui even picking up the bones from the ground to suck on, relishing every last bit. At this moment, Su Hua, feeling full, noticed that his upgrade points had increased by 23, seemingly due to the large grass carp he had consumed. However, continuing to eat did not further increase his points. "You impressive. How did you manage to catch 2 big grass carp under such a fierce waterfall?" Su Hua was astonished. "Brother Hua, you know my parents passed away when I was young, and my grandfather raised me. However, when I was 10, my grandfather succumbed to a cold. The only reason I've survived is because of my swimming skills." As he spoke, Pang Wen continued, "In fact, my swimming ability was taught to me by my grandfather, who left me a technique called the diving breathing method." My grandfather mentioned that mastering this method would enable one to become a master swimmer, effortlessly catching fish and even retrieving valuable items from the depths of rivers. "Unfortunately, I lack talent. After so many years, I've only grasped the basics." Upon hearing this, Su Hua's gaze flickered with a glimmer of interest. Since Pang Wen had only grasped the rudiments, how about he take on the learning himself? With the upgrade system at his disposal, he could certainly input martial techniques, and naturally, he could also assimilate such aquatic skills. If he became adept in the water, at the very least, he would not have to worry about a lack of fish and meat. Perhaps he could even catch some rare spiritual fish to sell. The diving breathing technique? I must say, I'm quite intrigued by that, Su Hua remarked with a smile. Pang Wen immediately replied, "Huagu, are you interested in learning aquatic skills? Excellent. Come to my house, I can teach you, as I've only managed to grasp the basics myself." Su Hua chuckled, "Very well. I'll give you 10 copper coins." Pang Wen declined, "That's not acceptable today. Huagu stood up for me. If it weren't for you, I would have been severely injured by those little rascals. It's settled then. 10 copper coins it is. All right, all right." Thus, Su Hua and Fu Gue made their way to Pang Wen's humble abode. Soon, Pang Wen retrieved an ancient tome from beneath his bed, a tome quite tattered, yet it bore the inscription of the diving breathing technique. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly accepted the book. Afterward, he and Fu Gue returned home. Upon arriving, Su Hua fetched 10 copper coins and delivered them to Pang Wen. Huagu, thank you. No need for thanks. Returning home once more, Su Hua gazed at the diving breathing technique in his hands and immediately activated the system. System input. Success. The diving breathing technique, beginner level. Su Hua allocated his 23 upgrade points. While the Black Tiger Fist could not be upgraded, a plus sign appeared next to the diving breathing technique. Without hesitation, Su Hua upgraded it. Enhancing his aquatic abilities, who knows, he might catch something valuable in the Great River later on. In an instant, Su Hua felt as if he were a fish swimming in the water. Diving breathing technique, beginner level. Diving breathing technique, minor accomplishment. Diving breathing technique, major accomplishment. Diving breathing technique, perfection. After the subtitles ended, a wave of familiar memories washed over Su Hua. Memories of diving. At this moment, he was utterly elated, having perfected the diving breathing technique. He would no longer have to worry about a lack of fish and meat in the future. Indeed, he felt grateful to Pang Wen for the assistance. Standing up for him at the mine that day was truly worthwhile. Su Hua opened the system and perused his status panel. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation. Skin refinement: oxhide, upgrade points. 0 martial techniques, 1000 bull palm, perfection. Black Tiger Fist, beginner, auxiliary skills. Diving breathing technique, perfection. The system had added an auxiliary skills section, indicating that he had indeed learned the diving breathing technique, a skill that would serve him well when food was scarce. Moreover, he still had 230 copper coins, which he could use to purchase supplements once the commotion subsided. With excitement coursing through him, Su Hua did not fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a formidable martial artist, the strongest in the Great Qian Kingdom. When dawn broke, Su Hua went out to buy some flour, coarse rice, and sweet potatoes, leaving 200 copper coins for later. Thus, half a month passed, and the uproar over Chu Bieha's death had subsided. As a mere lackey, no one cared much about his demise. The Zhou family had plenty of lackeys. Su Hua arrived at the Sichun Hall, a place primarily selling medicinal herbs, backed by some influence from Jiangkou County, which deterred the Zhou family from acting recklessly there. Many martial practitioners within a 100-mile radius frequented Sichun Hall to purchase supplements. Before long, Su Hua entered Sichun Hall and bought 3 sets of supplements. These 3 sets were particularly expensive, costing nearly 200 copper coins. Now, he found himself with very little money left. But the flour and other provisions he had purchased would last him a long while. He need not worry about food at it, must be said. With wealth and martial prowess and poverty and resources, spending 200 copper coins on just 3 sets of supplements made Su Hua feel quite impoverished. He hoped the effects of these supplements would be worthwhile. After satisfying his hunger, Su Hua returned to his room and began to concoct a set of supplements, a process he had learned from the people at Sichun Hall. An hour later, he had brewed a small bowl of viscous medicinal concoction. Swallowing it in one gulp, he immediately felt a warm current surge in his stomach, causing his face to redden considerably. In that moment, it seemed the potency of the supplement was being absorbed by the system, converting it into points. Sure enough, that single set of supplements directly translated into 15 points. Su Hua was overjoyed and proceeded to brew the second and third sets of supplements. He consumed the remaining 2 sets completely. Looking at his system, his points had now reached 33 points. Excellent. Time to bolster his strength. Without hesitation, Su Hua activated the Black Tiger Fist, noticing a plus sign beside it. In an instant, a line of small text appeared. Black Tiger Fist, beginner level. Black Tiger Fist, minor accomplishment. Black Tiger Fist, major accomplishment. After reaching major accomplishment, the points in the system were instantly depleted. However, Su Hua felt a surge of vitality and strength coursing through him, at least a 30% increase from his original base. With both vitality and strength significantly boosted, he felt a twinge of regret for not achieving perfection. After all, both martial techniques and wealth were equally vital. Su Hua exhaled, then swung his right arm, delivering a powerful punch that cut through the air with formidable strength. Yet, he couldn't shake the memory of Su Xiong, the brawny figure he had encountered that day. He still felt inadequate in terms of strength. Although he had refined the Black Tiger Fist to a major accomplishment, he was far from being a match for Su Xiong. He needed to elevate the Black Tiger Fist to perfection, but alas, he was short on funds. Su Hua pondered. Perhaps he should try his luck by the water pond. With this thought, he pushed open his door and set off with brisk steps. Soon, he arrived at the pond, where the majestic waterfall cascaded down, evoking a profound sense of awe. Without hesitation, Su Hua stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water. Before long, he had caught 2 large grass carp. He then dove deeper, and in no time, he had caught 7 or 8 large grass carp. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted 2 red fish at the bottom of the pond. Red fish, worth 100 copper coins. Su Hua's expression brightened with excitement. He couldn't believe his good fortune in encountering a red fish. He had heard tales of others catching red fish and selling them to martial practitioners for a handsome price of 100 copper coins. Su Hua swiftly captured the red fish and, with dozens of pounds of fish in hand, returned home. He kept 3 large grass carp for himself and the red fish, while giving the remaining 5 to Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan had always treated him well, often offering him favors. Now that he had gained some strength, it was only fair to look after her and her brother. Zhang Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the 5 large grass carp. Su Hua, where did you get these? I caught them, of course. Afterward, Su Hua returned to his yard, pondering over the red fish for quite some time, unsure whether to sell them or consume them himself. Ultimately, he decided to eat them, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength and wanting to observe the conversion rate. Moments later, after roasting the red fish until perfectly cooked, he eagerly devoured it, savoring the sweet and rich flavor of the fish meat. Before long, Su Hua felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Soon, the system absorbed the excess heat. When Su Hua opened the system again, his upgrade points had reached over 20, though it was still fewer than the points gained from brewing the 3 sets of supplements. Su Hua deduced that the discrepancy was due to consuming the red fish directly. He realized he lacked the skill to prepare medicinal soups, thus wasting the fish's potential value. Had he sold the red fish, he could have fetched 200 copper coins, enough to purchase 3 sets of supplements, which could yield over 30 upgrade points. Henceforth, Su Hua resolved that when he caught red fish, he would sell them instead. After all, copper coins were a tangible currency, useful not only for buying supplements but also for other necessities. System type: 1-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation. Oxhide upgrade points: 22 strength, 280 gene martial techniques, 1000 bull palm, perfection. Black Tiger Fist, major accomplishment, auxiliary skills. Diving breathing technique, perfection. Su Hua glanced at his system panel and was taken aback. A strength category had appeared. His strength was 280 gene. As night fell and rain began to pour, Su Hua prepared to venture out with murderous intent. This strength was quite impressive, and seeing the plus sign next to the Black Tiger Fist filled him with excitement. It was time to elevate the Black Tiger Fist to its utmost perfection and discover how much his strength could increase. Su Hua, brimming with anticipation, summoned forth the Black Tiger Fist technique. His gaze fixed on the plus sign behind him as he commenced the process of enhancing his attributes. With a wave of his hand, his upgrade points were wiped clean in his eyes. Several small characters emerged. Black Tiger Fist perfected. As the subtitles faded, Su Hua felt his muscles and bones fortify significantly, his entire being surging with vitality, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. Compared to his previous solitary practice of the bullhide technique, he was now immensely more formidable. Mastering 2 bullhide techniques simultaneously at such a rapid pace was nothing short of astonishing. One must understand that for an ordinary person to attain perfection in the first phase of martial arts, particularly the bullhide phase, it typically requires a minimum of 3 to 5 years. To perfect a second bullhide technique would necessitate an additional 2 to 3 years, and of course, most individuals lack the time to cultivate multiple martial arts. Not everyone possesses the ability to accumulate points through sheer effort like he does. System type: 1-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level. Bullhide, upgrade points: 0 arm strength, 420 gene martial techniques, 1000 bull palm, perfected. Black Tiger Fist, perfected. Auxiliary technique: diving breathing technique, perfected. Seeing his arm strength reach 420 Jin, Su Hua was elated. In confrontations with others at the bullhide phase, he could effortlessly triumph over them. Having cultivated two techniques to perfection, his combined strength was truly astonishing. At times, Su Hua pondered whether mastering three first-phase techniques might enable him to contend with opponents at the second phase of Stonehide. However, Su Hua remained cautious and meticulous. In this chaotic world of martial arts, he had no background or resources, relying solely on his efforts to accumulate points. Thus, he approached matters with a degree of prudence. Generally, he refrained from engaging unless absolutely necessary, but when he did, it was with lethal intent. Just like when he dealt with Chu Bieha, one strike, and Chu Bieha was no more. What troubled Su Hua was the second phase techniques. The second phase, Stonehide, required arm strength of at least 500 to 800 Jin, a truly formidable level of power. It seemed he needed to devise a plan for obtaining access to second phase techniques. Otherwise, even with a one-click upgrade system, it would amount to nothing without the necessary resources in places like Black Dragon Town. Only the Zhou family possessed such techniques, and they even had access to third, fourth, and fifth phase techniques. Yet Su Hua was unable to obtain them, as the Zhou family represented a colossal force he could not afford to provoke. Nevertheless, Su Hua was not anxious. He possessed a system, and he could take his time. He was confident that one day he would acquire the means to cultivate martial arts. After glancing at his data panel, noting the completion of the Black Tiger Fist and the reset of his cultivation points, Su Hua realized he needed to gradually accumulate points once more. The quickest way to gain points was through consuming medicinal tonics or rare treasures like spiritual fish. Ordinary food no longer contributed to his point total. For instance, someone who consumed blood bodhi would experience an immediate surge in power. However, purchasing tonics required funds, and Su Hua had already exhausted his finances. It was no wonder they said the poor study literature while the rich practice martial arts. Without ample wealth, pursuing martial arts became exceedingly difficult. Spiritual fish and similar items were not easily obtainable. They required a stroke of luck. That moment, Fu Gue rushed into the courtyard with an air of urgency, his face a mask of distress. "Brother Hua, it's bad." Su Hua furrowed his brow. "What is troubling you?" "Something has happened to Pang Wen." "What happened?" "I heard from others that Pang Wen was killed by Wang Matzi and Lu Laitu in the woods outside the town." "How did Pang Wen offend those two ruffians?" "I don't know, Brother Hua. Those two are lackeys of Su Wei, and isn't Su Wei the biggest ruffian in Black Dragon Town? He flaunts his power because his older brother is Su Xiong, acting arrogantly, bullying the weak, and extorting protection fees everywhere." Su Hua was aware of this. Su Wei, the brother of the overseer of the mine, frequently collected protection fees, primarily from their area, which he derogatorily referred to as mud-leggers or commoners. No one dared to provoke Su Wei in their vicinity. Firstly, he was a martial artist with a ruthless disposition, and secondly, his elder brother was one of the Zhou family's 5 fierce dogs, Su Xiong. Who would dare challenge them? Hearing this, Su Hua's brow furrowed again. Pang Wen was a decent fellow, and he had even received the diving breathing technique as a gift from him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had been killed by 2 ruffians. The world truly was chaotic. Had it not been for his acquisition of the system, his fate would likely have mirrored that of Pang Wen. Fu Gue? "Where is Pang Wen's body? I'll take you there." Soon, Fu Gue led Su Hua to a grove outside the town, where they discovered Pang Wen's lifeless form. Fu Gue looked at Pang Wen, whose body was covered in bruises. An arm broken, and with evident marks around his neck, he had clearly been strangled to death. "Brother Hua, Pang Wen met a tragic end," Fu Gue said. His heart heavied. Su Hua also felt a pang of sorrow. He crouched down beside Pang Wen, who lay with wide-open eyes, and gently closed them, offering him peace. "Pang Wen, I have come to take you home." Thus, Su Hua carried Pang Wen's body back to the grove behind his house, a place where Pang Wen had loved to play. Together with Fu Gue, he dug a deep grave to lay him to rest, granting him a semblance of peace in such a short time. Su Hua had buried 2 peers, both of similar age. "I must grow stronger. I will carve out my own place in this chaotic world." Su Hua vowed silently. "All right, Fu Gue, let us return in daily life. Avoid provoking those ruffians. If you encounter them, simply call them sir, and it will suffice. It won't harm your dignity," Su Hua advised Fu Gue, who was his childhood friend. He wished to protect him and Zhang Wan from any trouble. Understood, Brother Hua. Fu Gue nodded earnestly. Afterward, Su Hua and Fu Gue returned to their homes. Just before Fu Gue stepped into his courtyard, Su Hua asked, "By the way, Fu Gue, which two individuals killed Peng Wen?" "Wang Matzi and Lu Laitu." I see. When I encounter those two ruffians in the future, I suppose I must also address them as sir to avoid being beaten. Su Hua chuckled. Indeed, Brother Hua. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. After all, we are but commoners. Fu Gue sighed. Su Hua entered his room, then cultivated his vital energy, feeling a profound sense of comfort as it nourished his body. Finally, as night descended, a gentle rain began to fall outside. Su Hua took a bite of a large pancake, stretched his limbs, then approached the wall to retrieve his raincoat, conical hat, and a dagger to secure at his waist. Chapter 9. Strike with Vengeance. In the pitch-black night, a figure shrouded in a face-covering cloak and clad in a raincoat moved swiftly, their footsteps light and agile. Wang Matzi was fond of drinking at the tavern, and even in the depths of the night, he continued to indulge at 3 in the morning. Wang Matzi emerged from the tavern, a jug of wine in hand, and wandered into a thicket, still drinking. That brat dared to resist us today. He truly seeks his own demise. We only managed to squeeze 20 copper coins from him. Hardly worth the trouble. He laughed. In that instant, a figure appeared behind Wang Matzi, moving with the swiftness of a leopard. Wang Matzi furrowed his brow, halting his steps and glancing back, only to find no one there. Is it just my imagination? Or am I being followed tonight? Surely I must be seeing things. He chuckled nervously. Even if it were a ghost. Wang Matzi would not be afraid. However, as soon as he spoke, a large hand suddenly clasped around his throat, elbowing him in a chokehold. Wang Matzi struggled fiercely, but he was utterly powerless to resist. Who are you?" he gasped, thrashing in desperation. In the next moment, the assailant, with a dagger in hand, swiftly plunged it into Wang Matzi's abdomen. Wang Matzi's pupils dilated as he attempted to cry out, but with his neck ensnared by a powerful arm, he could not make a sound, only emitting muffled whimpers. With relentless precision, the cloaked figure drove the dagger into Wang Matzi's belly, thrusting it repeatedly. After dozens of strikes, Wang Matzi breathed his last. "Damn it!" Su Hua exclaimed, releasing him. Wang Matzi collapsed, lifeless, like a discarded rag doll. Su Hua searched Wang Matzi's body and discovered a pouch containing about 50 copper coins, an acceptable haul. Having dispatched Wang Matzi, he dragged his corpse to a nearby river. Unceremoniously disposing of it in the waters with a sinister grin, Su Hua proclaimed, "Rest assured, Lu Laitu will soon join you." Meanwhile, Lu Laitu lay sound asleep in his home when a shadow slipped into his courtyard. Su Hua kicked open Lu Laitu's door. Lu Laitu awoke with a start. He was notably more alert than Wang Matzi. "Who are you?" Lu Laitu demanded, eyeing the cloaked figure warily. "The person here to kill you." Lu Laitu's expression shifted. "Do you know who I am? My boss is Su Wei. Does it matter who you are?" As Su Hua stepped forward, Lu Laitu turned around, pulling a cleaver from the bed and lunging at Su Hua. Yet, Su Hua was no ordinary man. Having mastered 2 formidable skills and possessing an arm strength exceeding 400 pounds, he was not to be underestimated. With a swift kick, Su Hua sent Lu Laitu crashing against the wall, where he crumpled to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Laitu was bewildered, unable to fathom why this man sought his life. "I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to harm me?" Su Hua, disinterested in further dialogue with Lu Laitu, approached him and clapped his palms together. With a sickening thud, Lu Laitu's head burst, brain matter splattering across the floor, which was soon soaked in blood. Su Hua then searched Lu Laitu's home, finding 150 copper coins, which satisfied him enough to depart. That night, he had avenged Peng Wen, ensuring the 2 ruffians paid the price for their deeds. Upon returning home, Su Hua stored the coins in a jar, now possessing 200 copper coins, a decent sum, he thought, as he prepared to continue saving. The following morning, news of Wang Matzi's disappearance and Lu Laitu's brutal demise spread. Though it failed to stir much commotion, after all, they were mere insignificant rascals, and the lives of such lower-class individuals mattered little to anyone. However, Su Wei was somewhat vexed. In a large courtyard, Su Wei sat in a chair, a fierce expression on his face. "Damn it, Wang Matzi is gone, and Lu Litue's head has been blown off. Who dares to oppose me? Su Wei? A few burly men approached him, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Second Master, we have yet to uncover anything. Forget it. They are merely two lackeys. Their deaths are inconsequential, by the way. It's time to collect the monthly protection fee. I will accompany you tomorrow. Yes, Second Master. However, there are certain areas where we cannot collect the fees. The individuals behind that territory are not even afraid of my brother. It falls under the jurisdiction of another steward from the Zhou family, and crossing us would be unwise. Understood, understood. Once Su Wei dismissed his subordinates, he rose to practice his techniques. He gathered his strength, his skin hardening like stone, each punch and kick exuding immense force. With an arm strength of around 550 pounds, he felt invigorated. For he was advancing in his cultivation at the second level of skin refinement, the stone skin stage, honing his skills in the golden rock technique. That night, Zhang Wan gathered 20 copper coins at home. Though reluctant, she had little choice. Seeing his sister holding the coins, Fu Gui asked, "Sister, why are you taking out 20 copper coins? Are you planning to buy some meat? Don't be foolish. Tomorrow is when Second Master Su collects the protection fees. Have you forgotten? If we don't pay, the consequences will be dire." Zhang Wan sighed. Fu Gui was aware of the situation. Has it already been a month? Indeed. These people are ruthless. We, the impoverished, can only endure their tyranny. Zhang Wan replied. Later, she made her way to Su Hua. Su Hua. Sister Wan, come in and sit. What brings you here? Here are 10 copper coins. Second Master Su will come to collect the protection fee tomorrow. Take these. Last time, someone who failed to pay had their leg broken. Upon seeing Zhang Wan, Su Hua felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Sister Wan, I have already prepared for this. I knew tomorrow was the collection day. He then produced a string of coins, exactly 10. I see you were ready. Very well, rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhang Wan smiled. Su Hua gazed at her, thinking how wonderful she was. You little rascal, what are you staring at? Zhang Wan's face flushed. Su Hua chuckled. Sister Wan, you truly have a splendid figure. Is that so? If you become successful in the future, I shall be your housekeeper. Zhang Wan teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. That sounds good, Su Hua replied with a smile. Chapter 10. Collecting protection fees? Early the next morning, Su Wei, accompanied by 7 or 8 ruffians, arrived in the impoverished district. The sight of Su Wei made the faces of the residents shift uncomfortably. A few thugs stepped forward, barking, Are the copper coins ready? The impoverished families had no choice but to produce 10 copper coins each. In no time, the ruffians had collected over 100 copper coins. Looking at the bulging sacks, Su Wei felt elated. Continue collecting. Second Master, why not extract more from these wretched souls? Let them pay 20 or 30 copper coins each month. Your income would double. Indeed, Second Master, you are too lenient on these lowly folk. Su Wei glanced at his subordinates and shook his head. What do you understand? If these wretches each pay 20 or 30 copper coins, they would starve to death. I do not wish for their demise. Rather, I want to exploit them sustainably. If they starve, where will I collect from in the future? Upon hearing this, the ruffians suddenly understood. Astute as always, Second Master, before long, they had collected from 15 households, amassing another 150 copper coins. In just a short while, Su Wei had gathered 250 copper coins, with still over 20 households left to collect from. Promising even more, Su Wei subsequently approached Su Hua's residence, where a few ruffians kicked open the gate. Damn it, Second Master is here to collect money. You better come out. At that moment, Su Hua was practicing in his room. Hearing the commotion outside, he realized it was Su Wei and his men come to collect. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Su Hua's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. This was not the time to act. Besides, his strength was insufficient, and he needed to exercise patience. Su Hua stepped outside, smiling. Second Master, I was just resting. My apologies. Su Wei cast a dismissive glance at Su Hua. Have you prepared the money? Su Hua nodded with a smile. Of course, Second Master, I understand the rules. He then pulled out 10 copper coins and placed them in the ruffian's pocket. Su Wei smiled. Good. Let's move on to the next household. This man possessed formidable vitality. If Su Hua's assessment was correct, Su Wei was likely at the second level of skin refinement, A stone skin expert. My cultivation level is still too low, Su Hua mused, relieved he had not acted impulsively against Su Wei. Su Wei then proceeded to the next yard, belonging to Zhang Wan and her brother. Zhang Wan had already prepared the 10 copper coins. Second master, here are 10 copper coins. Please take them. Su Wei looked at Zhang Wan, his eyes lighting up as he appraised her, a smile creeping onto his lips. What is your name? I am Zhang Wan, she stammered, lowering her gaze to avoid Su Wei's stare. A fine figure you have. Su Wei reached out to touch Zhang Wan's hand, but she recoiled instinctively. Second master, there are others waiting for you to collect money, she stuttered. Su Wei chuckled. All right. As he left with his men, he glanced back at Zhang Wan, licking his lips. This woman is remarkable. Even with her dirty face, she has the makings of a beauty. The ruffians, however, were baffled, wondering what Su Wei found appealing about a woman dressed in coarse cloth and bearing a soiled complexion. Is second master taken by her? She looks rather unkempt. Cleanliness is key. This woman is not to be compared with those courtesans. Once we've collected the money, should we bring her to second master's residence tonight? The ruffians exchanged lewd grins. Su Wei shook his head. I will visit her personally tomorrow. I have taken a liking to her, so do not disturb her, or I will break your legs. Rest assured. Second master, we will not interfere. Su Wei continued collecting money, and those who resisted were swiftly punished, their legs broken by his thugs. Fu Gue, having learned that several individuals had suffered broken legs, hurried to find Su Hua. Brother Hua, these ruffians are too vile. Oldly had his leg broken for failing to pay. Fu Gue, just avoid these people. Su Hua advised, don't worry, Brother Hua, I have no intention of provoking them. I wouldn't dare. After lunch, Su Hua pondered for a moment, realizing that his current strength was still too low, and he lacked the technique of the second stage of skin refining, the stone skin method. Even a minor figure like Su Wei was a master of the stone skin technique. What level must Su Xiong, the overseer of the mine, possess? He was certainly far superior, perhaps even a master of the third stage of skin refining. The 3 chief stewards of the Zhou family, as well as Zhou Changlong, the family's manager, what level of expertise did they hold? Contemplating these matters, Su Hua still felt a sense of insecurity. With this in mind, Su Hua decided to venture to the pond and try his luck. Hoping to catch some red fish, he strode swiftly, running with remarkable vigor, undeterred even after sprinting 4 or 5 kilometers without fatigue. Before long, he arrived at the waterfall, promptly shedding his clothes and plunging into the tumultuous waters below. It must be said that Su Hua was indeed fortunate, as he quickly caught 2 red fish. Upon returning home, he immediately stewed the fish, too lazy to sell them, and consumed every last bite. Moments later, he felt an unusual heat coursing through his body, but the system swiftly extracted the essence. Soon after, Su Hua opened the system and saw that his points had reached 30, not too shabby, 30 points acquired. With over 200 copper coins still in hand, Su Hua made another trip to the Sichun Hall, where he purchased 3 additional sets of medicinal herbs. Although he currently lacked the stone skin technique, accumulating more points was still beneficial, as it would serve as a foundation for the future. After returning with the herbs, Su Hua began concocting restorative medicine. He downed 3 bowls of thick soup in one go, and soon felt an even greater surge of heat throughout his body. Just then, the sensation of warmth dissipated, indicating that the system had extracted the essence once more. True to his expectations, upon checking the system, he found that his points had climbed to 70.70 points. It was a pity that he lacked a technique. If only he had the stone skin method, he could leap to the status of a master. The importance of martial arts techniques was simply paramount. Su Hua exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, Su Wei had returned to his residence, just as his elder brother Su Xiong arrived. Su Xiong regarded his younger brother with a calm demeanor. How did the collection go? Brother, this time I collected over 500 copper coins. Good. I'll take 300, and the rest is yours. Hee, thank you, brother. Su Xiong nodded, observing his brother. Spend more time honing your martial skills each day. Do not let your thoughts dwell solely on women in this world. Only by enhancing your own strength can you amass great wealth. If my cultivation were not commendable, would Lord Qi have invited me to serve him? Su Wei nodded in agreement. You are right, brother. I will diligently train in martial arts. All right, I must attend to some matters, Su Xiong stated. Take care, brother. With his spirits lifted, Su Wei suddenly recalled the Zhang family girl. Zhang Wan, from yesterday's visit, He licked his lips and promptly set off with a few ruffians from the residence. He instructed them to procure some cosmetics, as well as meat and fruit. Upon arriving outside the courtyard, Su Wei instructed the ruffians to wait outside. "You fellows stay here. Do not follow me in, lest you frighten the young lady." Afterward, Su Wei entered a tea that moment. Upon seeing Su Wei, Zhang Wan's expression shifted. She had sensed that Su Wei's gaze was unusual yesterday, and now he had truly come. "Second Master Su, did you not collect copper coins yesterday? Do you wish to collect more today?" Zhang Wan inquired softly. Su Wei smiled, surveying Zhang Wan. Although he was indeed a ruffian, he recognized that such a woman was not one to be trifled with. He then produced a string of copper coins, totaling 20, and placed them on the stone table. Alongside this, he set down some cosmetics, meat, and fruit. Zhang Wan furrowed her brow. "Second Master, what is the meaning of this?" "It is quite simple. Please accept these items," Su Wei replied confidently. Zhang Wan frowned further. "If you have something to say, please speak plainly," Su Wei chuckled. "Very well. Since you are so forthright, I shall be direct. Zhang Wan, I have taken a liking to you. Become my woman, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury and abundance." Hearing this, Zhang Wan's expression changed slightly. She had sensed Su Wei's ulterior motives yesterday and did not expect him to approach her so quickly. She was well aware of Su Wei's reputation as a notorious ruffian, a bully of both men and women. "Second Master, I am no beauty. Please take back these items," Zhang Wan firmly declined. Su Wei's countenance darkened at the outright rejection. Yet he suppressed his fury. "Zhang Wan, if you were to accompany me, you would never have to worry about food or clothing. You could choose any luxurious silks you desire. Look at your current living conditions. This courtyard resembles a pigsty, and your attire is nothing but coarse cloth. Moreover, if you join me, I can arrange a job for your brother. What do you think?" Zhang Wan bit her lip, still shaking her head. "Second Master, please take these items back. Zhang Wan, do not take my kindness for granted. I, Su Wei, am a person of considerable influence in Black Dragon Town. I have already extended you a generous offer. You have 1 day to consider. If you refuse, do not blame me for the consequences." Su Wei could no longer contain his rage and waved his sleeve in frustration. Just then, Zhang Fugui returned and, upon seeing Su Wei in his sister's courtyard, rushed forward. "Sister, what happened?" Zhang Wan, biting her lip, was at a loss for words. She understood that she could not afford to offend Su Wei. Zhang Fugui glared furiously at Su Wei. "Su Wei, what do you want?" "Nothing much. I merely wish for your sister to serve me for a few nights, and in return, I will ensure she enjoys a good life." Su Wei sneered coldly. Zhang Fugui gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Su Wei observed the scene with amusement. "Kid, do you wish to challenge me?" With that, Su Wei stepped forward, seizing Zhang Fugui's arm, and effortlessly threw him to the ground. Su Wei then planted his foot on Zhang Fugui's chest. "Release my brother!" Zhang Wan cried. Her eyes reddened. Su Wei lifted his foot and coldly stated, "As I said, Zhang Wan, you have 1 day to decide. If you refuse, you should understand the consequences." With that, Su Wei departed with his ruffians, leaving Zhang Fugui to rise from the ground, gazing at his sister. "Sister," Zhang Wan bit her lip, her face pale and weary. The siblings felt fortunate to have survived, yet they were powerless against the likes of Su Wei, a notorious ruffian. At tea that moment, Su Hua returned with some meat, intending to treat the siblings to a feast. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of them in tears, particularly Zhang Fugui, whose face bore bruises, clearly having been beaten. "Sister Wan, Fugui, what happened?" Zhang Fugui looked at Su Hua and immediately exclaimed, "Brother Hua, that ruffian Su Wei just came by. He wants my sister to serve him for a few days and has given her 1 day to consider." Hearing this, Su Hua's expression hardened. His worst fears had come to pass. Zhang Wan had indeed attracted the attention of that scoundrel Su Wei. Su Hua comforted the siblings and returned home. Zhang Wan must not fall into Su Wei's hands. He needed to devise a plan. Su Wei was a master of the stone skin technique, possessing tremendous strength. Currently, with only 2 techniques of the cowhide method perfected, it would be quite challenging to defeat Su Wei. If only he had the stone skin method, that would be splendid. But where could he acquire the stone skin method? Without it, if he could obtain a cowhide method, that would suffice. If he could perfect 3 cowhide techniques, Su Hua might have a fighting chance against Su Wei. Contemplating this, A glint of determination flashed in Su Hua's eyes. But where could he find the techniques? After some thought, Su Hua decided to seek out Su Wei.at that moment. In a tavern, Su Wei was indulging in drinks in a private room. Su Hua stealthily entered. Su Wei looked at Su Hua in surprise. "You, the mud-legged fool? What business do you have with me?" Su Hua chuckled and took a sip of wine. Su Wei, do not be angry. I am here to help you. What can a mud-legged fool like you do for me? Su Wei scoffed disdainfully. I heard that you have your eye on the Zhang one next door, correct? I have a good relationship with her. How about this? I will persuade her for you. If you pressure her too much, given her temperament, she might even resort to suicide. And that would be a loss for everyone. Su Wei considered this. You truly believe you can persuade her? Of course. If you can convince her to be my woman, I will give you 100 copper coins and arrange for you to be my right-hand man. What do you say? Su Hua shook his head. Second master, I have heard that you are a skilled martial artist. To be honest, I wish to practice martial arts as well, but I lack a technique. I seek a cowhide method. Su Wei chuckled softly and remarked, it's merely a technique of bluster. This is the cicada skin refinement method. Take it with you, and if, after a day, this woman does not willingly come to me, I shall crush your skull. Holding a booklet, Su Hua felt an overwhelming surge of joy within. Chapter 12. 600 Strength. Eliminate Su Wei. Rest assured, second master, if she does not willingly come to my door tomorrow night, you may crush my head. Su Hua tucked the booklet away securely. After closing the door to the private room, he stepped outside. The moment he exited, Su Hua's expression shifted dramatically. In his gaze, a fierce, murderous intent surged forth. Having acquired the third technique of bluster, Su Hua swiftly returned to his courtyard in the adjacent yard. Zhang Wan and Zhang Fugui, the siblings, remained at a loss as to what to do. Su Hua offered them some comfort, urging them not to fear or worry, assuring them that he would devise a solution. That night, Su Hua activated the system and took out the cicada skin refinement method. The system promptly registered it. In a brief moment, the technique was successfully recorded. Su Hua then noticed the plus sign next to the technique. Without hesitation, he expended his upgrade points. Instantly, a line of small text appeared. Congratulations, host. You have entered the basics of the cicada skin refinement method. Congratulations, host. You have achieved minor mastery of the cicada skin refinement method. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the cicada skin refinement method. Congratulations, host. You have reached great mastery of the cicada skin refinement method. Congratulations, host. You have achieved perfection in the cicada skin refinement method. In an instant, Su Hua's third technique of bluster reached perfection, and the vitality within him surged dramatically, as if his entire being had grown half an inch taller. Feeling the explosive power within his body and the rich vitality coursing through him, Su Hua was filled with exhilaration. At that moment, he unleashed the Thousand Bull Palm, followed by the Black Tiger Fist, and finally executed the Cicada Palm. How formidable is my strength now? System type. One-click upgrade host. Su Hua age. 16 cultivation. Skin refinement. Bluster. Upgrade points. 0 strength. 610 gene martial techniques. Thousand Bull Palm. Perfection. Black Tiger Fist. Perfection. Cicada Palm. Perfection. Auxiliary technique. Submersible breathing technique. Perfection. The upgrade points reset to 0, but my strength has reached 600 gene. What a remarkable feat. Su Hua reveled in his delight. He pondered that mastering a perfected technique of bluster equated to forging a layer of bluster attributes. Thus, 3 perfected techniques would result in a 3-fold enhancement. Of course, continuing to cultivate the technique would yield diminishing returns. And he must now focus on the stone skin method to reach the second realm of skin refinement. With my current strength, I should be able to eliminate Su Wei, if I do not kill Su Wei. Sister Wan will remain trapped, yet if I do slay him, Su Xiong will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. To kill. I must ensure it is done cleanly. The glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Hua's eyes. After all, this would not be his first time taking a life. Just as he had dealt with Chu Bieha and Su Wei's 2 ruffians, now, armed with newfound strength, he was resolute in eliminating Su Wei. Moreover, Su Wei might possess the stone skin cultivation method. With this thought, Su Hua became even more determined to eliminate Su Wei expeditiously. As for the consequences of slaying Su Wei, he had long anticipated that Su Xiong would be furious and would investigate thoroughly. But as long as he acted cautiously and left no traces, it would not pose a significant issue. Perhaps one day, Su Xiong would uncover his involvement. However, by then, Su Hua would have soared to unimaginable heights of power. Not to mention, even if there were 10 Su Xiongs, he would crush them all. After his breakthrough, Su Hua felt elated and retired for the night. The following day, Su Hua prepared a feast at home. As night fell, it was once again time for ruffians to revel. At tea that moment, Su Wei, accompanied by 5 ruffians, was drinking merrily in a tavern when Su Hua stealthily ascended to the second floor. Through a window, he beheld a vast chamber where the 5 ruffians were engaged in their revelry. Su Hua pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. The ruffians, upon seeing this muddy-legged intruder, exhibited disdainful expressions. "What business does a filthy peasant have here? This is no place for you. Get lost," one ruffian shouted, rising to his feet. Su Hua smiled and replied, "Gentlemen, I seek Second Master Su. I have matters to discuss with him." "Is he not here? How dare you seek Second Master Su, you filthy peasant?" A ruffian splashed his drink in Su Hua's direction. "Get out." Su Hua furrowed his brow, wiping the drink from his face. The arrogance of these individuals would soon turn to despair. There was no need to rush. He would deal with them in due time. "Gentlemen, if Second Master's affairs are delayed, you may find yourselves in trouble." At that moment, Second Master Su emerged from behind a screen. "What's all this noise?" A ruffian immediately replied, "Second Master, this peasant seeks you." Seeing Su Hua, Second Master Su's eyes brightened. "So, what's the outcome? Have you succeeded?" Su Hua nodded. "Second Master, it is done." "Ha ha ha, well done, lad. Tomorrow, bring her to my residence, and I shall reward you handsomely. You shall have everything you desire." Second Master Su patted Su Hua on the shoulder. Yet, in that very instant, Su Hua's murderous intent erupted, unleashing the power he had been accumulating towards Su Wei. Su Wei, being a skilled fighter, reacted swiftly, raising his arm to defend, but he underestimated Su Hua's strength, resulting in his right arm being shattered by Su Hua's strike. Su Wei staggered back, enduring excruciating pain as his blood surged chaotically. "You dare seek death?" Su Hua retorted, uninterested in further dialogue. The power of 3 layers of bluster was formidable, even rivaling that of stone-skinned eye in a swift movement. Su Hua unleashed 3 more strikes. With a resounding crash, Su Wei was thrown into the corner, spitting blood. You only then did the other 5 ruffians come to their senses. Their rage ignited upon witnessing Su Wei's broken arm. "How dare you ambush Second Master? Kill him!" A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Su Hua's gaze. He needed to finish this quickly and withdraw. Otherwise, it would lead to trouble. One ruffian lunged at him, and without a glance, Su Hua delivered a punch that shattered his arm, followed by a palm strike that sent the ruffian sprawling, blood spraying forth. Another ruffian attempted a kick, but Su Hua seized his thigh with his left hand while delivering a devastating blow with his right, breaking the leg in a flash. He grasped the ruffian's neck and snapped it effortlessly. The remaining 3 ruffians gasped in shock, paralyzed by fear at the ferocity of Su Hua's strikes, each one lethal in a quick movement. Su Hua drew the dagger from his back and thrust it into one ruffian's neck, then withdrew it and stabbed another in the abdomen. Only one ruffian remained, trembling in terror. Su Hua approached, pressed his hand against the ruffian's head, and sliced his throat, blood spraying several meters away. Su Wei struggled to rise from the ground. "Please, spare my life. I will give you as many coins as you desire." Su Hua approached, lifting Su Wei's head and slamming it against the wall until he lay motionless. With a sigh of relief, Su Hua prepared to search him. Yet, Su Wei surprisingly rose again. "I will kill you." Su Hua was taken aback. This fellow was still alive. His vitality was indeed resilient. Su Hua swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful strike imbued with over 600 Jin of force directly to Su Wei's forehead. Bang! Blood erupted in a mist. Henceforth, Su Wei was dead. Chapter 13. Second Realm of Skin Refinement. After eliminating the ruffian and Su Wei, Su Hua collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He had to admit that this bout of killing had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Su Wei was a master of stone skin, but fortunately, with his 3 perfected techniques of bluster and the element of surprise, taking him down had been feasible. Looking at the corpses in the room, Su Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead and rose to begin searching the 5 ruffians for coins. He needed to clear the battlefield swiftly. Otherwise, reinforcements would arrive. Fortunately, he found over 100 copper coins on the ruffians. Approximately around 150. Next, Su Hua turned his attention to Su Wei. The real prize? He rummaged through Su Wei's belongings and discovered a small pouch containing 100 copper coins. Although it was not a large sum, it was still satisfactory. Unfortunately, Su Wei did not possess the stone skin method. If only he had it, that would have been splendid. As Su Hua continued his search, he felt something peculiar within Su Wei's clothing, as if there were a hidden compartment. Upon tearing it open, he discovered a booklet inside. The bright letters on the cover filled Su Hua with elation. Golden Rock Technique? This must be Su Wei's cultivation method for stone skin. What a delightful find! Su Hua concealed this martial art technique before opening the window and leaping down without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the madam pushed open the door and was met with the sight of several corpses within, causing her to scream in horror. Second Master Su is dead. In no time, the entire tavern was in an uproar, particularly the owner and his associates, all of whom were in a state of panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, who was Second Master Su? He was a notorious ruffian from Shiba Lipu, and his brother, Su Xiong, was one of the 5 vicious dogs of the Zhou family. Responsible for managing their minds. It's over, lamented the tavern owner and his companions, collapsing helplessly to the ground. They soon dispatched someone to inform Su Xiong to come at once. Su Xiong arrived with his men, and upon seeing his brother and 5 other ruffians slain, he was consumed with fury. Which women accompanied my brother tonight? 2 women soon stepped forward, trembling. Second Master, it was us. Speak. What exactly happened? Su Xiong barked ominously. We accompanied Second Master for drinks, and after we finished, we went behind the screen with him. Once we were done, we locked the door, and we have no idea how Second Master met his demise. They stammered. Clearly dissatisfied with their response, Su Xiong seized the 2 women by the throat, lifting them off the ground. As the owner attempted to plead for mercy, Su Xiong exerted his strength, crushing the throats of the 2 women, who then fell limply to the floor, blood trickling from their mouths. Su Xiong turned coldly to the owner. Why brother died in your establishment? You must take responsibility. The owner's face turned pale. He dared not offend Su Xiong. I understand. Bring 3,000 copper coins for Second Master, and gather men to investigate who killed Second Master. Before long, the 3,000 copper coins were presented. Su Xiong's voice dripped with iciness. This is my own brother. You must add more. The tavern owner, with no other choice, complied. Add. Bring me another 2,000 copper coins. Su Xiong then returned to his residence, seething with rage. At that moment, someone approached him. Second Master, Steward Qi has arrived. Upon hearing Steward Qi's name, Su Xiong's furious expression was instantly replaced with a smile as he personally went out to greet him. Steward Qi, please come in. Entering was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray brocade robe. Appearing to be in his early 40s, his temples bulged, and he exuded an aura far more formidable than Su Xiong's. Su Xiong, I heard your brother was murdered, so I came to see what transpired. Su Xiong exhaled deeply. Indeed, just days ago, my subordinate Chu Bieha was killed, and now my brother has met the same fate. It seems someone is targeting me, but I do not yet know who. Investigate thoroughly. Regardless of who it is, with my support, you need not fear them, Steward Qi assured him. Su Xiong clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Steward Qi. You have done so much for me. It is only right that I repay you. Now, take your time to investigate. I shall not disturb you further. Steward Qi, allow me to see you out. The following day, many in Shiba Lipu were abuzz with news of the brutal murder of the ruffian Su Wei. What? Second Master Su has been taken out? Yes, indeed. He met a gruesome end. Who could have done such a thing? To dare kill Second Master Su, whose brother is the vicious Su Xiong? Who knows? If someone dared to take down Su Wei, perhaps they are not afraid of Su Xiong, but the death of Su Wei is truly satisfying. He has been a tyrant for too long. Indeed, he deserved it. What a glorious end! At that moment, Zhang Wan was red-eyed, still unaware of the events unfolding outside. Early that morning, Fu Guwei had heard the news and was shaken. Damn it, Second Master Su has been killed? No way! Zhang Fu Guwei burst into the courtyard like an enraged bear. Sister, I have great news, wonderful news. Zhang Wan was taken aback. What good news? That bastard who wanted to bully you was killed last night. Zhang Wan froze. You mean Second Master Su? Yes, I heard he was murdered in the private room of a tavern, along with 5 other ruffians. I don't know which gallant warrior did it, but well done, well done. Zhang Fugui cheered. Just then, Su Hua entered the scene. Brother Hua, did you hear? Su Wei has been killed. Yes, I heard, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Zhang Fugui retreated to his room. In the courtyard. Only Zhang Wan and Su Hua remained. Su Hua smiled. Sister Wan, is everything all right now? Su Wei got what he deserved. He sought to take advantage of you and was dealt with by a mysterious hero. Truly a heartening outcome. Zhang Wan gazed at Su Hua, suddenly sensing a change in him, a significant transformation. He now possessed an air of mystery and seemed considerably taller and sturdier in just half a month. Su Hua, you've grown taller and stronger recently, she remarked, exhaling. It's all thanks to you, Sister Wan. For preparing such delicious meals for me, Su Hua chuckled. I don't believe that. Zhang Wan pouted. Chapter 14. Iron-skinned Su Xiong. Back in his room, Su Hua glanced at the Jin Yin Gong, a coveted training method for the second level of skin refinement, something he had long dreamt of acquiring. Having slain Su Wei, he finally obtained the stone skin training method. Su Hua promptly activated the system to input this training method. Input successful. Jin Yin Gong, not yet initiated. Su Hua understood that once he initiated Jin Yin Gong, he would advance to the second level of skin refinement, at which point his strength would surge dramatically. Typically, individuals at this second level possess an arm strength ranging from 500 to 800 pounds. But Su Hua felt that upon breaking through, his strength could exceed 1,000 pounds. After all, even without achieving stone skin, he already possessed 600 pounds of strength, likely due to the foundation he established in the first level and the 3 techniques he had practiced. Most individuals wouldn't dare to cultivate so many martial arts simultaneously. As the saying goes, one trick to eat all the dishes. To master multiple martial arts takes an immense amount of time. Of course, some prodigies might lay a solid foundation to enhance their combat prowess. However, in Su Hua's eyes, even prodigies were not formidable. You may be a genius, but I am a cheat. Su Hua then counted the copper coins in his jar. Approximately 300. With Su Wei dead, Su Xiong, the vicious dog, would undoubtedly conduct a frantic investigation. Thus, he needed to elevate his skills quickly. Otherwise, if Su Xiong traced the matter back to him, it would spell trouble. Su Xiong was far stronger than Su Wei, a threat Su Hua could not contend with at present. As expected, the following day, Su Xiong arrived in the area, conducting thorough inquiries. Dozens of households gathered, and Su Xiong, clad in a mink coat and flanked by subordinates, scanned the crowd with a frosty demeanor. He found nothing of interest. Then Su Xiong's gaze fell upon Su Hua. You, step forward. Su Hua's heart sank. Had Su Xiong discovered his involvement in the murder? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If Su Xiong intended to take action against him, he would undoubtedly perish, as he was no match for Su Xiong's strength. What to do? Countless thoughts raced through Su Hua's mind. I called you. Are your ears deaf? One of Su Xiong's subordinates snapped. Su Hua stepped forward, forcing a smile. Second Master, Su Xiong clapped Su Hua on the shoulder. Have any suspicious individuals arrived in town recently? Hearing this, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had not been discovered, but rather was being questioned. He shook his head. No, Second Master, I did not notice anything. That day, Second Master received his payment and left. Everyone knows. Su Xiong's expression darkened. Well, if anyone finds any clues regarding my brother's murderer, I will reward them with 1,000 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Su Hua responded eagerly. Of course, Second Master. If I uncover any leads, I will be the first to inform you. Good, now leave. With a wave of his hand, Su Xiong dismissed the crowd. Su Hua watched Su Xiong's retreating figure, acutely aware of the formidable power he possessed, likely a master at the 3rd level of skin refinement, also known as iron skin. I must hasten my cultivation. One day, Su Xiong will come after me. Without strength, he would surely meet a grim fate. Returning to his room, Su Hua sorted through the 300 copper coins in his jar. That afternoon, he hurried to see Chun Tang, purchasing 3 sets of restorative medicine for 300 copper coins, even though 200 had previously sufficed for the same amount. Yet, in such a short time, prices had surged. Su Hua inquired about the reason and was told that various factions in the county town were acquiring medicinal herbs, resulting in a price surge. Upon returning home, Su Hua began to brew 3 doses of herbs. After 2 hours, the herbs had been reduced to a thick broth, which he consumed in one gulp before sitting cross-legged. Shortly thereafter, he felt a fiery sensation in his stomach. At that moment, the system swiftly extracted the essence of the medicinal power, and soon after, the upgrade points began to rise. An hour later, the essence was completely taken by the system. Su Hua glanced at the display, noting that his upgrade points had reached 80. However, this time there was no plus sign following the Jin Yen Gong, indicating that he lacked sufficient points. This was likely due to his increased strength. It seemed he needed to continue accumulating upgrade points. With this in mind, Su Hua could only rely on his diving breathing technique to try his luck in the deep pool. For 3 consecutive days, he was unable to catch any red fish. It appeared that this rare species was indeed scarce. However, on the 5th day, Su Hua discovered an exceptionally large red fish, moving through the water like a white strip. Soon, he successfully caught the large red fish. Finally securing it brought him immense satisfaction. 100 copper coins were assured. If he consumed this large red fish directly, the conversion of upgrade points would not be as profitable as selling it to purchase herbs, so it was best to sell it. Subsequently, Su Hua continued to employ the diving breathing technique and soon caught another one. With 2 large red fish in hand, he felt a bountiful harvest. He used the bow fishing technique to bind the 2 red fish and then sat on the ground to dry his clothes, gazing at the 2 large red fish, contemplating roasting them for a meal. Yet, he refrained. Selling them was more cost-effective. Thus, Su Hua hurriedly carried the 2 large red fish, leaping effortlessly 3 to 5 meters at a time. Compared to before he practiced martial arts, he was significantly stronger. His physical fitness had improved tenfold. Sometimes Su Hua pondered, this was merely a small town. He heard that the county town was filled with numerous gangs and powerful figures, with experts aplenty. He wondered how strong those who surpassed the skin refinement stage could be. Before long, Su Hua arrived at Sichuntang and found the person in charge. "Do you buy fish here?" The manager of Sichuntang shook his head, saying, "Young man, we are a medicinal herb shop. How could we possibly buy fish? If you wish to sell fish, you should go to the market." Other workers in the herb shop erupted in laughter. "Indeed, we are responsible for purchasing and selling medicinal herbs. You've come to the wrong place." At that moment, the owner of Sichuntang emerged, a middle-aged man who glanced at the fish Su Hua was holding. "Today, I happen to want fish. Give them to me." Su Hua lifted the 2 large red fish. The owner of Sichuntang's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it's a large red fish." Indeed, the owner recognized its value. This was precisely a large red fish. 100 copper coins each. "How about I give you 200 for these 2? Agreed. Thus, Su Hua earned 200 copper coins. The owner observed the 2 large red fish, squinting. "Goodness, these are indeed 2 large red fish. Young man, these are not easy to catch. How did you manage it?" "I've been a good swimmer since childhood. I caught them from the bottom of the deep pool. In a wonder." Chapter 15. Lord Lin. The owner then handed Su Hua 200 copper coins, and Su Hua immediately purchased 2 doses of restorative medicine from the herb shop. Shortly after Su Hua left the shop, a horse-drawn carriage appeared outside Sichuntang. Several burly men on horseback followed the carriage, each one robust and armed with large swords. It was evident that those inside the carriage were of significant importance. On the street, some townsfolk murmured, "I wonder which big shot this is. Their entourage is even larger than Su Xiong's." Indeed, at that moment, some keen-eyed individuals lowered their voices. "I know who it is. It's Lord Lin." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Lord Lin was a figure even more formidable than Su Xiong, of course. Su Xiong wouldn't dare to make a peep in front of Steward Lin. "I've heard that the 3 stewards of the Zhou family are fiercer than the last." People whispered among themselves, "Yes, I've heard that too." Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe descended from the carriage, exuding a gentle demeanor. Unlike the ruggedness of Su Xiong, he resembled a scholarly teacher. This man was Zhou family's second steward, Lin Yuan. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was indeed a teacher, appearing quite refined out of course, if one believed that Zhou family's second steward Lin Yuan was merely gentle and refined. They were gravely mistaken. After disembarking from the carriage, The owner of Si Chuntang promptly came out to greet him. "Lord Lin, please come inside." Boss Han was quite courteous. Lin Yuan then ascended to the second-floor private room with the owner of Si Chuntang. Inside the private room, Boss Han had prepared a lavish banquet with exquisite dishes, worth at least 100 copper coins, a sum equivalent to the food expenses for an ordinary person for a month. "Lord Lin, please. No need for formality." Lin Yuan picked up his chopsticks a few times before gently putting them down, then signaled for someone behind him to bring forth an exquisite box. Upon opening the box, it revealed 5 neatly arranged strings of copper coins, with each string containing 200 coins, totaling 1,000 copper coins. Upon seeing the 1,000 copper coins, the owner squinted and smiled. "Bring out the medicinal herbs." Soon, Boss Han's subordinates brought forth several rare medicinal herbs, which were of high value. Zhou family's second steward Lin Yuan required this concoction weekly to enhance his vitality, costing him 1,000 copper coins each week. This meant he would expend 4,000 copper coins in a month. Ordinary people could hardly afford such expenses. They struggled to eat, let alone practice martial arts. The higher the martial arts realm, the more financial resources were required, and the herbs needed became increasingly rare. By the way, Lord Lin, do you want large red fish? Today, luck smiled upon me. A young man managed to catch 2, Boss Han remarked. At the mention of large red fish, Lin Yuan sprang up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss Han, do you truly have large red fish? Lord Lin, follow me." Lin Yuan quickly followed Boss Han down the stairs to the backyard, where a wooden basin held the 2 large red fish. "I want them." "How many copper coins?" Lin Yuan inquired directly. "How about this, Lord Lin? You give me 200 copper coins for each." "Agreed." Lin Yuan nodded. The large red fish was considered a rare species that could enhance vitality. When combined with certain recipes, it could further activate the properties of the herbs. It was a pity there were only 2. "Boss Han, if you manage to catch more red fish later, please inform me," Lin Yuan said. The martial technique he practiced required this red fish as a medicinal catalyst. Boss Han chuckled, stating, "These red fish are indeed rare. They were caught by a young man from the impoverished district. He mentioned he was an excellent swimmer." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Can you find this young man? I will ask my subordinates." Soon, Boss Han found the answer. "Lord Lin, I found him. This young man is called Su Hua, residing in the impoverished area. He frequently comes here to buy medicinal herbs." "Good. Have your subordinates take me to him. I want to meet this person in person." At this moment, Su Hua had returned home to continue brewing 2 more doses of medicinal herbs. Half an hour later, he finished brewing, swallowing 2 bowls of thick broth in one gulp. The medicinal concoction flowed down his throat, increasing his upgrade points significantly. His upgrade points now stood at a solid 100. However, the system still did not display a plus sign next to the Jin Yin Gong, indicating that the upgrade points were still insufficient. It seemed that the points required to break through the stone skin stage were indeed substantial, still not enough. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage appeared outside Su Hua's courtyard. A middle-aged man disembarked from the carriage. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Hua immediately stepped out. Observing the middle-aged man, who was followed by several individuals, Su Hua noted that these followers were also skilled fighters. A closer look revealed that they were all experts at the second stage of skin refinement. Su Hua was deeply astonished. What kind of person could command so many stone-skin subordinates? He took another look at the robed middle-aged man, feeling an overwhelmingly terrifying aura rising within him. This person was undoubtedly an expert, stronger than anyone he had encountered, even surpassing Su Xiong. But why would such a powerful figure come to find him? Did they discover that he had killed Su Wei? Yet, Su Xiong was absent, suggesting it had nothing to do with Su Wei. Su Hua clasped his fists and said, "May I ask what brings you here?" Lin Yuan smiled. "Do not be alarmed. I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. I learned from Boss Han that you are an excellent swimmer and can catch red fish. Be frank. I need these red fish. If you can catch 3 more, I am willing to pay 200 copper coins for each." "What do you say?" Su Hua listened intently, a look of delight illuminating his countenance. 200 copper coins, quite a handsome sum indeed. However, he was uncertain if he could successfully catch the elusive red fish, which were exceedingly rare. "Though the red fish are scarce, I shall gladly make the attempt," he resolved. "Very well, should you succeed, bring them to my residence. I am Lin Yuan. You need only inquire to ascertain my whereabouts." What, Lin Yuan? Su Hua's heart surged with astonishment. He had certainly heard of Lin Yuan, the formidable second steward of the Zhou family, whose prowess was unparalleled. None had witnessed his skills firsthand. Those who were long since departed from this world. Su Hua clasped his fists in salute. Very well, Lord Lin, travel safely. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Su Hua, I await your good news. With that, Su Hua bowed once more, affirming, Fear not, my lord. I shall endeavor to do my utmost. After Lin Yuan departed, Su Hua's gaze sharpened with determination. If he could catch 3 large red fish, that would amount to 600 copper coins, allowing him to procure some medicinal herbs to advance his cultivation to the second stage of skin refining. Masters of skin refining possessed notable combat strength and were highly sought after by various merchant families as protectors, earning a handsome monthly wage alongside ample provisions. Chapter 16. Su Xiong's arrival. Su Hua reflected on his arduous journey thus far, exhaling heavily. The martial world in this chaotic era was indeed fraught with challenges. Were it not for his fortunate circumstances, he might have perished at the hands of Chu Bieha. He had once believed himself formidable after slaying Su Wei, but upon encountering Lin Yuan, the second steward of the Zhou family, he realized the depths of his own inadequacy. Even the 5 henchmen accompanying Lin Yuan were masters of skin refining, each superior to Su Wei. Why cultivation is still woefully insufficient, he sighed, deciding to take a chance. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him again, and he might capture another red fish. Su Hua ventured to a waterfall, plunging into its depths. This time, however, fortune did not favor him, and he emerged empty-handed. The following day, he returned, and luck was on his side. He managed to catch a red fish. Fortune shines upon me, Su Hua beamed. But it was not mere luck. He had mastered the art of underwater breathing, a skill far beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Even those skilled in the second or third stages of skin refining would hesitate to dive so deeply. With the red fish in hand, he approached an impressive estate, his mouth watering at the thought of one day owning such a residence. Who goes there? Several guards, detecting the fishy odor emanating from Su Hua, barred his entry. I am Su Hua, known to Lord Lin. Please inform him. You wouldn't want to be accountable for any delays, he declared. The guards exchanged glances, then displayed contrition. Ah, it is indeed Lord Su. Please, come in. Su Hua, taken aback by their sudden change in demeanor, stepped inside. The estate boasted exquisite rockeries, courtyards, and babbling brooks. Its beauty was unparalleled, a stark contrast to his own abode. The maidens passing by possessed radiant complexions. Leading Su Hua to muse, Lord Lin certainly enjoys a life of luxury. Before long, he arrived at the inner courtyard, where Lin Yuan was practicing his palm techniques. The attendant respectfully announced, My lord, Su Hua has arrived. Su Hua presented the large red fish to My lord. I have brought you the red fish you requested. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight. What a splendid catch! Someone, bring forth the payment. Thus, Su Hua received 200 copper coins. As he exited Lin Yuan's estate, night had fallen. Lin Yuan gazed at the red fish, his heart brimming with joy. Just 2 more to go. I hope this young man can procure them, as he is doing me a great favor. After a taxing day, Su Hua felt fatigued. The next morning, he returned to the pond, searching for hours without success. He then ventured to the treacherous Whitewater River, a perilous expanse that even skilled swimmers dared not enter. Undeterred, Su Hua stripped off his garments and plunged in. Half an hour later, he emerged triumphant, clutching another large red fish. Another 200 copper coins in hand. What a delight! Su Hua hurried to Lin Yuan's estate. Presenting the fish, My lord, please accept this. Lin Yuan received the fish, nodding approvingly. Impressive. You truly are adept beneath the water, My lord. I shall take my leave now, Su Hua said. Lin Yuan gestured. Why not stay for dinner? Su Hua shook his head. I must return to my training. Just then, Lin Yuan sprang forth, covering the distance between them with astonishing speed. What formidable strength! Su Hua marveled inwardly. Lin Yuan grasped Su Hua's arm, gently assessing his physique. First stage of skin refining, Su Hua nodded. Indeed, my lord, I have been practicing the palm techniques passed down by my grandfather and have barely reached the first stage. Very well. Be on your way. With 200 copper coins now added to his previous earnings, Su Hua had amassed a total of 400 coins. He purchased several pounds of meat, fabric, and some fruits, along with 3 sets of medicinal herbs. First, he returned home to store the herbs, then delivered the meat, fabric, and fruits to Zhang Wan's residence. Upon seeing the abundance of provisions Su Hua had brought, Zhang Wan exclaimed, "Su Hua, why have you purchased so much? This must have cost at least 100 copper coins." Zhang Fugui chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Hua. Where did you acquire such wealth?" "I recently caught red fish and sold them to Lord Lin." Earning a tidy sum, Su Hua explained. Fugui chuckled. "Being with Brother Hua means we feast on meat." Zhang Wan busied herself in the kitchen, soon preparing a fragrant stew of braised meat and potatoes, the aroma wafting throughout the courtyard. The 3 of them savored the tender meat and rice wine, reveling in the moment. At tea times, Su Hua thought that such a life was quite pleasant. If only he could continue in this manner, it would be blissful. Yet he understood the reality. This was a chaotic era, and without strength, how could one maintain peace? After their meal, Su Hua prepared to return home to brew the herbs. He was confident that this time he would surely advance his cultivation to the level of stone skin. However, as he opened a few packets of herbs, he suddenly sensed footsteps outside. These were no ordinary individuals. Furrowing his brow, he tucked the packets away in a cabinet. Before he could step outside, the door to his courtyard was kicked open with a resounding crash. Several brazen thugs stormed in, followed by a burly man clad in a fur coat, none other than Su Xiong. Su Hua's heart raced as he beheld Su Xiong's aggressive approach. Could it be that he had discovered the identity of his brother's killer? No, that seemed implausible. Yet he forced a smile. "Ah, Lord Su, what brings you here?" Without a word, Su Xiong strode into Su Hua's room, while his henchmen ransacked the place, soon uncovering several packets of herbs. Indeed, it appears the rumors from the slums were accurate. This fellow has recently acquired a significant amount of herbs, worth hundreds of copper coins, far beyond what a mere miner could afford. Su Xiong stated coldly, casting a glance at Su Hua. "Speak. Where did you procure the funds for these herbs? Is your brother's death connected to you?" Su Hua immediately replied, "Lord Su, I would never dare to lay a hand on the second master. Moreover, he possesses such high martial prowess. How could I possibly be his match?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Xiong lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant to grasp Su Hua's shoulder. "You're bluffing. I doubt you would have the audacity to attack my brother." Hearing this, Su Hua exhaled in relief. Yet the next moment, Su Xiong turned away and waved his hand. "Kill him." Su Hua's expression changed dramatically. "Lord Su, I did not kill your brother. Why would you? Himph. From this day forth, I, Su Xiong, shall claim 1 life each day. Otherwise, what would become of my fearsome reputation? You are merely the first. Consider it unfortunate luck," Su Xiong declared calmly. Chapter 17. Lord Lin arrives. Confronting Su Xiong, "Damn it," Su Hua bellowed at Su Xiong, "you are crossing the line. Is there no law? Is there no justice? You think you can take lives as you please? Ha ha ha, law, justice? I, Su Xiong, am the law. I, Su Xiong, am justice. If I wish to kill, who dares to stop me? Attack!" Su Xiong roared, his face twisted in a menacing grin. With a thunderous crash, 2 burly men charged at Su Hua. Raising his palms, he retaliated, "You leave me no choice." With a resounding thud, the 2 assailants were sent crashing to the ground. Su Hua seized the opportunity to leap through a window, fleeing for his life. He knew he was no match for Su Xiong and had to escape. He dashed to the home of his neighbor, Zhang Fugui, who opened the door. "Brother Hua, what has happened?" "Su Xiong is on a rampage, seeking vengeance for his brother's demise. You must rush to Lord Lin's estate and inform him that Su Xiong intends to kill me." "Fugui, my life depends on you." Su Hua lowered his voice and then swiftly vanished from sight. At that moment, Fugui, having heard Su Hua's urgent instructions, dashed towards the Lin residence. Several guards obstructed Zhang Fugui's path, demanding, "Who goes there? Do you possess an invitation from Master Lin?" "I do not have an invitation, but I bear news of utmost importance for Master Lin. An urgent matter." 2 guards seized Zhang Fugui and escorted him into the hall, where Master Lin reclined in an armchair, playfully engaging with a bird. "Master Lin, this country bumpkin seeks your audience. It appears to be of great urgency," one guard announced. Master Lin cast a glance at Zhang Fugue, his brow furrowing slightly. What brings you here, Master Lin? I am Zhang Fugue, a subordinate of Su Huat. Su Xiong has gone mad, rampaging and killing indiscriminately, claiming he must slay 100 people to accompany his brother in death. He has now come for my brother Hua. Master Lin, can you intervene and save him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan sprang to his feet. What? You say Su Xiong intends to kill Su Hua? Indeed, Master Lin, replied Zhang Fugue. Su Xiong, you wretched cur, emboldened by your audacity, dare to touch my people. I was counting on this lad to catch me another red fish. If anything happens to Su Hua, I shall take your head, Lin Yuan bellowed. The force of his voice startled Fugue, causing him to tremble, yet he also displayed a glimmer of joy. Meanwhile, Su Hua harnessed his strength and fled frantically, soon finding himself amidst a dense thicket. Strength truly mattered. Had I reached the 3rd level of skin refinement, Su Xiong, I would surely crush you. Su Hua was acutely aware of the significance of power. In only a few moments, Su Hua escaped to a dilapidated courtyard, its corners draped in cobwebs. He secured the door and settled down to meditate and breathe deeply. Just as he found solace, the door was kicked open, and Su Xiong entered with his henchmen, a cold expression etched upon his face. You cannot escape, brat, Su Xiong sneered. Su Hua's expression shifted as he had not anticipated Su Xiong's swift arrival. Just as Su Xiong was about to strike, another figure entered the fray. Hold it! One of Su Xiong's subordinates stepped forward, pointing at the newcomer. Who do you think you are to meddle in Su Ye's affairs? Before he could finish, a large hand seized the man's head, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Before he collapsed to the ground, his skull crushed. All present gaped at the sight. Zhang Fugue stood beside, dumbfounded, marveling at Master Lin's terrifying prowess. Su Hua felt similarly, recognizing that this display of strength far surpassed that of Su Xiong. Who is this? Su Xiong's remaining henchmen shouted in alarm. Upon seeing the figure, Su Xiong trembled and immediately clasped his hands in respect. Master Lin, what brings you here? Lin Yuan ignored Su Xiong and strode purposefully to Su Hua's side, helping him to his feet. Are you all right, lad? I nearly fell victim to Su Xiong's wrath. I fear not for my life. Merely that the red fish you seek might be lost, Su Hua replied in a subdued tone. Well, as long as you are unharmed. Lin Yuan reassured him, turning his gaze towards Su Xiong. Su Xiong, your brother has been killed, and yet you run amok, taking lives without restraint. Quite the audacity, I must say. Master Lin, Su Xiong began, but Lin Yuan closed the distance in an instant. Seizing his shoulder with a powerful grip, kneel. Su Xiong fell to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. Master Lin, spare me. Su Hua was taken aback. Lin Yuan's strength was extraordinary, effortlessly overpowering Su Xiong and forcing him to submit. In an instant, Lin Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of lethal intent. He kicked Su Xiong, who was at least 6 feet tall and weighed over 250 pounds, sending him crashing into the wall, which shattered upon impact, leaving Su Xiong sprawled on the ground in disarray. His henchmen quaked in fear. Master Lin, I understand. Su Xiong stammered, wiping blood from his mouth. Su Hua is under my protection, and you dare to touch him? I shall crush your skull. Lin Yuan thundered. What? Su Xiong's face paled. Master Lin, I had no idea he was under your protection. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to act against him, even if you offered me 100 lives. Considering your Master Qi Guan's reputation, I shall spare you this time. However, should you cross me again, I will cripple you and sever your tendons. Thank you, Master Lin. I shall send 500 copper coins to his family as an apology. Very well now, be gone. Lin Yuan waved dismissively. Su Xiong scrambled to his feet and hurried away. Su Hua exhaled in relief. This crisis had been averted. Fugue, too, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that trouble had been averted. Soon after, Su Hua and Zhang Fugue returned to their quarters. Zhang Fugue retired for the night, while Su Hua sat on his bed, contemplating the day's events. Su Xiong's visit had been perilous. Without Lin Yuan's timely intervention, Su Hua would surely have met his demise. The image of Lin Yuan's decisive action lingered in Su Hua's mind, a single move sufficing to subdue Su Xiong. A man he had deemed formidable. How powerful is Master Lin? What level of strength do the three stewards of the Zhou family possess? Su Hua was deeply intrigued. Two tasks lay before him. First, to break through to the stone skin level, as he now possessed the golden rock technique and the necessary herbs. Second, to swiftly capture a red fish to present to Master Lin, ensuring his place within Lin Yuan's ranks. Of course, entering Lin Yuan's service did not equate to becoming his disciple. Rather, it meant working under him. Even so, this would significantly elevate Su Hua's status in Black Dragon Town, freeing him from the depths of obscurity and ensuring he would no longer want for sustenance. Most importantly, he sought martial prowess. Joining Lin Yuan could grant him access to advanced cultivation techniques for stone skin and iron skin. After a moment of reflection, Su Hua rose and prepared the herbs for brewing. Soon, he had 2 bowls of thick medicinal broth, which he consumed in one go, feeling warmth spread through his body. Moments later, however, the warmth dissipated, prompting Su Hua to access the system, eager to see how much his upgrade points had increased. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation, skin refinement, cowhide, upgrade points: 130 arm strength, 610 gene martial arts. Qianyo palm, perfected. Black tiger fist, perfected. Golden rock technique, not yet mastered. Auxiliary skills: underwater breathing technique, perfected. Su Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had accumulated 130 upgrade points, and the plus sign beside the golden rock technique indicated he could upgrade it with a single click. In recent days, Su Hua had worked diligently, saving copper coins to purchase herbs and convert them into upgrade points, all while capturing red fish for Lin Yuan. Now, he was on the brink of achieving the stone skin realm. With determination, Su Hua activated the golden rock technique and clicked the plus sign. In an instant, he opened his eyes, his veins bulging like coiled worms, white vapor emanating from his body as his skin underwent a radical transformation. It hurts. I must endure. Su Hua recognized this pain as a necessary part of the upgrade process, and he steeled himself against it. Sweat poured from him, drenching his clothes as he sank to the ground. As his strength returned, he rose once more, feeling invigorated and overwhelmed with joy. What immense power! Is this what it means to attain the stone skin? Su Hua procured a knife and gently drew it across the skin of his arm, surprisingly leaving only a pale mark without breaking the surface. He then proceeded to the backyard, where he observed several moss-covered rocks. Without hesitation, Su Hua raised his palm and struck down with great force. With the first blow, the rock shattered into pieces, and he continued to strike relentlessly, reducing the moss-laden stones to mere dust. Such formidable strength in his palm. Not only was Su Hua's technique powerful, but his speed had also significantly increased. A quick push from his toes propelled him 6 or 7 meters away. Though his speed had improved considerably, he still lagged behind Su Xiong, and when it came to Lin Yi, the gap was even wider. Su Hua vividly recalled Lin Yi's effortless leap, covering a distance of over 10 meters with merely a gentle motion, indicating the depth of Lin Yi's capabilities. Su Hua accessed the system, eager to assess his physical strength in this world. Martial prowess was most clearly delineated by cultivation levels, alongside another metric: arm strength. The strength of a cow was approximately 300 gene, while that of a stone was between 500 to 800 gene, with some exceptional individuals reaching 1,000 gene. This discrepancy arose because some practitioners had trained martial techniques for years within the stone realm, while others had just begun their journey, resulting in varying arm strengths. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation, refining skin, stone skin, upgrade points: 0 arm strength, 800 martial skills. Qianyo palm, perfect. Black tiger fist, perfect. Golden rock technique, minor achievement, auxiliary skills. Diving breathing technique, perfect. Upon reviewing the data, Su Hua noted that his upgrade points had been reset to 0, yet it was all worthwhile. The sight of his arm strength reaching 800 gene filled him with unbridled joy. Furthermore, his golden rock technique had also attained a minor achievement, with potential for further enhancement. It was noteworthy that when Su Wei was at the stone level, his arm strength was merely 5 to 600 gene, whereas Su Hua had reached 800 gene immediately after breaking through. Should he fully max out the golden rock technique, Su Hua's arm strength might even surpass 1,000 gene. This was due to his diligent training of several cow-level techniques, which significantly bolstered his physical prowess. Likewise, if Su Hua were to practice more stone-level techniques, he could face iron-level experts without issue. And once he transcended to iron skin, even a newly ascended practitioner would be utterly invincible within the same realm. Such is the advantage of having a solid foundation. Unconsciously, the dawn was approaching, and Su Hua decided to rest for a while on his bed. Though he felt invigorated and could forego sleep, a brief slumber would help him relax. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Hua prepared to venture out in search of the big red fish. The key to entering Lin Yuan's tutelage and acquiring more martial skills. After all, Su Xiong remained a latent threat, temporarily subdued by Lin Yuan, but who could predict when he might return to wreak havoc? Just as Su Hua was about to leave, he suddenly sensed several individuals approaching, one of whom exuded formidable strength. As expected, it was Su Xiong accompanied by others. However, this time Su Xiong did not exhibit the same arrogance as before. Instead, his expression was cold, with his left shoulder noticeably elevated compared to the right, clearly swollen. Was Su Xiong here to deliver 500 copper coins as an apology? True to form, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to toss a bulging bag over. Here are 500 copper coins for you. Keep them safe, Su Xiong said coldly, his face grim. Chapter 19. The Ruthless Su Hua. Su Hua smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you. Don't think that just because you've entered under the wing of Steward Lin, you can be so proud I could crush you as easily as one would an ant." With that, Su Xiong gestured for his men and swiftly departed. Watching Su Wei's retreating figure, Su Hua felt an increasing desire to eliminate him, yet he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Su Xiong was an iron-level expert, and there remained a significant gap in their combat capabilities. Su Xiong's arm strength was likely above 1,000 jin, coupled with considerable combat experience. Thus, patience was essential. The immediate priority was to locate the big red fish, which would allow him to enter Lin Yuan's tutelage. Examining the bulging pouch of coins, Su Hua opened it to find indeed 500 copper coins. He had recently exhausted all his savings to break through to the stone level, and this unexpected windfall was quite fortuitous. Furthermore, he could spend this money without any qualms. Thus, he hastily departed, making his way toward the Bai Shui River. Gazing upon the turbulent waters, he realized that had he not practiced the diving breathing technique and achieved its perfect form, even as a stone-level practitioner, he would not dare to plunge into such a river. Even among iron and copper levels, attempting to catch the big red fish would pose considerable danger. Su Hua shed his shirt and plunged into the Bai Shui River, eyeing the surging currents. He became like a fish in water. However, after an exhaustive struggle, he failed to catch anything. After resurfacing, he gathered some dry twigs to dry his clothes before returning home, the sky already dark upon his arrival. The next day, Su Hua returned to the Bai Shui River, yet still yielded no results. Days turned into a week, and despite his relentless efforts, he remained empty-handed. Anxiety gnawed at him. Without capturing the big red fish, he could not enter Lin Yuan's tutelage. If Su Xiong discovered that he had not joined Lin Yuan, it would spell trouble. More critically, if Su Hua continued to fail in catching the fish, Lin Yuan might abandon him, which would be entirely reasonable. Lin Yuan was the second steward of the Zhou family, renowned for his strength and inscrutable abilities. As a mere peasant from the Black Dragon town, Su Hua felt insignificant. Without value to Lin Yuan, why would the latter extend help? Previously, Su Xiong had acted against him, but Lin Yuan had intervened for the sake of the big red fish. Should Su Hua fail to capture it, Lin Yuan would surely not assist him in future troubles. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Su Hua resolved to try once more the next day. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan prepared 3 medicinal concoctions with the 500 copper coins Su Xiong had sent as compensation, spending 300 of them. After consuming the herbal brew, Su Hua checked his system for upgrade points, which had reached 40. However, there was no plus sign next to the golden rock technique, indicating insufficient points for enhancement. The following morning, Su Hua returned to the Bai Shui River, steeling himself against the raging waters. He was determined to catch the big red fish. With a thunderous splash, he dove headlong into the turbulent river. After half an hour, Su Hua broke the surface and swam to the shore. Lying down and managing a weary smile, indeed, he had succeeded. He had caught a big red fish. The struggle had depleted him of all his strength, nearly costing him his life, yet every ounce of exertion had been worthwhile. The incessant rain cast a gray hue over the sky, and the cold droplets pelted Su Hua's face, He felt indifferent, too exhausted to move, entirely drained. Despite his arm strength reaching 800 Jin, the tumultuous waters had exhausted him completely, even with his perfected diving breathing technique. Clutching the big red fish tightly, he could not afford to let it escape, for this fish represented his hopes. Joining Lin Yuan's tutelage would surely grant him access to stone-level techniques, or even iron-level ones. Before long, Su Hua's strength began to recover. After all, as a stone-level expert, his recuperative abilities were swift. He grasped the big red fish and dashed toward the Black Dragon town, hastening toward Lin Yuan's residence. Along the way, he encountered a minor faction leader from Black Dragon town, who recognized the big red fish. The big red fish, worth 200 to 300 copper coins. If sold to Steward Qi of the Zhou family, you might even gain his favor, the leader exclaimed, rallying his subordinates to chase after Su Hua. Naturally, Su Hua noticed the leader and his gang closing in on him. Encircling him completely, Su Hua coolly inquired, "What do you want?" The minor leader chuckled and replied, "Brother, you're quite lucky to have caught the big red fish. How about you hand it over to me?" Su Hua furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "Step aside. I have no intention of killing anyone." The leader burst into laughter. "Ha! Did you hear that? He doesn't want to kill anyone. You, a mere peasant, dare to speak so boldly before me?" One of the minor leader's subordinates stepped forward, scoffing. "What? You're talking tough in front of our boss. Seeking death?" With that, the subordinate launched a kick towards Su Hua. Su Hua's gaze sharpened. He sighed, realizing they were forcing his hand. Swiftly, he secured the big red fish around his waist, then struck down with his palm, shattering the subordinate's thigh, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. My leg is broken." Su Hua looked down at the injured subordinate, raising his hand once more to deliver a crushing blow to the man's head, resulting in a sickening crack. "What? This?" The countenance of the small leader shifted dramatically. A mere glance at Su Hua transformed him from a mere peasant into a figure emanating lethal intent. Su Hua sprang forth, seizing the small leader by the nape of his neck with one hand while swiftly drawing a dagger with the other. In a flurry of movements, the dagger pierced in and out, leaving the small leader wide-eyed, blood gushing from his mouth. "Please, spare me. Don't kill me." As Su Hua withdrew the dagger, the small leader collapsed onto the ground, his body limp, while other lackeys, witnessing the scene, fled in terror. Su Hua, disinterested in pursuing these minions, cast a cold glance at the small leader, snorting disdainfully. "I explicitly stated I had no desire for bloodshed today. Yet you insisted on pushing me." Bending down, Su Hua searched the small leader's person and soon discovered a pouch of coins. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find 300 copper coins. "Not bad. It seems fortune has come knocking at my door." This was not his first experience with taking a life, and he felt little remorse. In these tumultuous times, martial prowess dictated one's standing. Strength, ruthlessness, and cultivation were the measures of worth. With the pouch secured, Su Hua hastened towards the Lin residence. Chapter 20. Joining the ranks. Outside the Lin residence, a young man raced in, none other than Su Hua. Upon his arrival, the guards at the gate greeted him with smiles. "Ah, it's Su Hua. Quick, let him in." These guards recognized Su Hua, who had become a valued guest of Lin Yuan, tasked with capturing the prized red fish. Thus they treated him with utmost respect. At this moment, Lin Yuan was in the rear courtyard, practicing his martial arts, surrounded by a mystical white mist that lent an air of intrigue to his form. Suddenly, he stood and executed a flurry of rapid palm strikes, each movement imbued with formidable power. Just then, a maid approached the courtyard entrance and softly announced, "Master Lin, young Su Hua has arrived and wishes to see you." Upon hearing Su Hua's name, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, it's this fellow. What could he want?" With that thought, Lin Yuan stepped out and made his way to an inner courtyard. Seeing Lin Yuan approach, Su Hua quickly bowed. "Greetings, Master Lin." Lin Yuan scrutinized Su Hua and inquired, "Did you manage to catch the red fish?" Su Hua beamed. "Thanks to your guidance, I searched for several days without success, but today, I finally succeeded with that." He produced a large, wriggling red fish from behind him. Lin Yuan's excitement was palpable. "Excellent, truly excellent." He took the fish and placed it in a pool of water, where it swam energetically. demonstrating its vitality. This rare spiritual fish possesses remarkable life force. Do you understand why I sought the red fish? Su Hua shook his head, unaware. This rare spiritual fish is wasted if merely consumed. It must be used to create a medicinal catalyst. When mixed with other herbs, it can yield a restorative tonic. You have indeed rendered me a great service. As he spoke, Lin Yuan waved his hand. And soon after, an attendant brought forth a string of coins, 200 copper coins. Before coming here, Su Hua had only 200 coins remaining, but after dispatching the small leader, he had acquired an additional 300. Now, with the 200 coins from Lin Yuan, he possessed a total of 700 copper coins. While he was not yet wealthy, he had never encountered such a sum before. After receiving the coins, Su Hua realized Lin Yuan had yet to address the matter of him joining his ranks, which was of utmost importance. It would provide him with a protective status. Master Lin, did you not say that if I brought you another red fish, you would allow me to join your ranks? Su Hua stated directly, feeling it necessary to be forthright, lest he miss the opportunity. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. I almost forgot about that. Ordinarily, without the stone skin cultivation, you would not qualify to assist me, however. Since you have procured the red fish, I shall make an exception. Though you lack the stone skin cultivation, you may still join my ranks. There will be accommodations for you. And you need not reside within my estate if you prefer not to. Your monthly remuneration will be 150 copper coins. Su Hua's heart leaped at the mention of 150 coins. Previously, he earned only 30 coins a month working in the mines. Joining the Lin residence offered a staggering increase. However, he was still unaware of the nature of his duties. Master Lin, what will my daily responsibilities entail? Your primary task will be to oversee the operations of the Zhou family. Should there be any additional duties, I shall inform you through my attendants. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Master Lin. Do not mention it. You have earned it. Su Hua continued. By the way, Master Lin, your ranks are filled with stone skin experts, and my mere cowhide cultivation certainly diminishes your prestige. Might I request your guidance on a stone skin cultivation method? This would enable me to serve you better. Lin Yuan regarded Su Hua thoughtfully, considering his potential for development. Very well, follow me. Lin Yuan led Su Hua into the hall and then looked at him, saying, sit down. I shall fetch the martial techniques for you. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master Lin. Lin Yuan then exited through a side door of the hall. Leaving Su Hua behind, unqualified to follow, a nearby maid approached, promptly pouring tea for him. Young Master Su, please enjoy some tea. Noticing the maid's courteous demeanor, Su Hua couldn't help but admire her slender figure, though she paled in comparison to Zhang Wan. Thank you, Su Hua said, taking a sip of the tea before setting the cup aside. The maid then departed with the tea tray, only to return shortly with a selection of pastries. As Su Hua sampled the pastries, he discreetly stashed a few into his pocket. The maid, observing this, merely chuckled. Young Master Su, if you cannot finish them, feel free to take as many as you'd like. Su Hua's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he remained unreserved and packed the treats. Flashing a grin at the maid point, one couldn't help but remark upon the luxurious lifestyle within Lin Yuan's residence, attended by numerous beautiful maids and an endless supply of delicacies. For someone like Su Hua, it felt as if he had stumbled into a realm of divinity. Yet, he understood that such privileges were the fruits of strength. Lin Yuan's formidable power ensured his favor with the Zhou family. To relish this lifestyle, one must possess strength. Su Hua resolved to train diligently, striving to become a formidable force himself, and when the time came, he would select his own maidens as for Zhang Wan and Zhang Fugui. Zhang Wan would tend to his needs, while Fugui would oversee the household. At that moment, Lin Yuan returned, holding a booklet which he tossed to Su Hua. Su Hua glanced at the booklet, noting the three prominent characters, Kai Tian Shou. Lin Yuan explained, the martial technique I practice is Kai Tian Shou. This technique is comprehensive, spanning from the first to the fifth stage of skin refinement, unlike the half-set technique you have been practicing. My Kai Tian Shou is a complete system. Upon hearing the distinction between half-set and complete, Su Hua was ecstatic. The fact that Kai Tian Shou was a full technique was immensely gratifying, given the rarity of such comprehensive martial arts. However, Lin Yuan continued, of course, what I am giving you is not the entirety, but merely 1/3. Mastering this portion will require at least 3 years. After that, you may return for the subsequent teachings. Chapter 21. Zhang Wan'er. Though it was only a fraction of the cultivation method, Su Hua was still quite pleased, as this portion would hone his skills in stone skin cultivation, effectively augmenting his existing abilities. He yearned for the complete set, but he understood the impracticality of requesting it so soon after joining. Thank you, Master Lin. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to attain the stone skin level as soon as possible. Su Hua affirmed. Lin Yuan nodded in approval. Very well, serve me diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. Rest assured, Master, I shall give my utmost effort. At this juncture, Lin Yuan instructed a maid to summon Feng Buping. Before long, a man in his 20s entered the hall. While not as imposing as Su Xiong, he was still a formidable figure. This man was Lin Yuan's direct disciple, Feng Buping, a master of the iron skin. Buping, Lin Yuan began, hands clasped behind his back. This is Su Hua, who has rendered me significant assistance. I am now accepting him into the Lin residence. Please arrange for his duties. Yes, master. Feng Buping cast a glance at Su Hua, and then assigned him some tasks. Su Hua's responsibilities involved patrolling several business premises of the Zhou family, a rather relaxed undertaking. After gaining an understanding of the situation, Su Hua returned home. Before he could even reach his residence, he noticed a marked change in the demeanor of his neighbors. Previously indifferent and even disdainful, they now sought to curry favor with him. Su Hua, take these 10 or so eggs. A woman accompanied by a 3-year-old girl presented him with eggs. Others brought various items as well. Some young women even flirted with him. It was clear that these individuals were aware of Su Hua's connection to the Lin family, particularly the fact that the master of the Lin household was the second steward of the Zhou family, a person of immense power and wealth. Observing their behavior, Su Hua could hardly be oblivious to their motivations for approaching him. He accepted the eggs and other offerings. His neighbors chimed in, Master Su, we are all from the same village. Please look out for us in the future. Very well, Su Hua replied. He understood their actions. If he were in their position and witnessed someone rising in fortune, he too would seek to ingratiate himself, especially in these tumultuous times when survival often necessitated such dealings. At that moment, Zhang Fugui emerged. He too had heard the neighbors discussing Su Hua's success in becoming affiliated with Steward Lin. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It's true. Brother Hua has really joined Steward Lin as his little follower. I can now hold my head high. Nearby, Zhang Wan'er was cooking pancakes, her expression less than joyful. Zhang Fugui glanced at his sister, saying, Sister, why aren't you happy that Brother Hua has joined the Lin family? Zhang Wan'er sighed. I am happy for Su Hua, truly. Sister, I can see that you're not pleased. He insisted that it's not that I'm unhappy. Rather, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Why do you feel uncomfortable? Because Su Hua will no longer be one of us, Zhang Wan'er admitted, feeling a mix of joy for Su Hua and a sense of loss. Knowing that their paths had diverged, Su Hua had become quite renowned on this street. Would he still play with her? Certainly not. Zhang Fugui felt a pang of emptiness upon hearing this. With Su Hua's meteoric rise, what use were they? They had no remarkable skills and would likely drift apart. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Su Hua, prompting smiles from both siblings. Brother Hua, Zhang Wan'er exclaimed, congratulations. Please, take a seat. I'll go make you some pancakes. She headed to the kitchen. Su Hua noticed something amiss in their expressions. What's wrong with you two? Shouldn't you be happy? Zhang Fugui chuckled. Of course we are happy. Fugui, your expression betrays you, Su Hua remarked. Zhang Fugui sighed. Sister says that now you've joined the Lin family, we are no longer on the same path. Upon hearing this, Su Hua finally understood the source of their discomfort. He walked into the kitchen and saw Zhang Wan'er at the stove. Sister Wan'er, your cooking skills remain exceptional, and you still look beautiful. A smile broke across her face. Not at all. I'm not beautiful. Oh no, my pancakes are burning. She gently pushed Su Hua away. The three gathered in the courtyard to eat pancakes. And Su Hua pulled out a package from his pocket. What's this? Just a little something for you, he replied, opening the paper to reveal osmanthus cakes, sunflower seeds, beef jerky, and winter melon candy. Zhang Fugui's eyes lit up with greed. Wow, so many snacks, Zhang Wan'er playfully scolded. Su Hua, did you spend money on this? These treats are not cheap. I didn't spend anything. I brought them back from the Lin family. Try them. They all began to enjoy the snacks. Once they finished, Fugui went to tidy up the kitchen, and Su Hua took Zhang Wanner's delicate hand. Sister Wanner, rest assured, even though I've joined the Lin family, I will not forget you. Zhang Wanner widened her eyes. Really? Absolutely. I may not have established myself yet, but once I save enough money, I'll buy a house for you both to move into. I want Fugui to be my bodyguard. Zhang Wanner paused. And me? You'll keep my bed warm? Su Hua joked. Zhang Wanner's cheeks flushed. You rogue, but by then, you might not even want your sister Wanner. Who says that? I would definitely want you. Su Hua laughed. This made Zhang Wanner even more bashful. Later that night, Su Hua handed Zhang Wanner a pouch of coins. Sister Wanner, take these 200 copper coins. Zhang Wanner bit her lip. Su Hua, I can't accept this much. You need money for your training. Sister Wanner, take it. With my new position in the Lin family, I have plenty of opportunities to earn. Besides, I still have some coins left, and I earn 150 copper coins a month. This 200 will help improve your and Fugui's lives. Once I earn enough, I'll bring you both to live with me. Su Hua spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Zhang Wanner bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Su Hua wiped the tears from her eyes. Sister Wanner, don't worry. Things will get better. Chapter 22. Advancement, 1,000-pound strength. Zhang Wanner nodded. Seizing a moment of distraction, Su Hua gently squeezed her hand. Zhang Wanner shivered, her face turning crimson. You naughty boy. Afterward, Su Hua returned to his room, lying on his bed, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. In such a short time, he had transformed his fate, and in doing so, he had also improved the lives of Zhang Wanner and Fugui. Just half a month ago, such a scenario had seemed utterly unimaginable. Su Hua understood deeply the significance of strength. Now that he was under the Lin family's wing, although his basic needs were met, he recognized the continued importance of power. Lin Yuan had imparted to him a martial art, the opening heaven technique, which was a fragment of the training for developing stone-skinned. In truth, he had already broken through to the stone skin level, yet he concealed this from others. After all, just days prior, Lin Yuan had assessed him as merely possessing cowhide cultivation. To leap to stone skin in such a short time was astonishing. Su Hua promptly took out the fragment of the opening heaven technique. Although it pertained to stone skin cultivation, it would still benefit Su Hua by enhancing his physical attributes. Examining this martial art, he immediately accessed the system. System, input data. Fragment of the opening heaven technique. Input successful. Subsequently, the system's data panel appeared before Su Hua. System type. One-click upgrade host. Su Hua age. 16 cultivation. Refining skin, stone skin. Upgrade points. 0 strength. 800 martial techniques. 1000 bull palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock technique, minor success. Fragment of the opening heaven technique, not yet mastered. Auxiliary skills. Underwater breathing technique, complete. Su Hua now possessed 2 martial techniques at the stone skin level, neither of which was yet perfected. Once they reached completion, his strength would likely see a significant increase. As strength was closely linked to combat effectiveness, Su Hua also counted his remaining copper coins. After gifting Zhang Wanner 200 coins for a better life, he still had 500 left, enough to purchase 5 sets of medicinal herbs. However, after making those purchases, he would once again find himself short on funds. At this moment, Su Hua felt acutely aware of his poverty. Training was indeed costly. He wondered how much it would take for a master of Lin Yuan's caliber to sustain their vitality and enhance their cultivation each month, surely a staggering sum. Yet, Su Hua knew he could not dwell on such matters. He would take it step by step, slowly honing his skills. After all, having joined Lin Yuan's ranks ensured his basic needs were met. With a monthly income of 150 copper coins, the following morning, Su Hua proceeded to the Lin residence, ready to tackle the day's duties. During this time, he became acquainted with Lin Yuan's other subordinates, 3 imposing figures, Li Zui, Bai Zhan, and Gao Tang. Li Zui possessed iron skin cultivation, while Bai Zhan and Gao Tang had attained stone skin. All 3 were in their 30s. At present, Su Hua stood alongside them. Li Zui squinted. Eyeing passing women, that figure is quite something. Wow, that one is even more voluptuous. Bai Zhan shook his head, retrieving a wine gourd from his waist and taking a hearty swig. Li Zui, you haven't changed a bit. If your wife finds out, you'll be kneeling on a washboard when you get home. Li Zui chuckled. What can I say? It's a man's nature. Gao Tang, with a traditional black long knife at his side, suggested, it's a hot day. How about we go for a drink? After all, today is Brother Su's first day as part of Master Lin's household. Bai Zhang glanced at his empty gourd. Perfect timing. I'm out of wine. Subsequently, Su Hua followed the three elder brothers as they made their way down the street. Along the way, some ruffians, scoundrels, and small-time merchants spotted Li Zue and his companions, all of whom respectfully referred to them as masters. For these individuals were quite renowned in Heilong town. Who did not know they were disciples of Lin Yuan? Before long, the group entered the Yingshun Tower. The proprietor, recognizing his familiar patrons, promptly rose to greet them. Master Li, Master Bai, Master Gao, please take a seat. The men stepped inside and settled down, with Su Hua also taking a seat. The proprietor, noticing Su Hua, immediately inquired, "This seems to be a new face." Li Zue clapped the proprietor on the shoulder and introduced, "This is Master Su, a newly accepted disciple of Master Lin." The proprietor squinted his eyes and bowed deeply to Su Hua, saying, "Master Su, I hope you will take good care of our business today." Su Hua nodded in acknowledgement. However, he was acutely aware of the significance of strength. Just a short while ago, he had been a mere commoner, barely able to fill his belly now, seated in the Yingshun Tower. Being addressed as master by the proprietor felt as if he had been elevated to the heavens. Soon, several jugs of wine were brought forth, accompanied by dishes of marinated meat, stir-fried lamb kidneys, stir-fried beef, and stir-fried fish balls. "Come, Su lad, let us drink a toast." The group indulged in wine and lively conversation. From the three, Su Hua learned that the most formidable individual under Lin Yuan's tutelage was Feng Buping, a direct disciple of Lin Yuan, and almost like a son to him, for Lin Yuan had taken Feng Buping in and raised him with great care. Unsurprisingly, Feng Buping had not disappointed Lin Yuan. At just 22 years of age, he was on the verge of reaching the fourth stage of skin refining. Indeed, Feng Buping possesses remarkable talent. At 22, he is nearing the fourth stage of skin refining and should achieve the fifth stage before turning 30. By the time he reaches Lin Yuan's age, he will undoubtedly have entered the realm of muscle transformation. The men remarked with envy. At this moment, Su Hua, listening intently, found himself at a loss for words. Having practiced for only half a month, he had barely reached stone skin and anticipated breaking through to the third, fourth, or even fifth stages of gold skin in no time. After a hearty meal and drink, the group dispersed. Su Hua, however, did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured to the herbal medicine shop, where he had 500 copper coins, intending to spend 400 on 4 sets of medicinal herbs. After acquiring the herbs and preparing them, he consumed several bowls of the concoction in one go. Su Hua glanced at his data panel, and the upgrade points surged to 88. He then checked his martial arts panel. Resolved to invest points in the incomplete Kaitian hand, the 88 points were swiftly depleted. Incomplete Kaitian hand, entry level. Incomplete Kaitian hand, minor success. Incomplete Kaitian hand, major success. In an instant, the techniques of the Kaitian hand manifested in Su Hua's mind, and he felt his strength and combat prowess enhanced. Su Hua opened the system panel once more. System type: one-click upgrade. Host: Su Hua. Age: 16. Cultivation: skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points: 0. Arm strength: 1000. Martial skills: 1000. Bull palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock technique, minor success. Incomplete Kaitian hand, major success. Auxiliary skills: underwater breathing technique, complete. Observing that his arm strength had reached 1,000 pounds, Su Hua's excitement was palpable, followed by a fierce determination. He pondered whether his 1,000 pounds of strength would suffice to contend with Su Xiong. Chapter 23. Soul Pursuit Palm. Su Hua mused. Yet he shook his head. He surmised that 1,000 pounds of strength was likely insufficient to rival Su Xiong, and he needed to further enhance his abilities. Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped by during this month. Su Hua had earned a wage of 150 copper coins, and being a disciple of Lin Yuan, he had managed to secure a little extra, totaling around 100 coins. Su Hua then took 300 copper coins to Schnt to purchase another batch of herbs. With over 60 upgrade points in hand, he promptly accessed the system and allocated the points to elevate the Golden Rock technique to major success. In an instant, Su Hua sensed another boost in his strength. System type: one-click upgrade. Host: Su Hua. Age: 16. Cultivation: skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points: 0. Arm strength, 1100. Martial skills, 1000 bull palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock technique, major success. Incomplete Kaitian hand, major success. Auxiliary skills, underwater breathing technique, complete. Observing the data, particularly his arm strength, which had increased by 100 pounds, he realized he now possessed an arm strength of 1,100 pounds. Zhang Fugue had also been assigned a job by Su Hua, working as a kitchen helper in the Yingshan Tower, earning 60 copper coins monthly, which was quite decent. Zhang Wanner had also secured a good job, thanks to Su Hua's assistance. Over the past month, her situation had significantly improved. With better meals, she had become more vibrant, her figure noticeably fuller. However, Zhang Wanner was wise. She refrained from dressing up when going out, even intentionally making herself appear less attractive. She understood that in troubled times, a woman's beauty could invite danger, and she wished to spare Su Hua any unnecessary worry. As Su Hua watched Zhang Wanner washing clothes, he approached her, teasing, "Sister Wanner, you've become increasingly beautiful, and your figure has improved." "Not at all," Zhang Wanner replied. Her cheeks flushing, Su Hua reclined in a chair as Zhang Wanner brewed him a pot of tea. Sipping from the cup, Su Hua squinted in contentment. Zhang Wanner approached, playfully smearing her face with soup. "Su Hua, I must head to work now." "Go ahead," Su Hua replied, squinting as he basked in the sun for a while before heading to the Lin residence, where he sought out Bai Zhan and Gao Tang for some sparring. Although Bai Zhan and Gao Tang were also at the stone skin level, their arm strength was at most 800 pounds. While Su Hua now boasted an impressive 1,100 pounds, though he concealed his true strength. "Where has Master Lin gone?" Su Hua casually inquired, having not seen Lin Yuan recently. Bai Zhan shook his head. "I don't know. He went off with Feng Booping on some business, saying he would return in a week." Su Hua nodded. His curiosity about Lin Yuan's whereabouts was merely casual. It was not his place to concern himself with such matters, as he was merely a subordinate focused on his own tasks. In the afternoon, Bai Zhan, Gao Tang, Su Hua, and Li Zue reconvened at the Yingshan Tower for a meal and drinks. Life was indeed leisurely and carefree. After their feast, the four exited the tower. At that moment, Su Hua felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him. However, when he turned around, no one was in sight. Li Zue glanced at Su Hua and asked, "What are you looking at, kid?" "Li Gu, I feel as though someone is following us," Su Hua replied with a smile. "Who could it be?" "You must be imagining things," Li Zue chuckled. Bai Zhan joined in. "Who would dare to follow us? They must be courting death, Su brother. You must be seeing things." Subsequently, the four parted ways to return home. Meanwhile, Li Zue, having drunk some wine, arrived at his residence only to find the two lanterns outside unlit. Causing him to furrow his brow, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, the entire house shrouded in darkness. "Huinyang, Chui Er," Li Zue called out, but received no response. After several attempts, he opened the door to the main hall. As he entered, the dimly lit space was empty, but in the next moment, he spotted a corpse hanging from the beam, as he quickly lit a lamp, revealing the disheveled body of his wife. "Huinyang, Huinyang, Huinyang." Li Zue severed the rope with a swift stroke and cradled his wife, howling in despair. "Huinyang, how could this happen? What transpired?" In a frenzy, Li Zue called out for his daughter. Chui Er, Chui Er. "Who did this? What happened?" he screamed. Suddenly, from behind him, an unknown figure emerged, cloaked and exuding an aura of menace, holding a small girl. "Li Zue, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Zue, witnessing this scene, shouted, "Let go of my daughter. I swear I'll kill you." He drew his blade and advanced. The figure in black coldly scoffed, stepping forward. "Your daughter is as good as gone," Li Zue, glancing at his daughter, demanded, "What do you want? Who are you? If you sever your right arm, I will release your daughter." The cloaked figure stated coldly. Li Zue furrowed his brow, the figure gripping his daughter tightly. "Unwilling? Then she shall die. Daddy, save me, save me," the girl cried. Gritting his teeth, Li Zue severed his right arm. "Let her go, foolish man. I would never release your daughter," the figure retorted. At that moment, the figure struck out toward Li Zue's daughter. "Ah, I will kill you." The one-armed Li Zue charged forward. The cloaked figure leaped back several meters, delivering a fierce blow to Li Zue's chest, leaving him bloodied and barely conscious in an instant. Li Zue struggled to lift his head. Soul Pursuit Palm, so it was you. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness. The figure in black sneered, Li Zue, who told you to follow the wrong person? Fear not. Your companions will soon join you. The road to the underworld will not be lonely, ha ha. The following day, outside Li Zue's residence, a crowd had gathered. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang rushed forward. Get the hell out of my way. Su Hua followed closely behind, entering the premises. Upon stepping inside, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang were met with the chilling sight of Huin Yang's lifeless body, Li Zue's corpse, and even the small form of a 5-year-old girl, this entire family annihilated. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang gritted their teeth in rage. Damn it, who did this? I will make him pay. Su Hua surveyed the 3 bodies, particularly fixating on Li Zue, a man who had previously treated him to a meal. Now gone without a trace, it was worth noting that Li Zue was a master of iron skin. To think that such a formidable figure could be wiped out along with his family was unfathomable. Su Hua recalled the unsettling feeling of being watched the previous night, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Someone was after them, intent on their destruction. A profound sense of crisis surged within Su Hua. During this period, he had reveled in his perceived strength, believing that his association with Lin Yuan would shield him from harm. Yet, the brutal murder of Li Zue, an iron skin master, alongside his family, without sparing even a child, was akin to a bucket of cold water dousing Su Hua's arrogance. Chapter 24, Su Xiong's Malice. At that moment, outside Li Zue's residence, a burly man appeared, clad in long garments, commanding the crowd to part. This man was Su Xiong, one of the 5 vicious dogs of the Zhou family and a trusted aide of the steward Qiguan. Su Xiong entered the hall, observing Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, and then clasped his fists in greeting. Though I am not under Lord Lin, I serve Master Zhou. I heard of this tragedy early on and came to assess the situation. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to proceed. Su Xiong approached the bodies of Wang Hui and her daughter, his brow furrowing. Such a ruthless method. No mercy shown to women and children. And even the humiliation of Li Zue's wife. This is beyond inhuman. He stepped forward, examining Li Zue's remains. The sight of Li Zue's chest, a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, and his back torn apart made Su Xiong inhale sharply. Such a sinister technique. The death of Li Zue and his family is truly a miscarriage of justice. Turning to the gathered men, Su Xiong declared, Li Zue served Master Zhou. His family perished in such a manner indicates that some do not regard the Zhou family with respect. You must investigate this thoroughly, otherwise, what face will Lord Lin and Master Zhou have left? Gao Tang and Bai Zhan clasped their hands in agreement, assuring him, rest assured, Su Xiong, we will conduct a thorough investigation. I shall report faithfully to Steward Qi and will carry out my own inquiry. If we do not capture the true culprit, the deaths of Li Zue and his family will be a grave injustice. If not, I, Su Xiong, may be next. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Have you forgotten the fate of my brother Su Wei? It appears to be the same perpetrator. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded in recognition. We have heard of at this moment. Su Hua furrowed his brow upon hearing Su Xiong's words, pondering what he meant by the same person. For it was Su Xiong who had killed Su Wei. Yet, he had no hand in the deaths of Li Zue and his family. Su Hua sensed that Su Xiong was concealing something. Su Xiong continued, you handle the matters here. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Su Xiong. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang replied, as Su Xiong exited. He cast a glance at Su Hua, their eyes locking momentarily. There was something amiss. Su Hua's instinct screamed that Su Xiong was not to be trusted. He felt a deep-seated suspicion that Su Xiong was behind the massacre of Li Zue's family. Yet, Su Hua couldn't fathom how Su Xiong could possess such audacity. While Su Hua was lost in thought, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang attended to the aftermath of Li Zue's family's demise. And Su Hua suppressed his doubts for the time being. Afternoon descended, shrouded in persistent rain. Su Hua and his companions laid Li Zue's family to rest, and Bai Zhan and Gao Tang sat nearby. Deeply mournful, sharing a drink, witnessing this scene stirred Su Hua's emotions. This was the chaos of the times. Despite Li Zue's ascension to iron skin, his strength could not save him from a tragic end. In this world, brute strength dictated survival. Whoever held the power lived on. An immutable truth. Strength, indeed, was paramount. Su Hua furrowed his brow. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang gazed at the grave, solemnly vowing, "Li Zue, rest assured, we will capture the murderer and provide you with justice." The three then departed, parting ways. As Su Hua looked back at them, he cautioned, "Gao brother, by brother, with the mysterious death of Li Zue's family, you must be vigilant. I fear this is not merely an attack directed at Li Zue but at us all." Gao Tang and Bai Zhan nodded, reassuring him, "Worry not, Su Xiao brother. You must also prioritize your safety." Soon, Su Hua returned to his courtyard, sensing an ominous presence that unsettled him, leaving him anxious about the precariousness of his life. He poured himself a jug of wine and sought out Fu Gue for a few drinks, with Wanner seated beside him. "Brother Hua, what troubles you?" Fu Gue inquired. Zhang Wan looked at Su Hua, her expression heavy with concern, and softly asked, "Su Hua, what has happened?" "Li Zue, a master under Lord Lin, has been killed," Su Hua replied. Zhang Fu Gue and Zhang Wanner understood the significance of Li Zue. A crucial aide to Lord Lin, his reputation in Hailing Town rivaling that of Su Xiong. Now, he was dead. Su Hua glanced at Zhang Wanner and immediately stood, saying, "Fu Gue, Wanner, we must refrain from contact in the coming days. I once believed joining Lin Yuan would ensure my safety, but it seems otherwise. I have unwittingly entangled myself in a conflict." Zhang Fu Gue nodded in agreement. "Understood." Su Hua then left, with Zhang Wanner trailing behind. "Warning, Su Hua, be careful." Observing her concern, Su Hua offered a reassuring smile, "Do not worry, Wanner. I will find a way." Upon returning to his room, Su Hua lay on his wooden bed, analyzing the situation. The murder of Li Zue and his family did not appear to stem from external forces. Li Zue bore no sins that would provoke such hostility. He had sensed something amiss in Su Xiong's gaze earlier. If Su Xiong were indeed responsible for Li Zue's death, what would be the motive? Su Xiong was under Lin Yuan's authority and would not dare to act against Li Zue's family. If Su Xiong had the audacity to do so, it was likely that a greater power was backing him, Steward Qiguan. Realizing this, Su Hua comprehended that by aligning himself with Lin Yuan, he had become embroiled in the conflict between Lin Yuan and Qiguan. Yet, did Qiguan not fear Lin Yuan's return? Su Hua thought, rising from his bed, donning his raincoat, and concealing his face beneath a hat before slipping out of his courtyard. Within half an hour, Su Hua scaled the wall into a small courtyard. The residence of Zhang Long, a key aide to Su Xiong. Zhang Long was meditating when he heard rustling outside. He rose to investigate, opening the door. As he did, a dagger pressed against his throat. "You will answer my questions," came a chilling voice. "Oh, you have the audacity to know who I am." Before Zhang Long could finish his sentence, the blade sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth. "You will answer my questions. Speak another word, and you will die," the cloaked figure intoned coldly. Zhang Long trembled, recognizing the ruthlessness of his assailant, and ceased his futile attempts at conversation. "What do you wish to know?" "Who killed Li Zue?" Zhang Long hesitated, stammering, I do not know." With a swift motion, the dagger shifted, plunging into Zhang Long's shoulder, blood spraying. "I do not have much patience. Continue to speak nonsense, and this dagger will take your life." "Not merely wound you," the cloaked figure warned. Zhang Long, now thoroughly terrified, blurted out, "I will tell you." Chapter 25. Confronting the crisis. "It was my boss, Su Xiong, who killed him." Su Hua's heart jolted at this revelation. Indeed, Su Xiong was responsible for the deaths of Li Zue and his family. Earlier that day, Su Xiong had feigned concern, visiting Li Zue's home under the guise of investigation. This beast spared neither women nor children, even dishonoring Li Zue's wife, Wang Hui. Why would Su Xiong kill Li Zue, knowing he was aligned with Lin Yuan? Su Xiong was acutely aware. He intended to eliminate not only Li Zue but also Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, as both were invaluable aides to Lin Yuan. And let us not forget the newcomer, a lad named Su Hua. Su Hua's suspicions were confirmed. Su Xiong was not merely targeting Li Zue but a larger group. How could Su Xiong possess such audacity? Zhang Long gulped nervously, explaining, the directive to eliminate Li Zue was part of a plan orchestrated by Steward Qi. And when Lin Yuan returns, will he not seek out Qiguan? Su Hua inquired, his mind racing. Lord Lin may not return. Steward Qi has laid an ambush alongside Zhao Zhan and others to eliminate Lin Yuan and Feng Buping. Su Xiong has been tasked with eradicating Lin Yuan's followers. With this revelation, Su Hua realized he had indeed been drawn into the battle between Lin Yuan and Qi Guan. With Li Zue's death, Su Xiong would likely turn his sights on them next, Bai Zhan, Gao Tang, and himself, each a master of stone skin, while Su Xiong wielded iron skin. If Li Zue, an iron skin master, could not withstand Su Xiong, it was evident that Su Xiong was a formidable foe. You've heard all I have to say. Will you spare me now? Zhang Long pleaded. No. Su Hua removed his bamboo hat and took off the black mask. Zhang Long looked at Su Hua, his expression shifting dramatically. You are Su Hua. Indeed, Su Hua replied, a ruthless glint in his eyes in a swift motion. The dagger in his hand pierced through Zhang Long's neck, and he withdrew it before delivering a kick that sent Zhang Long flying. Zhang Long fell to the ground, clutching his neck desperately, but it was futile. He soon succumbed to his fate. Su Hua scoured Zhang Long's room, collecting 300 copper coins, and then slipped away. Upon returning home, Su Hua's countenance was chillingly grim. Until Su Xiong was eliminated, the threat would remain. Yet, he was no match for Su Xiong. Su Hua opened his data panel. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation, skin refinement, stone skin, upgrade points, 0 strength, 1100 martial skills, complete Qin Yo Palm, complete Black Tiger Fist, major achievement in Jinyan skill, major achievement in Remnant Heaven opening hand auxiliary skill, complete underwater breathing technique. Gazing at the data panel, he realized that he needed to elevate both the Jinyan skill and the Remnant Heaven opening hand to full mastery in order to contend with Su Xiong. To eliminate Su Xiong, he needed at least one more stone skin technique perfected. This meant that mastering 3 stone skin techniques would significantly increase his chances of defeating Su Xiong. Su Hua exhaled deeply. Acquiring another stone skin technique should not pose much difficulty. He could obtain one from Bai Zhan or Gao Tang without much trouble. However, fully mastering all martial skills would require a considerable amount of upgrade points, and thus a substantial amount of wealth. Damn, I am truly broke. Early the next morning, Su Hua rose early and made his way to Gao Tang and Bai Zhan's place. Seeing that they were unharmed, Su Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Brother Bai, Brother Gao, was there any trouble last night? Both shook their heads. Nothing happened. Su Xiao, brother. What about you? No trouble, I hope? Su Hua replied, nothing at all. Then it seems that it was an external force that killed Li Zue, Bai Zhan remarked. Su Hua chose not to divulge the plan concerning Lin. There was no need to share it with them. What mattered most was enhancing his own strength, and ideally, he needed to accomplish this within a day or two. After all, one could never predict when Su Xiong might strike. Perhaps tonight, or perhaps tomorrow night? Su Hua was racing against time. The more he could elevate his strength, the more secure his own safety would become. Likewise, an increase in his capabilities would ensure the safety of Gao Tang and Bai Zhan as well. Although Su Hua had only recently met them, they had treated him quite well, and Li Zue had also been kind to him. The tragic demise of Li Zue and his family intensified Su Hua's desire to eliminate Su Xiong. After completing their respective tasks, Su Hua glanced at Gao Tang and said, Brother Gao, shall we spar? Gao Tang nodded. Sure. Gao Tang assumed a stance, his palms slicing through the air, for he practiced the air-splitting palm. Su Hua practiced the Remnant Heaven opening hand with Gao Tang, though he held back his strength. In a true confrontation, Su Hua could defeat Gao Tang within 10 moves, as Gao Tang's stone skin cultivation only afforded him a maximum strength of 800 pounds. Once their practice concluded, Su Hua smiled. Brother Gao, your air-splitting palm is indeed exquisite. Gao Tang shook his head and laughed. Su Xiao, brother, my air-splitting palm pales in comparison to your Remnant Heaven opening hand. Besides, I can only cultivate my air-splitting palm to the stone skin level. Lin's Remnant Heaven opening hand lives up to its reputation. After a few years of practice, you can seek Lin for the advanced sections of the Remnant Heaven opening hand. At just 16 or 17, you'll reach Iron Skin by 20. What remarkable talent you possess, Bai Zhan interjected. Indeed, reaching Iron Skin by 20 is quite impressive, though perhaps not on par with Feng Buping. It is not far off. Your future is boundless. Hearing their praise, Su Hua chuckled. You flatter me, my brothers. Su Hua then studied Gao Tang. His sparring was not merely to enhance his own strength, but to learn the air-splitting palm. Although this martial skill was not as high in rank as the Remnant Heaven opening hand, acquiring it would surely boost his martial prowess significantly. Brother Gao, to be honest, I find your air-splitting palm quite intriguing. May I learn it? Gao Tang was taken aback. You are interested in my air-splitting palm? Yes, quite interested, Su Hua affirmed. Very well. Gao Teng generously led Su Hua to his residence, where he retrieved a tome from a drawer indeed. It was the air-splitting palm. Su Xiao brother, feel free to copy it. Su Hua quickly transcribed the air-splitting palm. Thank you for this generous gift, Brother Gao, Su Hua said. Gao Teng waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, Su Xiao brother. The air-splitting palm is not particularly valuable. Just practice it diligently. Leaving Gao Teng's abode with the air-splitting palm in hand, Su Hua now needed to amass upgrade points swiftly. He required a significant sum to purchase medicinal materials. Mastering 3 martial skills to their fullest would necessitate at least 1,500 copper coins. After acquiring 300 copper coins from Zhonglong and saving around 200 more, Su Hua currently possessed 500 copper coins, far from sufficient, as he still needed another 1,000. With the threat looming, Su Xiong could strike at any moment. Seeking assistance from Gao Teng and Baijian, their wages were modest, and they often spent what little they earned on feasts or medicinal materials for training. In an instant, Su Hua devised a plan. Chapter 26. Sudden Surge in Strength, 1,600 pounds. Instead of returning home, Su Hua headed towards the Yingchun Tower. The establishment was bustling with business as usual. Upon noticing Su Hua's arrival, the owner greeted him with a respectful Master Su, while patrons dining nearby also clasped their fists in greeting. Master Su has arrived. Have you finished your tasks today? Su Hua nodded. That moment, a robust, imposing figure descended from the second floor, flanked by 2 heavily made-up women. As Su Xiong made his way down, the owner quietly remarked, Su Yi, safe travels. Su Hua watched as Su Xiong exited the Yingchun Tower with the 2 women, a burning desire to slay this beast at that very moment. Yet he knew he was no match for Su Xiong. He had to remain calm and composed. At this juncture, the owner of Yingchun Tower approached Su Hua again. Master Su, what would you like to eat today? We have braised perch as well as dry-fried beef. Do you have bear paws? I want bear paws. Bring me 3 plates, Su Hua commanded. Bear paws? Yes, we have them. I'll have someone prepare them right away. Please follow me to the private room on the 2nd floor. Su Hua instructed. The owner of Yingchun Tower, Mr. Lin, wore an apologetic expression. Master Su, I'm afraid all the private rooms are occupied today. Would it be acceptable for you to dine in the hall instead? Did you not hear me? I want to go to the private room. I do not wish to repeat myself, Su Hua replied coldly. Mr. Lin's expression shifted as he recognized Su Hua's rising anger. He had no desire to provoke Lin's people. Very well, I will make arrangements immediately. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shang descended from the 2nd floor, beaming, Master Su, a private room is now available. Please, take a seat. Soon, Su Hua found himself in the private room on the 2nd floor. After a while, 3 bear paws were placed before him. He savored the bear paws while glancing at the nearby worker. Call your boss over. I need to discuss something with him. Before long, Lin Shang entered, closing the door behind him. Master Su, what do you need? Su Hua replied, Indeed, I have a favor to ask of you. Master Su, what can I assist you with? Loan me 1,000 copper coins. I will return 1,200 to you tomorrow. Su Hua stated, locking eyes with Lin Shang. Lin Shang furrowed his brow. As a restaurant owner, he was not a moneylender. Master Su, I run a restaurant, not a lending service. If everyone came to borrow money, how could I maintain my business? I kindly ask you not to put me in a difficult position. Just this once, Su Hua insisted. Master Su, this, Lin Shang appeared conflicted. Su Hua observed, Are you worried I won't repay you? Master Su, I truly do not have a policy for lending money to this. Su Hua rose. Then let's make an exception. The murderous intent radiating from Su Hua caused Lin Shang to tremble slightly. He did not hesitate to respond. All right, Master Su, I will lend you the money, but please do not let anyone know that I can lend money here, or else other rascals may follow suit. And my business would suffer. Su Hua smiled. Rest assured, tomorrow I will return 1,200 copper coins to you. Master Su is jesting. 1,000 copper coins will suffice. Lin Shang then handed over 5 bundles of copper coins, each containing 200 coins, totaling 1,000 coins. Master Su, please count them. No need to count, Su Hua replied, pocketing the coins and preparing to leave. As he exited, Su Hua flashed a smile. Apologies for any offense today. Mr. Lin, not at all, not at all. I can see that Master Su must be in a hurry. Please, go ahead, Mr. Lin replied. As Su Hua departed from the Yingchun Tower, Lin Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I can't afford to offend him. Su Hua is no ordinary troublemaker. His murderous aura is truly terrifying. If I had refused, I might have lost my life. But it's just 1,000 copper coins. I suppose I can help him this once. Upon acquiring 1,000 copper coins, Su Hua hastily sprinted back home, retrieving the 500 coins he had diligently saved. He swiftly made his way to the Si Chun Tang. With a total of 1,500 copper coins, Su Hua purchased 15 bundles of medicinal herbs from Si Chun Tang. A large sack of herbs was brought back by Su Hua. He understood that time was of the essence. It was possible that Su Xiong would make his move that very night. Therefore, before nightfall, he needed to significantly enhance his strength. While boiling the herbs, Su Hua accessed the system and entered the specifications for the Pai Kong Zhang technique. System: Register Pai Kong Zhang. The registration was successful. After 2 hours, more than 10 bundles of herbs were finally brewed into a thick, dark medicinal broth, which Su Hua heartily consumed. Soon, his body became exceedingly hot. Typically, a martial artist would never dare to consume such a potent concoction, as their bodies could hardly withstand the overwhelming effects. However, Su Hua was different. He could utilize the system for transformation. Sure enough, the upgrade points within Su Hua's system began to rise. 10 points, 15 points, 30 points, 50 points, 100 points. The ascent continued, reaching 158 points. Then 200 points, and finally 238 points. It was not until the points peaked at 268 that they ceased to rise. With excitement in his eyes, Su Hua gazed at the upgrade points, now totaling 268. He promptly summoned the system panel, system type, one-click upgrade host, Su Hua age, 16 cultivation level, refining skin, stone skin, upgrade points, 268 arm strength, 1100 martial skills, Jianyo palm, perfected, Black Tiger fist, perfected, catching cicada skill, perfected, Jin Yin skill, major achievement, remnant version of opening heaven hand, major achievement, Pai Kong Zhang, not yet entered, auxiliary skills, underwater breathing method, perfected. Su Hua directly activated the Jin Yin skill, noticing a plus sign in the display, and executed a wave of upgrades. Jin Yin skill mastered, Jin Yin skill perfected. Subsequently, he activated the remnant version of opening heaven hand, furiously tapping the plus sign. Remnant version of opening heaven hand mastered, remnant version of opening heaven hand perfected. Upon perfecting these two skills, Su Hua felt a significant increase in his power and vitality, accompanied by the emergence of white energy streams surrounding him. Glancing at the remaining upgrade points, which stood at 128, Su Hua did not hesitate to tap the plus sign for Pai Kong Zhang repeatedly. After a flurry of taps, Pai Kong Zhang was instantly perfected. With 3 martial skills perfected, Su Hua felt an immense surge of energy, his strength skyrocketing, and his vitality flowing smoothly. He sensed that his very breath had become intensely fiery, as if his body were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Is this my power? Su Hua ventured into the backyard, leaping several meters with ease, casually grasping at the void, which shattered with a resounding crack. His stature appeared to elevate significantly. Boom. Su Hua unleashed his palm techniques, his entire being emanating white energy. Although he had not reached the 3rd level of skin refining, his combat power had already surpassed that of iron skinned. Su Hua retracted his strength, fixing his gaze upon the arm strength displayed in the system. Arm strength, 1,600 pounds, splendid, ecstatic yet filled with a murderous aura. He felt a surge of killing intent. Chapter 27, Su Xiong, the Dead Bear, System Type, One-Click Upgrade Host, Su Hua Age, 16 Cultivation Level, Refining Skin, Stone Skin, Upgrade Points, 28 Arm Strength, 1,600 Martial Skills, Jianyo Palm, Perfected, Black Tiger Fist, Perfected, Catching Cicada Skill, Perfected, Jin Yin Skill, Perfected, Remnant version of Opening Heaven Hand, Perfected, Pai Kong Zhang, Perfected, Auxiliary Skills, Underwater Breathing Method, Perfected. At that moment, on the streets of the impoverished district, Zhang Fugui was running frantically, arriving at the entrance of Su Hua's courtyard, where he directly pushed open the gate. Brother Hua, Brother Hua. Su Hua, sensing someone approaching in the backyard, recognized the breath. It was indeed Fugui. He stepped into the front yard to find a visibly exhausted Fugui. Fugui, what brings you here? Brother Hua, when I returned from work, I saw Su Xiong heading towards the residence of Gao Tang. As soon as Fugui spoke, Su Hua's expression shifted. This is bad. Su Xiong is planning to make a move against Brother Gao. I must go at once. Fugui's face filled with concern. Brother Hua, are you really going? That is Su Xiong we're talking about. Zhang Wanner, who had approached from the neighboring courtyard, shared her worries. Seeing her, Su Hua leaned closer to her ear. Sister Wanner, fret not. I shall come to no harm. I still intend to marry you. Wanner blushed deeply at his words, nearly overwhelmed with shyness. She shot Su Hua a disapproving glance, exclaiming, even at this moment, you still jest. You are facing Su Xiong, and I truly worry for you. Hearing this, Su Hua let out a hearty laugh. Su Xiong, more like the dead bear. Fugui, confused, looked on. Su Hua demonstrated his power by casually slapping a wall, which crumbled with a loud crash, creating a large hole. Deciding it was time to reveal his strength to Fugui and Wanner, Su Hua no longer felt the need to hide. Fugui gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide. Brother Hua, when did you become this formidable? Wanner, her chest puffed out, covered her mouth in awe. Incredible, truly incredible. So, you need not worry about me. With that, Su Hua leapt several meters away, vanishing into the night. At that moment, Zhang Fugui was still in a daze. When did Brother Hua become this powerful? I had no inkling whatsoever. Zhang Wanner, her expression suddenly serious, recalled certain events. On that day when Su Wei harassed me, he mysteriously died the next day. Could it be Su Hua's doing? Fugui was taken aback. You're right, sister. Su Wei harassed you. And the very next day he was eliminated. It appears Brother Hua has been protecting us from the shadows. Wanner pressed her lips together. Fugui, Su Hua's kindness towards us siblings is truly immense. You must never forget it. Rest assured, sister, my life belongs to Brother Hua. Should he ever require assistance, I would gladly risk my life for him, Fugui declared, pounding his chest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baijan was practicing at home when a pigeon suddenly flew in. It was a messenger pigeon from Lord Lin. Baijan retrieved a secret letter from the bird's leg. Upon opening the letter, Baijan's face changed dramatically. He quickly dashed towards Gao Tang's location. Gao Tang, still drinking, noticed Baijan's grave expression as he approached. Baijan, what has happened? A letter from Feng Buping. Quick, look. Gao Tang read the contents of the letter. His face contorted with rage. Ushtong. It turns out it was that beast Su Xiong. Damn it. He killed the Li family and even insulted Huin Yang. I swear, Su Xiong, I will not rest until you are dead. The letter detailed Feng Buping's notes, stating that housekeeper Qi Guan, along with Zhao Zhan and others, were ambushing Lord Lin at Qiu Mountain, while Su Xiong was tasked with eliminating Lord Lin's capable subordinates. At that moment, in an inn at Qiu Mountain, Lin Yuan, clad in a long robe, sat drinking and snacking on peanuts, while Feng Buping vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Has the message been sent? Lin Yuan asked, nonchalantly. Feng Buping nodded. Master, it has been sent. I instructed them to leave Heilong Town at once. Lin Yuan sighed. In this chaotic era of martial arts, Qi Guan will inevitably make a move against me. Does he not realize that both he and I are merely dogs of Lord Zhou? Qi Guan has left Su Xiong in Heilong Town, hoping they can escape. Feng Buping frowned. With Su Xiong there, they may not be able to escape. Baijan turned to Gao Tang. If Lord Lin has instructed us to leave, we should depart immediately. Gao Tang gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, let us leave at once. I wonder if there is danger awaiting Lord Lin. Do not worry about Lord Lin's strength. We must hurry to flee. By the way, where is Su Hua? I will go inform him, Gao Tang said. However, at that very moment, the door suddenly swung open and a figure entered. Gao Tang and Baijan's expressions changed dramatically, for Su Xiong had arrived. At that moment, Su Xiong smiled and said, planning to flee? I wonder where you think you're going. Damn it, Su Xiong. You slaughtered the Li family, you beast, I will end you. Gao Tang roared furiously, while Baijan also prepared to unleash his power. In that instant, Su Hua charged in. Upon seeing Su Xiong present, he glanced at Baijan and Gao Tang, relieved to find them unharmed. Good, everything is well. Brother Bai, Brother Gao, I have arrived. Gao Tang immediately responded. Su Xiao, it was Su Xiong who killed the Li family. I received a message from Lord Lin that Su Xiong is here in Heilong Town to deal with us. Su Hua was already aware of the situation. However, at this moment, he no longer feared Su Xiong. After all, it was still the same assertion. Iron-skinned Su Xiong, more like the dead bear. At this moment, Su Xiong took a step forward, causing Gao Tang and Bai Zhan to retreat several paces. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the duo realized that even when working together, they were no match for Su Xiong. Gao Tang perceived the vast disparity in strength between them and Su Xiong. If only Li Zue were still alive, the three of them might stand a chance in unison. But with Li Zue dead, they felt as fragile as paper before Su Xiong. Regardless of how one viewed the situation, it was clear that tonight spelled doom. Su Xiong gazed at the trio with a scornful expression. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan will undoubtedly perish in Xiu Mountain. As for you three, fret not, I shall spare your lives tonight. Do not entertain notions of escape. I will escort each of you away one by one. Starting tomorrow, I will take 3 days to dispose of you, killing one each day. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan understood that Su Xiong was toying with them. Laden with a sense of humiliation, damn it, Su Xiong, if you seek battle, then let it be so. Bai Zhan shouted defiantly. Su Xiong merely shook his head, his disdain evident. You are but a few insignificant ants. I am merely here to notify you. With that, he turned and departed. Su Hua's lips curled into a cold smile. Tonight, he intended to slay the bear. Chapter 28. The encounter with Su Xiong. The reason Su Hua refrained from attacking Su Xiong on the spot was that he did not wish to reveal his strength before Gao Tang and Bai Zhan. Having only been under Lin Yuan's tutelage for a mere month, it would be difficult to explain how he had acquired the power to kill Su Xiong. Moreover, he was uncertain whether it was the second steward, Qi Guanqing, who had fallen in Xiu Mountain, or if Lin Yuan had managed to break through. If Lin Yuan had indeed been ambushed, it would spell trouble. Hence, Su Hua had another plan. After slaying Su Xiong tonight, he would leave Heihong Town with Gao Tang and Bai Zhan. Otherwise, if Qi Guanqing succeeded in ambushing Lin Yuan, they would have no way out. With this thought, Su Hua exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly, they were in a precarious situation. If only he possessed sufficient strength to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Alas, Su Hua felt his current capabilities were still lacking, only able to contend with Su Xiong. Nonetheless, the immediate crisis seemed to have been averted. At this moment, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan wore exceptionally grim expressions, fully aware that even united, they could not withstand Su Xiong's might. They exchanged glances with Su Hua and sighed. Young brother Su, it appears we may not escape this calamity. Then Gao Tang added, since we cannot evade our fate, let us share a drink. Agreed, Su Hua replied with a smile. The three of them then began to drink together. However, Su Hua was curious. Did Zhou Changlong, the head of the Zhou family, have no interest in these matters? Brother Gao, Brother Bai, I am curious. Does the head of the Zhou family not concern himself with Qi Guan's ambush on Lord Lin? Both shook their heads. He does not intervene. Upon hearing this, Su Hua felt a jolt. It seemed Zhou Changlong was not an ordinary individual. At midnight, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan lay drunkenly on the ground, still babbling. Come, let us continue drinking. Su Hua rose, channeling his energy, causing the alcohol he had consumed to transform into white steam that billowed from his pores. Casting a glance at Gao Tang and Bai Zhan, he reassured them, do not worry. You shall not perish. Su Hua dashed homeward, changing into a black outfit upon arrival. He donned a bamboo hat, put on a raincoat, and secured a dagger at his waist. Lacking proper weaponry, he planned to acquire a suitable one in the future. With that, he set off directly towards Su Xiong's estate. At this moment, Su Xiong's residence was bustling with activity. The outer courtyard was filled with numerous maids scurrying about. While within, Su Xiong lounged in a chair, reveling in the moonlight. Ah, it is still most pleasurable to indulge with that Wang Huide. Su Xiong licked his lips. Meanwhile, outside Su Xiong's estate, a figure clad in a raincoat approached. His eyes brimming with murderous intent, Su Hua glanced at the character Su Fu, aware that tonight would herald a massacre. Not only Su Xiong would fall, but others within the estate as well. As Su Hua reached the entrance, 2 guards barred his way. Who goes there? A delivery of wine, Su Hua replied. The guards remained on high alert, insisting, a delivery? Lord Su did not summon any wine, I told you. He did, Su Hua retorted, raising his gaze to meet theirs. The guards exchanged a glance, hesitating. Wait here. We will inquire. No need to wait. Su Hua interjected, swiftly extending his hands like a striking serpent, grasping their throats. As they struggled, he crushed their windpipes. Su Hua strode inside, and several guards in the outer courtyard, startled by the sudden appearance of the raincoat figure, drew their swords and surrounded him. Who dares to trespass on Lord Su's territory? In an instant, blades flashed as Su Hua unleashed a powerful punch that shattered one guard's sword, landing squarely on his chest. With a resounding impact, the guard was sent flying several meters, his chest caved in. Blood and flesh scattered, Su Hua leaped forward, sweeping one guard aside with a palm strike, then soared into the air, seizing another by the head and twisting it violently. Within moments, Su Xiong's subordinates lay slain at Su Hua's feet. Now, a pool of blood surrounded 7 or 8 corpses, and Su Hua felt no pity. All within this estate must perish. When Su Xiong had slaughtered Li Zue's entire family, he had shown no mercy. In times of chaos, those with compassionate hearts would not endure long. Meanwhile, inside the inner courtyard, Su Xiong was engaged in his training. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing a powerful aura of murderous intent. Killing intent? Someone's here. In an instant, he sprang to his feet. Just then, the inner courtyard doors exploded open, splintering into pieces as a figure kicked them apart. Su Xiong, come forth and meet your death. The figure in the raincoat advanced step by step into the inner courtyard. Su Xiong's face contorted in fury. He had not anticipated that someone would dare invade his estate to kill him, a deep insult to his honor. Such audacity! Who are you, to dare come here to seek death? Several maids scoffed. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Lord Su's domain? Truly, you seek your own demise. Very well, before you die, I shall grant you the peace of mind to know who has slain you. Su Hua removed his raincoat and hat, revealing his true identity. Upon seeing Su Hua, Su Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it's you, this mud-footed brat. I thought it was someone significant. With your meager prowess, you dare come to kill me? You truly are deluded. Before Su Xiong could finish his taunt, he lunged forward, his palm descending with tremendous force towards Su Hua. Su Hua's gaze sharpened. He swiftly summoned all his strength, channeling 1,600 pounds of power into his arm. As Su Xiong's palm descended, Su Hua retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom. The two forces collided, sending Su Xiong staggering backward in shock. How is this possible? A mere stone-skinned cultivator possesses such strength. Su Hua, too, was taken aback. Su Xiong was indeed formidable. It was clear he needed to end this swiftly. Su Hua propelled himself into the air, unleashing a barrage of mighty punches, each infused with 1,600 pounds of force. His fists descended upon Su Xiong like massive iron hammers. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After the 10th strike, Su Xiong could no longer withstand the assault, hurtling backward like a broken kite. Chapter 29. A bountiful harvest. Cleaned out, damn it. How is this possible? Su Xiong lay half reclined on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise. He gazed at Su Hua in disbelief. He was a master of iron skin, and even Li Zue, who was not of iron skin, had been no match for him. Yet this stone-skinned brat had managed to injure him. Su Hua observed Su Xiong rising, feeling a slight tremor of surprise. Indeed, Su Xiong was remarkably resilient. Managing to stand once more, Su Hua swiftly dashed forward, raising his palm for another strike, this time even more ferocious. As all his energy coalesced into his hand, boom, Su Xiong activated his technique, white smoke billowing around him. The already imposing Su Xiong appeared to grow even taller. His combat power surged. Su Hua's heart raced. He had initially thought he could swiftly eliminate Su Xiong, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Regardless, Su Hua had revealed his identity. No matter the circumstances, Su Xiong had to die today. Su Xiong roared. Mud-footed brat, do you think I, Su Xiong, can be so easily killed? He charged once more, a foul wind accompanying him, the air tearing apart with the force of his attack. As Su Hua saw Su Xiong's massive palm coming toward him, he furrowed his brow, stepping back before reaching into his pants and tossing a handful of powder directly at Su Xiong. Su Xiong screamed, "Damn it, lime, my eyes!" Protecting his eyes, he felt an intense burning sensation, rendering him unable to open them in that moment. Su Hua soared into the air, delivering a powerful strike. Su Xiong crossed his arms to block, but under Su Hua's overwhelming force, his arms were brutally shattered. Bang, bang, bang. Su Hua's palm tore through Su Xiong's defenses, striking mercilessly at his chest. Countless blows landed, leaving Su Xiong's chest a gruesome mess, blood pouring forth in excruciating pain. Su Xiong staggered backward. Su Hua seized the dagger from his back, plunging it mercilessly towards Su Xiong's neck. Swish, swish, Su Xiong's neck erupted in a fountain of blood, and he promptly collapsed to the ground. Thus, Black Dragon Town was left in terror, and the nefarious Su Xiong met his demise. Su Hua exhaled a sigh of relief. The task of slaying the bear was neither particularly arduous nor effortless, as it took merely a brief moment to accomplish. He had employed lime for a surprise attack, which indeed saved him some time. Of course, even without the lime, he could have easily dispatched Su Xiong, just at the cost of a bit more time. With Su Xiong's death, the expressions of the four maidservants nearby changed dramatically. Su Yi is dead. Su Yi has been killed. Quickly, inform the others. However, Su Hua obstructed their path. The maidservants turned to Su Hua, one of them exclaiming, "You are incredibly bold to dare to kill Su Yi." Su Hua's gaze turned icy as he swiftly drew his dagger across the throats of the four, who then crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Su Hua continued his search for others within the residence, showing no mercy as he eliminated everyone he encountered. In one chamber of the inner courtyard, a woman emerged, dressed provocatively. She was the legitimate wife of Su Xiong. Upon seeing her husband sprawled on the ground, she let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind her. She spun around to face Su Hua, retreating a few steps. Who are you? Please, don't kill me. Su Hua coldly inquired, "Are you Su Xiong's wife?" "Yes," she replied. Without further ado, Su Hua struck her chest with a powerful blow. With a sickening thud, she was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and expiring after coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. Moments later, the Su residence was devoid of life, thoroughly cleansed of its occupants. Su Hua displayed a glimmer of excitement. The time for a bountiful harvest had arrived. Su Xiong had committed numerous atrocities in Black Dragon Town over the years, and his resources must surely be substantial. At the very least, he was likely hoarding considerable wealth. Su Hua ventured into the courtyard, arriving at Su Xiong's chamber, where he forcefully kicked open the door and began rummaging through the belongings. Eventually, he uncovered a black box. Upon opening it, he discovered dozens of strings of copper coins. After counting, he found a total of 5,000 copper coins, which was quite satisfactory. Given that Su Xiong earned over 200 copper coins a month, he would have needed 2 years to amass such a sum, not to mention his extravagant expenditures on several maidservants, guards, and the upkeep of his legitimate wife. As a martial artist, his costs would only escalate. Thus, having 5,000 copper coins in savings was indeed commendable. Had he not extorted protection fees from his brother Su Wei, he might not have accumulated such wealth. The higher one's martial prowess, the greater the expenses, a lifetime's earnings often invested entirely in oneself. Su Hua had experienced a similar fate in his previous life, working tirelessly only to invest everything into property in this world. However, the focus was primarily on self-investment. After all, the higher one's combat prowess, the more secure one felt, and the greater the potential for earning wealth. Regardless of the amount, Su Hua did not begrudge his fortune. It was all a windfall. Soon after, Su Hua stumbled upon another surprise. The bottom of the box contained a martial technique known as the Soul Pursuit Palm, which was Su Xiong's signature skill. Su Hua eagerly examined it, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he realized that this technique encompassed a complete set of practices capable of reaching the 5th level of skin refinement at its pinnacle. Donning a raincoat and hat, Su Hua departed from the Su residence with a small box in hand. The following morning, a throng of townsfolk gathered outside the Su residence, buzzing with the news of Su Xiong's demise. Zhang Fuguei and Zhang Wan'er also overheard the chatter surrounding Su Xiong's death. The siblings, recalling Su Hua's words from the previous night, were utterly astonished. Su Hua had indeed slain Su Xiong. However, being astute individuals, they refrained from revealing any details about Su Hua's involvement in the killing. Su Hua had risen early, bringing with him 1,200 copper coins to the Yingchun Tower. 1,200 copper coins. "Mr. Lin, please accept this," he stated. Mr. Lin nodded. "Very well. I shall gladly accept." Su Hua then made his way towards the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, Bai Zhan received the news and hurried to the Grand Hall, exclaiming, "Grand Hall, a grave matter has arisen." Startled, the Grand Hall inquired, "What is it?" "Has Lord Lin?" "No. It is Su Xiong who has been slain. Last night, everyone in Su Xiong's residence was killed, and Su Xiong himself met a gruesome end." "I went to see for myself," Bai Zhan animatedly gestured. The Grand Hall was taken aback. "What? Su Xiong has been killed. Could it be that Lord Lin has returned?" "No, Lord Lin and Feng Buping have yet to return. We do not know who is responsible." The Grand Hall mused. Could it be the chief steward or perhaps Zhou Zhu? Neither the chief steward nor Zhou Zhu would involve themselves in such matters. Bai Zhan countered. Just then, Su Hua entered the room. The two immediately approached him, patting his shoulder. "Su Xiao brother, we have splendid news to share. Su Xiong is dead. We are safe now." "What? Su Xiong is dead? Who did it?" Su Hua exclaimed, genuinely surprised. The two shook their heads. "We do not know who did it. He just suddenly died. It is said that the assailant was even more ruthless than Su Xiong, eliminating everyone in his household and making off with Su Xiong's wealth. Su Xiong has offended too many people. This day was bound to come," Su Hua acknowledged. "Indeed, our safety is assured, but we must ascertain the situation regarding Lord Lin. If Qi Guan ambushes him, he could be in grave danger." Su Hua's gaze sharpened as he pondered whether Lin Yuan was a match for Qi Guan. If Lin Yuan were to be eliminated, returning Qi Guan would spell trouble. The two looked at Su Hua, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Su Xiao brother. Lord Lin's cultivation is formidable. Even if Qi Guan attempts to ambush him, he won't be harmed in the slightest." Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, Feng Buping wielded his sword, dispatching numerous foes. Lin Yuan, dressed as a scholar, appeared gentle but was, in fact, fearsome and brutal. As enemies approached with blades drawn, he elegantly evaded and swiftly incapacitated them. Snapping necks with eased eye in mere moments, the vicious bandits were all dispatched. Lin Yuan flicked off the dust from his attire and called out, "Qi, come forth." At that moment, a lean, middle-aged man emerged from behind the trees. It was Qi Guan, the third steward of the Zhou family, accompanied by Zhao Zhan. Despite being a scholar by background, his martial prowess was terrifying. "Lin Yuan, it has been too long since we last sparred. Today, let us engage in a proper contest." Qi Guan proposed. "Agreed," Lin Yuan replied. Qi Guan shot forward like an arrow. "Buping, step back," Lin Yuan instructed his disciple. "Yes, master." Feng Buping retreated a considerable distance, while the two figures collided like wild beasts, leaving the ground shattered and airwaves erupting. Feng Buping, feeling the overwhelming force, instinctively stepped back even further, while Zhao Zhan also found himself retreating. The ground trembled as the two exchanged blows, creating chaos and sending debris flying. Trees fell, and the grove resembled the aftermath of a colossal beast's rampage. After a moment, the two combatants separated. Qi Guan's expression was grave. "Lin Yuan, I did not expect you to remain this powerful." "Zhao Zhan, we shall take our leave." As Lin Yuan watched Qi Guan depart with Zhao Zhan, his expression darkened. "Buping, we must return. The individuals I trained are likely to have been wiped out by Qi Guan's forces. One day, I shall bring ruin to Qi Guan." Feng Buping immediately replied, "Master, once I return, I will assassinate Su Xiong myself. This vile bear deserves to die. I have longed to eliminate him. That is acceptable." Soon, Qi Guan returned, frustrated by his failure to ambush Lin Yuan. However, news soon reached him. Su Xiong had been slain. Most perplexing was the identity of the assailant. Damn it! Who killed Su Xiong? Qi Guan fumed, recalling how his subordinate Li Zue had been killed by Su Xiong, only to meet his own demise the following day. Zhao Zhan echoed his confusion. "Indeed, Qi, this is quite puzzling. We do not know who was responsible for Su Xiong's death. Enough of this. He was merely a dog," Qi Guan coldly remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned to his residence with Feng Buping. Upon hearing of Lin Yuan's return, Su Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Lin Yuan is safe, that is what matters. At least I have a powerful ally. If anything were to happen to Lin Yuan, it would spell disaster. In such a case, he would have no choice but to flee with Zhang Wan'er. Subsequently, the Grand Hall, Bai Zhan, and Su Hua made their way to Lin Yuan's estate. The three men approached Lin Yuan, bowing respectfully. "Lord Lin, are you unharmed?" Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine. It is you who have remained safe." allowing me to breathe easy. Where is Li Zue? The Grand Hall swallowed hard. Lord Lin, Li Zue and his family were killed by that beast Su Xiong. Li Zue served me for many years and contributed greatly. I cannot believe he met such a fate. This is my failure. At this juncture, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The others could distinctly sense the fury emanating from him. Su Hua felt Lin Yuan's immense power even more acutely. Lin Yuan's strength was far beyond that of Su Xiong. And even 10 Su Xiongs would likely fall before Lin Yuan with ease. In an instant, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Feng Buping, please proceed. Feng Buping stepped forward. Quickly go to Su Xiong's residence and claim his head. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Feng Buping nodded. Master, I shall go at once. At that moment, Gao Tang interjected. Master Lin, Su Xiong is already dead. He perished last night, though it remains unclear who struck him down. Everyone in the estate has been killed, and it is said that all valuables were looted. That is why Baijian, Su Hua, and I were fortunate enough to escape. Otherwise, we too would have fallen victim to Su Xiong. Oh, is that so? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Master Lin, the news has spread far and wide, Su Hua affirmed. Lin Yuan glanced at the three of them and nodded. Very well, you may all leave. With that, he closed his eyes once more, and Feng Buping, Baijian, Gao Tang, and Su Hua exited. Su Hua wished to inquire about the subsequent techniques for the Kaitian hand, but refrained, sensing Lin Yuan's displeasure. He decided to wait a few days. After all, he was not in a hurry, considering he still possessed the Soul Pursuit Palm technique. Soon, Su Hua returned to his abode, practiced for a while, and felt invigorated. He retrieved a manual from a chest, the Soul Pursuit Palm technique, renowned as Su Xiong's signature skill, capable of reaching the perfected state of refining skin, thus achieving the golden skin state. This was not a fragmented version of the technique, but a complete one. Akin to the Kaitian hand system, please input the Soul Pursuit Palm. Successfully recorded the Soul Pursuit Palm. System type, one-click upgrade, host, Su Hua, age, 16. Cultivation, refining skin, stone skin, upgrade points, 28. Strength, 1600. Martial skills, Thousand Bull Palm, perfected. Black Tiger Fist, perfected. Cicada Catching Skill, perfected. Golden Rock Skill, perfected. Fragmented Kaitian Hand, perfected. Void Slashing Palm, perfected. Soul Pursuit Palm, not yet initiated. Auxiliary Skills. Underwater Breathing Method, perfected. Observing the panel displaying the Soul Pursuit Palm, Su Hua resolved to purchase medicinal materials the following day, aiming to elevate his cultivation to iron skin. With Lin Yuan's return, Su Hua comprehended the sheer terror of Lin Yuan's strength. Even Feng Buping, Lin Yuan's direct disciple, vastly surpassed him. He had believed himself capable of defeating Su Xiong, thinking his strength sufficient, only to realize he was still too weak and needed to hasten his cultivation. Chapter 31. Breaking through to iron skin. Now, Su Hua possessed 3,800 copper coins, intending to reserve 800 and utilize the remaining 3,000, making the breakthrough to iron skin a certainty. Early the next morning, Su Hua planned to visit the Xi Chuntang to procure medicinal materials, but Gao Tang sought him out, stating that Lin Yuan requested his presence. Su Hua arrived at Lin Yuan's residence and saw Lin Yuan in the courtyard. Master Lin, do you require my assistance? Have you been diligently practicing over the past month? Lin Yuan inquired. Master, I have been earnestly training, Su Hua replied sincerely. Your own cultivation is paramount. Do not think that simply joining my ranks allows for indulgence. You must continue to train rigorously in these chaotic times. Only strength is truly your own. Lin Yuan imparted his wisdom. Hearing these words, Su Hua felt a newfound respect for Lin Yuan. Master, I will train diligently. You should be able to perform the first 3 moves of the Kaitian hand by now. If you are still unskilled in them, do not blame me for expelling you from my tutelage. Lin Yuan warned. At this, Su Hua smiled inwardly. He had already perfected the fragmented Kaitian hand. The technique comprised 9 moves, and he could effortlessly execute all 9. Su Hua summoned his strength and then performed the Kaitian hand. The first move consisted of 3 variations, each variation containing 8 strikes, which Su Hua flawlessly executed. Next, he performed the second move, with 5 variations and 10 strikes, followed by the third move with 7 variations and 12 strikes. After completing the 3 moves, Lin Yuan exhibited a hint of surprise. The execution was remarkably proficient. It seems you have indeed broken through to stone skin. However, Su Hua did not cease, but continued with the fourth and fifth moves. Aware that he needed to showcase some of his talent at this moment, Lin Yuan did not interrupt him, allowing Su Hua to proceed, and soon the ninth move of the fragmented Kaitian hand was completed. Master, I have finished. Lin Yuan regarded Su Hua, astonished, did not anticipate your talent to be so exceptional. In just a month, you have mastered all 9 moves of the Kaitian hand. It is time to impart the subsequent cultivation methods. Lin Yuan then shared the complete techniques of the Kaitian hand with Su Hua. This is the method for your further cultivation. Train diligently. I currently require capable individuals. Strive to break through to iron skin within 3 years. While your talent may not equal Buping's, it far exceeds that of Gao Tang and Bai Zhan. They are already over 30, their foundations fixed, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Perhaps in their lifetimes, they may only reach the iron skin stage. You, however, are young, only 16. If you train hard and remain diligent, you possess great potential. A martial artist requires not only luck but also perseverance. Do not let your thoughts dwell on women. Thank you, Master Lin. I will heed your teachings. Su Hua felt a deep sense of gratitude for Lin Yuan's guidance, recognizing the wisdom that stemmed from his scholarly background. Elated, Su Hua now possessed another extraordinary skill. With Su Xiong's technique added, he now had 2 formidable arts. I will also gift you a technique to enhance your combat prowess, Lin Yuan stated before retreating into his chambers. Su Hua was thrilled. Indeed, being under the mentorship of such a powerful figure was rewarding, as extraordinary skills were abundant. Shortly, Lin Yuan re-emerged, tossing a manual to Su Hua, inscribed with the title Raging Flame Blade Technique. This technique will augment your combat capabilities. When you have the time, forge yourself a blade. Su Hua's heart swelled with joy. He recognized the significance of this blade technique. Thank you, Master Lin. He bowed respectfully. You may leave. Lin Yuan waved dismissively. Exiting Lin Yuan's residence, Su Hua hurriedly made his way to see Chuntang to procure medicinal materials. Soon, he returned home with a large bag filled with 30 sets of medicinal herbs. Su Hua took his time to brew them, spending 3 days to create a concentrated broth. Next, he began to consume the concoction, which, while not particularly palatable, he drank swiftly. After ingestion, the essence of the broth was gradually absorbed by the system, converting it into upgrade points. Unbeknownst to him, a week had passed. This time, it took Su Hua an entire week to finish the broth, hindered by its unpleasant taste and his body's absorption limits. Oh, I have yet to input the complete Kaitian hand and the Raging Flame Blade Technique. System, please re-input the Kaitian hand and the Raging Flame Blade Technique. Successfully recorded the Kaitian hand and Raging Flame Blade Technique. At this moment, Su Hua eagerly opened the system to assess how many cultivation points he had gained from the 30 sets of medicinal herbs. System type, 1-click upgrade, host, Su Hua, age, 16. Cultivation, refining skin, stone skin, upgrade points, 388. Strength, 1600. Martial skills, Kaitian hand, minor mastery, soul pursuit palm, not yet initiated, Raging Flame Blade Technique, not yet initiated. Auxiliary skills, underwater breathing method, perfected. Seeing the 388 points, Su Hua exhaled, realizing these were earned from spending 3,000 copper coins. Training in martial arts was indeed costly. When Su Hua glanced at the martial skills section, he noticed that the previously practiced techniques had vanished from the display. After communicating with the system, he learned that as the host's cultivation improved, earlier skills would no longer be shown. Su Hua found this arrangement agreeable, as it prevented the martial skills section from becoming cluttered with an overwhelming array of text. The minor mastery of the Kaitian hand likely resulted from his complete mastery of the fragmented version. Hence it was classified as minor mastery here. Without hesitation, Su Hua activated the Kaitian hand, and a plus sign appeared. He clicked on it.in an instant. The Kaitian hand advanced to major mastery. Glancing at the remaining cultivation points, he had 200 left. Su Hua then activated the Soul Pursuit Palm and clicked on the plus sign. The Soul Pursuit Palm initiated, achieving minor mastery, then major mastery. Boom! Both extraordinary skills reached the major mastery stage simultaneously, and Su Hua felt a surge of formidable power within him, as memories of the Kaitian hand and Soul Pursuit Palm fused in his mind. Concurrently, a white aura enveloped him, and his skin became exceptionally resilient. Ouch, it feels like my muscles are tearing apart. Moments later, Su Hua opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance emanating from them. As he exerted force in his arms, they clashed with a sound akin to steel. Su Hua realized he had reached the third stage of refining skin, attaining the iron skin state. Now, I wonder how my strength measures up. Let's check the system for my current strength level. Chapter 32, Forging Weapons, Horizontal Blade, System Type, 1-click Upgrade Host, Su Hua Age, 16 Cultivation, Refining Skin, Iron Skin, Upgrade Points, 18 Physical Strength, 2000 Martial Skills, Open Sky Hand, Great Accomplishment, Soul Pursuit Palm, Great Accomplishment, Prairie Blade Technique, Not Yet Initiated, Auxiliary Skill, Perfected Underwater Breathing Technique. Upon witnessing his physical strength displayed as 2,000 pounds, Su Hua was utterly astonished. Such strength was nothing short of extraordinary. It is noteworthy that Su Xiong, a formidable practitioner of iron skin, boasted a mere 1,200 pounds of strength. With Su Hua's current capability reaching 2,000 pounds, it was indeed formidable. Should he confront Su Xiong now, he could effortlessly crush Su Xiong's skull. The reason Su Hua has surpassed others of the same realm is attributed to his training in multiple profound techniques, such as the Soul Pursuit Palm, which he has mastered to a great degree. As for the Prairie Blade Technique, a purely combative method, he currently lacks the upgrade points to enhance it, having squandered his finances. Fortunately, his cultivation has ascended to iron skin. Su Hua ventured from the courtyard into the woods to test his strength. With a single wave of his hand, a tree, as thick as a bowl, fell with a resounding crack, showcasing his immense power. He then approached a massive boulder, striking it with his palms. The stone exploded instantaneously, crumbling into debris. The stronger Su Hua became, the more he recognized Lin Yuan's prowess. It is important to note that his combat power was merely at iron skin, the third stage, while Lin Yuan was a practitioner of gold skin, having reached the fifth stage of refining skin. With a swift motion, Su Hua dashed 10 meters away, demonstrating an astonishing speed. His stamina now rivaled that of a horse, allowing him to sprint for dozens of miles without fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had slipped by. During this period, Black Dragon Town remained uneventful, and the conflict between Qi Guan and Lin Yuan seemed to have ceased. As for Zhou Bao, the chief steward of the Zhou family, Su Hua had yet to lay eyes upon him, nor had he encountered the head of the Zhou family. However, he held little interest in these matters, choosing instead to quietly save money, cultivate, and enhance his strength. Over the course of these 2 months, Su Hua accumulated a modest fortune, saving 1,500 copper coins, leading to a remarkably comfortable existence. Under Su Hua's guidance, Zhang Fugui also reached the level of cow skin. It must be said, Zhang Fugui possessed tremendous strength, exhibiting traits of innate power. However, he had grown increasingly dark, robust, resembling a large black bull. Currently, Zhang Fugui could consume in one meal what others might eat in 3 days, boasting a voracious appetite. Conversely, Zhang Wan'er and Zhang Fugui were polar opposites. While her brother grew darker, Zhang Wan'er not only remained fair but had become even more radiant, her skin increasingly delicate. On this rare sunny day, Su Hua reclined in a chair, basking in the warmth while Zhang Wan'er peeled an orange for him. "Sister Wan, you should have some too." Zhang Wan'er shook her head. "I won't. It's too expensive. It's fine. If you eat it, I'll simply buy more fruits later. Don't be stingy with a few coins." In the afternoon, Su Hua visited a weapons forging establishment. With his recent savings, it was time to acquire a suitable weapon. The owner of the forge, upon seeing Su Hua's arrival, greeted him warmly. "What brings you here today, young Master Su?" "Just passing through," he replied casually. "Come, young Master Su, have some tea." The owner served Su Hua a pot of tea, and as he sipped, Su Hua surveyed the array of weapons. Finely crafted steel swords, hefty hammers, sickles, hoes, large blades, axes, and more. These weapons are impressive. Have you set your sights on any particular one? I would be delighted to gift you one. The owner offered. Su Hua smiled. "I desire a broadsword, crafted from the finest materials. How much will it cost?" "I happen to possess a piece of mysterious iron ore. If you wish to purchase it, I can let it go for 200 copper coins. What do you think?" The owner replied with a grin. Su Hua extracted a string of copper coins. "Here, take it." "Excellent, young Master Su. I will have it forged for you in half a month." The owner assured him. "Very well, I shall return in half a month to collect it." After leaving the forge, Su Hua proceeded to Shntng. still possessing over 1,000 copper coins. As he intended to procure additional medicinal herbs, shortly thereafter, he returned with 10 sets of herbs, which he diligently brewed over the course of 2 to 3 days until consumed entirely. 3 days later, Su Hua accessed the system to examine his data panel. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation. Refining skin, iron skin, upgrade points. 158 physical strength, 2,000 martial skills. Open sky hand, great accomplishment. Soul pursuit palm, great accomplishment. Prairie blade technique, not yet initiated, auxiliary skill. Perfected underwater breathing technique. Su Hua attempted to activate the open sky hand or the soul pursuit palm, only to find no sign behind them, indicating that he lacked sufficient points to upgrade these profound techniques. This was to be expected. 158 points were insufficient to enhance both techniques, as upgrading either would require more points. After all, elevating the open sky hand to mastery would necessitate a breakthrough to copper skin. Therefore, an abundance of upgrade points was essential for such a transition. Since he could not upgrade his cultivation, Su Hua shifted his focus to the prairie blade technique. As he activated it, a sign appeared behind it, indicating that he could upgrade it. Excellent, he thought, and promptly clicked on the sign. Prairie blade technique, initiated, mastered the first form of the prairie blade technique. Prairie blade technique, minor accomplishment, mastered the second form of the prairie blade technique. Prairie blade technique, major accomplishment, mastered the third form of the prairie blade technique. In an instant, Su Hua's mind was flooded with a torrent of memories, all relating to the combat methods of the prairie blade technique. The 3 forms of the technique encompassed over 100 variations and offensive maneuvers. Among these were the 3 most formidable strikes: the prairie flying crane slash, the prairie fierce tiger slash, and the prairie wandering dragon slash. These 3 moves were ever-changing and extraordinarily fierce. Moreover, the prairie blade technique had yet to reach mastery or perfection. Achieving such levels would further enhance its potency. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Hua returned to the forge, where his broadsword had been successfully crafted. The blade featured a jet-black handle and a gleaming, cold blade. Exuding a sense of dominance and elegance, Su Hua gripped the hilt, and with a swift swing, the air was cleaved in two with a resounding crack. "How do you find it, young master?" "Impressive, a fine sword." "I adore it." "Your approval pleases me," the forge owner responded respectfully. As Su Hua reveled in his new weapon, he glanced at the underprivileged craftsmen who had forged it. Each appeared pale and emaciated, reflecting a dismal existence. Reminiscing about his own humble beginnings, which had been even more challenging than theirs, Su Hua reached into his pocket and tossed a small handful of copper coins onto the table, approximately 100 coins. "You have all worked hard. Here, each of you receives 20 copper coins as a token of my appreciation." The 5 craftsmen received their coins with immense gratitude, for their monthly wages amounted to only 30 or 40 copper coins. "Thank you, young master, thank you." After acquiring his broadsword, Su Hua retreated to a secluded grove behind his courtyard. Unsheathing the long blade and practicing the technique's 2,000 pounds of strength surged through the blade as he executed the prairie flying crane slash. "Prairie flying crane slash," Su Hua shouted, his form resembling a soaring crane as he delivered a swift and intricate strike, a testament to his formidable power. "Prairie fierce tiger slash," with a turn of the blade. He gathered an immense force, preparing to unleash the second technique, the prairie fierce tiger slash. In that moment, Su Hua embodied a fierce tiger, cleaving through a massive boulder, splitting it in two with a blow that was twice as powerful as the prairie flying crane slash. This technique was more complex and demanding, though Su Hua knew he could only execute it 3 or 4 times before exhausting his strength. As for the prairie wandering dragon slash, he sensed that he could not perform it at the iron skin level without risking injury. It appeared that only at the copper skin level could he unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, Su Hua assessed that with his mastery of the open sky hand and soul pursuit palm, combined with the first 2 forms of the prairie blade technique and his 2,000 pounds of strength, he could contend with practitioners of copper skin. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Hua reviewed his finances. Discovering he had over 300 copper coins remaining, a frown creased his brow. This sum was insufficient, and he needed to devise a strategy to acquire more funds. Lacking money would hinder his ability to elevate his cultivation. And as his level increased, the required upgrade points would multiply. necessitating greater expenditure. Although the past few months had been tranquil, Su Hua understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the conflict between Lin Yuan and Qi Guan was far from resolved. Therefore, enhancing his cultivation remained paramount, for reliance on others would yield little benefit. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Lin Yuan summoned Feng Buping. "Master, is there something you wish to discuss with your disciple? How has your cultivation progressed of late?" "Master, I have been diligently practicing the storm sword technique in no more than 6 months. I shall break through to the copper skin stage." Feng Buping spoke candidly. "Very well, put in more effort. Do not falter before Zhao Zhan." "Rest assured, master, I shall not wane in my resolve against Zhao Zhan." "That is good, by the way. With Li Zue deceased and both Gao Tang and Bai Zhan's strengths diminished, I find Su Hua's talent rather promising. If you have the time, offer him some guidance." "Master, do you wish for me to instruct this peasant, Su Hua?" Feng Buping furrowed his brow. Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Buping, do not look down upon peasants. Your master was once a peasant as well. In my earlier days, I toiled as a farmer, then became a teacher, and later abandoned the literary path for martial pursuits. In merely a decade, I transformed from a peasant to a figure of some renown in Highland Town. Thus, do not underestimate anyone. One must broaden their perspective and not belittle others." Upon hearing this, Feng Buping felt somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, master, you are correct. Good, Buping, you have been with me for many years, and I have never taken a wife. Your martial aptitude is commendable, yet your worldview must expand." "Understood, master. I shall endeavor to improve." Lin Yuan then approached the drawer and handed a package to Feng Buping. "Buping, this is blood-nourishing powder." "Blood-nourishing powder?" "Master, I no longer require it. It is not for you. Take it to Su Hua and offer him some guidance while sharing your insights," Lin Yuan instructed. Hearing this, Feng Buping nodded. "Very well, master. I shall go at once." As he received the blood-nourishing powder and exited, he scoffed softly. "I wonder what master's intentions are. Being so kind to this peasant, is it truly necessary? His talent is merely average. I shall offer him a few pointers and be done with it. Such a waste of my time." Shortly thereafter, Feng Buping arrived outside Su Hua's courtyard. "Su Hua, are you there?" At that moment, Su Hua was practicing when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "It is Buping's voice. Why has Buping come here? Has something happened with Lin Yuan?" Su Hua promptly stepped outside and opened the courtyard door. "Buping, what brings you here? Please, come in. Is it not permissible for me to visit?" Feng Buping replied in a neutral tone, "Of course it is. Your visit brings honor to my humble abode." Su Hua smiled. Feng Buping shook his head. "No need for flattery." Su Hua frowned slightly upon hearing this. Though he chose not to comment. At that moment, Feng Buping entered the courtyard and surveyed Su Hua's living conditions, finding them exceedingly shabby. "Is this where you reside?" "Yes." Su Hua gestured for Feng Buping to sit. "Buping, please take a seat. I will fetch you some tea." Feng Buping glanced at the stone bench, wrinkled his brow, and refrained from sitting down. Su Hua poured a cup of tea and approached, but Feng Buping waved his sleeve dismissively. "No need. I did not come here to drink tea." Su Hua noticed the disdain in Feng Buping's eyes, but he refrained from commenting. "Why has Buping come to see me?" "There is no specific matter. My master asked me to deliver something to you. This is blood-nourishing powder, intended for your use. He spoke. Feng Buping tossed the package onto the stone bench. "Additionally, my master instructed me to offer you guidance. If there are any areas you do not understand, speak quickly. My time is limited, and I cannot afford delays." Observing Feng Buping's impatience, Su Hua waved his hand. "Since Buping is busy, I shall not take up any more of your time." Feng Buping added, "Very well, but do not blame me later for not offering guidance when you need it." With that, he promptly exited, shaking his head as he went. "This place is utterly pathetic, even worse than where my dog resides. I fail to comprehend why my master would take such a person under his wing." Su Hua's expression shifted upon hearing these words. Chapter 34. The shy Zhang Wan'er. However, Su Hua refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, Feng Buping was Lin Yuan's direct disciple, holding a position far superior to his own. He was merely a peasant who had entered Lin Yuan's tutelage. Su Hua looked at the package of blood-nourishing powder and felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Yuan for sending Feng Buping to assist him in his cultivation. This evoked a measure of respect for Lin Yuan in Su Hua's heart. Yet, to have Feng Buping instruct him, perhaps that was feasible in the past, but now, Feng Buping might not be his equal. Having perfected the pursuit Soul Palm, mastered the opening heaven hand, and grasped two fierce killing moves of the blazing knife technique. Su Hua felt confident that in a confrontation, Feng Buping would not stand a chance. After all, Feng Buping was not even a copper skin master. Even if he were, Su Hua believed he could hold his OW and as Feng Buping walked along, he suddenly stepped on something. Lifting his foot, he found a golden pile, excrement. The pile was still steaming, indicating its freshness. He sniffed and recoiled in disgust. Damn it, this place is revolting. I must leave at once. Just then, a beggar emerged from the adjacent area. Looking embarrassed, "Sir, I apologize. I just relieved myself here. Let me clean your shoe." "Get lost?" Feng Buping sidestepped, glaring at the disheveled beggar. "Sir, could you spare a couple of copper coins?" "I'm utterly famished," the beggar implored, extending his hand. "Scram! You dare ask me for coins? How disgusting!" Feng Buping hastily moved away. Yet, after walking a mere 10 meters, he stepped into another pile of excrement. Damn! This cursed place, I shall never return. At that moment, the sky darkened, and snow began to fall. The beggar shrank into himself, tucking his left hand into his right sleeve and vice versa. Trembling as he did so, it started to snow, and he felt both hunger and cold. Uncertain if he would survive the winter. "If I perish, so be it. But what of my grandchild?" The old beggar wiped away a tear, gazing at the grass pile against the dilapidated mud wall. Where his 5-year-old grandson lay, he sat in silence for a long while, unsure of what to do. "Grandpa, I'm so hungry, the 5-year-old murmured, eyes wide open. "My dear grandson, it's my fault for being clumsy. It is all my fault for not being able to procure food today." The old beggar tightly embraced his grandson, gently caressing the child's frost-bitten face. At that moment, a tall man entered, carrying 10 pounds of coarse flour and a blanket. "Take this." The old beggar looked at the man, tears streaming down his face. "Sir, you are too kind. I do not need it." "Keep it," Su Hua replied expressionlessly. The old beggar wiped his eyes and knelt on the ground. Thank you so much, sir." Su Hua shook his head. "No need to thank me." He then noticed the 5-year-old child nestled in the grass pile and shook his head. He recognized the old beggar and his grandson as neighbors. The child's parents had met with misfortune, and the old beggar was unable to move about. Was the old beggar unable to earn money due to a lack of effort? Certainly not. The limited resources had long been monopolized by others, rendering the ordinary man's efforts futile. Such was the nature of the chaotic world. As winter approached and snow began to fall, the weather turned frigid. Highland Town and its surroundings would see many perish from the cold. This world was undeniably harsh. Su Hua approached the grass pile, crouched down, and gently touched the child's cold face before shaking his head. From his pocket, he took out a handful of copper coins, 20 in total, and tossed them into the old beggar's tattered bowl. The old beggar stared at the 20 coins, shaking his head. "Sir, I cannot accept this. You have already given us 10 pounds of flour and a blanket. That is more than enough. This is for your grandson. He has caught a chill. Use these coins to buy him some medicine." Yes, we will never forget your generosity, sir. Also, do not spread the word about my assistance. I am not a great benefactor. It's cold, and heavy snow is coming. Many will starve, and if word gets out, everyone will come to me for help. Who knows, even Widow Zhou from next door might sneak into my bed at midnight." The old beggar nodded vigorously. I understand. Su Hua departed from the crumbling mud wall. Whether the grandfather and grandson could survive the harsh winter was no longer his concern. If they could not, there was nothing he could do. He was not a great benefactor. If he were to show sympathy, what about the other neighbors who had no food? What about Widow Zhou? One could only lament the state of the world. Moreover, Su Hua had little coin left to his name, and he still needed quite a bit for his own cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Su Hua arrived at the doorstep of Zhang Wan'er. The snow fell like goose feathers upon Su Hua, who lifted his gaze to the sky, noting how the weather, akin to a woman's countenance, could change in an instant, transforming with remarkable swiftness. Inside, Zhang Wan'er was stewing a hearty meat dish in the kitchen, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the courtyard. On such a snowy day, indulging in rich meat was essential to keep warmed. Of course, with Su Hua's current cultivation level, having reached the stage of iron skin. He feared not the biting cold, although he knew better than to remain exposed for too long, as it would deplete his vital energy. Zhang Wan'er spotted Su Hua standing at the entrance and playfully chided. Su Yi, the heavy snow has arrived. Come inside quickly. Su Hua nodded. All right. He stepped inside, and Zhang Wan'er hurried to his side, brushing the snowflakes from his shoulders. By the way, I made you a cotton coat. Try it on and see if it fits, she said, producing the garment she had sewn by hand. The fabric was exquisite, and the cotton filling was of the finest quality, costing Zhang Wan'er a significant amount of coin. Once Su Hua donned the coat, he appeared even more spirited. Not bad, he remarked. Hee, I'm glad you like it, Zhang Wan'er replied with a smile. As the bitter cold descends, you and Fu Gue should each have one as well. Su Hua suggested. Zhang Wan'er shook her head. Fu Gue is tough-skinned and hardy. He has clothes to wear, and it would be a waste of money. I have enough garments myself, no need to squander. One must admit, Zhang Wan'er was quite frugal and gentle. If one could take her as a wife, it would indeed be a splendid affair. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Heavy Snow. The Effects of Nourishing Blood Powder. Just as Su Hua was preparing to grow closer to Zhang Wan'er, Fu Gue entered the courtyard. Zhang Wan'er quickly pushed Su Hua aside. Fu Gue has returned. It would be mortifying to be caught. Su Yi, please sit down. I will check on the meat in the pot. Like a startled little rabbit, she dashed to the kitchen. Su Hua chuckled softly, observing Zhang Wan'er busily tending to the pot. Her face radiating joy, it was evident that she was quite happy. Marrying Zhang Wan'er would certainly be a favorable decision. This woman was not only attractive but also caught Su Hua's eye. However, for now, he would refrain from such a commitment, as his strength was not yet sufficient. He would wait until he had grown stronger. Once Fu Gue entered, he looked at Su Hua and exclaimed, Brother Hua, I brought the wine. Today, sister is cooking meat. Let us drink to our heart's content. Su Hua nodded very well. Soon, Zhang Wan'er brought out a large platter of meat. Su Hua took a few bites. The flavor was exceptional. Fu Gue, salivating, exclaimed, Wow, this is delicious. Zhang Wan'er smiled. Su Yi, your recipe is truly effective. Su Hua had instructed Zhang Wan'er to fetch ingredients such as fragrant leaves, star anise, and cinnamon from the apothecary to braise the meat. At first, Zhang Wan'er had been skeptical, but following Su Hua's guidance yielded spectacular results. As they feasted on the meat and drank wine, life seemed quite pleasant. By the way, Brother Hua, Fu Gue said, on my way here, I saw many people collapsed on the ground. They likely won't survive this heavy snow. Given the severity of this winter, it may last for 3 months. Zhang Wan'er furrowed her brows. This harsh winter is likely to persist for 3 months. How many lives will it claim? Sigh. Additionally, food prices have surged several-fold, and meat prices too, Fu Gue added. Su Hua produced 400 coins, the last of his savings. Fu Gue, go and stock up on some meat and grains. Rough flour will suffice. Anything edible will do. Zhang Wan'er and Fu Gue also contributed their savings of 300 coins, totaling 700 coins. All right, Brother Hua, I will go stock up right away. Let us hope we can endure this frigid weather. Fu Gue declared, be cautious while gathering supplies. This time is prone to unrest. Su Hua warned Fu Gue. I understand, Brother Hua. My strength has increased significantly. After a hearty meal, Su Hua returned to his courtyard to practice his techniques. Although he had the system to aid him, Su Hua still needed to train diligently. He performed the opening heaven technique and the pursuing soul palm, feeling his vital energy surging within him, robust and vigorous. Even in this bitter cold, Su Hua, clad in light garments, felt no chill. In fact, the large snowflakes that landed upon him melted into steam due to the heat of his vital energy. At that moment, Su Hua felt utterly invigorated and at ease. Such was the advantage of profound cultivation. For 3 consecutive days, heavy snow blanketed the land, the cold becoming increasingly severe. Even Fu Gue, with his sturdy build, seemed to be struggling against the chill. Wrapped in layers, he rubbed his palms together, exhaling puffs of breath. It's so cold. This weather is unbearable. If it weren't for Brother Hua, I doubt sister and I would survive this year. Fu Gue then informed Su Hua that over the past 3 days, more than 100 people had perished in Black Dragon Town, primarily due to starvation or exposure. And this is just in Black Dragon Town. There are over a dozen towns under Wanshun County. How many lives have been lost? He lamented. The Zhou family had stockpiled considerable amounts of food, fine meats, and even tiger meat, with the steward Zhou Bao overseeing the operation. Similarly, the third steward, Qi Guan, was busy transporting grain to their estate. The second steward, Lin Yuan, was also ferrying supplies to his residence. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang had each accumulated their share of rough flour. Feng Buping had his own estate and had amassed a significant stock of fine grains, medicinal herbs, tiger meat, and beef. At this moment, a servant from Feng Buping entered. Young master, Lord Lin requests your presence. Feng Buping, who had been practicing the storm sword technique, sheathed his sword and hurried to the Lin residence. Lord Lin, what is it that you require? Buping, send 200 pounds of grain immediately to Ma Jiako. Master, your estate is running low on grain. Why send 200 pounds to Ma Jiako? I do not understand, Feng Buping replied. Lin Yuan quickly explained, years ago, I was able to become a scholar thanks to the villagers of Ma Jia village selling eggs to raise the funds. This year, the weather is unusual and I cannot predict how long it will last. Quickly send 200 pounds of grain there. It is all I can do. Very well, I shall go at once. Feng Buping replied. He mounted a black horse and swiftly made his way to Ma Jia village. Along the journey, he encountered individuals attempting to steal grain, but he dispatched them with 2 swift sword strikes to the throat. Seeking death, Feng Buping remarked, surveying the grain, shaking his head. Master was too kind-hearted. He has already repaid his debts, and these people offer him no assistance now. Why waste grain on them? Meanwhile, Su Hua observed the nourishing blood powder on the table, which Lin Yuan had sent via Feng Buping a few days prior, and he had yet to use it. The powder was intended for a soaking bath. After 3 hours, the body would absorb its essence. Su Hua poured the powder into a wooden tub and then stepped into the warm water. Upon adding the nourishing blood powder, the water began to bubble and steam. For an ordinary person, it would scald their skin. However, as a master of iron skin, Su Hua was unperturbed. Bubbling and steaming, Su Hua felt the invigorating energy permeating his body. After 3 hours, he activated the system, as it was the only way to assess the effects of the absorption. System type: 1-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level, skin refining, iron skin, upgrade points, 48 strength, 2000 martial arts. Opening heaven technique, great accomplishment. Pursuing soul palm, great accomplishment. Scorching blade technique, great accomplishment. Auxiliary techniques, perfect diving breathing technique. Seeing his upgrade points at 48, Su Hua was pleased. He had previously possessed 18 points, meaning the nourishing blood powder had granted him an additional 30 points, which was quite impressive. The effects of the powder were comparable to consuming medicinal soups, with the efficacy doubled. However, Su Hua regrettably had no funds to purchase more. All his savings had gone into stockpiling food and meat. After all, one must first satisfy their hunger before contemplating cultivation. Furthermore, Su Hua learned that the continuous heavy snow had left the spring hall without medicinal herbs to sell. They were out of stock. Unbeknownst to him, the relentless snowfall continued for an entire month. More and more people in Black Dragon Town were succumbing to the harsh conditions. Fu Gue informed Su Hua that over 1,000 people had perished in Black Dragon Town this month. He also revealed that their stockpiled food and meat were nearly depleted. Upon hearing this news, Su Hua furrowed his brow. Uncertain of when this bitter weather would end, it seemed imperative to devise a plan to acquire funds. Chapter 36. The path to wealth. Su Hua wandered through the courtyard, his legs sinking into the snow. Of course, he refrained from utilizing his energy. Had he done so, he could have glided effortlessly over the snow. I must find a way to make money, he thought. Not only did he need to fill his belly, but he also sought to enhance his cultivation, as he had made little progress over the past month. X, who contemplated inwardly, indeed, the most pressing matter was to ensure their bellies were filled. At present, the 3 of them had consumed quite a bit, especially X, who had expended even more energy. ZHWNR and F Gu had resorted to eating just once a day, generously allowing the surplus food to go to X, who, as they recognized him as the cornerstone of their group and could not bear to see him go hungry. Both refrained from mentioning their own hunger, always claiming to be satiated. They understood that X, whose martial training required greater sustenance, and with the current scarcity of food, frugality was paramount to X, who observed all of this silently. At that moment, Gio Ting approached X, X Xiao Xiying. He called out to X, who was taken aback. Jiao Xiying, what brings you here? I've brought you 100 gene of coarse flour. Jiao Tiying replied to X, who furrowed his brow. Jiao Xiying, you can hardly feed yourself, yet you give this to me? X Jiao Xiying, fret not. This is a gift from Lord Ln, who worried that you might not have enough to eat. You should inform him. While we can't offer you fine meats and grains, we can provide coarse flour, Jiao Tiying assured. Hearing this, X, who nodded. Very well, please extend my gratitude to Lord Ln. Certainly. Just as Jiao Tiying turned to leave, he suddenly paused. X Jiao Xiying, do not leave Hiling town in the near future. I've heard that a band of outlaws has appeared several dozen li outside the town, robbing and killing many, and committing heinous acts against women. The leader of these brigands possesses formidable strength. As long as you remain within Hiling town, you should be safe. No matter how ruthless these outlaws are, they would not dare to cause chaos here, as they still fear the Zitu family. X, who nodded in understanding, understood. Once Jiao Tiying departed, X, who retreated to his room, pondering deeply, a cold smile gracing his lips. The band of brigands Jiao Tiying spoke of was truly malevolent. Pillaging food, committing murder, and assaulting women, he felt compelled to investigate the situation. As he was in dire need of funds, it was manageable for him to feed himself alone, but he also had to consider FGU and ZHWNR. Furthermore, he required a substantial sum to procure medicinal herbs for his training. Without an increase in his cultivation, he felt a lingering unease. Although Hiling town was currently peaceful, the conflict between QGUN and LNUN was far from over. Additionally, the enigmatic steward, ZHUZH, and others were likely not benevolent figures. X, who approached HWNR. Sister WNR, I must step out for a while, returning in no less than 3 days. And potentially up to half a month. Ching WNR's expression turned anxious. XY, where are you going? I intend to visit other towns to see if I can acquire some wealth. Who knows when this heavy snowfall will cease? Sister WNR, you and FGU should refrain from venturing outside. There are many refugees out there. Do not foolishly distribute this coarse flour to others, as it could invite calamity. Those desperate souls are akin to starving wolves, and they would do anything upon learning that you possess food. X, who cautions WNR. WNR stood resolute. XY, do not worry. FGU, take good care of your sister. Rest assured, X, who shouldered a bundle containing his weapon, a horizontal blade, some lime powder, and a set of black, masked attire, along with the coarse cakes prepared by WNR. As he traversed the streets, he observed the increasing number of starving individuals, some of whom recognized him and weakly pleaded, XY, please, have mercy and share some food. X, who glanced at these individuals, who were once notorious ruffians, he shook his head. No, even XY is starving. I must leave town to seek food. Upon hearing this, the ruffians consoled themselves. Even XY must venture out for food. How pitiful. Before long, X, who departed from Hiling town. Hours later, he had traveled several dozen li away. Utilizing his martial energy, he moved swiftly, though it took a toll on his stamina. He arrived at a snow-laden forest. The landscape cloaked in white. As he exhaled, his breath formed mist, and snowflakes adorned his figure. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged from behind the trees. Spotting X, who, one of them shouted, "Get him!" With fierce gazes, the group blocked X-Who's path. "You there? Hand over your food and any valuables on you, or we'll kill you." X-Who frowned and responded in a low voice. "Scram. I have no desire to engage with you. You don't want to fight us? You think you can take on all of us?" One of them jeered. "Let us take him down. He must have plenty of money." In an instant, the group lunged at him. X-Who shook his head. He had no intention of harming these desperate souls, but their ruthless aggression left him no choice. He leaped forward, his palms sweeping outwards. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the assailants lay scattered on the ground, some with crushed chests, others with broken necks, and a few with their heads crushed. The pristine snow was stained red, resembling a blooming flower. Overall, it was a scene of utter devastation. X-Who sighed. "I had no wish to take lives. Why must you force my hand?" He surveyed the lifeless bodies and searched them, finding them utterly devoid of valuables. With a firm stomp, he buried them beneath a pile of thick snow. Do not blame me. Blame the weather and this world. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have met me. I shall cover your bodies, lest they be devoured by scavengers or torn apart by wild dogs, leaving no trace behind. Having completed this grim task, X-Hu continued on his way, intent on gathering information about the brigands' whereabouts. Though his actions were ruthless and decisive, he held firm to his principles. He could not bring himself to slaughter innocent individuals for money or food. Despite the chaos of the times, he could not stoop to such depths. X-Hu retrieved a coarse cake from his bundle. Taking a hearty bite, then scooped a handful of snow to wash it down. Although the taste left much to be desired, it provided him with necessary sustenance. As someone of his level, his dietary needs were considerable. In such weather, even ordinary individuals would struggle, let alone martial practitioners who could perish without proper nourishment. He wondered what level of cultivation would allow one to survive without food. It was said that those who reached a profound level could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thus freeing themselves from the need for earthly grains. However, such a realm was likely reserved for martial masters, a pinnacle he had yet to reach. X-Hu continued to run, he mused to himself. Chapter 37. Bandits, the Hawk of the West. Days after X-Hu's departure, events unfolded outside Hiling town. A throng of starving individuals sought to breach the town's gates. Among them, several bandits mingled with the desperate populace. Some refugees even attempted to storm the gates to plunder goods. Upon hearing this news, the families hoarding food within Hiling town were visibly alarmed. If these refugees succeeded in breaching the town, it would spell disaster. The food supplies within the town were already scant, and many had succumbed to the cold. Allowing outsiders to flood in would be catastrophic. Jing Fgu, having received word of the situation, wore a troubled expression. Sister, I've heard that a large number of refugees are attempting to force their way into Hiling town. Jing Wnr furrowed her brow upon hearing this. If they breach the gates, many more will perish. Indeed, I've heard that some bandits have infiltrated the ranks of these refugees. Fgu added. Jing Wnr bit her lip, her mind filled with thoughts of X-Hu. What worries me most is X-Hu. I cannot help but be concerned for his safety. At that moment, outside Hiling town, a crowd of several hundred was gathered, attempting to break through the gates. Among the refugees, many were ruthless bandits, disguised as common folk, intent on entering the town to seize wealth and provisions. The Zhu family, the dominant force in Hiling town, had long been informed of this situation by the three chief stewards. The head steward, Zhu Bo, assigned the task to the second steward, Lnun, and the third steward, Q Guin, to quell the disturbance. Lnun, resolute, declared, "We cannot allow these refugees to enter the town. Anyone who dares to force their way through shall be met with lethal consequences." He summoned Jiao Tiying and Bai Ziqian to join him. "Come with me to assess the situation. We must prevent these refugees from breaching the gates." Jiao Tiying and Bai Ziqian nodded in agreement. "By the way, where is Fing Bping? Do either of you know?" Lnun inquired. Noting Fing Bping's absence 2 days ago, he left to attend to some matters, likely in search of medicinal herbs. "You needn't worry. His strength is formidable, and he should be fine," Bai reassured. "And what of X-Hu? Ensure he is notified to come here," Lnun instructed. Jiao Tiying went to find X-Hu but discovered he was not present. After inquiring, he learned that X-Hu had departed 3 days prior. Jiao Tiying returned to Lnun to report. Lny. Xiao Xing left the town 3 days ago. He mentioned he was going out to find food, as he felt embarrassed to ask for provisions from you, knowing resources are scarce. Lnun nodded. "This lad is quite considerate, but resources here are indeed limited." As the refugees gathered around Lnun and his companions, they clamored, "Have mercy and let us in, please." Lin Yuan observed the scene with a shake of his head and a sigh. Noting the lack of provisions within the town, it would be best for you to leave, he declared. "I, Lin, have no desire to harm you. Depart swiftly and do not force your way through this checkpoint." "Master, please allow us entry. We kneel before you," pleaded the 3 victims of disaster as they approached Lin Yuan, falling to their knees 3 meters away. Lin Yuan shook his head, urging them to vacate the premises. However, in that very moment, the trio's eyes glinted with a frigid light as they sprang to their feet, brandishing weapons and charging at Lin Yuan. "Kill him, we'll break through." There must be ample food in Hailang Town. With a disdainful snort, Lin Yuan swiftly turned and dispatched the three with ease, their bodies collapsing to the ground, mangled and motionless after a few rolls. Just then, Qi Guan, accompanied by several capable individuals, rushed onto the scene. Lin Yuan, Qi Guan coldly remarked, "The steward commanded you to subdue these disaster-stricken individuals. What have you done?" With that, Qi Guan and his companions lunged at the victims. "You wretched scoundrels! Do you still wish to invade Hailang Town? You seek death." Qi Guan's claws were exceptionally formidable. Anyone ensnared by them was torn asunder. Zhao Zhan, a disciple of Qi Guan, followed suit, cutting down the disaster victims with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of over 100 dead in mere moments. Seeing the carnage, the remaining victims fled in terror, abandoning their hopes of breaching the checkpoint into Hailang Town. At that moment, Su Hua had arrived at the outskirts of Liashazan, the sky darkening above him. Passing merchants were discussing the recent attempts by disaster victims to storm Hailang Town. Su Hua's heart tightened at the thought. If a large number of victims breached the town, Zhang Wan'er would be in peril. He quickly approached to inquire further. "Brother, did you say that many disaster victims attempted to storm Hailang Town?" "Indeed, but they failed. The experts from the Zhou family in Hailang Town intervened and ruthlessly quelled those who sought to invade for food." Su Hua sighed in relief upon hearing this. Simultaneously, he resolved to hasten his efforts to acquire wealth. However, after several days of searching, he had yet to encounter any bandit leaders. His path had been fraught with commoners and victims. Just then, a flicker of flames caught his eye in the distance at Jilitun. Su Hua's gaze sharpened as he observed the scene unfolding in that village, frowning as he dashed towards it. A gang of bandits was engaged in pillaging and arson. The leader of the bandits, named Hong Ying, donned dark attire and bore a conspicuous scar across his face, exuding a menacing presence. "Damn it! Is this all we have scavenged?" One of his underlings lamented. "Get me copper coins. I want copper coins," Hong Ying barked as they continued their rampage, ultimately gathering a meager 800 copper coins. 800 copper coins? This is pathetic. Hong Ying spat in frustration. At that moment, several bandits seized a delicate young woman. "Boss, we have a stray catch. Shall we kill her?" Hong Ying assessed the woman, who was in her 20s with a voluptuous figure. He let out a booming laugh. "My temper has been quite foul these past few days. She will serve as a perfect outlet for my frustrations." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to release her. The terrified woman sprang to her feet and fled, but Hong Ying pursued her step by step, while his subordinates roared with laughter. "Boss, once you're done, let us have our turn." "Fine." Hong Ying grinned, licking his lips as he lunged at the woman. In that instant, a figure swiftly intervened, seizing the young woman and pulling her to safety. None other than Su Hua. Chapter 38. A reunion with Feng Buping. Upon spotting the flames, Su Hua had raced over to Jilitun, only to find numerous civilians being slaughtered by the bandits. After days of searching, he had finally encountered this gang. "Who dares to be so audacious?" Hong Ying bellowed that Su Hua ignored the bandit leader, turning to the woman to ensure she was unharmed. "There's a horse nearby. You must leave at once." Still in shock, the woman nodded and mounted the horse, fleeing. Hong Ying's underlings charged after her, but Su Hua swiftly dispatched them with a few precise strikes in no time. The young woman vanished into the night, her future no longer of concern to Su Hua. He had intervened solely because he believed he could handle the bandits. Had he doubted his capabilities, he would not have dared to act. Su Hua only engaged in actions within his power, refusing to overreach. This was not a matter of being merciful. It was a harsh reality of survival. Your kindness and concern for others' lives, who will empathize with your plight. Hong Ying glared at the young man before him, his expression darkening. "You let my outlet for frustration escape. I will have you dismembered." Su Hua assessed Hong Ying, recognizing him as a formidable foe, akin in strength to Su Xiong, which explained his brazen behavior in pillaging without fear. Most notably, Hong Ying looked down upon the coarse flour, even going so far as to set it ablaze. Su Hua glanced at the scattered coarse flour on the ground, crouched to gather a handful, and tasted it. "Though you realize how many lives this coarse flour could save in this biting cold? You not only commit murder and theft, but also waste precious food. I absolutely despise those who squander sustenance." Su Hua's expression turned cold. a palpable aura of menace brewing within him. Hung Ying, incensed, spat a curse. Damn it, I wouldn't eat this coarse flour even if you paid me. Not even pigs or dogs would want it. Why should I eat this rubbish? Wait, why am I wasting my breath on you? Kill this brat. Mind your own business. In that moment, two bandits charged at Su Hua, brandishing curved knives and striking fiercely. With a disdainful snort, Su Hua retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering their blades. He sent the two bandits sprawling to the ground, their chests concave and backs broken. Hung Ying was taken aback, not expecting Su Hua to possess such skill, having just dispatched several of his men effortlessly. With a wave of his hand, Hung Ying rallied a dozen or more underlings to encircle Su Hua. At this moment, Su Hua felt exhilarated, unfazed by fear. This was an opportunity for substantial gain. Surely Hung Ying had considerable wealth on him. Just as Su Hua readied himself to unleash chaos, another voice interrupted. Hung Ying, I have tracked you for quite some time. You pilfer and slaughter indiscriminately. Tonight, I shall enact justice. A man clad in azure finery spoke, flanked by a young man in his 20s who coldly added, Qing Feng, let us eliminate Hung Ying together. He has amassed a fortune, and we can split it evenly. Su Hua's expression shifted upon hearing this. Who dared to compete with him for riches? He looked up in surprise, realizing it was none other than Feng Buping. Feng Buping, recognizing Su Hua, exclaimed, Su Hua, is that you? Indeed, what a coincidence, Su Hua replied, slightly displeased at this unexpected encounter, wishing to keep his abilities concealed. The young man in azure attire inquired, Buping, do you know this person? Yes, he is a mere novice taken in by my master, Feng Buping replied, before turning towards Su Hua with a reprimanding tone. Humph, it's freezing outside. Why aren't you staying in Hailing Town? Since you are under my master's wing, I shall spare you this time. Quickly, step aside. Su Hua's expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, he retreated several meters, allowing the two to engage. He was curious to ascertain Feng Buping's true strength. Feng Buping and the man in azure dashed forth, the latter executing a grand technique with sweeping motions, swiftly sending several bandits flying. Qing Feng, your technique is truly remarkable, Feng Buping praised. Ha ha ha, I have heard that Buping's stormy rain swordplay is exceptionally fierce. I wish to witness it, Buping, do show us your prowess. Ha ha, very well, Qing Feng, prepare to be dazzled. With a swift motion, a brilliant sword light illuminated the night, the chilling brilliance of the blade piercing through the throats of the bandits. They clutched at their throats, blood gushing forth uncontrollably as Feng Buping advanced. Each step resulted in another bandit falling to his sword. Soon, Hung Ying watched in horror as all his subordinates were decimated. Gritting his teeth as his complexion darkened, damn it, I've encountered two formidable foes. Su Hua observed Feng Buping's swordsmanship, and indeed, the rainstorm sword technique was formidable. With Feng Buping's skill and the fluctuations in his vital energy, Su Hua surmised that this individual belonged to the pinnacle of iron skin practitioners and was likely on the verge of breaking through to copper skin status. He finally comprehended why Feng Buping was a direct disciple of Master Lin. The young man's talent was undeniably exceptional, a fact Su Hua begrudgingly acknowledged. This lad's aptitude was indeed impressive. No wonder Master Lin invested considerable resources in his training. At this juncture, Su Hua chuckled inwardly. You consider yourself a genius? Apologies, but I am merely a pretender. In an instant, Feng Buping and another man dashed towards Hung Ying. Faced with their combined assault, Hung Ying was naturally outmatched. A sword pierced his shoulder, and with a swift motion, Feng Buping sent Hung Ying tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Hung Ying sprang up and attempted to flee. Feng Buping swiftly closed the distance, delivering a lethal strike to his throat. Your swordsmanship is astonishingly swift, Hung Ying gasped, clutching his neck. Soon after, Feng Buping and Qing Feng approached a group of horses, rummaging through their bundles for supplies. 3,218 copper coins. What a fortune. Brother Qing Feng, let us split it evenly. Ha ha ha, splendid. With this, we can procure ample provisions, medicinal herbs, and fine meats. The two exclaimed joyfully. Su Hua's gaze sharpened. These treasures were rightfully his. How could he allow them to be taken? A cold smile crept across his lips. Chapter 39. Clean it up. Subsequently, Feng Buping and Qing Feng divided the copper coins they had acquired from Heng Ying. This made Su Hua ache with desire. Had it not been for Feng Buping's intervention, those 3,000 coins would have been his. How could he reclaim them? By slaying them for their riches. Su Hua was not yet capable of such ruthless actions. Although Feng Buping was prideful, he was, after all, a cherished disciple of Lin Yuan, who had indeed shown him kindness. Since there was no profound enmity between them, it would be excessive to resort to murder. As the saying goes, while Su Hua was known for his ruthless approach and decisive actions, he still possessed a sense of discretion. Thus, killing was out of the question. Directly robbing them and exposing his strength was even more unthinkable. After all, Feng Buping was Lin Yuan's direct disciple. Should he reveal his power and make a brazen attempt to seize the coins, Feng Buping would surely report him to Lin Yuan. How could Su Hua possibly explain himself? Angering Lin Yuan could lead to dire consequences, for he was certainly no match for the master. Once Feng Buping and Qing Feng finished counting, they wore broad smiles. "All right, let us depart," Qing Feng suggested. Feng Buping nodded in agreement. "Let us find a place to enjoy a drink." "Indeed," Qing Feng remarked, glancing over at Su Hua. "By the way, where's that fellow? Let him join us." Feng Buping snorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Su Hua. "Su Hua, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come along." Su Hua chuckled. All right. As they journeyed, Feng Buping appeared to disapprove of Su Hua. Shaking his head, "I in this bitter cold, with snow capping the mountains and disaster-stricken people everywhere, you dare to wander about. If you're seeking death, this is not the way to go about it, Brother Buping. I simply lack provisions and wish to see what was out here," Su Hua replied with a smile. "Humph, with such pitiful strength, you still venture forth. Were it not for me today, I wonder how you would fare." Feng Buping retorted arrogantly. Su Hua nodded. Indeed, Brother Buping possesses formidable strength." The trio trudged through the heavy snow until they discovered a dilapidated mountain temple. Upon entering, Feng Buping scrutinized Su Hua and commanded, "Su Hua, what are you standing there for? Do you lack any sense of awareness? Go fetch some firewood." Qing Feng chimed in, "Buping, what kind of disciples does your master have? They lack even the most basic awareness." Su Hua smiled. "I shall fetch the firewood at once. Please wait." He exited the temple, gathered a pile of firewood, and returned. The three settled down by the fire. Feng Buping shot Su Hua a disdainful glance and remarked, "You truly lack awareness. Gather your own firewood and do not come near us." "Very well," Su Hua replied, rising to retrieve another pile of firewood, positioning himself a few meters away from Feng Buping and Qing Feng. At that moment, the two pulled out a package of dried meat from their bundles, roasting it over the fire, the aroma wafting enticingly, making one's mouth water. They also produced a gourd of osmanthus wine. Drinking and chatting merrily, Su Hua observed them indulging in fine wine and delicious dried meat, but maintained a stoic expression as he munched on his coarse flatbread. Feng Buping glanced at the rough flatbread in Su Hua's hand, then took the opportunity to flaunt his dried beef. "Your coarse flatbread is utterly unpalatable. Would you care for some of my beef jerky? This beef is from the black horn cattle, tender and flavorful." Packed with energy, Su Hua was well aware of Feng Buping's nature. Such a generous offer was not made out of kindness. "No, thank you. I find this coarse flatbread quite satisfactory." "Ha ha, coarse flatbread, not even a dog would eat that." Feng Buping laughed, with Qing Feng joining in. Su Hua's expression soured slightly. Had it not been for Feng Buping's status as Lin Yuan's direct disciple, he would have retaliated. Su Hua chewed on his coarse flatbread, swallowing a handful of snow and dirt. Eventually, Feng Buping and Qing Feng resumed their conversation. Today's haul was decent, but not enough. With this heavy snowfall, who knows when it will cease? We need to earn more. Indeed, Brother Buping, we must devise a plan. Tomorrow morning, let us explore other towns. Perhaps we can pick up some tasks. With our abilities, earning a bit should not be a problem, Feng Buping suggested. The following morning, the trio departed the mountain temple. Along the way, Su Hua suddenly complained of a stomach ache. "Brother Buping, I have a stomach ache. I fear I must relieve myself." Upon hearing this, Feng Buping frowned. "You troublesome clod, hurry and go." Qing Feng shook his head. "Brother Buping, why not we simply leave him behind? Do you think I want to? My master has a fondness for this clod. Once we reach the other towns, we can let him return on his own." Feng Buping replied coldly. At that moment, Su Hua made his way to the back of a snow-covered area and began to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Feng Buping and Qing Feng waited for him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before them. Feng Buping was taken aback. "Who dares obstruct us?" Without a word, the figure in black struck out. Feng Buping attempted to draw his sword, only to be sent reeling back by the force of the blow. Such incredible power! Qing Feng exclaimed, unleashing a palm technique to counter, but the black-clad figure merely snorted. "Ants!" Raising a hand, the figure delivered a punch that sent Qing Feng crashing to the ground. Groaning in pain, the black-clad figure approached them, disdainfully declaring, "So weak, merely trash." Feng Buping's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I implore you. Spare us," Qing Feng echoed. "I beseech you, senior, to show mercy. Hand over all your copper coins," the figure ordered coldly. We have no copper coins," Feng Buping replied weakly. "Slap." The figure struck him. "Say that again, and I will end you." Feng Buping and Qing Feng trembled in fear. Their lives were at stake. They quickly produced the copper coins they had acquired from Hung Ying, along with an additional 1,000 coins each from their own possessions. The black-clad figure examined the coins with satisfaction. Afterward, he spat a thick phlegm onto their faces. Feng Buping clenched his teeth, his body shaking with rage, as did Qing Feng. "Senior, clean it off. If you don't, you will die," the figure threatened, emanating a terrifying aura. The two, suppressing their indignation, reluctantly wiped the phlegm off with their hands and licked it clean. Seeing their utter humiliation, the black-clad figure laughed heartily. Good, you have guts. Today, I shall spare your miserable lives." Chapter 40. The Hall. The figure turned to leave, and Feng Buping and Qing Feng exhaled in relief. Just then, the figure turned back, eyeing the dried meat and fine wine in their bundles. "Hand over the meat and wine." Feng Buping and Qing Feng exchanged alarmed glances but dared not refuse, passing their bundles to the figure. Satisfied, the black-clad figure departed, leaving Feng Buping and Qing Feng gritting their teeth. Thoroughly humiliated, Qing Feng exclaimed, "Brother Buping, I have never suffered such disgrace, and neither have I. I, Feng Buping, am revered wherever I go in Hailing Town. Today was simply..." Just then, Su Hua emerged from the grass nearby. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Feng Buping shot a glare at Su Hua, his expression dark. "Su Hua, why do you look so glum?" Feng Buping snorted. "It's all your fault. Your need to relieve yourself made us wait, resulting in our disgrace." Su Hua was perplexed. Feng Buping feigned an aloof demeanor, dismissing the matter with a nonchalant wave. "Nothing of importance, Buping, Qing Feng. I can see that you both look rather unwell. What has transpired?" Su Hua pressed on. "Stop asking. It's bothersome." "Very well, Su Hua, you should go on your own. Do not follow us. Truly unfortunate." Feng Buping waved his sleeve dismissively, and he and Qing Feng turned to leave. "We have no coins on us now and must venture to other towns to undertake some tasks. With the chaos rampant everywhere, earning some coin should be quite effortless given our skills." "Buping is correct. Let us head to Huaxi Town," Qing Feng concurred. After their departure, a chilling smile crept upon Su Hua's lips. He returned to the thicket, grasping several bundles and making his way to the mountain shrine where he had previously lingered. Upon opening the bundles, Su Hua began to tally his findings. The bandit, Hung Ying, had yielded 3,218 copper coins. Adding the 1,000 each from Feng Buping and Qing Feng, Su Hua now possessed over 5,000 copper coins. This sum was comparable to the loot he had acquired from Su Xiong's heist. Indeed, wealth does not come without risk, and swift gains are often the most enticing. However, Su Hua furrowed his brow. The 5,000 coins, while substantial in the past, would scarcely purchase enough medicinal herbs and food now. The biting cold and constant snowfall had sealed the mountains off for hundreds of miles, leading to a surge in the number of refugees and ensuing chaos, thus driving prices to unprecedented heights. Especially food prices had soared 7- to 8-fold compared to before. It was evident that this amount was still inadequate. He would need to devise a means to procure more. This thought? Su Hua retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, which bore intricate lines, essentially, a map of this world. Wanshun County was vast, far exceeding the expanse of any county on earth in Su Hua's former life. at least tenfold. Having never ventured beyond, the map was indeed a valuable asset. How to earn money? Certainly not by indiscriminately slaying the innocent. That was his bottom line. Unless provoked, Su Hua recalled Buping and Qingfeng's mention of heading to Huaxi town to undertake tasks, and his gaze sharpened. Indeed, in this wintry weather, amidst the turmoil of the masses, many capable martial artists had stockpiled their necessities and remained secluded, making them relatively scarce. Wealthy patrons would undoubtedly seek martial artists for assistance. A smile crept upon Su Hua's face as he glanced at the map once more. Since Buping and the others were headed to Huaxi town, he resolved to explore a more distant town. Exposing his prowess in a more remote location would pose no significant risk. Su Hua's eyes settled on Lusha town, approximately 180 miles away, a journey he could complete before nightfall. However, he hesitated, feeling the pangs of hunger gnaw at him. The coarse bread could not sustain him as well as meat would. He had only recently eaten and was already famished, primarily due to the lack of fat in his diet compounded by his high energy expenditure. He needed to consume some jerky. Su Hua opened the bundles and set out 2 large packets of jerky alongside a gourd of fine wine. He toasted the jerky over the fire, indulging in hearty bites while sipping the wine, reveling in the comforting sensation. As he ate, thoughts of Zhang Wan'er surfaced, along with a twinge of concern for her. Over time, feelings had blossomed, and he held a certain fondness for her. Without her support over the years, he would have struggled immensely. With his current strength, as long as they remained indoors, he believed they would be safe. Regardless, he needed to earn money swiftly and return to Hailing Town. After satisfying his hunger, Su Hua practiced several techniques, including Kaitian hand and Zuahin palm, before retrieving his horizontal blade from the bundles. With a resounding clang, the blade was drawn, and Su Hua executed the Liao Yuan blade technique. Each strike vicious and swift, shattering the falling snowflakes into powder. At that moment, his vitality surged, filling him with warmth. Once finished, he gathered his belongings and set off at a brisk pace. The sky darkened, and the wind and snow intensified, rendering the overcast atmosphere rather uncomfortable. He soon spotted a small town ahead, Lusha Town. However, outside Lusha Town, numerous desperate people clamored to enter, while the town had stationed some capable individuals to guard the entrance with leather and stone shields. No one was permitted entry unless they resided within. Of course, there was an alternative. Payment of 30 copper coins granted access. Although this policy seemed harsh, it effectively prevented chaos within the town. Su Hua arrived at the checkpoint, learned of this regulation, and, disinterested in arguing, promptly produced a small pouch containing 30 copper coins. Thus, he entered Lusha Town. Unlike the desolation of Hailing Town, Lusha Town was bustling, and Su Hua perceived it to be significantly wealthier. Perhaps the poverty in Hailing Town stemmed from the Zhou family's monopolization of resources for many years. Su Hua found an inn to stay, parting with 20 copper coins, which pained him greatly. The 30 coins for entry and 20 for lodging amounted to 50 coins in total, an expense he would have previously considered sufficient for a month's provisions. As the heavy snow continued to fall and the cold winds howled, the night passed swiftly. Early the next day, Su Hua rose and did not rush to seek tasks. Instead, he decided to attend to another matter. Chapter 41. The Task. Su Hua exited the inn and made his way to the grain market, inquiring about the prices. Coarse grains were 7 copper coins per pound, while fine grains reached 15 copper coins per pound. The skyrocketing prices of food explained the many who perish from hunger. Had he been working at the mine a few months prior, his monthly wages would only suffice to purchase 4 pounds of coarse grain, an assured path to starvation. Besides the rise in grain prices, meat had also become exponentially more expensive. The once 30 copper coins per pound of blackhorn beef jerky now commanded 60 copper coins, a staggering increase that rendered it unaffordable for most households. At that moment, Su Hua truly grasped why Feng Buping had chosen to venture out alone to earn money. Even Lin Yi dared not indulge in more than 10 pounds of blackhorn beef jerky daily. Su Hua now realized that even his 5,000 copper coins were insufficient. While coarse grains could be purchased, affording quality food remained out of reach. Furthermore, as an iron-skinned martial artist, his consumption was considerable. Coupled with the need for medicinal tonics and herbs to enhance his cultivation. Feeling impoverished, Su Hua stepped out of the shop and wandered the streets. It was not only food prices that had surged. The costs of cotton, fabric, and charcoal had also skyrocketed. In this bitter cold, sustenance and warmth were both essential. Lacking either could spell disaster. After half an hour, Su Hua arrived at a large apothecary. Although it was not as grand as Chuntang in Hailing Town, he inquired about internal tonics, only to discover the price had escalated to 500 copper coins per dose. This revelation left Su Hua lamenting the significance of wealth. He also learned that they offered a blood-replenishing powder, which he had previously used, gifted by Lin Yuan. After brewing it, he found it effective, yielding over 30 upgrade points. Yet, it too was exceedingly costly, nearing 1,000 copper coins per dose. It was evident that without substantial financial backing, it was exceedingly difficult to thrive. This only accounted for financial resources, leaving aside the need for advanced techniques and innate talent. Fortunately, Su Hua did not require innate talent, as he merely needed to accumulate upgrade points gradually. Earning money was imperative. He needed to devise a strategy. After meandering for a while, hunger struck him again. He sought out a bustling inn where many patrons dined. Su Hua ordered a bowl of blackhorn beef rice. Before long, the dish arrived, and its exquisite flavor was undeniable as he devoured it voraciously. At tea that moment, he overheard a nearby table engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? Lord Han has posted a task, offering 3,000 copper coins for a martial artist to undertake it. 3,000 copper coins is no trifling sum. That could buy 50 pounds of blackhorn beef jerky or 200 pounds of fine grain. Enough for a family of 3 to last 2 months if they ration wisely." "Indeed." But another voice interjected, shaking his head. "Do you think this task is so simple? The offer of 3,000 coins indicates a task of considerable difficulty. To earn that reward, you may endanger your life." "Brotherly, it seems you know something about this task." "I initially thought to earn some coin, but after reviewing the task details, I decided against it. It could very well cost me my life." "Pray tell, what is this task?" "It involves finding capable individuals to escort food and jerky from Yangqi Town back." Escorting food. Surely that task cannot be too arduous. How could it not be daunting? Yangqi Town lies 150 miles away from Lusha Town, and the journey is fraught with the presence of numerous bandits. To speak candidly, it is perilous. A few individuals were conversing when one of them, Su Hua, suddenly focused his gaze. Intrigued, Su Hua contemplated the prospect of acquiring those 3,000 copper coins. With that sum, he could procure a stock of jerky, grains, and medicinal herbs upon his return to Heilong Town. In that scenario, he could bide his time in cultivation while enjoying a blissful life with Zhang Wan'er, indifferent to the tumultuous storms and chaos outside. Without hesitation, Su Hua rose and approached the table behind him. Placing several copper coins down, "Gentlemen, please accept these coins for a drink. I wish to inquire about some information." The men smiled broadly. "Brother, we are open books. What would you like to know?" "Indeed, money speaks volumes. Akin to the blue star of my previous life, where wealth could move mountains." "Brother, did you mention that Lord Han has issued a task? May I ask where his residence lies?" Shortly thereafter, Su Hua exited the inn with satisfaction, making his way to Lord Han's estate. Upon arrival, Su Hua beheld a grand residence adorned with 2 lion statues and festooned with red lanterns. Numerous maidservants bustled in and out, each petite and graceful, their ample bosoms revealing the affluence of the household. A few formidable guards swiftly blocked Su Hua's path. "Who goes there?" "I have heard that Lord Han has issued a task, and I am here to accept it." Su Hua replied calmly. "Oh, so you are here for the task. Very well, follow me," one of the guards said, leading Su Hua inside. Soon, Su Hua entered the main hall, where 7 or 8 individuals stood. A cursory glance revealed 3 stone skin practitioners, 3 iron skin practitioners, and one who was the most formidable, a copper skin master. Su Hua's gaze settled on the young man clad in brown brocade. He was indeed the copper skin expert. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man seated in an armchair, Lord Han, was flanked by 2 iron skin experts, the elite nurtured by the Han household. "Lord Han, please reveal the details of this task." Su Hua pressed. "Indeed, Lord Han, do hurried, we are eager, as our families are in need of funds," the others chimed in. Lord Han surveyed the group, nodded, and declared, "The task involves escorting a shipment of grain from Yangqi Town. For those who partake, the reward is 3,000 copper coins." Initially exuberant, the mood shifted as the mention of Yangqi Town darkened their expressions. A few lowered their voices, murmuring, "What? Escorting grain to Yangqi town? That's fraught with danger. It's 150 miles from here, and we must traverse Yinzi Mountain, notorious for its banditry. I've heard tales of a certain Zhou Bing, known for his penchant for murder and drinking the blood of his victims. Perhaps it's best we decline. Our lives are at stake." They clasped their fists in respect. "Lord Han, we fear we cannot accept this task. Our apologies for the intrusion." One by one, they departed. Lord Han's countenance darkened, but he breathed a sigh of relief as 3 remained. This shipment of grain was crucial to him, and 3 participants would suffice. Chapter 42. A fair-skinned beauty in green attire. Among the 3 were a man, a woman, and Su Hua. Su Hua regarded the pair. The man donned brown brocade, exuding an air of distinction, clearly the copper-skinned practitioner he had sensed earlier. The woman, clad in fitted green attire, possessed long legs, a delicate visage, and fair skin, her bosom notably pronounced. Beyond her appearance, she was also an iron skin expert, her attire exquisitely crafted, indicating a substantial value. At that moment, the man spoke slowly. "Lord Han, my junior sister and I can handle this task alone. There is no need for others." He cast a disdainful glance at Su Hua. "You can leave, kid. This task does not require your involvement. My junior sister and I are sufficient." Su Hua's expression shifted slightly. In Heilong Town, he had to maintain a low profile and conceal his strength, but here, he felt no need to do so. "Whether I choose to leave is not your concern. If you can take on the task, why can't I?" Su Hua retorted coldly. The young man, undeterred, continued to regard Su Hua with derision. "Humph! A mere iron-skinned lad dares to speak to me in such a manner." Boom! The young man unleashed his formidable aura. At that moment, the young woman beside him interjected, "All right, senior brother. It is up to Lord Han to decide how many participants are needed. You should not be so dismissive." Lord Han regarded the young man, recognizing that having an extra person was beneficial, especially since this shipment was of great importance to the Han family and must not falter. The young man, upon hearing this, shot a glance at Su Hua before snorting dismissively. Su Hua returned the young man's gaze, his expression unreadable, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. Then, Lord Han stood and addressed them. "Now, please share your names. I am Mo Tian, hailing from Huaxi Town. My master is the illustrious Kunlun master. This is my junior sister, Song Qian." The man in brown brocade introduced himself. Lord Han nodded. "Ah, disciples of the Kunlun master. I have heard of you. The thunderclap palm and thunderclap swordplay are indeed remarkable." "Naturally," Mo Tian replied, brimming with pride. Then, Lord Han turned to Su Hua. "And you, young man, what is your name?" "Lord Han, I am Su Hua." Su Hua said with a slight bow. "Excellent. You shall set off tomorrow morning. Tonight, I will host a meal for you." That evening, Lord Han laid out a sumptuous banquet, featuring chicken, duck, fish, jerky, and fine wine. Mo Tian displayed his disdain, consuming only a few bites before retreating to the room Lord Han had assigned. Song Qian, however, had a few bites and then turned to Su Hua, somewhat shyly stating, "Young Master Su, please do not take offense at my senior brother's words. I hope we can support each other during this journey." Su Hua nodded. Song Qian was indeed the opposite of her senior brother. After a few more bites, she gently set down her chopsticks. "Young Master Su, please enjoy your meal. I shall excuse myself." As darkness deepened, snow continued to fall from the sky. In his room, Su Hua practiced his cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, Song Qian stepped outside, building a snowman in the courtyard and, after a while, demonstrating her thunderclap palm technique, her delicate hands sending snowflakes swirling. At that moment, Mo Tian emerged, his gaze landing on the enchanting Song Qian clad in fitted attire. He approached her. "Junior sister, come practice with me." After a sparring session, Song Qian exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are truly impressive. Junior sister, your talent is remarkable as well. In no more than 3 years, you shall break through to copper skin." Mo Tian assured her. Song Qian nodded. "Yet I feel my talent pales in comparison to yours. Patience is key. There is no rush. Should you have any uncertainties, I will guide you," Mo Tian offered. "Thank you, senior brother. You are so kind to me," Song Qian replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Of course, who else would I treat with such kindness but my junior sister?" Once I reach the 5th stage of skin refinement, I shall seek your hand in marriage, Emotion declared. Song Qian's cheeks flushed at this, and she looked up at her exceptionally gifted senior brother. Senior brother, you truly intend to ask for my hand? Why not, junior sister? Do you think so little of me? Not at all. With such remarkable talent, I certainly hold you in high regard. Just then, Emotion attempted to wrap his arm around Song Qian's waist. But she deftly evaded him. Emotion frowned slightly. Junior sister Song Qian's face turned crimson. Senior brother, this is Lord Han's residence. Such behavior is inappropriate. Moreover, you know I am rather conservative. If you wish to be close to me, it must be with my father's consent and a formal proposal. Emotion chuckled. My apologies, junior sister. I was too forward. Now, go rest. We must set off early tomorrow. Song Qian smiled. Very well. The following morning, Su Hua, Song Qian, and Emotion mounted swift steeds, braving the fierce winds and heavy snow. After half a day's journey, they arrived at a dilapidated manor after traversing roughly 100 miles. Emotion retrieved jerky from his pack, sipping fine wine. Song Qian also took out some jerky. Su Hua, however, chose to keep his distance, feeling it inappropriate to intrude on the camaraderie of the siblings, especially since Emotion exuded an air of arrogance that Su Hua found unappealing. From his pack, Su Hua took out a few large flatbreads and began to eat. At that moment, Song Qian approached, looking at Su Hua. Young Master Su, I have some mint beef jerky. Would you like to try some? Gazing at Song Qian in her fitted green attire, Su Hua politely declined. Thank you, Miss Song, but I have my own provisions. Friends should share, young Master Su. Please, do try some, she insisted. Thank you, but I am fine. Senior brother, do you have any peach blossom wine left? I can take some to young Master Su to warm him up, Song Qian suggested as she moved to Emotion's side. Emotion replied coldly. Junior sister, what are you giving that muddy-legged fellow food for? It would be a waste. Oh, senior brother, it's always good to make friends while traveling. There's no need for such judgments based on appearances. Song Qian sighed. Emotion, my dear junior sister, you are truly naive. In these chaotic times, there are many villains lurking about. That young man may not be of good character. He could very well covet your beauty. Do not get too close to him. You do not understand the treachery of human hearts. Upon hearing this, Song Qian cast a glance at Su Hua in the adjacent hall, nodding in agreement with her senior brother's words. Indeed, the world is rife with malice, so I shall refrain from delivering wine to him. That is wise, junior sister. I advise you, when venturing out, do not display excessive warmth. Just look at that fellow. He seems so earnest. Yet he could be a ruthless villain, Emotion remarked. Song Qian involuntarily shrank back, exclaiming, Oh dear, senior brother, your words are becoming increasingly absurd. After a brief respite, Song Qian stood up and brushed off some dust from her attire. Emotion glanced at her ample bosom and slender waist, smiling as he said, Junior sister, you possess a truly splendid figure. Song Qian lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson, replying, Thank you for your kind words. Senior brother, Emotion then turned his gaze to Su Hua in the other hall and coldly stated, Let us be on our way. Su Hua rose and strode outside. The three mounted their horses and galloped forth. As the afternoon waned into darkness, the biting wind howled, and they finally arrived at Yangshi town. Upon entering, they found some subordinates of the Han family awaiting them in a residence. These individuals were anticipating the arrival of skilled warriors. One of them, named Han Shi, looked at the trio and inquired, Are you the martial artist summoned by my master? Su Hua cupped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Su Hua. Han Shi nodded. Brother Su, thank you for your efforts. It is no trouble. I am merely doing my job, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Dressed in a fitted green outfit, Song Qian extended her delicate hand and bowed. I am Song Qian. Miss Song, your efforts are appreciated, Han Shi replied with a chuckle. Fortunately, this is my senior brother, Emotion. Han Shi once again clasped his hands. Brother Emo, your efforts are commendable. I have prepared some wild vegetables and flatbreads for everyone. Please, come and eat. The 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a stone table laden with an assortment of wild vegetables, coarse grains, and flatbreads. Emotion surveyed the spread and shook his head. You all enjoy it. I am not accustomed to such fare. Su Hua seated himself and took some flatbread and wild vegetables. After satisfying their hunger, Han Shi stood and addressed them. Brothers Su, Emo, and Miss Song, you should rest well tonight. The darkness poses dangers for travel. We shall set off again at dawn. At that moment, Emotion interjected. No need for delay. We shall depart immediately. I do not wish to squander time. Han Shi replied. Brother Mo, but bandits are more likely to emerge at night. I fear for our safety. Otian snorted coldly, exuding a powerful aura. What is there to fear? I, Emotion, am a master of bronze skin. Whoever dares to target us will be met with death. One will perish, two will perish. Song Qian nodded in agreement, looking at Han Shi. Perhaps we should set off tonight. I trust in my senior brother's strength. Han Shi consented. Very well then, brothers, gather your belongings and prepare to depart. Su Hua also rose, agreeing that concluding the task sooner was preferable. Thus, they set off, several horse-drawn carts following behind. They traveled a distance of over 20 miles, and the journey was uneventful. Yet Su Hua remained vigilant. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he knew better than to be complacent. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing aura approaching. There is hostility nearby, Su Hua exclaimed. Han Shi swiftly drew his long blade, urging everyone to be on guard and protect the supplies. Song Qian unsheathed her long sword, gazing into the darkened sky. At that moment, a group of bandits charged forth. Emotion scoffed. Seeking death, he dashed out, moving swiftly through the snow, his sword striking down numerous foes. In mere moments, the bandits lay defeated in the snow. Su Hua observed Emotion's deadly swordsmanship, realizing why he was so arrogant. He surpassed Feng Buping by a considerable margin. A swarm of ants, Emotion declared, retracting his sword and leaping onto his horse. Song Qian, elated, exclaimed, Senior brother, you are indeed impressive. It was nothing. They were merely a horde of ants. I hardly exerted myself, and they fell. Emotion laughed heartily. Han Shi and the others praised him, acknowledging, Brother Mo's strength is truly remarkable. We have gained new insight. They pressed on, and unsurprisingly, encountered another small band of robbers. Emotion unleashed his thunderous sword technique, effortlessly dispatching them in a matter of moments. After traveling another 10 miles, the snowstorm had considerably eased. Su Hua's gaze sharpened as he noticed numerous torches ahead. He became acutely alert. Indeed, a small group of 7 or 8 individuals appeared, blocking their path. The leader, clad in a long mink coat and wielding a heavy knife, commanded attention. Han Shi's expression darkened at the sight. Oh no, it is a Zhou soldier, he exclaimed. The others, upon hearing this, also grew anxious. Zhou soldiers from Yanzi Mountain. How could we encounter such a fearsome group? These men are notorious for their brutality, often relishing the taste of blood after killing. What shall we do? Su Hua scrutinized the figure in the mink coat, recognizing immediately that he was a master of bronze skin. Everyone, do not fret. Song Qian reassured them. Though the Zhou soldier is ruthless, my senior brother is even more formidable. There is no need to fear. Emotion remained unfazed, declaring, What is there to fear? I, Emotion, am here. The Zhou soldier, accompanied by his 7 or 8 subordinates, assessed their adversaries and coldly stated, I shall spare lives tonight. Leave the 2 carts behind and you may go. Emotion scoffed. What are you to speak to me in such a manner? The Zhou soldier retorted with fury, Who dares to speak to me so? I do not wish to kill tonight. If you wish to leave, do not provoke me further. Emotion leaped down from his horse, charging directly at the Zhou soldier. You seek death. Allow me to demonstrate my might, he cried, swinging his sword. The Zhou soldier, recognizing Emotion's bronze skin mastery, was not deterred. Oh, you think you can challenge me? Very well, I shall feast on your defeat, he replied, engaging in combat. Meanwhile, Song Qian could no longer see her senior brother amidst the darkness, only able to shout, Senior brother, be careful. Elsewhere, Emotion and the Zhou soldier clashed. The Zhou soldier, seasoned in battle, quickly gained the upper hand, sending Emotion sprawling to the ground. As he approached, a sinister glint in his eyes, he exclaimed, You are but a fledgling bronze skin warrior. Do you have any idea how many lives I have claimed? Emotion, panic-stricken, scrambled to his feet, kneeling before the Zhou soldier. Please spare me. I will offer you all my wealth. Please, grant me my life. The Zhou soldier rifled through Emotion's belongings, extracting 1,000 copper coins, and shook his head, 1,000 copper coins? Not nearly enough. What else do you desire? I shall do anything, Emotion pleaded, resembling a pitiful creature. Who was that woman beside you earlier? The Zhou soldier inquired. She is my childhood sweetheart, Song Qian. That woman is quite alluring. Fetch her for me. I wish to have my fun with her. The Zhou soldier laughed wickedly. Chapter 44. The Ruthless Su Hua. Emotion's face turned pale with fear. Song Qian was to be his future bride. What do you mean this? Do you dare stutter? The Zhou soldier kicked Emotion aside, sending him tumbling. Gritting his teeth, Emotion replied, I shall go at once. The Zhou soldier sneered, Go ahead. Do not think you can escape. You will not. Meanwhile, Han Shi and the others gazed anxiously into the darkened sky. Sensing an unsettling stillness, Song Qian too was apprehensive, wondering if her senior brother had vanquished the Zhou soldier. Su Hua remained poised, biding his time. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the snow, leaping onto a horse. It was Emotion. Emotion surveyed the group, smiling as he declared, Fear not. The Zhou soldier has been slain. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hua was taken aback. Emotion had actually defeated the man in the mink coat? Song Qian looked at her senior brother, exclaiming, Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Of course, by the way, junior sister, accompany me. I believe I dropped something over there, and I need your help to find it. Certainly, senior brother. She replied eagerly. Emotion glanced at Su Hua, instructing, Su Hua, you and Han Deshu remain here and wait for us. Emotion led Song Qian into the depths of the jungle. As they entered, Song Qian caught sight of several figures standing ahead, with the most formidable among them being the ruthless Zhou Bing. Upon recognizing him, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Shi Xiao, however, the next moment left her utterly speechless as she witnessed Emotion bowing his head and approaching Zhou Bing like a submissive puppy. Master, this is my junior sister whom I have brought to you. Can you let me go now? Scram! Zhou Bing waved his hand dismissively. Gritting her teeth, Song Qian unsheathed her long sword. Shi Xiao, how could you? Before she could finish her sentence, Emotion swiftly moved to seal her acupoint. Junior sister, I'm sorry, but I am no match for Master Zhe. I can only hand you over to him for his enjoyment. My apologies. Song Qian never imagined that her childhood companion would fall to such a disgraceful state. Emotion, I never thought you could be this kind of person. You would betray me to such a scoundrel just to save your own skin. Do you have any conscience left? Do you remember the kindness my father showed you? Upon hearing this, Emotion frowned. Enough, junior sister, do not mention such matters. I do not wish to hear them, I have no choice. I want to live, and if I do not do this, Master Zhou will kill me. Ha ha ha, you little scoundrel, by the way, have you deflowered this woman? Zhou Bing inquired. Emotion chuckled. Master Zhou, rest assured, I have indeed thought about it. But my junior sister is quite conservative, and I never had the chance. I haven't even touched her hand. Good, very good. Bind her up and take her back for me to play with at my leisure. You, hurry and get lost. Thank you, Master Zhou. Song Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Emotion, you, at that moment, Song Qian was bound, and it was only then that she grasped the treachery of human hearts. She had trusted Emotion on this journey, having grown up together, and her father had once rescued his family, and this was the outcome she received. Zhou Bing looked at Song Qian and remarked, What a fine figure you have. Tonight, I shall thoroughly enjoy you. Helplessness, fear, and despair welled up within Song Qian, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Hua and the others were still waiting. After a long time, with no sign of the two returning, Su Hua sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough, Zhou Bing appeared. Han Shi and the others gasped in shock. Is that Zhou Bing? Wasn't he killed? Why is he still alive? And that is Miss Song. Miss Song has been captured. What is going on? Where is Emotion? Su Hua's gaze sharpened, and he began to understand the gravity of the situation. Zhou Bing chuckled. That kid could kill me? Don't make me laugh. He fled, and before running away, he handed his junior sister to me, so I let him go. What? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, panic setting in. At that moment, Song Qian looked at Han Shi, pleading, Uncle Han, save me, please. Han Shi dared not act. His strength was merely that of a stone-skinned warrior. Just then, Zhou Bing added, I'm in a good mood tonight. As I said, You all better scram and leave the goods on the carriage. Han Shi gritted his teeth and nodded, preparing to leave. Uncle Han, please save me, Song Qian cried again. Miss Song, your Shixiang has already fled. We have no power to rescue you. Blame your Shixiang for this. We must go. Han Shi turned with his men and departed. At that moment, Song Qian's gaze fell upon Su Hua, tears streaming down her face. Su Hua shook his head with a sigh, unable to restrain herself any longer. Song Qian broke into sobs. At that moment, Su Hua's attention was not on Song Qian, but rather on the bulging bundle on Zhou Bing's horse. It seemed to contain a considerable amount of wealth. Su Hua swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with desire. If he could eliminate this scoundrel and secure the reward for this mission, it would mean a substantial windfall. Zhou Bing noticed Su Hua lingering and barked. Why are you still here? I'm leaving now, Su Hua replied, riding past Song Qian. Miss Song, I apologize. I lack the ability to save you. Song Qian prepared to bite her tongue in despair, her face ashen, then sighed. I do not blame you. Just as Su Hua turned away, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. He swiftly opened the bundle, grasping the weapon within, and then leaped into the air with a swift and decisive motion. He severed the head of one assailant. Another swift stroke cleaved another foe in two. Blood sprayed across the snow, staining it red like a vibrant rose. In an instant, Zhou Bing and his men finally reacted. Song Qian also widened her eyes in shock as she witnessed Su Hua's prowess. Su Hua, you intend to save me? But your strength. Su Hua did not respond but instead faced Zhou Bing and grinned. Come at me, damn it! Zhou Bing roared in fury. You dare to seek death after I spared your life? Kill him. Su Hua, the leader of these bandits, possesses formidable strength. You should flee. I do not wish to drag you down. I am grateful enough that you wish to help me. Song Qian trembled as she spoke. Silence. Who's leaving? I will kill him. Su Hua's murderous intent surged. Song Qian was unaware of Su Hua's true intentions. His goal was to kill and seize wealth. He was desperate. Su Hua was utterly impoverished. Chapter 45. Su Hua and Song Qian sleep together. Kill, kill, kill. 5 or 6 bandits drew their blades, surrounding Su Hua. He glanced at them, charged forward, and with swift strokes, blood splattered everywhere. With a single blow, he felled 2 men, then delivered a kick that sent another flying 7 or 8 meters, who then rolled on the ground. Spitting blood before falling silent, Su Hua continued to charge, his 2,000 gene strength merging with his blazing sword technique, and before the 3 could approach him, he dispatched them into the ground. Song Qian gaped in astonishment at Su Hua's incredible swordsmanship. Su Hua wiped the blood from his blade, casting a cold gaze at Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. You've killed so many of my men. Kid, I will see you dead. With a thunderous clash, Zhou Bing swung his weapon at Su Hua. Su Hua sidestepped, and Zhou Bing's blade struck the snow beside him. Su Hua seized the opportunity to counterattack. Zhou Bing, a seasoned copper-skinned warrior, expertly parried Su Hua's blows. Clang, clang, clang. Su Hua delivered 3 consecutive strikes, forcing Zhou Bing to retreat several steps. Zhou Bing was astonished. This young man, clearly a mere iron-skinned warrior, possessed such overwhelming power and ferocity in his technique. With a surge of energy, Zhou Bing unleashed a powerful strike, sending snow swirling around him. He gripped his weapon tightly and lunged forward. Su Hua, recognizing the threat, did not dare to underestimate him. Zhou Bing was far more formidable than Mo Tian. With an arm strength likely around 1600 gene, Su Hua immediately executed the blazing original flying crane slash. The 2 figures clashed fiercely in the snow, exchanging blows. As Su Hua spun around, he unleashed the blazing original tiger slash. Zhou Bing's weapon came crashing down to intercept it, resulting in a loud clamor as they both staggered back. Zhou Bing's face turned grim. How could this iron-skinned warrior hold his ground for so long? Song Qian was stunned, realizing Su Hua's true strength. He is incredible. Knowing he could not delay any further, Su Hua summoned all his strength, preparing to unleash the blazing original dragon slash. As expected, this strike severed Zhou Bing's weapon and accurately struck his chest. With a resounding clang, Zhou Bing's clothing was torn, and his armor shattered. He was propelled backwards several meters. Looking down, he noticed a bloody gash on his chest. Had he not been wearing specialized armor? He would have been cleaved in two by that blow. What a monster! Su Hua's gaze sharpened as he plunged his blade into the ground, then lunged 10 meters to Zhou Bing's side. Zhou Bing, startled, raised his elbow to defend himself. Su Hua unleashed two powerful strikes, akin to hammers, crashing down on Zhou Bing. With a sickening crack, Zhou Bing's elbow shattered, and he staggered back, yet Su Hua's relentless assault only intensified. Die! Su Hua bellowed, delivering a final blow to Zhou Bing's chest, causing it to explode with force, sending Zhou Bing flying 7 or 8 meters away. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Bing fell to the ground. Eyes wide open, struggling to raise a finger to point at Su Hua. Monster! Before he could finish, the notorious bandit leader, Zhou Bing, met his demise. Su Hua glanced at Zhou Bing, who lay still, his expression remarkably calm. His inherent combat prowess was formidable, and his arm strength was astonishingly powerful. Coupled with his ruthless Liao Yuan sword technique, even someone with bronze skin like Zhou Bing would meet his demise. Moreover, this was not Su Hua's first experience with taking a life. He remained composed throughout the battle. About 10 meters away, Song Qian's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, utterly astonished by Su Hua's prowess in dispatching the vicious Zhou Bing. Incredible, truly remarkable, she thought. Su Hua cast a glance at the astonished Song Qian before retrieving the horizontal blade from the snow and severing the ropes binding her. "It's all right now," he stated calmly. Song Qian's eyes reflected gratitude as she said, "Su Hua, thank you. I never imagined you would come to my rescue." "No need for thanks," he replied indifferently. She nodded, relieved that she had not looked down on others like her dog of a senior brother, who would have mocked Su Hua. Had she done so, he certainly would not have saved her. With a wry smile, Song Qian remarked, "My foolish senior brother mocked you, unaware that you are the true expert." "I wouldn't call myself an expert. By the way, Miss Song, could you help me check the bodies of those men for any copper coins?" Su Hua inquired. Song Qian hesitated, glancing at the gruesome corpses, feeling a twinge of fear, yet she nodded in agreement. "Very well." Su Hua eagerly approached Zhou Bing's side, kicking him aside to examine the bundle on his back. Opening it revealed over 2,000 copper coins. "Not bad, quite a decent haul," he mused. Soon, Song Qian returned after scavenging about 200 to 300 copper coins from the bodies, bringing their total to 2,500 coins, Su Hua's spoils of war. Now, he possessed 8,000 copper coins, a significantly profitable endeavor. Additionally, the current mission promised another 3,000 coins, bringing his total to 11,000. After tidying up, Su Hua and Song Qian departed with 2 horse-drawn carts. On the journey, Song Qian sighed and said, "Su Gu, my dog of a senior brother warned me about the treachery of human nature, advising me not to get too close to you, suggesting you might be a ruthless individual. After this incident, I've come to understand the true nature of people." Su Hua responded calmly, "Indeed, human nature can be treacherous." As they continued along the path, the wind and snow intensified. Song Qian shivered from the cold, and even Su Hua felt the biting chill. Prolonged exposure would harm their bodies, depleting their energy and vitality, and could ultimately damage a martial artist's foundation. "We need to find a place to rest," he stated. Song Qian nodded. "Su Gu, there's a canyon ahead where we can set up a tent." They soon entered the canyon, finding a protruding rock to shelter beneath. Su Hua retrieved a tent from the cart and began to set it up. But there was only one tent. Looking at Song Qian, he remarked, "Miss Song, there's but a single tent." She understood the implication and, with a slight blush, generously offered, "Su Gu, let us share the tent. If you don't come in, you might freeze, and you are my savior. There's nothing inappropriate about it." "Very well," he replied, and they both entered the tent. Inside, Su Hua kindled a fire with charcoal. He pondered the current situation in Heilong Town and felt some concern for Zhang Wan'er. However, once he obtained the mission's reward, he planned to purchase ample food, meat, and medicinal herbs before returning to Heilong Town to enter a period of seclusion, focusing solely on his cultivation while the world outside descended into chaos. Across from him, Song Qian scrutinized Su Hua. Though clad in simple cloth, he was tall and strikingly masculine. Opening her bundle, she offered him some jerky. "Su Gu, please have some." "Thank you," he said, accepting the jerky and devouring it hungrily. He was indeed famished. As they quietly enjoyed the jerky, Su Hua noted why Zhou Bing had sought to toy with Song Qian. She wore a fitted green outfit, her long legs and fair skin, along with her prominent figure, were undeniably alluring. Song Qian, noticing Su Hua's gaze, blushed and asked, "Su Gu, why are you looking at me? Your figure is quite appealing," he replied with a smile. Song Qian responded playfully, "Thank you for the compliment. It makes me happy. However, sharing a tent with a handsome man like you, can I sleep soundly tonight?" "Fear not," Su Hua laughed. "You are my savior. Had you not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Besides, if I had intentions of doing anything inappropriate, I would have acted long ago, not waited until now. Even if I did, I would gladly accept it. It's 1,000 times better than falling into the hands of those bandits." Su Hua chuckled. "You seem quite open-minded." Song Qian continued, "I've come to understand much more now than before, especially regarding my foolish senior brother." Her small hands clenched tightly as she spoke. They then began to chat casually. "By the way, Su Gu, where do you hail from?" "A small village near Heilong Town. And you?" "I am from Huaxi Town," Song Qian replied. Su Hua could discern that Song Qian's background was likely affluent. Not from an ordinary family, perhaps not inferior to the Zhou family. "You must be a young lady of considerable means. It's quite bold of you to venture out in such blizzard conditions." "I merely sought to gain experience and rapidly enhance my skills in the future. I aspire to join a martial arts school in the county," she explained. "The county's martial arts school?" Su Hua was intrigued, having never heard of such an establishment. "Yes, there are over a dozen towns under Wanshan County, and the true experts reside in the county. However, the power dynamics there are intricate, with both martial arts schools and gangs. The largest gangs are the Jinghong Gang and the Beima Gang, not to mention numerous well-known martial arts schools, and why father plans to send me to a martial arts school come spring. The conditions at the county's martial arts school are vastly superior. Once one reaches the 5th stage of skin refinement, the school provides access to the Yijin technique." Su Hua inquired, "What is required to enroll in a martial arts school?" "Tuition. The school my father has chosen for me charges a registration fee of 30,000 copper coins, with a monthly fee of 5,000 copper coins." Su Hua was left speechless. The price is astronomical. It was evident that Song Qian was indeed from a wealthy family. Comparing himself to her, he felt a stark disparity. However, Song Qian had opened his eyes to the existence of the Yijin technique and the greater experts in the county, revealing that if he wished to progress in the future, he would need to venture there. Of course, Su Hua had no immediate need to go. He was currently poor and weak, needing to steadily build his strength and accumulate wealth. The following morning, the wind and snow had lessened significantly. Su Hua and Song Qian escorted a shipment of grain, hastening their pace to reach Liaoshazhen. Lord Han had already learned of their encounter with the villainous Zhou Bing the previous night and had initially lost hope for the grain shipment. To his astonishment, Su Hua and Song Qian returned unscathed. "Wonderful, simply splendid," Lord Han exclaimed as he stepped outside to behold the 2 carts laden with grain and meat. He then invited Su Hua and Song Qian into the hall, rewarding each with 3,000 copper coins. Furthermore, he offered them accommodation in his estate, providing food and lodging for several months. While Su Hua and Song Qian would not stay for months, they agreed to reside for a few days. Once outside the hall, Song Qian handed her 3,000 copper coins to Su Hua. "Su Gu, you should keep this. It's your due reward for your efforts. Save it well. You may need it for enrolling in the county martial arts school in the future." Song Qian recognized the dire straits Su Hua was in. Back in their room, Su Hua counted his copper coins, totaling 14,000. The immediate crisis had been averted. However, recalling the 30,000 copper coins required for the county martial arts school, along with the monthly fee, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the daunting challenge ahead. Fortunately, he had the system to support him. Progress would come gradually. The next day, after sharing a meal at Lord Han's estate, Song Qian invited Su Hua to explore the marketplace, treating him to a new outfit. Upon wearing it, he appeared quite dashing. "Indeed, you look much more handsome," Song Qian remarked with a smile. Then she suggested, "Su Gu, how about we practice together in the nearby forest?" "Sounds good," Su Hua agreed. As they entered the grove, Song Qian revealed her training in the Pai Lai technique, a complete martial arts form for skin refinement, and generously gifted it to Su Hua. "Su Gu, here is the Pai Lai technique for you to ponder. If you have time, delve into it." Su Hua was taken aback. The complete technique for skin refinement was indeed precious. And she was offering it to him? "You're giving me something so valuable?" What is so precious about it? The Ijin technique is far more valuable. This is nothing in comparison. Song Qian chuckled softly. Soon after, Su Hua and Song Qian engaged in a sparring session amidst the trees. During their practice, Su Hua inadvertently grasped Song Qian's soft chest. I apologize for that, Su Hua said earnestly. Song Qian's cheeks flushed, but she understood that it was unintentional. With a playful laugh, she responded, It's all right. It's my fault for not defending properly. Come on, let's continue our practice. You attack me again. All right, Su Hua agreed, resuming his offensive against Song Qian. After half an hour of practice, Su Hua had gained some insights and began to appreciate the uniqueness of the Thunderbolt technique. He now possessed 2 complete sets of skin refining techniques, and acquiring another would further enhance his physical capabilities. The stronger his physique, the higher the realms he could aspire to in the future. It was not merely about breaking through quickly. Establishing a solid foundation was essential for long-term progress. As Song Qian wiped away her fragrant sweat, she cheerfully suggested, Brother Su, let us head back for a meal first, and we'll continue our sparring in the afternoon. Sounds good, Su Hua replied. Chapter 47. Emotion Die. In the midst of heavy snowfall, Su Hua and Song Qian strolled through the streets. Song Qian glanced at Su Hua beside her, her face lighting up with joy. She soon bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Brother Su, try this, she offered. Thank you, Su Hua said as he accepted a skewer and took a few bites. After their meal at Old Master Han's residence, Song Qian went out again to shop. Su Hua was aware that Song Qian came from an affluent family, which explained her penchant for shopping, a tendency that seemed to be a natural inclination for women. Though Su Hua had amassed a modest fortune of over 10,000 copper coins, he was cautious about spending. He needed to purchase a substantial supply of grain and dried meat to return to Heilong Town, as well as medicinal herbs, which had become exorbitantly priced. As for the Martial Arts Academy in Wanshun County, 500 miles away, he dared not even dream of it. He simply could not afford the tuition, let alone the monthly fee of 5,000 copper coins. For now, his focus was on managing his immediate circumstances, which was Su Hua's current mindset. Returning to his room, Su Hua accessed the system and entered the Thunderbolt technique. System, register Thunderbolt technique, he commanded. Registration successful. Su Hua opened the system and checked his panel. System type, one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age, 16 cultivation level, skin refinement, iron skin, upgrade points, 48 strength, 2050 martial skills. Kai Tian hand, mastered. Chasing soul palm, mastered. Blazing blade technique, mastered. Thunderbolt technique, uninitiated. Auxiliary skills, perfected diving breathing technique. Gazing at the data panel, Su Hua felt exhilarated. He had indeed gained a small fortune. After returning, he could confidently focus on breaking through and upgrading. Once the heavy snowfall subsided, his strength would surely reach an astonishing level. Meanwhile, Song Qian was enjoying her time on the streets, first purchasing some jewelry and then a pair of azure boots. As she passed by a tavern, a figure sat by the window on the second floor, staring at her in disbelief. I asked that my junior sister? It was her senior brother, Mo Tian. He quickly rose and followed Song Qian, confirming that it was indeed her. It really is my junior sister, but I thought she was captured by Zhou Bing. She doesn't appear to have been harmed at all. What on earth happened? Mo Tian rushed forward. Junior sister, is that you? Upon seeing him, Song Qian replied coldly, It's you? How dare you call me that? Mo Tian stepped closer, scrutinizing her. She still looked as enchanting as ever. Junior sister, I was wrong last night. I was acting out of desperation, seeking a master to rescue you. But now it seems you're fine. How did you escape? Song Qian retorted icily, Mo Tian, I don't wish to see you again. Please leave. Mo Tian's expression shifted. Junior sister, please let me explain. You needn't explain. I saw everything clearly last night. It's laughable that I trusted you so much, yet you betrayed me. You constantly warned me about the dangers of trusting others, while you slandered Su Hua as a vile person. If anyone is vile, it's you. At this point, Mo Tian was at a loss for words. Junior sister, if it weren't for Su Hua rescuing me, I would have fallen into the hands of the bandit Zhou Bing, and that would have been disastrous. Song Qian interrupted coldly. What? Su Hua, that commoner, saved you. How did he manage that? Mo Tian's expression darkened ominously. I don't want to converse with you. Leave now. From this moment on, you're no longer my senior brother. When I return, I'll inform my father and master about this. With that, Song Qian turned to leave. Mo Tian, fixated on her delicate back, pursued her. Junior sister, I realize my mistakes. Will you forgive me? I promise never to abandon you again. Once I break through to the golden skin level, I will ask your father for your hand in marriage. What do you say? Song Qian's eyes filled with disdain. It's too late for such words. Watching her walk away, Mo Tian stood frozen in place. In the afternoon, Song Qian knocked on Su Hua's door. Brother Su, shall we practice together? Certainly, Su Hua replied. They stepped outside the residence and found a serene snowy patch to train. They exchanged strikes, each taking turns to attack and counter. Su Hua contemplated how to swiftly eliminate an opponent in battle. Unbeknownst to them, they had practiced for half an hour, and their relationship had grown considerably closer. To outsiders, they appeared quite intimate, resembling a couple. However, Su Hua remained focused on his training, diligently researching combat strategies. Although the system provided rapid advancements, true combat experience could only be gained through practical application and refinement. At that moment, a figure stood 100 meters away, concealed behind a large tree. His face was darkened with rage. It was Mo Tian, Song Qian's senior brother. Watching the woman he desired so closely engaged with Su Hua ignited his fury. With a crunch, Mo Tian crushed a piece of bamboo in his grasp. Su Hua, you commoner. How dare you seduce my woman? Very well. I will ensure your demise. Turning his gaze to Song Qian, he continued coldly, Song Qian, despite my kindness towards you, you've chosen to betray me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a swift movement, Mo Tian stepped forward. Song Qian glared at him. Mo Tian, are you following me? Mo Tian laughed angrily. Junior sister, after all these years of training together, you now choose to associate with this commoner so intimately. Have you lost your senses? Song Qian frowned. Oh Tian, mind your words. Who I choose to train with is my business. It's my freedom. So this is how it is. I have treated you well for years without even a touch. Yet you are so close with this commoner. It seems he has already taken advantage of you. Hasn't he? Mo Tian's fury reached its peak. Hearing such vile words enraged Song Qian further. Mo Tian, you are truly disgusting. I can't believe you're capable of such vile behavior. Mo Tian's gaze shifted to Su Hua, his eyes icy. You, a commoner, have managed to entangle yourself with the esteemed Song family's eldest daughter. I will make you regret this. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hua interjected, you have 3 breaths to leave, or you will die. Chapter 48, Seclusion and Breakthrough. What? Mo Tian's expression turned one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Su Hua, the commoner, would dare speak to him in such a manner. Mo Tian laughed mockingly. You think you can command me to leave in 3 breaths, or face death? Who do you think you are? As he spoke, he assessed Su Hua and Song Qian. Commoner, I will kill you now, believe it. And you, Song Qian, you wretched woman, how could you associate with a commoner? Once I deal with him, I will enjoy you at my leisure. Song Qian trembled with rage. Mo Tian, you? Su Hua glanced at Mo Tian. Truthfully, he had no desire to resort to violence. However, given that this man harbored intentions to kill him, he could not let him live. In an instant, Su Hua lunged forward. You can die now. You dare strike first? Mo Tian shouted. You, an iron skin, think you can defeat me? Mo Tian unleashed his power, launching a palm strike at Su Hua. Su Hua met the attack with a punch. Mo Tian sneered. You are doomed. However, at the moment of impact, Mo Tian's arm shattered with a crack, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Boom! Mo Tian crashed onto the ground. Terror etched across his face. How is this possible? Song Qian scoffed. Mo Tian, your arrogance is your downfall. Let me tell you the truth. It was Su Hua who slew the bandit Zhou Bing, which is why I am unharmed. If I had your temperament, he would never have saved me. What? Mo Tian gasped in shock. Su Hua shook his head. I did not wish to kill you, yet you have forced my hand. Su Hua swiftly advanced, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Mo Tian raised his left hand in defense. However, Su Hua's palm struck down like a hammer, wielding an immense force of 2,000 pounds. With a thunderous crash, Su Hua effortlessly shattered Mo Tian's defenses, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. Mo Tian was sent sprawling to the ground. his shirt torn asunder, leaving his chest a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Emo Tian was vanquished, a master at the initial stage of Copper Skin, thus felled by a single strike from Su Hua. Such was the might of Su Hua in the present moment. Song Qin gasped in astonishment. She was aware of Su Hua's extraordinary prowess, having slain the bandit Zhou Bing. Yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, obliterating Emo Tian's defense with a mere move and bringing him to his knees. Brother Su, you truly are a monster. You dispatched my senior brother with a single strike. Song Qin exhaled sharply, approaching to inspect Emo Tian's lifeless form, shaking her head in dismay. Those who commit numerous wrongs shall inevitably meet their demise. Su Hua stepped forward, searching Emo Tian's body but finding nothing of value. The two then departed the forest. Snow continued to cascade from the heavens, blanketing the world in a frigid embrace. This relentless winter seemed destined to persist indefinitely. Those with wealth might survive, while the impoverished would likely perish. Even among the stone-skinned warriors, reports indicated a significant number had succumbed, and iron-skinned warriors were not exempt from this fate in the 18 towns under Wanshun. Excluding the county seat, the combined population exceeded 1 million. Thus, the struggle for food and resources intensified, leading to conflicts among martial artists. The following morning, a contingent of formidable individuals arrived outside Lusha town. Appearing sharp and vigorous at that moment, Song Qian and Su Hua approached the town entrance. Su Hua observed the group, noting their formidable presence, which included at least 3 fifth-stage skin refining masters, golden-skinned warriors. Su Hua's heart raced at the sight. This assembly was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Song Qian smiled, calling out, "Uncle Tai, Uncle Bin, Uncle Yang. Miss, please board the carriage," one of them urged. "Wait a moment. I wish to speak with my friend." Song Qian replied, turning to Su Hua, "Brother Su, I must return home, but it has been a pleasure to meet you, Dongmimim." Su Hua murmured, uncertain of what else to say. "Brother Su, if you think of me in the future, feel free to visit Huaxi town. We can practice together," she added. Her cheeks flushed as she climbed into the carriage. They exchanged waves as the carriage departed. After Song Qian's departure, Su Hua returned to the Han residence to gather his belongings before heading to a shop. He personally arranged for a carriage specifically for transporting goods. Soon, he purchased 300 pounds of coarse grain for 2,100 copper coins, followed by 200 pounds of fine grain for 3,000 copper coins. He also acquired 20 pounds of black horn beef jerky, spending over 1,000 copper coins. After a rough calculation, Su Hua concluded that this food supply would sustain him for approximately 2 months, by which time he hoped the harsh weather would have subsided. After his purchases, he still had 7,600 copper coins remaining. Next, Su Hua visited a medicinal herb shop to procure blood-nourishing powder. Priced at 900 per dose. Through persistent negotiation, he managed to reduce the price to 700 per dose and bought 10 doses, confident that this investment would yield substantial cultivation points. With his acquisitions in hand, Su Hua drove his carriage away from Lusha town. Lusha town lay over 100 miles from Heilong town, and along the way, Su Hua encountered several bands of robbers, all of whom he dispatched with ease, earning an additional 400 to 500 copper coins. Thus, he found himself with over 1,000 copper coins once more. As night fell, Su Hua arrived at the entrance of Heilong town. Familiar with the guards stationed there, upon opening the gate, a few warriors inquired, "Who are you? Do you not have eyes?" Su Hua replied coldly. Upon closer inspection, they quickly apologized. "Ah, it's Master Su. Please, come in, Master Su. What do you carry in such a large cart? What else could it be? Just some straw for warmth. Has anything of note occurred in town recently?" "Nothing at all, with the Zhou family present in Heilong town. The outside disaster victims and bandits dare not intrude." "Very well. Take care, Master Su." Shortly thereafter, Su Hua returned to his residence. Zhang Wanner and Zhang Fugui, relieved to see him back, especially Zhang Wanner, who finally let go of her worries. "Master Su, you have returned at last." Zhang Fugui assisted in unloading the supplies. Zhang Wanner gazed in shock at the abundance of food, especially the black horn beef. "So much food. This will last us for 2 months. Come what may, we need not venture out to find sustenance." Su Hua smiled indeed. Zhang Wanner looked at him. "Master Su, I hardly know how to repay your kindness, Wanner. May I hold your hand?" Zhang Wanner's face turned crimson, and she lowered her gaze. Chapter 49. Breakthrough to Copper Skin. Before long, Zhang Wan'er's cheeks were aflame, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, Su Hua made no overstepping gestures. He gently embraced her slender waist, smoothing her tousled hair blown by the cold wind. Su Hua refrained from pressing the matter, knowing Zhang Wan'er's conservative nature in this world. Women were expected to reserve certain actions for after marriage, fearing the loss of their virtue. Despite the chaos of their times, these women held their chastity in the highest regard, often valuing it above their very lives. Su Hua was not a desperate man. He resolved to marry Zhang Wan'er only after achieving greater strength. During their intimate moments, he noticed a crescent-shaped mark on her collarbone. "Sister Wan'er, what is this crescent mark on your collarbone?" Zhang Wan'er, her face flushed, shook her head. "I don't know. It has been there since childhood. On nights of the full moon, I always feel it warming." Very well, Su Hua found the mark intriguing but mysterious, pondering if Zhang Wan'er possessed an extraordinary lineage. However, he dismissed such thoughts, considering it merely a crescent mark without any profound meaning. "All right, Master Su, I will prepare dinner now," Zhang Wan'er said, rising to head to the kitchen. In the days that followed, Su Hua, Fu Gui, and Zhang Wan'er enjoyed a comfortable existence. Outside, the relentless snowfall continued, claiming many lives. After a brief respite, Su Hua prepared to use the blood-nourishing powder. 10 doses would yield a significant number of upgrade points. Once the snow ceased, upheaval was likely to follow, driven by the competition for resources. Thus, Su Hua aimed to enhance his strength swiftly, targeting a breakthrough to the copper skin stage. Commencing his regimen with the blood-nourishing powder, Su Hua indulged in daily baths. After 3 days, he checked his upgrade points and was pleasantly surprised to find he had converted 45 points. This was a commendable start. He continued his bathing routine daily. Half a month later, having used 5 doses, he checked his system again and discovered his upgrade points had reached 268. Thrilled, he realized he still had 5 doses remaining. He decided not to rush his ascent, opting to wait until he had converted all 5 doses into upgrade points. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Lin Yuan had amassed a wealth of resources for Feng Buping, who was diligently practicing sword techniques under Lin Yuan's guidance. As he trained, Lin Yuan administered the sword techniques while also performing acupressure to invigorate Feng Buping's vitality. "How are you faring?" "Buping?" Feng Buping nodded. "Master, I can sense it. It's close, very close." "Excellent. With the snow sealing the mountains, once the bitter cold subsides, various factions will become restless. The Zhou family will also take action. You must achieve your breakthrough to copper skin before the weather changes. It will be advantageous for your endeavors." Feng Buping nodded. "Master, do not worry. I feel it will happen within days." Days passed, and on the 7th day, Feng Buping finally broke through. His rainstorm sword technique unleashed a ferocity that shattered countless snowflakes. At that moment, Feng Buping surged with power. His swordsmanship and vitality were greatly enhanced. Indeed, he had succeeded in his breakthrough to the copper skin level. Elated, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Copper skin level. I have finally achieved it." With a leap, Feng Buping demonstrated the ferocity of his sword technique. Lin Yuan emerged, observing Feng Buping's exuberance. He swiftly approached, grasping Feng Buping's sword and then giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Indeed, you have reached the 4th stage of copper skin, Buping. Congratulations," Lin Yuan declared with a smile. Feng Buping nodded, "All thanks to Master S' guidance. Without your support, it would have taken me at least 2 to 3 more years to break through." "Ha ha ha! Splendid! It was worth the resources I invested in you, Buping. You have brought honor to your master." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Let us spar and see the extent of your strength." "Yes, master," came the reply. After a bout of practice, Lin Yuan felt the immense power of Feng Buping, which reached 1,800 pounds, and he was astounded. 1,800 pounds, splendid, my good disciple. Shortly after Feng Buping's breakthrough, Zhao Zhan, a notable figure under the 3rd steward of the Zhou family, also achieved the copper skin level. "Feng Buping has broken through to copper skin? I, Zhao Zhan, am not to be outdone." Qiguan displayed a smile. "Excellent, excellent." At this moment, Su Hua was still diligently cultivating. He had already consumed 7 doses of blood-nourishing powder, and his upgrade points in the system had reached 346. Just then, Gao Teng approached Su Hua. "Brother Su, are you practicing?" "Yes, Gao brother. What brings you here?" "Hee hee. I'm here to treat you to drinks and a feast. At this time, Gao brother, indulging in food and drink seems rather extravagant. Su Hua was known for his frugality. Fear not, it's all on Feng Buping's tab. Feng Buping is treating us? Oh, my dear brother Su? You may not be aware, but Feng Buping recently broke through to the copper skin level, having achieved the 4th stage of skin refining. He is treating us. Lin Yi also intends to join us, and I am here to inform you. Let us go together. Very well. Su Hua and Gao Tang made their way to the tavern, where numerous disciples of Lin Yi and various merchants from Hailing Town gathered to offer their congratulations. Lin Yi, congratulations on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Lin Yi, your disciple has boundless potential, achieving copper skin at merely 22. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Please, everyone, take a seat. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang inhaled sharply. Feng Buping's talent is indeed terrifying. Achieving copper skin at 22 is remarkable. I heard from Lin Yi that Feng Buping possesses a strength of 1,800 pounds. Truly fearsome, they all exclaimed. Feng Buping, brimming with pride, made rounds to toast. He then approached Su Hua, shaking his head. What's the matter with you all? After such prolonged cultivation, your progress is still lacking. You must strive harder in order to serve my master. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded in agreement. Brother Buping is right. Feng Buping looked at Su Hua, who chose to ignore him, and coldly remarked, Su Hua, strive to catch up with my current achievements in 30 years. Ha 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 ha. With that, Feng Buping strutted away. Hearing this, Su Hua couldn't help but smile inwardly. Copper skin, 1,800 pounds? How dare he boast? I could easily best him. After feasting, Su Hua packed some food and departed the tavern. With Feng Buping having achieved copper skin, it was now his turn to break through. Chapter 50. The Strength of Muscle Transformation. The streets remained blanketed in heavy snow, with many still succumbing to the cold. Lin Yi is hosting a grand banquet for Feng Buping. Indeed, the lavish feasting amidst the suffering of the poor is a stark irony. Su Hua shook his head, feeling detached from the extravagance. In these chaotic times, lacking strength meant such fates awaited all. Were it not for the system he acquired, his situation would be dire. Upon entering, Su Hua placed the packed food on the table. Sister Wanner, Fu Gue, come out quickly. I have brought you some delightful treats. Zhang Fu Gue emerged, eyes widening at the sight of the sumptuous spread, devouring it ravenously. Brother Hua, you went out for drinks and brought us back food. I am so touched. Zhang Wanner sampled a few pastries. Enjoy your meal. I'll return to my cultivation. With that, Su Hua retreated to his courtyard, where he had 5 doses of blood-nourishing powder remaining. After consuming these, he intended to upgrade to copper skin. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had gone by. Upon finishing the last 5 doses of blood-nourishing powder, Su Hua excitedly accessed the system to check his total upgrade points. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level, skin refining, iron skin, upgrade points: 468 strength, 2050 martial arts. Open Sky Palm, Major Mastery, Soul Pursuit Palm, Major Mastery. Blazing Blade Technique, Major Mastery, Thunderbolt Technique, not yet taught, auxiliary skills. Perfect Diving Breathing Technique. Su Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the 468 points. First, he activated the Thunderbolt Technique. This technique was also part of the full set of skin refining techniques. After spending 128 points on it, he effortlessly upgraded it to Major Mastery. Mastery of the Thunderbolt Technique meant he had achieved Iron Skin status. Previously, when Su Hua had upgraded a martial art to Major Mastery, he had spent significantly more points. He surmised that since he already possessed 2 techniques at Major Mastery, which were inherently Iron Skin, the consumption for the Thunderbolt Technique was substantially less. In an instant, the combat methods of the Thunderbolt Technique flashed in his mind. His muscles and skin became tighter. The enhancement of this technique significantly boosted his physical attributes. Looking at his remaining upgrade points, he still had 340 points left. All 3 skin refining martial arts displayed a plus sign, indicating he could upgrade any of them to copper skin at will. After contemplation, Su Hua decided to use Open Sky Palm to break through to copper skin, postponing the upgrades of Soul Pursuit Palm and Thunderbolt Technique for later. He activated the Open Sky Palm, which also showed a plus sign. Su Hua clicked on the plus sign. Boom! In an instant, Su Hua felt as though his head might explode. A torrent of terrifying knowledge surged into his mind. Not only that, but his entire body underwent a monumental transformation. His skin burned and reddened as wisps of white smoke wafted off him. Moments later, the agony subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. Looking down at his skin, he crossed his arms, producing a clear metallic sound, a metallic sound. I have broken through to the fourth stage of skin refining, the copper skin level. Su Hua felt an overwhelming joy. Just a year ago, he had been a lowly miner. Had it not been for Zhang Wanner's assistance, he would have perished in a mere year. He had transformed into a copper skin warrior. He thought of Su Xiong, who, despite only being at iron skin, thrived in Hailang Town, commanding respect and living lavishly with numerous maidservants at his beck and call. Lin Yuan had expended considerable resources to help Feng Buping achieve copper skin. And now that Feng Buping had succeeded, Lin Yuan was throwing a banquet in celebration. Despite being a frugal man, Lin Yuan's decision to host a feast illustrated the significance of a copper skin warrior. Su Hua sensed the formidable power contained within his skin, though he was uncertain of its exact measure. He needed to check the system again to gauge his strength. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level. Skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade points: 8 strength, 2,600 martial arts. Open sky palm, proficient. Soul pursuit palm, major mastery. Blazing blade technique, major mastery. Thunderbolt technique, major mastery. Auxiliary skills, perfect diving breathing technique. Seeing the strength of 2,600 pounds, Su Hua was equally delighted. Such power was truly extraordinary. It was noteworthy that Feng Buping only possessed 1,800 pounds of strength, yet boasted so boldly. Su Hua had also attained copper skin, yet his strength exceeded Feng Buping's by 800 pounds. If Lin Yuan and Feng Buping were to learn of Su Hua's copper skin status and his strength of 2,600 pounds, one could only imagine their astonishment. Of course, Su Hua had no intention of revealing his strength just yet. He would wait for the opportune moment to showcase his capabilities. He understood that withholding his true power meant he would not receive the resources he needed. Su Hua recognized that with his advancement to copper skin, the demand for resources would increase, and so would the financial burden. Now that he had grown stronger, it was time to reveal his true prowess to secure greater resources. Su Hua exited his courtyard and journeyed to a nearby forest blanketed in snow. As he dashed through the snowy terrain, he left only faint footprints behind. With a swift motion, Su Hua propelled himself forward. Covering 17 to 18 meters in an instant, his speed surpassing that of a cheetah. Recalling his past life, he remembered that the world-class sprinters on Blue Star could barely manage 100 meters in just over 9 seconds. Now, Su Hua could achieve it in just over 5 seconds. This was an inhuman feat, yet he understood that this was a martial arts world. Subsequently, Su Hua employed the open sky palm, which, now at the proficient level, was intricate and powerful, with each strike incorporating dozens of techniques. Boom! His palm struck a nearby tree, roughly the thickness of his arm. He zipped past it, causing 7 or 8 trees to topple with a resounding crash. The copper skin level truly makes a difference. My combat power has significantly increased. Su Hua beamed with satisfaction. At that moment, in the innermost sanctum of the Zhou family's estate, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. Clad in a black robe, his eyes shining with intensity. His formidable cultivation was indeed awe-inspiring. This man was Zhou Long, the head of the Zhou family. Summon Lin Yuan and Qi Guan. They must come to see me at once. Yes, my lord, I will fetch them immediately. After a brief moment, Lin Yuan and Qi Guan passed through layer upon layer of secret doors and entered. Upon encountering Zhou Changlong, both men could not help but tremble with awe. So powerful, unbelievably powerful. Lin Yuan and Qi Guan clasped their hands in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, my lord. We are unaware of your commands. Come, follow me to slay." Zhou Changlong commanded, his sleeves sweeping as he soared several dozen meters away. Chapter 51. Contest for Supremacy. Lin Yuan and Qi Guan gazed at Zhou Changlong, who stood several dozen meters away, their hearts tumultuous with fear. What is a true powerhouse? This is it. They held the fates of countless lives in their hands, commanding respect in Heilong Town. Yet today, Zhou Changlong's sudden leap instilled profound dread within them. As they approached Zhou Changlong, they bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord, where shall we go to kill?" "To Changlin Pass." Soon after, Zhou Changlong. Lin Yuan and Qi Guan departed from Heilong Town. Half a day later, they arrived at Changlin Pass. Lin Yuan and Qi Guan remained oblivious to Zhou Changlong's intentions for bringing them here. At that moment, Zhou Changlong pointed towards an open area ahead and swiftly flew past, with Lin Yuan and Qi Guan following closely behind. Before them lay numerous wellheads. Wells? They inquired. Zhou Changlong replied nonchalantly, these are salt wells. If extracted, they could yield substantial wealth. Previously, such resources were under government control, but now, the martial prowess of Yingtian County is formidable, and various local powers monopolize their own resources. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Qi Guan exchanged delighted glances. Bowing deeply, congratulations, my lord. However, Wan Tu from Sanhe Town seeks to contest me for this salt. Zhou Changlong's expression turned icy, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Standing beside Zhou Changlong, Qi Guan and Lin Yuan felt a sudden drop in temperature. At that moment, a group of men appeared several hundred meters away, led by a middle-aged man wielding a large spear, accompanied by several experts from the 5th level of skin refinement. He has arrived. Zhou Changlong stated coldly. Qi Guan and Lin Yuan prepared their energies, ready for battle. Wan Tu raised his spear, pointing it at Zhou Changlong. Zhou Changlong, I, Wan Tu, have set my sights on this salt. You occupy the resources of Heilong Town and now wish to stake a claim here? Your appetite seems rather excessive. Wan Tu, I grant you 10 breaths to leave. Otherwise, you shall perish. Zhou Changlong's voice was as frigid as ice. Wan Tu scoffed, very well, Zhou Changlong, you dare to be so arrogant? Let us see how strong you truly are. Wan Tu leapt into the air and landed in the snow, then soared again, covering 100 meters in a few swift movements. What astonishing speed! Qi Guan's expression changed. Lin Yuan recognized Wan Tu's prowess. He is a martial artist of the muscle transformation level. Merely a parlor trick. Zhou Changlong darted forward, meeting him head-on. Wan Tu laughed heartily. Zhou Changlong, today I shall show you my might. With a thunderous crash, Wan Tu thrust his spear, generating a terrifying force that shattered the air. Zhou Changlong, unfazed, raised his palms to counter. The spear was caught between his hands. Wan Tu furrowed his brow, attempting to break free. Yet, Zhou Changlong shouted break, and with a powerful grip, he shattered the spearhead before forcefully pressing down on Wan Tu. Wan Tu was taken aback. How can this be possible? Zhou Changlong's palm techniques were terrifyingly formidable, and Wan Tu could do nothing but defend as Zhou Changlong's strikes overwhelmed his defenses, landing squarely on his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Changlong's strikes accelerated. Wan Tu's arms exploded, his robe torn to shreds, bending him like a bow. After a final blow from Zhou Changlong, Wan Tu was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. Zhou Changlong remained composed. Not a hint of exertion on his face. Qi Guan was utterly astonished. Is this truly the strength of our lord? Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing Zhou Changlong's might was beyond imagination. Dad! The onlookers behind Wan Tu dared not advance, shaken by Zhou Changlong's prowess. Wan Tu's face turned pale, blood oozing from his mouth as he gazed down at his mangled chest, his organs already shattered. Why? Zhou Changlong, hands clasped behind his back, approached Wan Tu. You dare to challenge me, a master of the muscle transformation realm? Wan Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Changlong, you're not a master of muscle transformation? A minor realm? I was one a decade ago. With that revelation, Wan Tu coughed up blood and collapsed. Zhou Changlong surveyed the crowd accompanying Wan Tu, which included his son, daughter, and several experts. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, Qi Guan, Lin Yuan, eliminate these individuals. I shall return first. Yes, my lord. The two men surged forward in the snow. Chaos erupted as Wan Tu's son was swiftly dispatched by Qi Guan, while his daughter fell victim to his grasp. Qi Guan approached Wan Tu's daughter. He tore her garments, exposing her pristine skin. Ha ha ha, Wan Tu's daughter, what a beauty. I shall have my fun today. Please, no. Wan Ling pleaded, standing to cover herself, desperate to flee. Qi Guan pursued, laughing maniacally. You cannot escape, however, just as Qi Guan was about to seize Wan Ling. Lin Yuan darted forward, his sword flashing through the air before sheathing it effortlessly. Wan Ling touched her neck, blood gushing forth, having been struck by Lin Yuan's sword. Wiping his face, Qi Guan roared in fury. Lin Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Doing what? Obviously killing. Not leaving any survivors. Oh, you think we should spare anyone? Are you not afraid the Lord will crush your skull? Lin Yuan replied, returning his sword to its sheath. Qi Guan glared at Lin Yuan. You did this on purpose to deny me my fun. Several hours later, Qi Guan and Lin Yuan returned to Heilong town to report to Zhou Changlong. Zhou Changlong nodded, then addressed them. The salt wells require management. Which of you is willing to send someone to oversee it? The monthly wage is 800 coins. Upon hearing this, Qi Guan was the first to speak. My lord, Zhao Zhan is diligent and meticulous. I wish to send him. Lin Yuan interjected, my lord, my direct disciple Feng Buping is more suitable. He has already broken through to the copper skin level. Zhou Changlong responded, copper skin level, very well. Let your disciple Feng Buping take the position. My lord, Feng Buping is at the copper skin level, but my Zhao Zhan has also recently achieved the same level. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Zhou Changlong, understanding their motivations, declared, let Feng Buping and Zhao Zhan compete. The victor shall manage the salt wells. I will inform Zhou Bao to oversee the contest, set for 3 days from now. Understood. Soon, word of this spread. Meanwhile, Su Hua learned of the situation. Feng Buping and Zhao Zhan were to contest for the management of the salt wells, with the winner overseeing Changlin Pass. The position offered 800 coins monthly, plus substantial benefits, a veritable windfall. No wonder both sides were vying for it. Su Hua's eyes narrowed. If he could secure this lucrative position, life would be much more comfortable. Chapter 52. An opportunity arises. 800 coins monthly, plus abundant resources. This profit must be paramount. Otherwise, Lin Yuan and Qi Guan would not be so fiercely contending for control over the salt wells. Su Hua, confident in his strength to defeat Feng Buping and Zhao Zhan, contemplated the implications. However, if Feng Buping were to win, it would mean Lin Yuan had secured control over the wells. Could he then challenge Feng Buping without incurring Lin Yuan's wrath? That would be unwise. He was not foolish enough to antagonize Lin Yuan, especially since Feng Buping was his direct disciple. But if Feng Buping were to lose to Zhao Zhan, Su Hua could step in and help Lin Yuan seize control over the salt wells, potentially earning Lin Yuan's favor and resources in return. With the income and benefits from managing the salt wells, Su Hua's cultivation would surely soar. Having recently spent over 10,000 coins, he needed to find a way to replenish his funds. Meanwhile, in Qi Guan's residence, Zhao Zhan stood resolutely. Zhao Zhan, you must defeat Feng Buping this time. Do you have confidence? This salt well represents a golden opportunity, one that could yield substantial profit. Zhao Zhan nodded. Rest assured, Qi Yi, Feng Buping is at the copper skin level, and so am I. I fear him not. Moreover, Feng Buping's prideful nature will be his downfall. Ha ha ha, that is splendid. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuan's residence, he was providing Feng Buping with guidance, helping him refine his energy and technique, while also instructing him in the torrential sword technique. After a thorough lesson, Lin Yuan opened a box containing a ginseng root. Master, is this the white jade ginseng? Lin Yuan nodded slightly and said, yes, take this and consume it. You are about to face Zhao Zhan in a grand competition, and this will surely fortify your vital energy. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I will defeat Zhao Zhan and reclaim the salt well for you. I promise that all the benefits from the salt well will be yours, Lin Yuan replied. Lin Yuan shook his head, expressing his discontent. Do you think I am concerned with my own interests? Not at all. What I value more is your future. Feng Buping chuckled. Master, do not worry. I will strive diligently and will not bring shame upon you. Very well, return and consume this Baiyu ginseng. By the way, should you triumph over Zhao Zhan, I shall reward you with the Yuan blood pill. Upon hearing the term Yuan blood pill, Feng Buping gasped. This pill was exceedingly precious, capable of sustaining a warrior at the copper skin level for an entire year of arduous training. Thank you, Master. After receiving the Baiyu ginseng, Feng Buping departed from the Lin residence. On the way, he mused to himself, Master often advises me to be frugal and save, yet he himself seems to be quite wealthy. This Baiyu ginseng costs thousands of copper coins, and the Yuan blood pill is even more valuable to it. Appears Master's frugality is merely a facade. 3 days swiftly passed in the territory of the Zhou family. A martial arts platform had been erected. Below, hundreds gathered, all warriors of the Zhou family. Among them were several disciples of Qi Guan, as well as some of Lin Yuan's disciples, and of course, a few warriors under the stewardship of the chief steward Zhou Bao. In the front row sat 3 individuals. To the left was Qi Guan, in the center was Zhou Bao, and to the right was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan clasped his hands together and said, "Brother Zhou, thank you for presiding over this event today." "You flatter me, Brother Lin." Zhou Bao waved his hand dismissively. On the other side, Su Hua, having risen early, practiced several techniques: the opening heaven palm, the pursuit soul palm, and the thunder palm. He felt an immense surge of vitality within him. Subsequently, Su Hua arrived at the competition venue and spotted Lin Yuan's disciples. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang observed Su Hua's arrival and exclaimed, "Brother Su, why are you so late?" "Not bad, not bad. The match hasn't started yet," Su Hua replied with a smile. "All right, take a seat." Gao Tang offered a stool. As the 2 contenders, Qi Guan and Feng Buping, ascended the platform, all eyes were upon them. These 2 were regarded as the most outstanding of the younger generation. Zhao Zhan, age 26, and Feng Buping, around 22 or 23, had both reached the copper skin level. With both possessing formidable talents, the crowd speculated on who would emerge victorious. Feng Buping looked at Zhao Zhan with a disdainful expression. "Zhao Zhan, do you truly believe that having reached the copper skin level makes you my equal? You need not compete, simply concede." Zhao Zhan maintained a calm demeanor. "Feng Buping, you remain as arrogant as ever. Today, I shall teach you a harsh lesson." "Teach me? Do you even have the qualifications?" Feng Buping scoffed. "Then let us see." Zhao Zhan summoned his strength, and Feng Buping did the same. Boom. On the platform, the 2 unleashed their energies, their vital forces clashing as they commenced their duel. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 figures engaged in relentless assaults, their fists and palms colliding. Each retreated several meters before re-engaging, the battle intensifying to an exhilarating degree. Lin Yuan silently observed Feng Buping's performance, while Qi Guan tightened his grip on his teacup. Su Hua watched the combatants, noting that their fighting prowess was comparable to that of Mo Tian. Before his own breakthrough to the copper skin level, he had been capable of defeating Mo Tian. Now, having reached that level himself, he deemed these 2 far too weak. "Too weak," Su Hua blurted out. Gao Tang was taken aback. "Brother Su, what did you say?" Su Hua was also startled. "What? Did I say something?" Gao Tang apologized. "It was too noisy. I must have misheard." Bang, bang, bang. The battle on stage raged on, reaching a fevered pitch. Lin Yuan watched Feng Buping intently, his heart heavy with worry. Why has he not yet subdued Zhao Zhan? This Zhao Zhan is truly formidable. Qi Guan shared the sentiment, realizing Feng Buping's exceptional skill, befitting of Lin Yuan's direct disciple. Feng Buping gritted his teeth, wielding his sword to execute the violent rain sword technique. "Zhao Zhan, witness my violent rain sword technique." As Feng Buping's sword gleamed, the technique was flawlessly executed, forcing Zhao Zhan to retreat repeatedly. Zhao Zhan's gaze sharpened as he evaded the onslaught of the violent rain sword technique and drew his long blade. "You wield the violent rain sword technique. I, Zhao Zhan, possess the ruthless blade technique." Bang, bang, bang. The clash of blade and sword sent sparks flying. Zhao Zhan's muscles bulged, veins protruding like worms across his forehead, as he unleashed a relentless series of slashes, overwhelming Feng Buping's violent rain sword technique. Feng Buping was taken aback. "Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful?" Bai Zhan and Gao Tang observed this scene with grave concern. "This is bad. Buping is on the verge of losing." Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on Zhao Zhan, astonished by the latter's mastery of the ruthless blade technique. That moment, Su Hua watched with glee. "My opportunity is approaching." Though Feng Buping was Lin Yuan's cherished disciple, Su Hua, also a disciple of Lin Yuan, hoped for Feng Buping's defeat. The primary reason for this desire was the fear that Feng Buping's victory might obstruct his own path. "If Feng Buping loses, then I will step in," Su Hua thought to himself. This moment, Qi Guan observed Zhao Zhan employing the ruthless blade technique, pushing Feng Buping back step by step. The violent rain sword technique was being cleaved through, and had Feng Buping not retreated swiftly, he would have been defeated by that last blow. Confident of his victory, Qi Guan squinted, sipping his tea with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. "It seems your prized disciple is not all that impressive. I have heard he considers himself a genius, quite proud, but it appears he is merely living up to an empty reputation." In response to Qi Guan's scornful remarks, Lin Yuan remained silent, fixated on the platform where Feng Buping stood. "Buping, You cannot afford to lose. Should you falter, it is not merely the salt well that concerns me, but rather your mindset. I fear for your mental resilience. Feng Buping's forehead was drenched in sweat, caught off guard by Zhao Zhen's ruthless blade technique. However, being Lin Yuan's direct disciple, he quickly regained his composure. With a swift strike, he directed his sword towards Zhao Zhen. The sudden thrust startled Zhao Zhen, who dared not advance and could only block with his blade. With a loud clang, the tip of the sword struck Zhao Zhen's blade, creating a blinding flash of sparks as both exerted their strength. With a powerful thud, both combatants retreated. "To defeat me, you will find it no easy task," Feng Buping declared, his confidence restored. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at Qi Guan. "Your disciple Zhao Zhen appears rather ordinary as well." Zhao Zhen tightened his grip on the hilt, increasing his force, as did Feng Buping. This time, the clash of blade and sword was even more ferocious. The crowd collectively gasped as the fierce combat between the copper-skinned masters caused cracks to form in the stone platform. Violent rain sweeps the world. Feng Buping unleashed his sword, while Zhao Zhen gritted his teeth, channeling his skin's energy and roaring, "Drink in the northwest hatred." Boom. Zhao Zhen's strike was powerful and relentless, each slash infused with tremendous strength. Feng Buping frowned slightly. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Zhen executed his strongest blow, disarming Feng Buping's sword with a single strike. Instantly, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang's expressions changed dramatically. "This is bad. The sword has fallen. Buping is bound to lose." Having observed the fierce exchange, Su Hua discerned that Feng Buping's sword lacked weight and stability, relying solely on speed, likely due to his temperament. Conversely, Zhao Zhen exuded a heavy aura, suggesting he had taken many lives, clearly a formidable adversary. Feng Buping's defeat was inevitable. Losing is beneficial. It will open the door for me, Su Hua thought secretly. Lin Yuan abruptly stood, alarmed. Upon witnessing Feng Buping's sword drop, Zhao Zhen seized the opportunity to strike, forcing Feng Buping to defend with his bare hands. In that moment, Zhao Zhen unleashed a kick, toppling Feng Buping off the platform. The audience erupted in murmurs. "It's over. Feng Buping has lost." Zhao Zhen was indeed formidable. Feng Buping had been defeated. As Feng Buping rose, he seethed with indignation, insisting, "I have not lost. I refuse to accept this." Zhao Zhen shook his head. "Feng Buping, you have been kicked off the platform. You have lost. There is no reasoning for a rematch." Feng Buping shouted defiantly, "I refuse to accept defeat." At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression darkened considerably. If Feng Buping lost, it would be somewhat acceptable, but the fact that he still wished to contest again was utterly unreasonable enough. "Get down." Lin Yuan took a sip. Feng Buping gazed at Lin Yuan in the distance and said, "Master, I am unwilling to tea." That moment, Qi Guan laughed heartily. "Lin Yuan, your disciple is quite unimpressive, always flaunting his arrogance." Zhao Zhen sheathed his long knife, glanced at Lin Yuan and remarked, "My apologies, Lin Yi. You ought to teach your disciple properly. His strength is lacking, yet his tongue is sharp." Lin Yuan's face turned ashen. Icy to the core. It was one thing for Qi Guan to mock him, but now Zhao Zhen dared to do the same. However, he held his tongue. After all, his disciple had lost, and that was that. Just then, Qi Guan chuckled and said, "Lin Yuan, do you have anyone else from your sect to send forth? My disciple Zhao Zhen is ready." At this moment, Zhou Bao looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Lin Yuan, do you have anyone else willing to fight?" Who didn't he know that the strongest among Lin Yuan's disciples was his direct disciple, Feng Buping? Qi Guan's words were intended to humiliate him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to declare that there was no one, a figure rose from the bench behind him. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the individual at the back. It was Su Hua. Su Hua was overjoyed. His opportunity had finally arrived. If he didn't step forward now, when would he? This was the moment to reveal his true strength. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan, upon hearing someone was stepping up, exclaimed, "Su Laudi, are you out of your mind? Going up now is just asking for a slap in the face." They immediately turned to speak with Su Hua. As they finished speaking, they were momentarily stunned. They were dumbfounded because it was indeed Su Hua who was about to take the stage. "Are you insane, Su Laudi? What are you doing?" Lin Yuan also looked over, recognizing Su Hua, and frowned. What on earth did this guy intend to do? Feng Buping was equally taken aback. not expecting it to be Su Hua. What did this muddy-footed fellow want? Was he trying to embarrass his master on purpose? Su Hua approached Lin Yuan and bowed respectfully. Lin Yi, I wish to take the stage to at that moment. Feng Buping strode over, fuming. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't even handle Zhao Zhan. How could you? Su Hua paid no heed to Zhao Zhan and instead focused on Lin Yuan. Zhao Zhan, atop the stage, cast a disdainful glance. Lin Yi, if your disciple wishes to challenge me, let him come up. Lin Yuan regarded Su Hua and shook his head. Today, Buping has lost. I have already lost face. Sending you up would be akin to slapping myself. Moreover, Zhao Zhan has already attained the copper skin level. You have only been under my tutelage for a year. How could you possibly stand against him? Feng Buping snorted disdainfully. You brat. What chaos are you causing? Hurry and get down. You're embarrassing yourself. However, at that moment, Su Hua straightened up and looked Lin Yuan in the eye. Lin Yi, what if I am also at the copper skin level? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su Hua. Bai Zhan and Gao Teng exchanged incredulous glances, wishing they could pull Su Hua off the stage. Su Laudi, have you been drinking today? What on earth is wrong with you? Feng Buping burst into laughter at this declaration. You claim to have reached copper skin? Su Hua, if you are indeed at that level, I shall eat dung right here. Su Hua's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was not shocked but rather displayed a look of disappointment. It was evident he believed Su Hua was boasting. Lin Yuan's tone grew stern. Nonsense. Su Hua, have I not been strict enough with you lately? You dare to make such claims? Get down. Bai Zhan and Gao Teng approached. Urging, Su Laudi, just leave, Su Laudi. Lin Yi is furious. Just then, Su Hua gathered his breath, and a powerful aura surged forth, causing a transformation in his skin. In that instant, Lin Yuan's anger turned to sheer astonishment. This aura, he was all too familiar with it. If this was not the aura of copper skin, what else could it be? Alongside Lin Yuan, Feng Buping was equally flabbergasted. Feng Buping stared at Su Hua. Disbelief etched across his face. This aura, how is this possible? Bai Zhan and Gao Teng also felt the overwhelming energy, their eyes widening in shock. Su Laudi is indeed at copper skin. Lin Yuan stepped forward, placing a hand on Su Hua's shoulder, gently circulating his energy, and with a flick, a resonant sound echoed. Lin Yuan was astonished once more. Copper skin? You truly have attained copper skin. When did you break through? Su Hua replied, I just broke through a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Feng Buping's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He had expended so many resources to reach copper skin, while Su Hua, a mere muddy-footed fellow without proper guidance or resources, had somehow achieved it. It was inconceivable. Master, is Su Hua truly? Lin Yuan nodded eagerly, elated. Wonderful. I never anticipated having another copper skin master among my disciples. This truly is a delightful surprise. Feng Buping, upon witnessing his master's expression, retreated a couple of steps, realizing Su Hua was indeed a copper skin warrior. The other spectators were equally astounded. What? Lin Yi has another copper skin master? Lin Yi had concealed this quite well. Zhao Zhan's brow furrowed at the revelation of another copper skin master, while Qi Guan's expression soured. Damn it, Lin Yuan has hidden a copper skin disciple from us. How audacious! You should go up. Zhao Zhan's strength is formidable. Losing to him is no disgrace. I have 2 young copper skin warriors under my tutelage, which is already a source of great pride. Lin Yuan stood up. Su Hua nodded and ascended the martial stage. Feng Buping's face remained dark. Even if you are copper skin, what of it? I am no match for Zhao Zhan. You will last at most 10 moves. Zhao Zhan glanced at Su Hua, indifferent. I did not expect you to be copper skin as well. You are younger than Feng Buping, which is commendable. However, if Feng Buping cannot withstand me, neither will you. I shall defeat you within 10 moves. Lin Yuan, holding his teacup, took a sip, feeling elated. Even if Su Hua lost to Zhao Zhan in 10 moves, he would still be in good spirits. Training a copper skin warrior was incredibly arduous, and having 2 under his guidance was immensely significant. Moreover, Su Hua seemed to possess extraordinary talent. With this thought, Lin Yuan felt quite content. Feng Buping, witnessing his master's smile, remarked, Master, Su Hua surely cannot match Zhao Zhan. That matters not. Lin Yuan waved dismissively. 10 moves to defeat me. Do you possess the strength for that? Su Hua shot a cold glare at Zhao Zhen. What? The crowd below gasped in shock. This somewhat unfamiliar young man seemed rather audacious, disregarding even Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen was equally taken aback. You little brat, Lin Yuan chuckled, amused by Su Hua's bravado. I like this attitude. Feng Buping's frown deepened, his expression growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, Zhao Zhen lunged forward, his speed so swift it tore through the air, delivering a powerful punch. Feng Buping is no match for me. You dare to be arrogant? Get down. The force behind this punch was formidable. Just as it was about to connect, Su Hua's gaze sharpened. He had endured for so long for this very moment. Today, he would finally reveal his true strength. This was essential for obtaining better resources. Today, he would use Zhao Zhen as a stepping stone. With a resounding boom, Su Hua executed the opening heaven technique. Leaping forward to clash head-on with Zhao Zhen, the two figures collided with a loud clang. Zhao Zhen was sent stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. What incredible strength, the onlookers murmured in astonishment. This young man is impressive. As Zhao Zhen stood stunned, Su Hua surged forward, continuing his assault with the opening heaven technique, while Zhao Zhen retaliated with his blade. Drink in the bitterness of the Northwest. The powerful and ferocious blade technique slashed towards Su Hua. Su Hua's skin quaked as he unleashed 2,600 pounds of strength, first striking Zhao Zhen's blade, shattering it, then maneuvering in front of Zhao Zhen, delivering a crushing blow to his chest with the opening heaven technique. With a resounding crash, Zhao Zhen soared off the martial stage like a kite with a severed string. In an instant, gasps of disbelief filled the AI. So fast. How did Zhao Zhen lose? I didn't even see it happen. Qi Guan stood up, incredulous. This is impossible, that young man. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, utterly astonished that Su Hua could defeat Zhao Zhen so effortlessly. Feng Buping was equally incredulous. How can this be? Zhao Zhen has actually been defeated. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Laudi has actually won against Zhao Zhen. Su Hua descended from the stage and approached Lin Yuan, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I have not failed Lord Lin's expectations. Zhou Bao cast a glance at Su Hua. A faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, presiding over this competition has truly opened my eyes. What is your name? I am but a humble steward, Su Hua. Very well. Let the capable rise and the defeated fall. You have bested Zhao Zhen. The management of the salt wells in Changlin Pass is entrusted to you. Thank you, esteemed steward. Su Hua bowed in gratitude. As Su Hua raised his gaze, he noticed Zhou Bao for the first time. The man's aura was utterly formidable. Even after Su Hua's breakthrough to the copper skin level, he felt diminutive in Zhou Bao's presence. With Zhou Bao's departure, many approached to congratulate Su Hua. Master Su, you are remarkable. Qi Guan's expression was quite grim as he led Zhao Zhen to Su Hua's side, patting him on the shoulder. You have done well, my friend. When you are free, I shall treat you to a meal. Having said this, Qi Guan took Zhao Zhen away. Feng Buping's countenance was as dark as thunder, his face a mask of disbelief. He could not comprehend how this fellow had so quietly achieved the copper skin level. Not long ago, he had saved Su Hua from being besieged by bandits. Had he not intervened, Su Hua would surely have perished. How could he have advanced to copper skin in such a short span? And moreover, defeated Zhao Zhen? Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also came to offer their congratulations, while Lin Yuan was deeply impressed by Su Hua's talent. Feng Buping had spent many years cultivating, under the guidance of a renowned master and with abundant resources, yet it was only through great effort that he had managed to reach the copper skin threshold. Su Hua, whom he had once accepted as a disciple and imparted some teachings to, had received far fewer resources. Yet this lowly individual had somehow surpassed to the copper skin realm, revealing the sheer magnitude of his innate talent, coupled with Su Hua's gentle and humble demeanor. Lin Yuan found himself increasingly admiring him. Excellent, excellent. I initially took you in on a whim, never expecting your talent to be so astounding. Today, you have defeated Zhao Zhen and brought honor to my name. A reward is in order. Come to my residence. Hearing this, Su Hua's heart leapt with joy, curious as to what Lin Yuan would bestow upon him. Thank you, Lord Lin, he replied, bowing once more. Meanwhile, Feng Buping's expression soured dramatically. He waved his sleeve in dismissal and remarked coldly, Master, I shall take my leave. Watching his prized disciple depart, Lin Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Anyone would feel humiliated in his position before long. Su Hua found himself in Lin Yuan's residence. Lin Yuan sat in a chair and gestured for him to take a seat. "Thank you, Lord Lin," Su Hua complied, knowing that previously he had not been deemed worthy to sit at the head of the table. "Now that you have bested Zhao Zhan, what is it that you desire?" "I happen to possess a block of fine iron suitable for weapon crafting, as well as a martial technique, the grinding palm, which is of considerable rank. What would you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Su Hua pondered briefly. Fine iron? He had no need for it at present, as he already possessed a weapon.as for the grinding palm. He had no interest either. His current arsenal included the opening skyhand technique, the soul pursuit palm, and the thunderbolt skill, alongside the conflagration blade technique. He lacked for nothing in terms of combat styles. What he truly needed was wealth to procure a bounty of medicinal herbs and accrue upgrade points. Although he had upgraded the opening skyhand to mastery level and achieved the copper skin, the soul pursuit palm, thunderbolt skill, and conflagration blade technique had yet to reach mastery. Seeing Su Hua remain silent, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "It seems you are not interested in those. Zhao Yuer. Come here." In that instant, a graceful maiden entered from outside. She regarded Su Hua and greeted, "Master Su." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Zhao Yuer is a maid in my household, untouched and pure. Since you seem disinterested in other offerings, I believe you might desire her." Su Hua glanced at Zhao Yuer. She possessed long hair, a delicate face, and a well-endowed figure, undeniably attractive. "Miss Zhao is indeed beautiful, but does Lord Lin possess any copper coins?" "I am in dire need of funds," Su Hua stated candidly. "Ha ha ha, very well, I shall reward you with 3,000 copper coins." "Thank you, Lord Lin." After receiving the coins, Su Hua made his way back to his courtyard. Along the way, many cast admiring glances his way. "Master Su, you appear quite spirited today." Truly, Master Su is a paragon of talent. Madame Zhou also spotted Su Hua and approached him, lowering her voice. "Master Su, come to my home tonight. I shall treat you to river delicacies." Su Hua had no time for such frivolities. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhang Fugui and Zhang Wan'er were already there to welcome him. Zhang Wan'er had prepared a sumptuous meal for his return. "Brother Hua, I heard you shone brilliantly today, defeating Zhao Zhan and obtaining the management rights to the salt wells," Zhang Fugui exclaimed. "That is indeed the case." Zhang Wan'er chimed in, "Master Su is truly formidable. As for the salt wells, the Zhou family had already dispatched workers to commence operations, and Su Hua's role was primarily supervisory. He need not visit until 5 days later." The monthly salary was 800 copper coins, plus bonuses, allowing him to earn quite a sum. Su Hua surveyed the two courtyards and shook his head. "Once I have accumulated some savings from the salt wells, I intend to purchase a residence. Fugui, when the time comes, you shall serve as my house guard." Zhang Fugui's dark complexion broke into a broad grin. "Brother Hua, our dreams are on the verge of realization." Zhang Wan'er timidly interjected, "What about me?" "Sister Wan'er, you shall manage the household," Su Hua replied with a smile. Meanwhile, within Feng Buping's residence, he was consumed by fury, his sword cleaving through the air repeatedly. Why is this country bumpkin at the copper skin level? I have exceptional talent and have expended countless resources, laboring for years to achieve this rank. He has only been my master's disciple for a year. Without guidance or substantial resources, yet he has attained copper skin. It is utterly infuriating. My reputation is in shambles. The more he raged, the more disheveled his hair became. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Yuan entered. Feng Buping looked at Lin Yuan and sheathed his sword. "Master, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? I anticipated you would be in such a state if I hadn't come." "You might have gone mad," Lin Yuan remarked, moving to Feng Buping's side to help regulate his qi and blood. "Master, I have lost face today. Defeat and victory are commonplace in battle, Buping. What is there to fret over? Losing is but a part of the process. As long as your spirit remains unbroken, you shall rise again. In this regard, you may not match Su Hua. Master, Zhao Zhan is currently above me, and your disciple Su Hua has risen like a comet. There is no longer any space for me to thrive." Feng Buping sighed heavily. Lin Yuan gazed at his beloved disciple. recalling the day he had found Feng Buping at the tender age of 8 and nurtured him to maturity. "See, you are too hasty. A true man can withstand a single defeat. It is not the end of the world," Lin Yuan snorted, then waved his sleeve and departed. Feng Buping's innate talent could not compare to Su Hua's. Yet he was still capable. His only shortcoming lay in his temperament, which troubled Lin Yuan greatly. 2 days later, Su Hua received a summons, indicating that Lin Yuan wished to invite him to a banquet. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's expression shifted. Lin Yuan inviting him to dine. What could this mean? After all, Lin Yuan had already rewarded him. A sense of foreboding settled in Su Hua's heart, yet he knew he must attend. There was no avoiding it. Thus, he prepared and made his way to the second floor of the tavern, standing before a private room. He knocked on the door. "Lord Lin, Su Hua, come in." Su Hua pushed the door open and entered. Lin Yuan glanced at him. "Su Hua, ensure the door is tightly shut, of course." Su Hua secured the door and beheld a table laden with exquisite dishes, including black horned beef, tiger hearts, and leopard gallbladders, rare ingredients known to enhance a warrior's vitality. In the past, when Su Hua first delved into martial arts, mere food sufficed to convert into upgrade points, but as his realm increased, the quality of sustenance required also escalated. "Lord Lin, have you prepared such high-end fare for me? Please, take a seat." Lin Yuan gestured graciously. Su Hua sat down as Lin Yuan picked up his chopsticks to serve him a leopard gallbladder and a tiger heart. "Taste these, they are immensely nourishing." Su Hua consumed a tiger's heart and subsequently swallowed a leopard's gallbladder, feeling a warmth spread within him. As anticipated, these exquisite ingredients were indeed expensive and effective for him. However, Su Hua recognized that such high-end delicacies were not particularly palatable. Lin Yuan had invited him today, which felt somewhat unusual. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often herald extraordinary motives. "Su Hua, your talent is undeniably remarkable. I have yet to encounter anyone with such prowess, far surpassing my own disciple. Primarily, your resolute disposition and willingness to endure hardship stand out," Lin Yuan praised. Su Hua remained silent, allowing Lin Yuan to continue speaking. "My disciple, whom I have nurtured with my own hands, highly values the management rights of the salt well. Indeed, the resources at the salt well are quite abundant." Upon hearing this, Su Hua grasped the underlying implications. A sigh escaped his heart. Lin Yuan's invitation to dine and his desire to have him come forth were clearly tied to this matter. It was merely an attempt to coerce Su Hua into relinquishing the salt well management rights in favor of Feng Buping. Should Su Hua refuse, significant trouble would ensue. He had witnessed many similar scenarios in novels. Far too many to count. At this moment, Su Hua felt a twinge of disappointment. As an outsider exhibiting such formidable talent, it ultimately paled in comparison to that of Lin Yuan's direct disciple. Su Hua's heart sank. He had initially believed Lin Yuan to be a person of grand vision, only to find him to be a protective figure for his own disciple, which left him deeply disheartened. He had thought that securing the management rights to the salt well would allow him to accumulate strength over time, but now it seemed like all of that was but an illusion. After speaking, Su Hua rose from his seat. "Master Lin, I understand your intentions, and I am grateful for your protection and guidance over the past year. I shall take my leave now," he said, cupping his hands in respect. Since Lin Yuan sought to exert pressure on him, there was no longer a need for Su Hua to remain under Lin Yuan's tutelage. After relinquishing the salt well management rights, Su Hua planned to take his sister Waner and Zhang Fugui far from this place, seeking a new path in another town. If he were to refuse today, he was acutely aware that Lin Yuan might very well strike him down on the spot. By yielding, he would merely be repaying Lin Yuan a favor. As Lin Yuan had indeed shown him some kindness, as Su Hua stood to leave, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Halt! Did I grant you permission to depart? Do you intend to lay hands on me?" Su Hua's expression hardened, a fierce aura emanating from him. "Master Lin, do you truly intend to make a move against me?" The atmosphere grew tense as Su Hua reached into his pocket. At that moment, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. "What are you thinking, you rascal? Sit down and enjoy your meal." With that, Lin Yuan playfully pressed Su Hua back into his chair. "You are clever, but overly cautious. Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Hua found himself perplexed by Lin Yuan's demeanor. Su Hua, as for the salt well management rights, how about you manage them for a year and then transfer them to Feng Buping? I will compensate you with a Yuan blood pill. which can lay a solid foundation for your cultivation, serving as a stepping stone to the next level. This was initially intended for Feng Buping, but now it is yours. Very well, I accept, Su Hua replied, his spirits lifting at the prospect of a year of management and the precious Yuan blood pill. However, Lin Yuan continued, but wait, I have not finished. The reason I propose this arrangement is that you are truly extraordinary. Black Dragon Town cannot contain you. After a year, I anticipate your strength will reach a terrifying level. Remaining here would serve no purpose. You will surely head to Wanshan County, where your true stage awaits, a place teeming with talent, skilled practitioners, and martial arts academies. After a year, I will provide you with financial support to enroll in a martial arts academy. Although you are not my direct disciple, I have great faith in your potential. Su Hua was taken aback. It turned out he had misjudged Lin Yuan. I had no idea you had such plans in mind. He realized, humbled by Lin Yuan's foresight. Master Lin, I have no objections. I underestimated you, he said, bowing in apology. Ha ha ha. As long as you have no objections, that's all that matters, Lin Yuan chuckled, then swiftly moved beside Su Hua, playfully uncovering his outer garment, revealing a collection of intriguing items. Packets of lime, poisonous water, mind-altering powder, corpse-disintegrating powder, aphrodisiacs, somnolent drugs, and poison needles. What are you up to, young man? Are you planning to deal with me? Lin Yuan laughed heartily. Su Hua felt a wave of embarrassment. Master Lin, you think too much in these chaotic times. I carry these for self-defense, he explained. Self-defense, you say? I believe you are merely worried that I might take action against you. Lin Yuan teased, coughing slightly before laughing again. To be honest, you far surpass my direct disciple Feng Buping. If he possessed even a fraction of your cleverness, it would be a different story. Lin Yuan then regarded Su Hua with a particularly scrutinizing gaze. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback by this intense scrutiny, questioning, Master Lin, why are you looking at me like that? You were the one who eliminated Su Xiong, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Hua shook his head vigorously. How could that be? I could never defeat Su Xiong. Stop being so evasive, young man. On that day, Qi Guan was ambushed outside, and Li Zui was killed by Su Xiong. It was only a matter of time before they targeted you. And then that night, Su Xiong suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. No one knew the reason. Not even me. I was puzzled by Su Xiong's demise until I discovered the items concealed within your clothing. The lime packets, poison needles, mind-altering powder, and so forth. It dawned on me that it was you. Su Hua shook his head again. Master Lin, I assure you, it was not me. Young man, do not attempt to deny it. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, disregarding Su Hua's protest as he firmly pressed him against the table. Now, let's indulge in these hearty dishes, which cost me quite a bit of coin. With that, Su Hua and Lin Yuan enjoyed their meal, engaging in casual conversation. The more Lin Yuan observed Su Hua, the more he appreciated him. Alas, I have declared that I will only take one direct disciple in this lifetime. Otherwise, I would truly consider you. Thank you for your high regard, Master Lin, Su Hua replied. To be honest, I am not yet qualified to accept you as my direct disciple. In no more than 3 years, your strength will surpass mine. By then, at merely 20 years of age, your potential will be truly astounding. The martial arts academies in the county are your true stage. Wanshan County, you say? Su Hua inquired. Indeed, it is a place of numerous factions and martial arts academies, far surpassing the meager resources found in Black Dragon Town. However, joining a martial arts academy requires substantial financial means, which not just anyone can afford. Some families in the towns must pool their resources just to send a few members to study at the academy. Fear not, after a year, I will devise a plan to assist you. Su Hua felt a surge of gratitude at Lin Yuan's commitment to his future. Subsequently, both Su Hua and Lin Yuan parted ways. Shortly after returning home, 2 individuals arrived at his door, masters of the iron skin technique. Who are you? Su Hua asked, his guard raised upon seeing them. Master Su, we are here at the behest of Master Qi, who requests your presence for a drink. Hearing this, Su Hua smiled. Very well. He then accompanied the 2 to Wangjing Tower. The snow fell heavily, casting a chill over the otherwise quiet establishment. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found Qi Guan in a private room, idly spinning 2 jade walnuts in his hands, while Zhao Jin stood stiffly beside him, Qi Guan rose to greet Su Hua at the door. Affording him due respect, "Brother Su, please come in." "Master Qi, you seem in fine spirits today," Su Hua remarked with a grin. "Naturally, my mood is buoyed by your presence, Brother Su." After seating himself, Su Hua noted Zhao Zhen's less than pleasant demeanor. While Qi Guan continued cheerfully, "Brother Su, are you interested in working with me? The benefits here far exceed those of Lin Yuan's arrangement. With Lin Yuan's direct disciple Feng booping around, your talents may go underappreciated. Why not join me instead?" Su Hua had anticipated Qi Guan's proposition during their journey. "I appreciate the offer, but Master Lin has shown me great favor." Qi Guan, undeterred, replied, "Brother Su, you should consider this carefully. Should you choose to ally with me, I would start you off with 5,000 copper coins, with more benefits to come in the future." He then tossed a bundle onto the table, revealing a glimmering pile of copper coins. Seeing the 5,000 coins, Su Hua paused, contemplating, before shaking his head once more. "Master Qi, I have already stated that Master Lin has extended his kindness to me." Zhao Zhen interjected with a scoff, "You insolent brat. Master Qi is being exceedingly generous, and you dare to refuse? Do not drink to avoid a penalty drink." Qi waved his hand, "Thus refusing me?" Su Hua shook his head, indicating that an additional payment was required. Upon hearing this, Qi Guan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you rascal, very well. I shall give you 6,000 copper coins. Take it for now and consider it carefully. There is no rush for a response. I will grant you a month to ponder." "Very well." Subsequently, Su Hua carried a sack of copper coins away. With 6,000 copper coins in addition to the 3,000 provided by Lin Yuan, Su Hua now possessed a total of 9,000 copper coins. To an ordinary person, this was a substantial fortune, yet for Su Hua, it remained insufficient. First and foremost, he needed to purchase a large quantity of medicinal herbs for martial arts training. Furthermore, he aspired to acquire a residence, not to mention the registration fee for the Martial Arts Academy in Wanshun County. However, he thought of managing the salt wells soon. There, he could gather some profits, which would certainly yield a considerable sum for serving under Qi Guan. That was out of the question. This 6,000 copper coins were not to be taken lightly. If he didn't seize the opportunity today, Qi Guan might not hesitate to take action against him in the future. It would be wiser to take this chance to enhance his own strength. By the time Qi Guan realized what was happening, Su Hua would be capable of crushing his skull. Su Hua felt elated and visited some shops to purchase beautiful hairpins to present to Zhang Waner. Meanwhile, at Lin Yuan's residence, Feng Booping approached Lin Yuan. "Master, you previously mentioned preparing a Yuan blood pill for me. I wish to refine it properly now. You have just broken through the copper skin threshold, and your foundation is still unstable. Your temperament is not yet steady. Using the Yuan blood pill at this stage would not be beneficial for your foundation. Spend another 2 years solidifying your base, and I shall grant you the Yuan blood pill," Lin Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Booping trembled all over, raising his head to gaze at Lin Yuan. "Master, is it because you gave the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Feng Booping shook his head with a sigh. "My subordinates witnessed you and Su Hua leaving the tavern together. It seems that you indeed gave the Yuan blood pill to him, Master, just because Su Hua is slightly more talented than me. You choose to bestow resources upon this outsider? Master, you truly disappoint me." Observing Feng Booping's aggrieved expression, Lin Yuan found it difficult to remain angry. He suppressed his inner fury. "Booping, listen to me. The reason I gave the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua is for your own good." Feng Booping laughed uproariously. "For my own good, Master? Do you think I am but a child of 3 years? Who is truly your disciple, that muddy-legged fellow or I, Feng Booping? Whose importance is greater? Enough. Get out." Lin Yuan exclaimed. "It seems I have been too indulgent with you." With a wave of his sleeve, he expressed his disappointment in Feng Booping. Chapter 58. Consuming the pill, Su Hua strolled down the street with his bundle. Feeling quite pleased as he walked, shopkeepers and others respectfully addressed him as Su Yi. He looked up at the sky, noticing it had grown somewhat dim. Dusk was approaching, accompanied by a biting wind and light snow. Su Hua wondered when this wretched weather would come to an end. It had been several months of such cold and frost, and the salt wells could not be exploited until the weather improved. Nevertheless, in a few days, he would lead a group to prepare for preliminary mining operations. Su Hua arrived at the impoverished district, Observing beggars huddled on the ground, he tossed several dozen copper coins towards them, and they each received a few. "Thank you, Su Yi. You have prospered and still remember us." The beggars knelt on the ground, tears welling in their eyes. Previously, there had been dozens of beggars here, but now only a handful remained. It seemed the rest had perished in this harsh winter, with dwindling resources. Who could endure? Su Hua said nothing and strode away. This was a situation he could not change, as a mere martial artist. He only wished to improve his own circumstances, seeking to live a slightly better life. He had no lofty ambitions. At that moment, a figure hurried past. The person had disheveled hair and an expression of rage. With blood-red eyes, it was Feng Buping. Suddenly, Feng Buping halted, having stepped into a warm pile of dog excrement. He suppressed his anger and continued onward. Shortly thereafter, Feng Buping caught up with Su Hua. "Su Hua, stop right there." Upon hearing this, Su Hua turned around to find Feng Buping glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, appearing somewhat deranged and wielding a sword. "What do you want?" Su Hua scoffed. The more disdainful Su Hua was, the more anguish Feng Buping felt, and his anger surged. "You muddy-legged scoundrel! I despise you. My master gave the Yuan blood pill to you, while I am his true disciple. You are merely a muddy-legged fool. I also resent my master for treating me so unfairly. That Yuan blood pill should have been mine." Upon hearing this, Su Hua smiled. "Oh, and what do you intend to do about it?" "I want to kill you." Feng Buping shouted, "Do you possess the ability for that?" Su Hua replied nonchalantly, "Boom." Feng Buping unleashed his aura, swiftly executing the rainstorm sword technique against Su Hua. Su Hua shook his head, flicking his fingers, causing Feng Buping's sword to fly from his grasp. "How is that possible?" Feng Buping gasped in disbelief. Before he could act again, Su Hua retaliated with a swift slap, sending Feng Buping crashing to the ground. His right cheek swelling into a grotesque shape, Su Hua approached, shaking his head in disappointment. Suddenly, Su Hua's expression twisted into a terrifying grimace, causing Feng Buping to instinctively recoil. "Playing sneak attacks with me? You're far from capable." Su Hua seized Feng Buping. Feng Buping had never seen such a terrifying side of Su Hua. "What do you want?" "To kill you," Su Hua declared. Feeling Su Hua's murderous intent, Feng Buping grew fearful. "No, please don't kill me." Su Hua spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Feng Buping. "Killing you would dirty my hands. Had it not been for Lin Ye's face, I would have disposed of you countless times already." Feng Buping touched his forehead, utterly devastated by the phlegm. "You dare to humiliate me like this?" In that moment, Feng Buping suddenly recalled an incident from his departure from Hailing Town, where he had also been spat upon by a dark-skinned individual. That same person had forced him to eat the phlegm. Connecting this memory with Su Hua's earlier actions, Feng Buping understood. The dark-clad man from last time was none other than the Su Hua before him. "Damn! The one who spat at us and forced us to eat it was you." Feng Buping screamed in rage. Su Hua chuckled. "I didn't think you'd figure it out. Indeed, it was me. I will kill you." Feng Buping roared in fury, struggling to rise and retaliate. "You think you can be violent?" Su Hua kicked Feng Buping over and stepped on his face. Afterward, Su Hua lifted his foot, observing some yellowish substance smeared on Feng Buping's face. "My apologies, I just stepped in something unpleasant." Feng Buping touched his cheek, his face smeared with filth. After Su Hua departed, Feng Buping stood up, feeling a surge of anger that caused him to faint. At that moment, a shadow shook its head in dismay and then carried Feng Buping away. Su Hua arrived at Zhang Wanner's courtyard, purchasing some supplements for Fugui, primarily medicinal herbs to bolster his health, and acquiring numerous ornaments and hairpins for Zhang Wanner. The siblings were overjoyed, particularly Zhang Wanner, who was moved to tears. Su Hua wiped his eyes. "Sister Wanner, are you not happy?" "Su Yi, I am just overwhelmed with joy. In a few days, I will be leaving Hailing Town. Although I have gained a bit of fame, I am not invincible. You and Fugui must prioritize your safety. Rest assured, Su Yi, I will disguise myself when I go out. No one will pay me any mind," she chuckled. "Once I accumulate some savings at Changlin Pass, I will return to buy a decent house and move in. The sanitation here is indeed lacking. I just stepped in something unpleasant." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanner exclaimed, "Su Yi, did you step in something? Allow me to take it and wash it for you." "No need. Lin Ye's true disciple, Feng Buping, already cleaned it for me. Su Hua replied. Zhang Fugui gave Su Hua a thumbs up upon hearing this. Brother Hua, you are truly impressive. Even someone of Feng Buping's caliber is cleaning your shoes. Afterward, Su Hua returned home and took out the Yuan blood pill that Lin Yuan had given him. He wished to ascertain its effects. Su Hua consumed the Yuan blood pill, and soon his body became ablaze with heat. The following morning, Su Hua checked the system. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 16 cultivation level. Refining skin, copper skin, upgrade points. 128 strength, 2,600 martial skills. Open sky hand, mastered, soul chasing palm. Major achievement, scorching blade technique. Major achievement, thunderbolt technique. Major achievement, auxiliary skills, perfect. Diving breath with over 100 points still converting. This is promising. A day later, the upgrade points reached 160. The Yuan blood pill was indeed powerful. If I could obtain a few more, I would be able to elevate both the soul-chasing palm and thunderbolt technique to a mastered level. No wonder this item is quite expensive. Its efficacy surpasses that of the blood-nourishing powder significantly. A single dose of blood-nourishing powder can only provide Su Hua with a mere 30 to 40 points. This Yuan blood pill, on the other hand, is estimated to be equivalent to 5 doses of blood-nourishing powder, thus valued at 5,000 copper coins. PS. Is the author's writing truly that lacking? No one seems to be reading the book. Please support with love. This is the third update, Chapter 59. Enhancing strength. The time has come for Su Hua to depart. Today's weather is exceptionally pleasant. With the sun shining and the accumulated snow gradually melting away in the slums, many beggars are joyfully dancing. Zhang Wanner and Zhang Fugui wish to accompany Su Hua on his journey, but he declines their offer. Sister Wanner, Fugui, I believe the weather is beginning to warm up, and as nature awakens, the risk of riots increases. There is still plenty of grain at home. It would be best for you to stay indoors and not see me off. Brother Hua, please be cautious near Changlin Pass, they replied. Su Hua playfully punches Fugui's chest, assuring him, don't worry. Take good care of your sister and guard the door. No one should enter. Zhang Wanner murmurs. Master Su, please take care. We will await your return. As Su Hua walks down the street, numerous beggars respectfully greet him. Good morning, Master Su. Good morning. Su Hua tosses a handful of copper coins into the air. The beggars rush forward to scramble for it, and one kneels on the ground, exclaiming, Master Su is truly kind. As Su Hua continues on his way, he reflects on the successful transformation of the Yuan blood pill. With the system now displaying 222 points, he has upgraded the opening heaven technique to the copper skin level, having spent over 300 points. However, to elevate the soul-pursuing palm, thunderclap technique, and the wildfire blade technique, he still requires a significant number of points. If only he could acquire 4 or 5 Yuan blood pills, that would be delightful. Of course, Su Hua is merely daydreaming. The Yuan blood pill is exceedingly precious, costing 5,000 copper coins each. Moreover, even if one possesses 5,000 copper coins, acquiring it is not guaranteed, as it requires special channels. From Lin Yuan's tone, it seems he expended considerable effort to obtain a Yuan blood pill. Contemplating this, Su Hua feels a wave of poverty wash over him. He only has around 9,000 copper coins on him. Poverty, sheer poverty. Su Hua gazes up at the sky. The sun is beginning to shine. As long as the sun is out and the harsh winter ends, they can commence the extensive extraction of well salt. At that point, he can reap some profits and accumulate wealth. Once he has sufficient funds, if he cannot purchase a Yuan blood pill, he can resort to blood-nourishing powder for enhancement. Thus, it won't be long before Su Hua possesses strength comparable to that of the golden skin. Thinking of this, a smile graces Su Hua's face, and he suddenly feels a renewed sense of hope in life. Soon, outside Black Dragon Town, over 10 stone-skinned warriors have gathered, along with 50 to 60 workers who are there to extract salt. These arrangements have all been made that Su Hua simply needs to lead them. Upon seeing Su Hua approach, everyone bows in greeting. Master Su, you finally arrived. Indeed, the weather is quite pleasant today. Have you all brought the tools? Yes, Master Su, we are fully prepared. Excellent. Just as Su Hua is about to set off with the group, Lin Yuan arrives. Lin Yi, Su Hua greets with a bow. Lin Yuan nods, be cautious near Changlin Pass. There are other town factions, however, with your copper skin strength, you should manage well if you encounter stronger opponents. Send word back promptly, and I will inform the steward and Lord Zhou to address the situation. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Zhou's reputation is known far and wide. No one would dare to provoke him. Su Hua is curious about Lord Zhou's strength. Lin Yi, what exactly is Lord Zhou's level of power? Far beyond mine. He can slay golden skins as easily as one would kill a chicken, Lin Yuan replies. Hearing this, Su Hua feels a strong sense of urgency. Lord Zhou is indeed formidable. After Lin Yuan gives some final instructions, he departs. Not long after Lin Yuan leaves, Qi Guan arrives with a grin. Brother Su, how have your considerations progressed? Su Hua chuckles. Qi Yi, there are still over 20 days to go. Very well, I will wait patiently. You are quite the talent. Honestly, sticking with me brings numerous benefits, Qi Guan says before departing. Su Hua watches Qi Guan's retreating figure, his expression turning serious. Qi Guan is not a man of good character. Compared to Lin Yuan, he pales significantly. Qi Guan is even worse than Su Xiong. Recently, Su Hua has heard whispers of Qi Guan engaging in unsavory dealings in secret, trafficking children and women to certain organizations. Some attractive women are first toyed with by him, and once he grows bored, they are sold off. Consequently, during this period, many women and young girls have mysteriously vanished from Black Dragon Town, in addition to those who succumbed to the cold. As for Sister Wanner, Su Hua wishes to bring her and Fugui along, but the dangers of Changlin Pass loom large, and he cannot discern the situation there. It is safer for them to remain in Black Dragon Town. Sister Wanner disguises her face with dirt each day when she goes out, making it hard for outsiders to recognize her, thus minimizing the risks. The next day, Su Hua leads a large group to Changlin Pass to occupy the salt wells. Dozens of workers begin constructing and setting up equipment, while Su Hua takes residence in a nearby small town, which is impoverished and lacks martial artists and resources. He rents a dilapidated house for a few copper coins. Within 2 to 3 days, the weather warms significantly, and they begin extracting well salt. The salt is subsequently bagged, and the steward, Zhou Bao, sends numerous carts to transport it for sale that 18 night. Su Hua meets with a few men from Lin Yi's faction, and together they gather some well salt. These individuals, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao, are honest folk. Su Hua instructs them to sell the salt, a process referred to as reaping the profits. Gathering a bit of profit is not a major issue. Lord Zhou turns a blind eye as long as the main share is secured. Thus, over the course of 20 days, Su Hua earns a substantial sum, amounting to 1,000 copper coins. With his previous 9,000, he now possesses a total of 10,000 copper coins. It is time to enhance his strength. The following day, Su Hua rides to another town, where he purchases 8 doses of blood-nourishing powder for 7,000 copper coins, which pains him somewhat. However, investing in his strength is worth it. Money can always be earned back. Next, Su Hua returns to Changlin Pass and begins his medicinal baths. After another half-month, he completely absorbs the blood-nourishing powder. Immediately, he opens the system. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 17 cultivation level. Refining skin, copper skin. Upgrade points: 525 strength, 2,600 martial techniques. Opening heaven technique, mastered. Soul pursuing palm, great success. Wildfire blade technique, great success. Thunderclap technique, great success. Auxiliary techniques, perfected underwater breathing technique. Upon seeing 525 points, Su Hua beams with delight. He immediately activates the soul pursuing palm and, focusing on the plus sign, he begins to click feverishly. Upgrade now. Chapter 60. Struggle. With a thunderous crash, Su Hua's body trembles, and his mind is flooded with the attack methods of the soul pursuing palm while his skin membrane strength increases significantly. Su Hua unleashes the soul pursuing palm. The technique is ferocious and powerful, each strike imbued with immense force. He opens the system to review his data panel. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 17 cultivation level. Refining skin, copper skin. Upgrade points: 170 strength, 3,100 martial techniques. Opening heaven technique, mastered. Soul pursuing palm, mastered. Wildfire blade technique, great success. Thunderclap technique, great success. Auxiliary techniques, perfected underwater breathing technique. Seeing his strength has reached 3,100, Su Hua is exhilarated. Such strength is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. It is worth noting that a typical copper skin cultivator only possesses around 1,800 to 2,000 pounds of strength. Su Hua, however, boasts over 3,000 pounds, a truly terrifying feat. Checking the remaining upgrade points. He finds 170 left, which is quite satisfactory, allowing him to continue his enhancements. The Thunderclap technique and Wildfire Blade technique remain unmastered. Su Hua decides to continue amassing wealth, intending to elevate these two techniques to mastery. He believes that, at that point, he will easily be able to slay golden skins. The reason Su Hua does not focus solely on accumulating upgrade points to break through to the golden skin realm is that he wishes to build a solid foundation. The more robust his foundation, the greater his potential for the future. When compared to Feng Buping, Su Hua's foundation is significantly stronger, easily tenfold. Furthermore, breaking through to golden skin requires an immense amount of cultivation points. It would be more advantageous to master the other techniques and enhance his combat prowess. Once these techniques are mastered, the points required for breaking through to golden skin will correspondingly decrease. Given his management of the salt wells, Su Hua estimates that within 3 months, he can master the other martial techniques. 3 months is not a long time and is a remarkable achievement. It is essential to note that Lin Yuan is already over 40, as is Qi Guan. How old is Su Hua, after all? 3 months later, he would only be 17 years old. At 17, he could rival the golden skin, or even slay it. Such potential is truly formidable. Just a month has passed, and the frigid weather has come to an end. The current temperature is quite pleasant, with spring blooming all around. However, this change has also incited some chaos. With the cold lifted, many have begun to wander about, seeking resources and food, competing for what scarce supplies remain. In Black Dragon Town, the weather has warmed slightly, and there are more people strolling about. Yet, the vibrancy of the past is absent, as many perish during the harsh winter, leading to a noticeable decline in population. Qi Guan and Lin Yuan have resumed their struggles. Their conflicts have escalated, each burdened with animosity. Qi Guan has secretly allied himself with a character named San Yan, a dubious figure known for his underhanded trade in human trafficking. Qi Guan has managed to acquire a group of women and young girls, intending for San Yan to sell them to brothels in other towns and even in the county seat. Lin Yuan, however, is not one to remain passive. Among this group is a woman hailing from Lin Yuan's hometown. Consequently, Lin Yuan takes action and eliminates San Yan, liberating the rest of the captives in the process. At Qi Guan's residence, news reaches him. Master Qi, San Yan has been killed. The women and girls have been set free. Qi Guan's fury erupts, shattering a table with a single blow. Who the hell did this? Who dares to meddle in Qi Guan's affairs in Black Dragon Town? Except for the chief steward and Zhou Zhu. Master Qi, it can only be Lin Yuan, replies several subordinates. Damn it, he meddled in my business again? What right does he have to interfere? Qi Guan retorts. Zhao Zhan interjects, Master Qi, it's because one of the captives was from Lin Yuan's hometown that he acted. Upon hearing this, Qi Guan scoffs, hometown? Very well, Lin Yuan. You certainly enjoy sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Come, I shall pay him a visit. Thus, Qi Guan, accompanied by Zhao Zhan, makes his way to Lin Yuan's residence. Lin Yuan, with narrowed eyes, sips his tea, while his disciple Feng Buping stands respectfully behind him. Lin Yuan, get out here. Qi Guan storms in. Lin Yuan regards Qi Guan coolly. Qi brother, when did you become so hot-headed? Don't play games with me, Lin Yuan. You meddled in my affairs again. Qi Guan accuses, I already stated my reasons. San Yan captured my fellow townsman and defiled her. How could I not kill him? Lin Yuan replies nonchalantly, I don't want to hear your excuses. Compensation is in order. Qi Guan states, raising his hand to strike Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly springs into action. I'll compensate your mother, he counters. Exchanging blows with Qi Guan for several rounds before resuming his tea with ease, Qi Guan, however, retreats a few steps, his expression shifting. Fine, fine. Your heavenly opening technique has reached such a level. Zhao Zhan, we shall leave. Lin Yuan smiles. No need to see me off. Word of the conflict between Lin Yuan and Qi Guan reaches Su Hua, who feels a sense of unease. Their struggle will inevitably ensnare him as well. Thus, Su Hua resolves to bolster his strength, believing that only then can he safeguard himself. He plans to exert more effort to seize opportunities. After Qi Guan departs, Feng Buping promptly bows, Master, you are truly formidable. Indeed, for now, I can keep Qi Guan at bay, Lin Yuan replies. Feng Buping then says, Master, I have been honing my foundation for a month. I feel my progress is satisfactory. I humbly request a Yuan blood pill. Lin Yuan observes his disciple and replies, Patience. Your foundation is still unstable, and your character is somewhat frivolous. Hone your skills for another 3 months, then we shall discuss the Yuan blood pill that it is worth 5,000 copper coins, which is rather expensive. The cost is not the issue, but rather the scarcity of such pills. I will need to ask a friend to procure one from Wanshun County. Feng Buping nods respectfully. Yes, master. He returns to his residence to continue refining his foundation. His master is correct. My foundation is indeed unstable. I shall train for another 3 months before seeking the Yuan blood pill. Qiguan returns to his estate with his subordinates. He glances at his reddened palm, lowering his head in deep contemplation for a long while Zhao Jin stands by, wary of speaking. The heavenly opening technique has been cultivated to such a degree. I can no longer allow Lin Yuan to be so arrogant. He must die, however. The question of how to achieve this poses a significant headache. Master Qi, Zhao Jin whispers, I have a plan that may work. An ambush on Lin Yuan? That won't do. We tried that last time, and this old fox is indeed formidable. Qiguan replies, no, it is a different approach. Zhao Jin leans in to whisper his scheme into Qiguan's ear. Upon hearing it, Qiguan's eyes light up with joy. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. This plan is quite promising. Chapter 61, Poison. At this moment, Feng Buping practices the storm sword technique in the courtyard. Just then, a subordinate approaches. Brother Feng, Qiguan is looking for you. He wishes to invite you to a meal at Wangjing Tower. Feng Buping furrows his brow upon hearing this, then coldly remarks, Qiguan seeks me? What could he possibly want? Does he not know that my master is his mortal enemy? I am unsure what Qiguan wants from you, the subordinate replies. Feng Buping ponders for a moment, but ultimately decides to go. I want to see what this fellow wants from me. At the private room in Wangjing Tower, Qiguan has ordered an array of exquisite dishes. Feng Buping ascends to the 3rd floor. Entering the room. You sought me? Qiguan stands and pats Feng Buping's shoulder. Buping, please, have a seat. Feng Buping retorts coldly, do not act so familiar. We are not well acquainted. Zhao Jin glances at Feng Buping and says, Buping, Master Qi addresses you this way out of respect. Feng Buping scoffs, you are not to be trusted. Speak plainly or be gone. Qiguan smiles and says, Buping, to be honest, I hold you in high regard. I wish for you to join my side. Feng Buping sneers, do you take me for a fool? I take my leave. Qiguan chuckles, Buping, why the haste? I have heard of your current predicament. Your master has not been treating you well lately, particularly since Su Hua has shown remarkable talent, correct? Feng Buping remains silent. Qiguan continues, I have heard your master has given the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua, which should have been yours. To be frank, you have become expendable. All of your master's resources will now be directed towards Su Hua. This. Qiguan smiles and produces a small box from his sleeve. Opening it reveals a bright red pill. This is the Yuan blood pill you have long desired. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I will give it to you immediately. Feng Buping's eyes gleam with temptation at the sight of the pill. But he quickly regains his composure. You think to win me over with a Yuan blood pill? You aim to use me to betray my master? Not betrayal. Hear me out, if your master were to be eliminated, all he possesses would become yours, Qiguan argues. Ha ha ha, do you take me for a child? My master has treated me well, and I owe him everything. I entered his sect at 8 years old, and he has raised me with great care. Your attempts to sow discord are fruitless. Feng Buping replies coldly, I know you fear your master's strength, afraid that should you fail, your fate would be dire. However, if we join forces, success is assured. We can use poison. I have a vial of poison. Slip it into your master's teacup, and he will surely perish. Even if he survives, I will swiftly intervene to finish the job. Should you agree, I will provide you with numerous resources, and you will control all your master's assets. Feng Buping holds the vial, contemplating. I must admit, your proposition is quite enticing. Then you agree? Not a chance. I, Feng Buping, am not that kind of person. A disciple remains loyal to their master for life. Without my master, there would be no Feng Buping today. Feng Buping hurls the vial to the ground. Qiguan and Zhao Jin exchange glances. Zhao Jin growls, Feng Buping, do not reject a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. And what of it? You seek to use me to harm my master. That will never happen. With a cold expression, Qiguan responds, very well, Feng Buping. I underestimated you. He hands Feng Buping a letter. Take this challenge to your master. I wish to face him in open combat. My master will not be defeated by you, Feng Buping states, accepting the letter and departing. Zhao Zhan observes Feng Buping's retreating figure, murmuring, "We have underestimated Feng Buping. Very well. Tomorrow, we shall confront Lin Yuan in the Black Bamboo Forest. It will be either his death or mine." Qi Guan declares coldly as Feng Buping exits the tavern. He has no thoughts of betraying his master, and no matter the conditions offered, I will never betray my master. Besides, if anything were to happen to him, would Qi Guan spare me? Does he truly believe Feng Buping is a fool? Feng Buping arrives at Lin Yuan's residence. "Master, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I seek your counsel on a matter. Buping. What is it? Master, today Qi Guan invited me to dine at Wangjing Tower." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was instantly filled with rage. "Buping, does he intend to harm you? Has he threatened you? You must inform Master, for I shall go and slay him immediately." "Master, he did not threaten me. He seeks to sow discord between us using Su Hua, aiming to persuade me to poison you." "I promptly refused," replied Buping. Lin Yuan glanced at Feng Buping and chuckled. "Then have you ever considered harming Master?" Feng Buping knelt on the ground. "Master, how could your disciple ever wish to harm you?" With a look of satisfaction, Lin Yuan replied, "Good, good." Subsequently, Feng Buping produced a letter of challenge, which Lin Yuan opened. It appeared that Qi Guan was intent on a fight to the death. Thus, I shall confront him tomorrow. The following morning, Lin Yuan, accompanied by Feng Buping, arrived at the Black Bamboo Forest, where the bamboo stood dark and unyielding. Within the forest, Qi Guan awaited their arrival with Zhao Zhan and others. As Lin Yuan approached, Feng Buping followed closely behind. Qi Guan sneered coldly, "Lin Yuan, you have come after all. Ha ha ha, today you shall surely perish. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." Lin Yuan scoffed, before leaping forward to unleash the opening sky palm against Qi Guan. Qi Guan raised his palm, retaliating with a powerful strike. Before their blows could collide, Lin Yuan sensed something amiss. A surge in his throat caused him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Realizing he had been poisoned, he looked at Feng Buping, disappointment flooding his heart. "Buping, you?" Feng Buping, in a panic, rushed to support his master. "Master, I did not poison you. I truly did not." Qi Guan chuckled. "Your disciple did not poison you. It was the letter of challenge that contained the scattering power soft. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and it has just now taken effect. I paid a hefty price to obtain it from a poison master, but alas, there was only one dose." Enraged, Feng Buping shouted, "You despicable scoundrel!" At that moment, Lin Yuan retrieved 2 thunderous bombs from his robes, exerting all his strength to pull Feng Buping away swiftly. "Damn it! Chase after them. We cannot allow Lin Yuan to escape." A day later, Qi Guan continued his search for Lin Yuan, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Feng Buping found refuge in an abandoned shrine. Lin Yuan's complexion was pale and weak as he gazed at his beloved disciple, saying, "Buping, Master has been afflicted by the scattering power soft, and my abilities cannot be restored. We must retreat to the countryside where I once taught, far from this place of strife." "Yes, Master, we shall distance ourselves from this tumultuous realm," Feng Buping affirmed, carrying Lin Yuan as they continued their flight. Chapter 62. The Primacy of Interests. At this moment, Su Hua was still at Changlin Pass, seeking ways to profit from the situation, unaware that the conflict between Lin Yuan and Qi Guan had reached a boiling point, nor that Lin Yuan had already fled from Heilong Town. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang were searching high and low for Feng Buping and Lin Yuan. Uncertain of Lin Yuan's whereabouts. "What should we do? We must leave. If Lin Yuan has departed, we must follow suit, or Qi Guan will surely kill us." "All right, let us go quickly." Bai Zhan and Gao Tang hurried back to Heilong Town to gather their belongings and make a swift exit. Fu Gui had also heard of the situation and hastened to Changlin Pass to inform Su Hua. "Brother Hua, it is bad news. Lin Yuan has clashed with Qi Guan and has been defeated. Feng Buping is now on the run with Lin Yuan, and Qi Guan is searching everywhere to kill him." Su Hua's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. He paced the hall several times before settling into a chair to contemplate. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate so rapidly. Remembering the kindness Lin Yuan had shown him, Su Hua resolved to seek out Lin Yuan, knowing Qi Guan to be malicious. Should Lin Yuan fall into his hands, there would be no good outcome. Fortunately, Feng Buping was aiding Lin Yuan in his escape, which caused Su Hua to regard Feng Buping with newfound respect, realizing he had not abandoned Lin Yuan in his time of need. However, Su Hua also understood that Feng Buping was like a son to Lin Yuan, and thus his loyalty was expected. Su Hua was determined to find Lin Yuan. Fugui expressed concern, "Brother Hua, now that Lin Yuan has been incapacitated, will you not be in danger?" "What danger could there be? You are one of Lin Yuan's people, of course there is danger," replied Su Hua, shaking his head. "Do not worry. I am not in danger. Fugui, you must return to Heilong Town immediately. I intend to find Lin Yuan." Fugui mounted his horse and departed. Su Hua's confidence in his safety stemmed from the fact that Qi Guan had given him 6,000 coins to recruit him. If he wished to kill him, there would be no need for such expenditure. Qi Guan merely desired to make him a lackey, to do his bidding. Furthermore, Su Hua's relationship with Lin Yuan was rather ordinary. He was not a direct disciple. Thus, he saw no real threat to himself. However, he surmised that he would likely no longer be able to profit from this venture, as all gains would surely be directed to Qi Guan. Soon after, Su Hua left Changlin Pass in search of Feng Buping and Lin Yuan, but he was unable to locate them. Upon returning to Changlin Pass, he remained troubled about Lin Yuan's current state. For Lin Yuan had shown him much kindness. At Qi Guan's residence, he was growing increasingly anxious. "Damn it, have you found him yet?" "Zhao Zhan has yet to return," reported a subordinate. Soon, Zhao Zhan returned, panting heavily with several others. "Master Qi, Zhao Zhan, have you found Lin Yuan?" "No, then why have you not hastened to search for him?" Qi Guan bellowed. "Master, did you not say that Lin Yuan has been rendered a cripple by poison?" "What do you know? Lin Yuan has many connections. This fellow has influence both in the light and in the shadows. Who knows if someone might come to his aid? If he recovers his strength, I will not be able to sleep at night. This man must die." At that moment, Qi Guan added, "Issue a covert mission. Whoever can kill Lin Yuan shall receive immense rewards. State any conditions they desire." "Understood. I will attend to it immediately." Die in another location, 20 miles outside Heilong Town, at a dilapidated estate. Feng Buping was tending to his master. "Master, how do you fare?" Observing his master's pale complexion, Feng Buping cautiously offered him water. "Ah, Buping, I am grateful for your constant companionship," Lin Yuan sighed. "Master, I will always be by your side, far from this place of chaos," Feng Buping replied. "By the way, what is the situation? Are Qi Guan's men pursuing us? I worry for you. If you fall into Qi Guan's clutches, there will be no good outcome," Lin Yuan lamented. "Qi Guan has sent men to hunt us down, but fortunately, my disciple is clever and has found this refuge. Master, once night falls, we shall depart. When you regain your strength, we will return to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Lin Yuan shook his head. "Buping, this time Master has suffered defeat. It is likely we shall never return. The poison has thoroughly damaged my meridians, leaving me utterly incapacitated." Upon hearing this, Feng Buping was filled with despair. "Master, does this mean you will never have the chance to recover? There is no hope left." Feng Buping bowed his head, feeling a profound sorrow. After a couple of hours, Feng Buping returned with some food. "Master, please eat something to regain your strength." Lin Yuan took a few bites and looked at Feng Buping, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. "Master, why are you so happy?" "We are in such dire straits," Feng Buping questioned, perplexed. "Your filial piety, your unwavering support in our flight, your refusal to abandon me. This brings me great joy." "My life has been worthwhile," Lin Yuan replied. Feng Buping nodded, then asked, "Master, is there truly no chance for recovery? Should we seek a renowned physician?" "I will help you find one." Lin Yuan shook his head. "Buping, there is no hope. Do not be saddened. Having you by my side brings me great happiness." Feng Buping nodded. "Master, please rest well." As night fell, a chilling wind swept through the air. The moonlight, pale and devoid of color, cast a mournful glow upon the scene. Feng Buping knelt beside the lifeless body, unable to rise for a long time. Overcome with grief, he wept uncontrollably, pounding his head against the ground until it bled. Yet he paid no heed. "Master, I have wronged you. Master, I truly apologize. You have treated me so well, nurturing me since childhood. I have consumed so many of your resources, and in the end, I have caused your demise. I am not human. I am truly not human." Feng Buping continued to bow his head in remorse, then struck his own face in anguish. After a moment, he wiped his tears, sobbing softly, and crawled to Lin Yuan's lifeless form, grasping his calloused hand. "Master, please forgive me, I had no choice. You have become a cripple, and I cannot accompany you to the countryside. Rest assured, I will train diligently. When my strength is sufficient, I will avenge you. I will personally sever Qi Guan's head with that." Feng Buping drew forth his sword, his face contorted with fury. Whoosh! The gleam of the sword descended. Feng Buping severed Lin Yuan's head and subsequently wrapped it up. P.S. This is the 4th update, an additional chapter for today. The results have been rather poor, and I humbly request the support of all esteemed readers for this book. A click for love is free. And this book belongs to the slow burn genre, a lengthy narrative that won't falter. I intend to write several million words, so rest assured in following along. Chapter 63. Qi Guan. At the Qi Guan residence. Qi Guan was in a state of great agitation, for an uninvited guest had arrived outside his estate. The figure was cloaked, dressed in black. He demanded to see Qi Guan. "Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you can procure Lin Yuan's head for me, what can you offer in return? Assist me in seizing Lin Yuan's resources, and I shall provide you with a monthly share. I can also grant you Lin Yuan's estate and the maidens within." Agreed. At this, the cloaked figure produced a bundle from behind him. "Take it." Qi Guan unwrapped the bundle to reveal Lin Yuan's head. Elated, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! How did you manage this?" At that moment, the cloaked figure removed his mask, his voice returning to its usual tone. "It is I, Feng Buping." Qi Guan was momentarily stunned. "Damn it, so it was you? Ha ha ha, I had advised you to poison him, but you insisted on taking the long route." Feng Buping remained silent, his demeanor icy. "Master Qi, remember your promise very well. From this moment forth, Feng Buping, you shall be my loyal hound, do not worry. I shall provide you with bones to gnaw on." Qi Guan approached Feng Buping and patted his face. Su Hua returned to Changlin Pass, having failed to locate Feng Buping and Lin Yuan. The next day, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao hastened to Su Hua's side. "Brother Hua, it's terrible." Su Hua regarded them, saying, "Do not rush, speak slowly." With their eyes reddened and voices trembling, they replied, "We have news about Lord Lin." Su Hua felt a stir of excitement. "Where? Quickly, tell me." The two wiped away their tears. "The word from Hailing Town is that Lord Lin has met a sudden demise. Feng Buping has taken over some of Lord Lin's resources and has already buried him." Upon hearing this, Su Hua's brow furrowed. "Is it true that Lord Lin has perished?" The image of Lin Yuan flashed in his mind. The formidable figure who had once subdued Su Xiong and brought him into his fold was now gone? Yet, Su Hua's gaze sharpened. Wasn't Feng Buping fleeing with Lord Lin? "Master Su, I have heard whispers that Feng Buping has now pledged himself to Qi Guan. It is possible that he was the one who killed Lord Lin?" Though this is merely hearsay, Su Hua felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Just yesterday, upon hearing of Feng Buping's grand escape with Lord Lin, he had felt a flicker of hope, viewing the man in a new light, but now it seemed this wretch was truly devoid of humanity. "Very well, Feng Buping." Lu Wu and Yin Xiao shook their heads in lament. "Do not speak ill of Lord Lin. He was genuinely a good man, kind even to us beneath him. It is a pity he met such a tragic end, especially at the hands of his own disciple. Lord Lin must have felt utterly despondent. By the way, Baijian and Gao Tang have also left Hailing Town. Lu Wu, prepare a horse for me, I must return. Lord Lin once elevated me, and I must pay my respects." Su Hua spoke with a stoic countenance. "That is reasonable. We shall prepare the horses at once." Soon, Su Hua rode away from Changlin Pass. The news of Lord Lin's demise at the hands of Feng Buping weighed heavily on his heart. Though he was nowhere near as esteemed as Feng Buping in Lord Lin's eyes, he had still received his favor. Beyond his sorrow, Su Hua was also filled with a sense of impending danger. Entirely devoid of security, who was Lord Lin? A formidable figure, a master of great strength, and yet he had met such a pitiful end. Strength. It all came down to strength. Su Hua yearned to elevate his power, to crush Feng Buping and Qi Guan beneath his heel. Yet he understood that such aspirations were premature. His current strength was insufficient, his cultivation still too low in this chaotic world. Only by augmenting his combat prowess could he hope to sweep all before him, to disregard all obstacles. Within the Qi Guan residence sat several individuals. Among them, one donned a brocade robe, resplendent and far removed from the disarray of his previous escape. This individual was Feng Buping. Qi Guan surveyed Feng Buping and remarked, "Feng Buping, while I may be unscrupulous, I have kept my word." Feng Buping clasped his hands in salute. "Master Qi is indeed sincere. Naturally, you should have poisoned Lin Yuan outright. Instead, you insisted on a dramatic escape." "Theo, this," Feng Buping replied. "The circumstances then were not the same as during the escape." He proceeded to discuss various matters of business, then turned his attention back to Qi Guan. "By the way, Master Qi, could you grant me one small favor? Speak. The mud-legged fellow from Changlin Pass, could you eliminate him? I harbor a deep-seated loathing for that wretch." Qi Guan chuckled, his expression hardening. "Feng Buping, what are you thinking? Su Hua is more formidable than you, even surpassing my disciple Zhao Zhen. If utilized properly, he can bring great profit. Do not allow your ego to blind you. It would be wise to maintain a good relationship with Su Hua." Hearing this, Feng Buping felt a pang of discomfort, but dared not show his anger. That, of course, if he refuses to heed my commands, then he is no longer worth keeping. Just then, a subordinate approached to report, "Master Qi, Su Hua has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qi Guan smiled and gestured for him to enter. Su Hua stepped into the hall, greeted by Qi Guan's self-satisfied demeanor. Su Hua smiled. "Master Qi, you appear radiant and in fine spirits. Have you encountered some joyous news?" Qi Guan chuckled. "Ah, Su Hua, you have finally come. Indeed, there is great news. Lin Yuan is dead." "Yes, and he was slain by his own disciple, Feng Buping, who has come to pledge his allegiance to me," Qi Guan stated coldly. A smirk gracing his lips, Su Hua glanced at Feng Buping, who averted his gaze. Qi Guan observed Su Hua's reaction intently. "Good riddance. I have long wished to ally with you, Master Qi, but I feared Lin Yuan. He was a ruthless man with a scholarly background. Now that he is gone, it is a blessing. To speak candidly, despite my talents, I was merely an outsider under his wing with no future." "You are aware of the resources Lin Yuan provided me," Su Hua remarked. Listening to Su Hua's words, Qi Guan chuckled softly, saying nothing. Su Hua was indeed talented, yet Lin Yuan had not granted him much in the way of resources, as he had aimed to cultivate his own disciple, Feng Buping, his surrogate son. "Very well, then, from now on, ensure the salt wells and resources from Changlin Pass are delivered to me monthly. You have amassed quite a fortune in this time." Qi Guan patted Su Hua on the shoulder. "That is assured, Master Qi. Rest assured, all profits will be delivered to you." Su Hua knew that Qi Guan would consume the resources from his side. Yet he did not dare to confront him directly, for Qi Guan was a master of the Golden Skin realm, and his own strength was still lacking. He would bide his time and await the moment to crush Qi Guan's skull. Chapter 64. You have chosen your path to death very well. You may converse with Feng Buping. I have matters to attend to. Qi Guan departed the hall. Su Hua regarded Feng Buping, who seemed unwilling to meet his gaze. Su Hua initiated the conversation. "Feng Buping, you have done well." Feng Buping retorted coldly, "Humph, what concern is it of yours? Indeed, it is not my affair, for he was your half-father. What right have I, an outsider, to interfere? However, I must express my gratitude." "Gratitude? Are you out of your mind? To speak plainly, Master Qi sought me out long ago, urging me to join his ranks. I even accepted 6,000 copper coins from him. With Lin Yuan dead, I am free to leave, for under Lin Yuan's tutelage, I had no future. You were his beloved disciple, while I was merely an outsider. I was once too apprehensive of Lin Yuan. But now I am liberated. Should I not thank you?" Feng Buping frowned at this revelation. "So you are that kind of person. I believed you to be fiercely loyal to my master, yet you have secretly colluded with Qi Guan. You and I are cut from the same cloth. I am not as ruthless as you, willing to slay even your half-father," Su Hua replied. Feng Buping bristled at this, though not speak of it again. "One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, heaven will smite you. Do not feign superiority. For you, Su Hua, are no different. Have you not become a dog for Qi Guan?" Su Hua chuckled. "Very well. Where is your master buried?" "I ought to pay my respects. I in the black bamboo forest, upon Turtle's Back. Go find it yourself." "Understood." Su Hua smiled and exited. As he left, He nearly collided with Qi Guan, who had been eavesdropping, "Do your duty well." "Naturally, Master Qa, by the way. How will you handle the matter with Lord Zhou, considering Lin Yuan's service to him for so many years?" Su Hua inquired. Qi Guan chuckled. "Lord Zhou is indifferent to such affairs. To be frank, in his eyes, Lin Yuan and I are no more than dogs, just as you and Feng Buping are my two fierce hounds." Upon hearing this, Su Hua's pupils constricted. Qi Guan patted Su Hua on the shoulder, promising that as long as he served him well, he would ensure the best bones for him to gnaw on. With that, Qi Guan departed with a smile. Watching Qi Guan's retreating figure, Su Hua's expression remained inscrutable. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Shortly thereafter, Su Hua exited the Qi residence, purchasing a jar of osmanthus wine on the street before heading to the back of the black bamboo forest. To Lin Yuan's grave. Gazing at the mound, Su Hua felt a profound sense of discomfort. The renowned second steward of Heilong Town, Lord Lin, was gone. Initially, he had thought that becoming Lin Yuan's disciple would grant him a life of ease to focus on his cultivation. Yet he found himself entangled in the conflict between Qi and Lin. In their first confrontation, Lin Yuan had triumphed. Now, in this latest struggle, Lin Yuan was no more. Without Lin Yuan's protection, Su Hua realized he needed to devise a long-term plan. He uncorked the osmanthus wine, pouring a measure for himself before taking a sip. "Lord Lin, I, Su Hua, have come to pay my respects. I shall not forget your kindness in mentoring me. I will avenge you." In that moment, Su Hua's aura was charged with murderous intent. He was not yet a match for Qi Guan. After all, Qi Guan was a formidable fifth-tier gold skin expert, and Su Hua's powers still fell short. As night fell, Su Hua arrived at the small town near Changlin Pass. The salt wells in the vicinity were in constant operation, where he had previously secured a lucrative position. Now that Lin Yuan was gone, all the profits would inevitably flow into Qi Guan's coffers. For the time being, Su Hua could only bide his time, secretly searching for opportunities to amass wealth. He opened the system interface. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 17 cultivation level, skin refinement, copper skin, upgrade points, 170 strength, 3,100 martial arts. Kai Tian Shou, mastered. Zhui Hunzhong, mastered. Liao Yuan Dao Fa, major accomplishment. Pai Li Gong, major accomplishment, auxiliary skills. Diving breathing technique, perfected. Glancing at this data panel, Su Hua realized he still needed a considerable amount of money. Over the next month, the weather grew increasingly warm, and Su Hua managed the salt wells, earning quite a bit for Zhou Changlong, with this month's profits totaling 2,000 copper coins. However, those coins were promptly taken by Zhao Zhan to be delivered to the Qi residence. The next morning, Su Hua rode his horse to the Qi residence to collect his wages for the month. Upon entering, he noticed a familiar figure tumbling out of the hall. It was Feng Buping. Half reclining on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking rather pitiful, Su Hua was left in the dark about what had transpired. Upon seeing Su Hua, Feng Buping let out a cold snort, quickly regained his footing, and fled. Entering the hall, Su Hua clasped his hands and greeted, "Master Qi." Su Hua, weren't you at Changlin Pass? What brings you here?" Qi Guan inquired. "Master Qi, I recall today is the day for wage distribution, and I have come to collect my payment," Su Hua replied. Qi Guan narrowed his eyes, retrieving a bag of copper coins from the table to hand to Su Hua. "So, your wages? Yes, I've prepared them for you." Su Hua accepted the bag, opening it to find merely 2 strings of coins, one containing 100 coins, totaling 200 copper coins. His brows furrowed in discontent. Qi Guan was taken aback. "What, do you find this amount lacking?" Su Hua chuckled lightly. "Master Qi, I recall my wages are 800 each month. Why is it only 200 now?" Upon hearing this, Qi Guan slammed his palm down, shattering the table. "Damn it, Su Hua. Do you think I have shortchanged you? Let me tell you, giving you 200 copper coins was me fighting for it. Master Zhou requires a significant amount of funds for cultivation, and everyone in the residence must economize. If you find 200 coins too little, then leave immediately." Naturally, Su Hua would not confront Qi Guan directly. He accepted the 200 coins. Qi Guan looked at Su Hua and continued, "Su Hua, did you see Feng Buping earlier?" "I did. The little brat also came asking for money." "You're asking me for money, and Master Zhou is also asking me for money. I just delivered a large sum to him today." To be honest, the pressure on me is immense. I gave Feng Booping a beating and didn't he give him a single coin, but you are different. I see potential in you, which is why I fought for those 200 coins for you. Do you understand my good intentions? Good intentions? Su Hua felt perplexed. He only knew that the last person who shortchanged him was named Chu Biahe, and that fellow met a miserable end, of course. Master Qi, I understand. Good. As long as you understand. You're much more obedient and clever than Feng Booping. I have high hopes for you. Now, return to Changlin Pass. Yes, Master Qi. Su Hua stepped outside. His expression darkened significantly, filled with murderous intent. He had initially planned to coax out a bit more pay, but now it seemed unnecessary. Su Hua's heart was cold as he thought, if I am to kill Qi Guan, I must possess formidable strength. Either I do not kill, or I wipe them all out. While wandering through the Qi residence, Su Hua heard rumors of Qi Guan having 2 wives, yet during his multiple visits, he had never encountered them residing there. Through various inquiries, he learned that the 2 wives only visited the Qi residence for a few days each month, coinciding with Qi Guan's needs, and spent the remainder of their time in Lusha town. Due to Qi Guan's numerous enemies, he wished to keep the whereabouts of his 2 wives a secret. Yet, Su Hua managed to uncover this information. As Su Hua exited the Qi residence, he glanced back at the plaque bearing the name Qi residence. Qi Guan, you have already paved your path to death. Chapter 65. Kill, wealth acquired. Su Hua returned to Changlin Pass, munching on dried meat while calculating his copper coin needs, approximately over 10,000 coins. Those 2 wives were Qi Guan's beloved, so their wealth must be substantial. As dusk descended, Su Hua mounted a black horse and rode toward Lusha town. The following day, Su Hua arrived at Lusha town and found an abandoned courtyard to settle in. As night fell, he consumed some food within the derelict dwelling. At that moment, the sky outside darkened ominously, the once bright moon now obscured by thick clouds. Suddenly, a clap of thunder roared, followed by a torrential downpour. Watching the rain pour down, Su Hua donned a straw hat and put on a raincoat. He stepped out of the courtyard, heading straight for the location he had been investigating. Along the way, Su Hua shook his head in dismay. I only wish to practice martial arts in peace. Why must you force my hand? If you insist on pushing me, then prepare to meet your demise. The rain intensified once more. Within a certain residence, a lady adorned in finery was attended by several maidservants, flanked by 2 metal-armored warriors serving as guards. She was none other than Qi Guan's second wife. Lu Xiangxiang. Indeed, madam, the rain has fallen heavily again. One of the maidservants remarked. Yes, I haven't been to Master Qi's side this month, and it feels utterly uncomfortable, as though ants were crawling all over me. Lu Xiangxiang replied, rising to pace the room. The guards, upon catching sight of Lu Xiangxiang's ample figure, found their minds wandering, though they dared not stare too long, as she was a person of Qi Guan. Lu Xiangxiang added, tomorrow, sell off those women in the back courtyard to the brothel. They are quite lovely. Rest assured, madam, we will handle it tomorrow. Recently, Master Qi has been hunting that Lin Yuan fellow. I wonder if he has succeeded. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the main gate. Who goes there? The guards called out. Delivery of cosmetics for the madam. The 2 guards took several steps into the hall. Madam, the delivery of cosmetics has arrived. Lu Xiangxiang was taken aback. Cosmetics? I didn't summon anyone to deliver cosmetics. Her demeanor shifted to one of caution. In the dark of night amidst the rain, it was easy for enemies to strike. Could it be an enemy? The guards approached the door. Our madam has requested for you to return tomorrow, and no need for tomorrow. Today will suffice. Since you've come, you might as well deliver them now. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangxiang's expression shifted dramatically. An enemy has arrived. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, the door burst open with a loud crash. Standing before her was a man clad in a straw hat, mask, and raincoat, towering in stature. Lu Xiangxiang maintained her composure. You dare to intrude upon my residence. Do you know who I am? The second wife of Qi Guan, am I correct? Since you recognize me as a person of Qi Guan, dare you come to kill me? Pray tell, which enemy do you hail from? You need not know who I am. Arrogant, Han guard, Li guard, seize him, kill him, boom. The 2 armored warriors charged at the figure in the raincoat. With a laugh, the raincoat-clad man moved with lightning speed, swiftly seizing one guard's ARM in an instant. he tore the entire arm off. The man tossed the severed arm to the ground as Han Guard howled in agony. Staggering backward in that fleeting moment, the figure lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow to Han Guard's chest, sending him flying backward like a broken kite for over 10 meters. Li Guard attacked from behind. Without even glancing back, the raincoat-clad man drew his weapon and slashed. With a splatter of blood, Li Guard was cleaved in two. The maidservants screamed in terror. Lu Xiangxiang was equally pale, overwhelmed with fear. "What do you want?" With a swift motion, the figure clad in a raincoat executed a series of lethal strikes, dispatching numerous maidservants before swiftly severing Lu Xiangxiang's throat. Moments later, Su Hua rummaged through the house and discovered a substantial stash of copper coins, approximately 8,000 in total. This sum, while perhaps modest for a martial artist of considerable prowess, constituted a veritable fortune for an ordinary individual. A commoner could barely scrape by with 50 copper coins a month, and a slightly better quality of life would require around 100 coins monthly. 8,000 coins could sustain one for 7 or 8 years. Subsequently, Su Hua made his way to Lady Qi's residence. This time, he decided against pretense. He approached the front gate and forcefully kicked it open, launching into a frenzied assault. Those associated with Qi Guan had committed numerous heinous acts, and none could be deemed virtuous. Ultimately, Su Hua apprehended the matriarch, who, despite her delicate beauty, attempted to seduce him into sparing her life. Having been tainted by Qi Guan's influence for countless years, she held no allure for him. After dealing with the lady, Su Hua conducted another search, unearthing 12,000 copper coins. His excitement was palpable. This method of acquiring wealth proved remarkably efficient, far surpassing the mundane tasks of managing salt well labor or skimming profits. Of course, Su Hua typically refrained from such actions, reiterating that he preferred not to be forced into them. The following day, word spread swiftly from Liashazhen to Heilongzhen about the events, but Su Hua paid little heed. He proceeded directly to the apothecary, where he purchased 20 doses of blood-nourishing powder, a transaction costing him a staggering 16,000 copper coins. It must be acknowledged that the pursuit of martial prowess is an exceedingly costly endeavor. With the blood-nourishing powder in hand, Su Hua hurried back to Changlin Pass. Meanwhile, at the Qi residence, Qi Guan and his entourage raced to Liashazhen, only to discover that both of his wives had been slain and their wealth pillaged. Enraged, Qi Guan dispatched his men to investigate, yet days passed with no leads. While one might remarry, recovering lost wealth proved to be a daunting challenge. In the Qi residence, Qi Guan's fury was palpable. His concern lay not with the lives lost, but with the money stolen. His wives had been bestowed with considerable sums, all of which had now vanished. Zhao Zhan and Feng Buping stood in the hall. Silent and apprehensive, Qi Guan pointed at them, commanding, "Investigate. I want answers." "Yes, Qi. We shall begin the inquiry at once," Feng Buping replied meekly. As he stepped outside, he muttered, "They deserve their fate. It serves them right." Since aligning himself with Qi Guan, Feng Buping had endured relentless beatings. The promised share of profits never materialized, and his wages were consistently withheld. Whenever Qi Guan was in a foul mood, he would unleash his fury upon Feng Buping, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards his master. Feng Buping found himself reminiscing about his mentor, Lin Yuan, whom he regarded with fondness, realizing how much better things had been under his guidance. Lost in thought, he felt a twinge of regret. On the other side, after returning to Changlin Pass, Su Hua prepared himself and commenced a medicinal bath, utilizing 1 dose of blood-nourishing powder daily. His accumulation of upgrade points steadily increased. Within 3 days, his upgrade points had risen by 100, totaling 270. After another 3 days, the system reflected 350 points. With 14 doses of blood-nourishing powder remaining, Su Hua continued his regimen. Unbeknownst to him, 14 days slipped by, and he had fully absorbed the 20 doses, converting them all into upgrade points within the system. Bursting with excitement, Su Hua eagerly accessed the system to determine the total upgrade points he had amassed. System information, type, 1-click upgrade host. Su Hua age, 17 cultivation level, skin refinement, copper skin, upgrade points, 758 arm strength, 3,100 martial arts. Opening heaven hand, proficient. Pursuing soul palm, proficient. Scorching blade technique, major achievement, thunderbolt technique, Major achievement, auxiliary technique, perfect diving breathing method. Upon seeing the impressive tally of over 700 upgrade points, Su Hua was elated. Over 700 points. This feels exhilarating. Phone booping. Qi Guan, wait for me? I shall crush your skulls. He activated the Thunderbolt technique, eagerly clicking on the plus sign that appeared. After spending over 300 points, the Thunderbolt technique advanced to proficiency. Su Hua immediately felt an enhancement in his physical capabilities. A formidable power surged within his skin. Without wasting a moment, he activated the Scorching Blade technique, targeting the corresponding plus sign, boom. The Scorching Blade technique also achieved proficiency. In that instant, Su Hua's formidable aura erupted, his hair whipping wildly as his dark attire billowed in the wind. Clenching his fists, he felt as if he had grown taller, his muscles now sharply defined. Embodying the essence of a terrifying primal beast, Su Hua burst forth from his quarters, propelling himself over 20 meters with a single bound. Such speed was utterly astounding. Is this my current velocity? Remarkably swift, he then unleashed a powerful punch into the void. The resulting explosion echoed like thunder. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he executed the now proficient Scorching Blade technique, the cold blade emanating an ominous chill. At that moment, Su Hua felt a harmonious flow of energy coursing through his body. He sheathed his long knife and promptly accessed the system again. System information. Type. One-click upgrade host. Su Hua age. 17 cultivation level. Skin refinement, copper skin. Upgrade points. 58 arm strength. 4,500 martial arts. Opening heaven hand, proficient. Pursuing soul palm, proficient. Scorching blade technique, proficient. Thunderbolt technique, proficient. Auxiliary technique. Perfect diving breathing method. Upon reviewing his arm strength, Su Hua noted it had reached an astonishing 4,500 pounds. No wonder he felt his strength had reached unprecedented heights. With nearly 5,000 pounds of power, he was indeed formidable and terrifying. Neither Qi Guan nor Lin Yuan, having trained for years in the 5th stage of skin refinement, had amassed such extraordinary strength. Presently, Su Hua, though not yet at the golden skin stage, could easily slay formidable opponents at that level. Returning to the hall, Su Hua felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved several pounds of black-horned beef from beneath his bed, indulging in meat and wine. His spirits soared. At that moment, two familiar figures approached, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao. These two were Su Hua's loyal followers, notably sincere in their demeanor. Upon entering, they immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Master Su, we have heard that Qi Guan is still investigating the identity of his wife's murderer, yet he has found no leads. Moreover, he has sent several letters urging you to return and assist in the inquiry. What letters are you referring to? Su Hua continued to enjoy his wine and meat. There have been several over the past 20 days, but we hesitated to disturb your seclusion. You should consider returning. Master Su, Qi Guan has a volatile temper. I have heard that Feng Buping has been suffering greatly, often receiving beatings from him. However, he brought this upon himself. If you do not return soon, I fear Qi Guan may turn his ire upon you as well. You're aware of his temperament. Su Hua smiled and stood. There is no need for further investigation. I have already identified the culprit. Lu Wu and Yin Zhao's faces lit up with joy. Master, have you truly discovered the identity of the murderer? Qi Guan has promised a reward of 500 copper coins for any clues leading to the killer. Su Hua chuckled heartily. No need for that, for I am the one who executed the deed. Upon hearing this, both Lu Wu and Yin Zhao's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed forward. Master, you truly did it. Indeed, Su Hua declared loudly. Their faces paled. Master, you must lower your voice. If Qi Guan's men catch wind of this, it would spell disaster. Just then, a few workers from Qi Guan's household stood outside, their expressions shifting as they overheard the conversation. Su Hua rose to his feet. There is no need to whisper. What of it if I confess? Qi Guan stands before me, and I shall proclaim that I am the one who committed the act. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Hua, causing his body to tremble, and his skin emitted a crisp sound. The overwhelming energy startled Lu Wu and Yin Xiao, who widened their eyes in awe. What an incredible aura! Master Su, your strength is astonishing. Su Hua waved his hand. Lu Wu, Yin Xiao. The two stepped forward, bowing. We are at your service. Su Hua produced a string of copper coins, tossing them onto the table. Go purchase some wine and meat for me. Bring back the finest beef. Keep the remaining coins for yourselves. The two, brimming with excitement, replied, Yes, master. We shall return promptly. Half an hour later, they returned with several jars of exquisite wine and large cuts of beef. Su Hua settled into his chair, feasting heartily. At that moment, a familiar figure approached on a black horse, none other than Zhao Zhan, accompanied by 7 or 8 skilled fighters. Humph! Su Hua, I've summoned you for over 20 days, urging you to return to Heilongzhen and aid in the investigation. Yet you refuse to respond. Zhao Zhan forcefully kicked open the door. Inside, Su Hua and 2 others were indulging in wine and meat. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao glanced at the entrance, noticing Zhao Zhan's arrival, and set down the jerky they were holding. At Su Yi, Zhao Zhan has come. Zhao Zhan's gaze fell upon Su Hua, who was relishing fine wine and sumptuous meat, igniting a furious blaze within him. Damn it, Su Hua! Qi has sent you letters countless times, urging you to return and assist in finding the murderer, and yet you are still here, drinking and feasting. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Damn it! Su Hua continued to munch on his jerky, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Zhan's outburst. The few men behind Zhao Zhan also shouted, Damn it! Didn't you hear what Zhao Yi said? Are you deaf? Lu Wu and Yin Xiao rose to their feet, and with a fierce determination, they hurled their jars at the 2 subordinates of Zhao Zhan who had spoken. You dare to speak to Su Yi like that? Zhao Zhan's face turned as cold as ice. At Su Hua, do you dare to disregard Qi's orders? As Zhao Zhan's words hung in the air, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching him. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous impact in his chest, as if struck by a hammer, sending him crashing backward. In the aftermath, Zhao Zhan rolled on the ground. Su Hua approached step by step and then seized Zhao Zhan's head, forcefully smashing it against the wall. Moments later, the wall crumbled, leaving Zhao Zhan's head mangled. The men Zhao Zhan had brought turned pale with fear, beads of sweat rolling down their faces. Zhao Zhan gasped for breath, and Su Hua tightened his grip on his neck, stating, I have long wished to rid myself of you. The only reason I have delayed is that I forgot to mention, I am the one who killed Qi Guan's 2 wives. Zhao Zhan's eyes widened in terror. What? With a swift motion, Su Hua lifted Zhao Zhan high above his head and then threw him. A sickening sound followed, as blood splattered. Zhao Zhan was cleaved in 2 on the spot. Su Hua licked his lips, sheathed his long knife, and commanded, The rest of you, kill them. The subordinates Zhao Zhan had brought were paralyzed with fear, utterly astonished by Su Hua's overwhelming might. Moreover, they could hardly fathom his audacity to eliminate Zhao Zhan, the foremost expert under Qi. Su Yi, we saw nothing. They pleaded for mercy. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao drew their blades, swiftly advancing to deliver a brutal onslaught against the few remaining men. Moments later, these men lay motionless on the ground. Search them for valuables, Su Hua instructed before striding into the hall, resuming his indulgence in wine and jerky. Yin Xiao and Lu Wu rifled through the bodies, discovering over 300 copper coins. They also found more than 1,000 copper coins on Zhao Zhan's corpse. Su Yi, nearly 2,000 copper coins. Very well. Su Hua accepted the coins before ordering the 2 to clean up the courtyard. Now, with a total of around 6,000 copper coins, Su Hua felt confident and was ready to return to Heilong Town. Half an hour later, Su Hua stood up. Lu Wu, prepare the horses. Lu Wu promptly brought forth a shiny black steed to the courtyard. Su Yi, the horse is ready. With a swift motion, Su Hua mounted the horse. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao understood Su Hua's intent. This night, their master was determined to confront Qi Guan. Once Qi Guan was dealt with, Su Hua would ascend to power. In Heilong Town, aside from the town lord and the chief steward, Su Hua would be the king. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao's hearts raced as they exchanged glances. Coming to a mutual decision, Su Yi, we wish to accompany you back to Heilong Town. Although we cannot assist in killing Qi Guan, we can certainly run errands, they stammered. Their willingness to follow him revealed their aspirations. With Su Hua's newfound strength, their status would inevitably rise if Qi Guan were eliminated. They yearned to partake in the abundant riches ahead. The only question remained, would their master take them along? Su Hua pondered, you have reminded me. I will certainly need help running errands upon my return. Go fetch 2 more horses. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao could no longer contain their elation. They bowed deeply, expressing their utmost respect. Su Yi is willing to take us back. From this day forth, we are your loyal servants, ready to face any peril for you. Now, move swiftly. Su Hua waved his hand. Moments later, 3 figures mounted their steeds and galloped toward Heilong Town, eyeing the once grand residence of Lin Yuan. Feng Buping was reprimanding several maidservants in the courtyard. With a whip in hand, he lashed out, leaving the maidservants bruised and battered. Spare us, Feng Yi. Please, we are on the verge of death. Feng Buping's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious. What does it matter if I kill you? Who told you to gossip? If I hear you claim that I killed Lin Yuan again, I will sell you to a brothel. Do you believe me? We dare not, Feng Yi. Feng Buping snorted coldly and swung the whip once more. He then discarded it to practice his swordsmanship, moving erratically with the rainstorm sword technique. Qiguan, you treacherous dog. You promised to let me control the resources, yet now you give me nothing and even beat me from time to time. As he spoke, Feng Buping became increasingly unhinged, sitting on a stone bench, reminiscing about the past and the days when my master was still alive. I, Feng Buping, was in such high spirits. Now, I live a life worse than a dog. Zhao Yuer, why hasn't my meal been prepared yet? From the kitchen, a robust maidservant entered with a fragrant dish. Feng Yi, your meal is ready. Noticing the injuries on the other maidservants, Zhao Yuer felt a surge of terror. Feng Buping had completely lost his sanity. Feng Buping took a few bites and spat one onto her face. Damn, this is so awful. Zhao Yuer, is this fit for human consumption? It seems I have spoiled you maidservants. With that, Feng Buping stood up. Zhao Yuer took a few steps back. Feng Yi, what are you going to do? Boom! In that instant, the door burst open, and several figures strode in. Upon seeing Su Hua, Zhao Yuer recognized him immediately. Su Yi, please save us. Feng Buping has gone mad. Su Hua glanced at Feng Buping, shaking his head. It was clear that Feng Buping's life had become miserable, resorting to tormenting his maidservants. Feng Buping glared at Su Hua. Seething with rage, Su Hua, what brings you here? Get the hell out. I am here to kill you. Su Hua's murderous intent surged forth. Feng Buping was taken aback. You dare? Grasping the hilt of his sword, he lunged at Su Hua's throat. Su Hua raised his hand, grasping the air, and in an instant, Feng Buping's sword was twisted into a spiral. How is this possible? In his shock, Feng Buping was sent flying with a kick from Su Hua. Crashing into a stone table, blood gushed from his mouth as he trembled in fear. Su Hua, we are both dogs of Qiguan. Why must we kill each other? Let us unite against Qiguan. Sorry, you are his dog. I am not that I will kill you first, then Qiguan. Su Hua twisted his body, producing a series of cracking sounds, the sheer force causing Feng Buping to tremble. Su Hua approached Feng Buping, first breaking his limbs before delivering a crushing blow to his head. Su Hua lost track of how many strikes he delivered. Suffice it to say, Feng Buping was reduced to a puddle of blood. Qiguan, you die, Su Hua declared. Lin Yi, I have avenged your disciple. He retracted his hand, still feeling grateful for Lin Yuan's past assistance, even if he had not formally accepted him as a disciple or provided many resources. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's intervention against Su Xiong, perhaps he would have met an untimely end. Zhao Yuer, witnessing Su Hua's slaying of Feng Buping, rushed into his embrace, unable to contain herself. Su Hua, unsure how to respond, let her be. After wiping her tears, Zhao Yuer exclaimed, Su Yi, you are truly remarkable. Zhao Yuer, go free the others. Soon, 4 or 5 bound maidservants were liberated, hastily donning their clothes and collectively bowing in gratitude before Su Hua. Thank you, Su Yi, for saving our lives. Rise. Your lives must have been quite miserable, Su Hua replied. Zhao Yuer sighed. Ever since Lin Yi departed, Feng Buping took control of the residence and has been enraged daily, using us as his punching bags. The other maidservants echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Su Yi, today Feng Buping whipped us. He has truly lost his mind. Zhao Yuer exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Feng Buping has no interest in women. He has not subjected us to that fate, or we would be in an even worse predicament. Su Hua surveyed the maids before him, noting their obedience. He resolved to take them all in. Once Qiguan met his demise, Su Hua would ascend to power, and he would undoubtedly require a number of loyal servants. He was familiar with these maids. They were clever, attractive, and possessed ample bosoms, all while being diligent in their tasks. You shall procure some medicine. I will arrange your future shortly. Worry not, Su Hua stated. Zhao Yuer and the other maids, upon hearing this, were filled with joy. Thank you, Master Su. Following this, Su Hua instructed, Zhao Yuer, clean this place thoroughly. I must step out for a matter. He then departed with Lu Wu and Yin Xiao. Master, where are you going? To kill Qiguan, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yuer trembled at his words, realizing that Su Hua was on the verge of rising to power. At that moment, within the Qi residence, Qiguan was in a fit of rage. Damn it. Why hasn't Zhao Zhan brought Su Hua back yet? This brat has been rather disobedient lately, and I need him to assist me in investigating the murderer. Just then, Su Hua entered the Qi residence with his two companions. A few of Qiguan's subordinates rushed into the hall. Master Qi, Su Hua has arrived. Finally. It seems this brat needs a lesson to understand just how ruthless I can be, Qiguan remarked. Indeed, Master Qi, a lesson is in order. We should treat him like Feng Buping, training him like a dog. He seems much more compliant now, one of the subordinates added. Humph, watch how I teach him a lesson. Qiguan coldly declared. At that moment, Su Hua strode directly into the hall, casting a casual glance at Qiguan and the others before selecting a chair to sit down. This unexpected action left Qiguan and his men momentarily stunned. One of the subordinates exclaimed, Damn it, Su Hua, what are you doing? Did Master Qi invite you to sit? Su Hua, seated comfortably, poured himself a cup of tea and glanced at Qiguan. Qiguan, I hear you've been looking for me. What is it you want? Qiguan was taken aback, his subordinates wide-eyed. They never anticipated Su Hua would so boldly address their master by name, let alone speak in such an arrogant manner. What are you doing? You dare to call Master Qi by name? Qiguan glared at Su Hua. Where is Zhao Zhan? Why hasn't he returned with you? I killed him, Su Hua replied bluntly. What? The room fell silent, shock rippling through Qiguan and his men. You killed Zhao Zhan? Indeed, Qiguan. Not only did I kill Zhao Zhan, but I also eliminated Feng Buping, Su Hua said, leisurely sipping his tea. Are you mad? I will ruin you, Qiguan shouted. Oh, and I should mention, I killed your two wives as well. Su Hua rose, a smile playing on his lips. Qiguan's face contorted in disbelief. What? You bastard! I will kill you. Seize him and dismember him. His subordinates charged forward. In that instant, Su Hua sprang up, unsheathing a long knife from his waist and executing the Liao Yuan blade technique, a terrifyingly powerful display that felled his assailants. Su Hua glanced at the blood dripping from his blade before turning his gaze to Qiguan. I've long desired to kill you, and tonight is the night. Qiguan, feeling the pressure, began to channel his power. The skin on his body resonating with a metallic sound, a hallmark of the Jin Pai style. Drawing a curved blade from beneath the table, he slashed at Su Hua. You dare to come here? Copper-skinned? How laughable! Su Hua gripped his knife, ready to counter Qiguan's assault. Clash after clash echoed through the hall as their figures collided, sparks flying, and the floor erupted beneath them. Though Qiguan was a master of the Jin Pai style, he found himself steadily retreating against Su Hua's onslaught. Su Hua mocked, Slow, too slow. How do you manage to survive with such lethargic techniques? With a swift turn, he delivered a powerful strike that severed Qiguan's weapon. Startled, Qiguan grasped Su Hua's blade with both hands, desperate to halt the descent. Damn it, how can his strength be so formidable? Su Hua suddenly loosened his grip on the knife, abandoning his offensive, and struck downwards with a fierce palm. Qiguan released the blade and quickly defended against Su Hua's barrage. The air crackled as Su Hua unleashed a relentless series of strikes, soul-seeking palm, thunderclap palm, and heaven-cleaving hand, each one overwhelming Qiguan's defenses. How can this be? Qiguan exclaimed as he was driven back, his body curving like a bow until he crashed against the wall. Panic filled his eyes as he looked at Su Hua, pleading, Spare me, spare me. Su Hua, however, showed no mercy, delivering a flurry of blows. Dust swirled as the stonework shattered. Qiguan was embedded within the wall, his chest a grotesque mess, his head distorted, eyes bursting, limbs twisted, and bones protruding. It was a scene of utter devastation. Su Hua continued his assault, the wall fracturing further under his might. Witnessing Su Hua's terrifying prowess, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao gasped in a "Wis, this truly Master Su's strength? It's utterly terrifying. Master, please stop. Qi Guan is on the verge of being reduced to rubble," they implored as they approached. The wall crumbling under Qi Guan's weight, Su Hua finally withdrew his hand, apologizing. "My apologies. I was too excited and lost control." In the following moments, Su Hua sat back in a chair, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Though he had swiftly dispatched Qi Guan, it had taken its toll on him. Every move had been executed with his full strength, leaving no chance for Qi Guan to escape. He glanced at his two companions and instructed, "Disperse the maids and eliminate all the henchmen. Leave not a single one alive." Lu Wu and Yin Xiao nodded in agreement. After they left to carry out his orders, Su Hua began to search Qi Guan's quarters for wealth. Knowing that after years of accumulation, there must be a significant sum hidden away. Upon entering Qi Guan's room and finding nothing, he noticed a painting on the wall, a smile creeping across his face. He removed it and activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a secret door. Stepping through, Su Hua discovered a large chest. Upon opening it, he found numerous strings of copper coins, each string containing 200 coins, at least 200 strings in total. This amounted to at least 50,000 copper coins. While this was a considerable sum, Su Hua couldn't shake the feeling that it was insufficient, especially given Qi Guan's lengthy tenure of amassing wealth. However, he quickly deduced the reason for the modest amount. Qi Guan had considerable expenses in training, maintaining 2 wives, and paying his numerous subordinates. Moreover, there was the pressing issue of a large sum that Qi Guan had recently mentioned needing to pay to Zhou Zhu. With this realization, Su Hua became acutely vigilant. Soon after, he carried the chest into the hall. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao returned, having completed their tasks. "Master, we finished the job," they reported. Su Hua nodded, and the pair gazed at the chest brimming with neatly stacked copper coins. Their excitement palpable. "Master has struck gold. Congratulations," they cheered. Yet Su Hua remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao, perplexed by his demeanor, dared not disturb him. After a moment, Su Hua's gaze sharpened as he rose. Addressing his companions, "Lu Wu, Yin Xiao, carry the chest with me." They nodded eagerly. "Are we heading to your home, master?" Su Hua smiled cryptically. "Not at all. Not a single coin shall be touched." Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, the atmosphere was illuminated and bustling, filled with numerous graceful maids, each more alluring than the last. The Zhou estate was the true sovereign of Hailang Town, with both Qi Guan and Lin Yuan serving as mere hounds in their employ. In the back courtyard, a man in his 40s sat cross-legged on a mat, emanating white smoke from his head, a clear indication of his formidable prowess. This man was Zhou Changlong, the most powerful individual in Hailang Town. After a rigorous training session, Zhou Changlong stood and effortlessly leaped several dozen meters away. His strength was truly terrifying. With a mere grasp, he could crush the air around him, rendering Jin Pai masters insignificant in his presence. At that moment, Zhou Bao, the chief steward, entered the estate. The guards at the door greeted him with respect, referring to him as the chief steward. Zhou Bao hurriedly made his way through the front courtyard in search of Zhou Changlong. "Where is the master?" "He has training in the back courtyard," came the reply. Zhou Bao promptly headed to the back. "Uncle, I have news," Zhou Bao said respectfully. "Speak." "Lin Yuan's former disciple, Su Hua, returned from Changlin Pass tonight. He first killed Feng Buping and then stormed into the Qi Mansion. Indeed, he dared to challenge the Qi Mansion, which is home to formidable masters of the 5th layer of skin refinement. Yet, Qi Guan is no more." The others in the Qi Mansion were also mercilessly eliminated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changlong's lips curled into a cold smile. This young man possesses some talent. His cultivation has advanced remarkably quickly. Indeed, this aspect has taken me by surprise as well. Qi Guan, this dog, has been under my command for many years, amassing considerable wealth, and just last time he handed me 20,000 copper coins. I am currently at a critical juncture in my cultivation and require substantial funds. Moreover, I have been under pressure from above for money. Thus, I cannot allow Qi Guan's wealth to fall into the hands of others, let alone be taken away. Kill. Zhou Bao's face revealed a sinister smile. "Uncle, do not worry. Killing masters of the golden skin is as easy as slaughtering chickens." As he turned to leave, a subordinate approached. "My lord, someone seeks your presence, claiming urgent matters to report." Who seeks me? Zhou Changlong inquired. It is Su Hua, once a disciple of Lin Yuan. Zhou Changlong's gaze sharpened. Let him come to the hall. Zhou Bao scoffed. He is walking into a trap. Uncle, I shall slay him shortly. What is the rush? I am curious as to why he does not flee but chooses to come here voluntarily. Let us see what he desires. Zhou Changlong replied slowly. Outside the Zhou mansion, Su Hua, accompanied by 2 henchmen, entered the hall. Atop, seated was Zhou Changlong, with Zhou Bao standing beside him. Su Hua had seen Zhou Bao before. He was a formidable figure. As for Zhou Changlong, this was their first encounter. Su Hua had assumed Zhou Changlong would be an elderly man, but upon seeing him, he appeared to be a youthful man in his 40s. Feeling Zhou Changlong's imposing aura, Su Hua was profoundly shaken. This Zhou Changlong is exceptionally powerful, not merely strong. He had thought himself a master for having slain Qi Guan with his copper skin cultivation. Yet now, facing these two, he realized his own weakness. What do you seek from me? Zhou Changlong scrutinized Su Hua. Lord Zhou, I have returned from Changlin Pass tonight, where I killed Feng Buping and Qi Guan. Lord Lin has shown me kindness, and thus I have avenged him greatly. Zhou Bao was momentarily taken aback by Su Hua's boldness in recounting his deeds. He found it perplexing that this fellow would so openly share his actions. Zhou Changlong's gaze sharpened. Ah, so that is the case. You indeed possess considerable strength, having slain Qi Guan with your copper skin ability. To be honest, it was an ambush. Furthermore, Qi Guan has indulged in women's pleasures over the years, rendering him quite weak, which afforded me the opportunity, Su Hua added. Lord Zhou, this chest is my gift to you. Zhou Bao was taken aback, eyeing the chest cautiously. What is contained within? Su Hua clasped his hands. Only the steward may unveil it. Zhou Bao approached and opened the lid, revealing numerous strings of copper coins. Gasping at the sight of such wealth, Zhou Bao exclaimed, Where did you acquire so many coins? My lord and steward, these coins were recovered from Qi Guan's secret chamber after his demise. I took not a single coin for myself, Su Hua asserted. Zhou Changlong stood up, his gaze fixed on the amassed wealth, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. I am in dire need of funds. This Qi Guan has hoarded so much wealth. He has been a parasite to my Zhou family. He deserved his fate. Well done. Chapter 70. Su Hua's Ascendancy. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's pupils constricted. He had guessed correctly. Zhou Changlong then regarded Su Hua, saying, Young man, you have done well. Su Hua continued. Thank you for your praise, Lord Zhou. Qi Guan was corrupt and inept. Thus I believe what? Zhou Changlong inquired. Su Hua, with utmost sincerity, replied, I wish to alleviate your burdens, and I am confident I can generate more wealth than Qi Guan ever did. Zhou Changlong pondered. I am indeed in need of money. Are you certain you can earn more? Trust in my abilities. I previously oversaw the salt mines at Changlin Pass, Su Hua explained. Zhou Changlong's eyes widened in surprise. You manage the salt mines at Changlin Pass? Indeed, Su Hua affirmed. Zhou Changlong's expression shifted to one of complexity, then broke into a smile. Su Hua, from this moment forth, all the industries once controlled by Qi Guan and Lin Yuan are now entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Su Hua beamed with joy, bowing deeply. Thank you, Lord Zhou. He then turned to leave the hall, but just as he was about to step out, a voice rang out, Halt! Hearing this command, Su Hua stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket. He turned around, uncertain of what further instructions Lord Zhou might have. Zhou Bao, having heard the command to halt, assumed they were about to take action, but was swiftly rebuffed by Zhou Changlong. Zhou Bao stood there, bewildered. Uncle? Zhou Changlong approached the chest, grasped 5 strings of copper coins, and tossed them to Su Hua. Su Hua caught the coins, astonished. My lord, what is this? Hua Zi, this is a reward for you. Accept it, Zhou Changlong replied. Hands clasped behind his back, Su Hua bowed. Thank you, Lord Zhou. By the way, there is an empty residence on North Street of Hailing Town. Have it cleaned up, as it will be gifted to you. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Su Mansion. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Lord Zhou. As he turned to leave, the command to halt rang out once more. Su Hua furrowed his brow. Silently cursing Zhou Changlong's incessant requests, it would have sufficed to state everything at once. Facing such a powerful figure, the pressure was immense. My lord, please instruct me. I notice you still possess the cultivation of copper skin. Your prowess is rather low. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Understood. This time, Su Hua genuinely turned to exit, leaving the hall. Once outside, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had been wise enough not to take any coins from Qi Guan's residence. Had he done so, it would have led to trouble. Originally, his plan had been to seize Qi Guan's wealth and return to Changlin Pass. But he soon realized this was unwise. Zhou Changlong would undoubtedly uncover his actions if discovered. The consequences would be dire. Yet, he contemplated, where could he flee? To the county town. Wanshan County lay over 500 miles away. Passing through numerous towns fraught with peril, as the tyrant of Hailing Town, Zhou Changlong, a master of muscle transformation, would be impossible to outrun. Moreover, he had to consider his sister Wanner and the wealthy. There was no need to take such risks. The stakes were too high. It was wiser to bide his time and develop his strength. While parting with the copper coins caused him some regret, life was far more valuable than wealth. Money could always be earned again. Furthermore, with Zhou Changlong entrusting him with all the industries, how could he lament the loss of profit? Upon entering the hall, he had sensed a profound aura of murderous intent. Zhou Changlong's decision not to act against him was not born from benevolence. To think so would be a grave misunderstanding. Zhou Changlong's eyes. Su Hua, like Qi Guan and Lin Yuan, was merely a pawn. The only reason for his reprieve was the wealth Su Hua had provided, alleviating Zhou Changlong's financial strain. Yet, Su Hua was also curious. How could a man entrenched in Hailing Town, a master of transformation, still be in need of money? It seemed the higher one's cultivation, the greater the financial demands. Additionally, Zhou Changlong's interest was piqued by Su Hua's promise of profitability. Naturally, he would not eliminate someone capable of generating wealth. Thus, the night passed with tension but no bloodshed. Before long, Su Hua traversed the corridor and exited the mansion, glancing at the plaque inscribed with the name Zhou Mansion. He pondered deeply. Zhou Changlong is a master of muscle transformation, and his nephew Zhou Bao is also an adept. To serve alongside such powerful figures is akin to walking with tigers. I must tread carefully and expedite my own cultivation to avoid being deceived by Zhou Changlong's words. Against such formidable opponents, even poison may prove ineffective. My current cultivation is still too low, not even reaching golden skin. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he recalled Lin Yuan's earlier warning. Zhou Changlong could kill golden skin warriors as easily as one slaughters chickens. Outside, Lu Wu and Yin Xiao watched as Su Hua emerged, both relieved. Master Su, are you unharmed? Of course, I am well. From now on, all industries under the control of Qi Guan and Lord Lin will now be mine to manage. Su Hua replied with a smile. Lu Wu and Yin Xiao's faces lit up with excitement. Congratulations, Master Su. Serve me well, and there shall be ample rewards for both of you. Naturally, we shall go through fire and water for you. Master Su. Meanwhile, Zhou Bao was left in a state of confusion. Uncle, we are not killing him? Wasn't it agreed that we would eliminate him? Kill? Why kill? I admire the young man. Did you not hear that he can generate wealth? Let him remain for now. Do not act against him. Observe his performance first, Zhou Changlong commanded. Understood, uncle. Soon, Su Hua brought Lu Wu and Yin Xiao to Lin Yuan's residence. Zhao Yuer, you and Zhu Hua, Tao Hua should go to the Amo Xiang mansion on North Street tomorrow to clean. I will be moving in then. Yes, Master Su. Afterwards, Su Hua instructed Lu Wu and Yin Xiao to remain at Lin Yuan's residence while he returned home. On the way, Su Hua felt quite cheerful. A year ago, he was merely a miner, struggling to find enough food and warmth. Now, he had transformed into Master Su. Of course, he was well aware of the hardships he had endured along the way. Nevertheless, all of this was achieved through his own efforts. Upon arriving at his own courtyard, he noticed the neighboring yard was dark, and Zhang Wanner and Zhang Fugue were likely fast asleep. Given that it was already late at night, he decided not to disturb Zhang Wanner. Tomorrow, he would take them away from this chaotic environment. The surroundings were indeed unpleasant, filled with filth, and there were many vagrants and beggars. Leaving Zhang Wanner here would certainly be unsafe. Early the next morning, Zhang Wanner discovered someone sitting in her courtyard, sipping tea. She was startled. Master Su, why are you back? Aren't you at Changlin Pass? Zhang Fugue also rubbed his eyes. Hua Gu, when did you return? Last night. I saw you both fast asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you, Su Hua replied. Zhang Wanner giggled and headed into the kitchen. Master Su, I'll prepare breakfast for you. Su Hua grabbed Zhang Wanner's delicate wrist. What breakfast? I'm taking you somewhere. Chapter 71. Becoming husband and wife. Zhang Wanner was taken aback. Where? Fu Gue was also curious. Master Su. Where are you taking us? You'll find out when we get there. Zhang Wanner immediately said, let me put on some makeup. No need, Su Hua said, pulling Zhang Wanner by the hand as they exited the courtyard. He swiftly mounted his horse, pulling Zhang Wanner up onto the saddle, then wrapping his arms around her waist as they galloped away. Fu Gue sprinted behind them. Hua Gu, I don't have a horse. Go to Imo Xiang Mansion on North Street yourself. Sister, Hua Gu, wait for me. I stepped in something. Zhang Wanner turned back to see Fu Gue chasing after them, and she burst into laughter. Seeing Zhang Wanner's joyful expression, Su Hua glanced at her. Her beauty was truly remarkable, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her figure voluptuous. She was worlds apart from her brother Fu Gue. Fu Gue had a dark complexion. Previously, he was both thin and dark, but after months of training, he had transformed into a robust and tanned young man. Before long, Su Hua brought Zhang Wanner to the exterior of Imo Xiang Mansion. Observing the grand estate, Zhang Wanner asked, Master Su, why have you brought me here? Of course, it's to return home. From now on, this will be our home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanner shivered. Master Su, are you joking? Moments later, Fu Gue arrived, panting heavily. Hua Gu, what are we doing here? Of course, it's to return home. From now on, this will be your home too, Su Hua said as he led Zhang Wanner inside. Fu Gue was also taken aback and followed suit. Upon witnessing the opulence within the mansion, both Zhang Wanner and Fu Gue were left in awe. Zhao Yuer, the head maid, noticed Su Hua and the others had arrived and immediately approached to welcome them. Master Su, we've completed the cleaning and purchased the necessary items. We found a reliable cook as well. Su Hua nodded. Good. Zhang Wanner and Fu Gue entered the hall, feeling as if they were in a dream. Zhang Fu Gue slapped his dark face. It hurts. This is real, not a dream. Zhang Wanner inquired, Master Su, what exactly is happening? Qi Guan has died, so the Zhou Lord has entrusted me with managing the Zhou family's affairs, Su Hua explained. Zhang Wanner nodded, refraining from probing further into Qi Guan's demise. Instead, she gently caressed Su Hua's cheek, knowing that many perilous events must have transpired, though she and Fu Gue were unaware of the details. Master Su, you bear the burdens for us, allowing us to enjoy these comforts, Zhang Wanner said sincerely, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Hua smiled. Isn't it true that our dreams have been realized? Fu Gue will guard me, and you will be my housekeeper. Wiping away her tears, Zhang Wanner cheerfully replied, All right, Master Su, rest assured. I will manage things from now on. Sister Wanner, let's gather our belongings and see what valuable items we can bring over. We'll be living here from tonight. Zhang Wanner nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Hua, Zhang Wanner, and Fu Gue returned to the impoverished area. The three began to gather their possessions. Zhang Wanner was reluctant to discard anything. Master Su, how about we take this pot, these clothes, and the remaining grain? Sister, why do you want to take everything? We can't waste anything. Su Hua chuckled. Sister Wanner, we don't need to take these items. We can gift them to our neighbors. Zhang Wanner nodded. All right then, I will give them to the neighbors. After a thorough search, they didn't gather much. The three secured the courtyard door and prepared to leave. At that moment, a large group of beggars surrounded them. The leader of the beggars knelt on the ground. Congratulations, Master Su, on your promotion. Congratulations, Master Su. The crowd of beggars chimed in. Su Hua recognized these beggars. Many had perished in the harsh winter, yet a number had survived. How did you know? Master Su, news has spread throughout Heilong Town that you have risen in status. We are genuinely happy for you. Su Hua understood their sentiments. He pulled out a handful of copper coins, around 200, and tossed them into the crowd. Each person received several coins, and the beggars knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Master Su. You are truly a good person. Indeed. May you live a long life, Master Su. Su Hua smiled. Let's go. He then took Zhang Wanner and Fu Gue away from the chaotic slums, likely never to return. Upon returning to Imo Xiang Mansion, various shopkeepers, merchants, and numerous business owners from Heilong Town, including those from Chuntian and Chun Fenglu, came to visit Su Hua. Huagu, so many people have come. Huagu, a multitude of bosses has arrived bearing gifts. Su Hua invited them into the main hall. The various merchants stood up, clasping their fists in salute. Master Su, congratulations! We look forward to your guidance in the future. This small token is merely a gesture of respect. They all presented Su Hua with gifts. Naturally, he accepted them. After all, why refuse? That night, Zhang Wan'er counted the gifts received, which amounted to around 5,000 copper coins. Su Hua had 7,000. So with this additional 5,000, they had a total of 12,000, quite a sum. However, it was still not enough. He needed to accumulate more. Firstly, he needed funds to purchase medicinal herbs to enhance his cultivation, and secondly, he planned to enroll in a martial arts school in Wanshun County, as Heilong Town was ultimately too small. Next, Su Hua arranged for Fu Guo and the maids to stay in the front courtyard while he and Zhang Wan'er took residence in the quiet rear courtyard. That night, Zhang Wan'er sat on a stone bench, gazing at the stars. Zhao Yuer brought some freshly washed fruits and placed them beside Zhang Wan'er. Sister Wan'er, please try these. Thank you. Zhang Wan'er felt as if she were dreaming. Shortly after, Su Hua entered the room, and Zhao Yuer discreetly led the maids away. Su Hua extended his arms and embraced Zhang Wan'er. Master Su, she giggled. Su Hua took her delicate hand. Sister Wan'er, from now on, you will be the mistress of Imo Xiang Mansion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan'er trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with moisture. Master Su, is that true? Of course, it is true. Sister Wan'er, let us become husband and wife. Su Hua said earnestly. After so long, having finally reached a semblance of stability, Su Hua intended for Zhang Wan'er to be his first woman. Zhang Wan'er replied, Master Su, I am not worthy of you. It matters not whether you are worthy. I simply like you. Will you accept? If you are willing, then we shall become husband and wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wan'er proudly affirmed, I am willing, and I will serve you well for the rest of my life. Chapter 72. The wedding night, everything fell into place. After enjoying a tender moment together, Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er exchanged intimate glances. Sister Wan'er, tomorrow is an auspicious day. We shall wed then, but let us keep it low-key. As it may be a bit of a compromise for you, Su Hua said, holding her close. Zhang Wan'er shook her head. There is no question of compromise. Master Su, you have created such excellent conditions for Fu Guo and me. How can I speak of sacrifices? If it weren't for you bearing the burdens, Fu Guo and I might have perished long ago. Whatever you decide, I will follow. Everything is at your discretion. The following day, Su Hua instructed Zhao Yuer to manage the wedding arrangements for Zhang Wan'er, but this matter was to remain known only to a select few within the residence. A mere formality was sufficient. Naturally, Zhang Wan'er was well aware of Su Hua's concerns. Should outsiders, including Zhou Zhu and Zhou Bao, discover that Zhang Wan'er had already become Su Hua's wife, it would pose significant risks. Thus, they could only enter into their union discreetly, with Zhang Wan'er publicly maintaining her role as the housekeeper of Imo Xiang residence. Just like Zhao Yuer. Fu Guo acted as the guardian of the estate. Su Hua was in high spirits. He glanced at Fu Guo. Fu Guo, he said, please do as I ask. My sister and I are to be wed tonight. I am quite elated, and would like you to prepare some coarse noodles to distribute to our former neighbors and acquaintances. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. By the way, Fu Guo, do not mention that my sister and I are to be married tonight. Brother Hua, rest assured, I will keep silent, merely stating that it is surplus from the household. That evening, Zhao Yuer assisted Zhang Wan'er in her adornment. That moment, Zhang Wan'er appeared exceptionally beautiful, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, draped in a crimson gown. Subsequently, Su Hua performed the ceremonial rites. Zhang Wan'er earnestly proclaimed, from this moment forth, I, Zhang Wan, am Su Hua's woman, for a lifetime and beyond. No, for 3 lifetimes and eternities, we shall never part. Zhao Yuer then led Zhang Wan'er into Su Hua's chamber, playfully remarking, Sister Wan'er, do make a splendid impression tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan'er felt her cheeks flush, yet she managed a soft reply. Su Hua entered the room and approached the bedside, gazing at the enchanting Zhang Wan'er. This day, she was finally to become his wife. As Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er drew closer, the crescent mark upon Zhang Wan'er's collarbone abruptly turned blood-red. An hour later, Zhang Wan'er was bathed in fragrant sweat. The following morning, she awoke early, having been restless throughout the night. With dawn breaking, she endured a bit more before rising, yet her heart brimmed with joy as she prepared breakfast for Su Hua. Meanwhile, Fu Gue was diligently practicing the martial arts Su Hua had imparted to him, training assiduously, his dark muscles displaying considerable strength. However, lacking a systematic approach, his progress was far slower than Su Hua's. After finishing breakfast, Su Hua was naturally compelled to address some of Zhou's business affairs to as the one overseeing all of Zhou's enterprises. Su Hua had to manage them effectively. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao were formidable experts in muscle transformation. While generating profits for the Zhou family, Su Hua also needed to swiftly secure his own gains and accumulate wealth. After all, Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao were not benevolent figures. Failing to perform well could lead to troublesome consequences. Once Su Hua concluded his tasks, he returned to a Mo Xiang residence in the afternoon, indulging in some snacks before practicing martial techniques such as the opening heaven palm and soul pursuing palm. Subsequently, Su Hua made a decision. Zhang Wanner would also begin her martial training. Wanner, starting tomorrow, you shall commence your martial arts practice. Begin slowly. I will procure the necessary medicinal herbs, and I will assist you with acupressure to promote circulation and vitality. Zhang Wanner was immensely excited, exclaiming, "Yes, Master Su, I wish to become a skilled practitioner so that I may assist you." The next day, Su Hua began teaching Zhang Wanner martial techniques, albeit at a beginner's level. Zhang Wanner adapted rapidly, yet Su Hua estimated that it would take her at least a year or two to break through to the stone skin level, which was quite commendable for an ordinary woman. Fu Gue, on the other hand, had demonstrated commendable progress, having reached the stone skin realm. Nonetheless, he still lagged far behind Su Hua, who had, in just over a year, advanced from a novice to the copper skin stage, capable of effortlessly defeating those at the 5th level of skin refinement. Such achievements were nothing short of extraordinary and were the result of Su Hua's relentless effort. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by. During this month, Black Dragon Town remained tranquil, although other areas were rife with bandits and chaos reigned. Su Hua had heard that 3 days prior, a bandit skilled in muscle transformation had attacked Young Family Fortress, where the fortress lord was also an expert, resulting in a bloody massacre. Throughout the month, Su Hua had generated considerable income for Zhou Changlong, benefiting himself as well, amassing 5,000 copper coins, a significant sum in the small locale of Black Dragon Town. Though modest in larger cities, on this day, Su Hua found himself with idle time and decided to check on Zhang Wanner's condition. To his satisfaction, her skin was firm and elastic, showing considerable improvement over the past month. Zhang Wanner playfully remarked, "Isn't it all due to your excellent training, Master Su? You pamper me." "Indeed," Su Hua replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in the core of the Zhou family, several formidable figures had arrived, exuding an overwhelming aura. Zhou Changlong's expression shifted to one of utmost respect upon seeing them. "Zhou Changlong, the funds for this month have yet to be submitted." At that moment, Zhou Bao entered and observed the audacity of these individuals. "Uncle, who are these people to speak to you so arrogantly?" One of the men cast a glance at Zhou Bao, and he immediately felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. Drenched in sweat and trembling, Zhou Changlong quickly addressed the guests. "Gentlemen, I have prepared the funds." After receiving the money, they declared, "From next month onwards, the tribute shall double." Zhou Changlong's heart sank, yet he nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, yes," Zhou Bao heaved a sigh of relief. "Uncle, are they from Wanshun County?" "Yes, Baoer, you should be aware of my background." "I have mentioned it before," Zhou Changlong replied. "Indeed, indeed. We must earn more money. Summon Su Hua. I need to assess this month's earnings. If they are insufficient, then retaining him serves no purpose," Zhou Changlong stated, his eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous intent. The weather today was exceptionally clear, with a comfortable warmth. Zhao Yuer drove the carriage briskly down the street. Inside the carriage, Zhang Wanner sat closely beside Su Hua, their intimacy palpable. Zhang Wanner still felt as though she were in a dream. Today, Su Hua intended to take her out for a hunting expedition, a means for her to unwind after a month of rigorous training. Before long, the carriage exited Black Dragon Town, arriving at a serene forest. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, teeming with small creatures. With the heavy snow having melted a month prior, spring had fully arrived, revitalizing the landscape with lush greenery and coaxing the animals from their hiding places. Zhao Yuer dismounted the carriage. "Sister Wanner, Master Su, we have arrived." Su Hua and Zhang Wanner alighted and armed themselves with specially crafted bows and arrows to commence their hunt. Rabbits, Master Su. There are rabbits, Zhang Wanner exclaimed. Su Hua drew his bow and released an arrow with precision, piercing the leg of a small white rabbit and pinning it to a tree stump. Soon, Su Hua and Zhang Wanner had harvested several rabbits, even capturing an adult deer. After an hour of hunting, they settled on the grass, inhaling the fresh air of nature. Zhang Wanner leaned against Su Hua's sturdy shoulder, her face aglow with happiness. Master Su, I feel as though I am still dreaming. It all seems so unreal. This sentiment was entirely reasonable for Zhang Wanner. Having risen from humble beginnings, the swift change in her circumstances felt surreal. Indeed, it is real, Su Hua reassured her, gently caressing her cheek. Zhang Wanner continued, Master Su, do you think we can remain this happy forever? Su Hua's gaze hardened. In a world rife with turmoil, he sensed that this tranquility was fleeting. Furthermore, as he worked for Zhou Changlong, he understood the man's ruthless nature. There was no telling when he might turn against Su Hua. Thus, he recognized the importance of strength. Yet, for the moment, with no upheaval on the horizon, he intended to bide his time, focusing on accumulating wealth. As for Zhou Changlong, he dared not act against him. For Su Hua's ability to generate profits was commendable. Of course, we will, Su Hua affirmed earnestly. Shortly thereafter, they boarded the carriage, and Zhao Yuer drove them away from the forest. An hour later, the carriage re-entered the streets of Black Dragon Town. Su Hua heard commotion. A group of beggars were embroiled in a brawl. Little Sanzi, that bucket of slop is mine. One beggar, poorly clad, clutched a bucket of refuse protectively. The others attempted to seize the bucket. Little Li, we are starving and have no choice. Would you let us have a taste, or at least a sip? Little Li, gritting his teeth, relented. Fine, fine, let us share a little. The beggars were sharing the scraps of food discarded by the tavern. Su Hua happened to witness this scene, and Zhang Wanner also glanced over, her brow furrowing with concern. Su Hua instructed Zhao Yuer to halt the carriage. Wanner, you stay in the vehicle. Su Hua disembarked, and upon seeing him, the beggars recognized him. It's Master Su. One of them said, Master Su, we apologize for the spectacle. We are simply too famished. We were just hiding these leftovers. Su Hua waved his hand dismissively and produced a handful of copper coins from his sleeve. Share among yourselves, he declared, tossing the coins to the ground. To his surprise, the beggars did not rush forward to snatch them. What's the matter? Is it too little? If you think it's insufficient, I shall take my leave, Su Hua remarked. It's not that it's too little, but rather that Master Su has always been so generous to us. Every time you pass by, you bestow us with money, and we feel embarrassed to accept it, one beggar replied. Su Hua waved his hand again and turned back to the carriage. Take it. I have the means now, so you need not save for me. Upon hearing this, the beggars approached to gather the copper coins, watching as Su Hua's carriage slowly departed, sighing in unison. Master Su truly is a kind-hearted man. Indeed, even after achieving success, he has not forgotten us beggars. Back at the Emosiang residence, Luwu informed Su Hua of an important matter, that someone from Zhou Changlong's side had come to summon him. Su Hua nodded in response. Luwu, bring along last month's profits. Let us pay a visit. Yes, Master Su. Soon, Su Hua arrived at the main hall of the Zhou residence. Inside, he sensed a palpable tension, and Zhou Changlong's icy demeanor suggested he was not in a favorable mood. Su Hua pondered what had transpired but found the atmosphere unsettling. Master Zhou, you summoned me for a reason? Zhou Bao's cold voice cut through the silence. Su, you have yet to deliver last month's profits. You should know the promise you made to me. Su Hua waved his hand, and Luwu presented a box. Zhou Bao scrutinized the box, declaring, very well. Let me see how much is inside. At that moment, Zhou Changlong sat back, eyes closed, remaining silent. After a thorough count, Zhou Bao's eyes lit up with excitement. Uncle, over 50,000 copper coins. Zhou Changlong's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Over 50,000 coins? Indeed, Zhou Bao affirmed. Zhou Changlong then turned to Su Hua with a smile. Huazi, well done, come, sit with me. Huazi, hadn't he just referred to him as Su? The sudden familiarity took Su Hua by surprise. Master Zhou? It may not be appropriate for me to take a seat beside you. Zhou Changlong squinted. What's inappropriate? If I invite you to sit, then you have the right to do so. Others would envy the chance to sit beside me. Thank you, Master Zhou. Su Hua complied and took his place beside Zhou Changlong. The latter patted Su Hua's shoulder with an ease that sent a jolt through him. At that moment, Su Hua was astounded. What level of cultivation did Zhou Changlong possess? It was utterly terrifying. You're still inexperienced, Zhou Changlong remarked. However, at your age, reaching the copper skin stage is quite the feat. Huazi. Focus on your cultivation. Only then can you assist me in generating wealth, he added with a hearty laugh. Su Hua smiled in return. Rest assured, Master Zhou. Zhou Changlong glanced at Zhou Bao. Pour tea for Huazi. Zhou Bao paused, momentarily taken aback. Uncle, you want me to serve him tea? I am an expert in the easy muscle technique. Zhou Changlong raised an eyebrow. Zhou Bao exhaled, reluctantly pouring tea for Su Hua. Su Hua, enjoy your tea. Thank you, esteemed steward, Su Hua replied, taking the cup. Zhou Changlong continued. Huazi, I find myself in need of funds lately, across various endeavors. Put in extra effort to expand and manage our enterprises, and earn me more. That's my responsibility. You can count on me, Master Zhou. And do not neglect your own cultivation. Do not let your pursuit of profit overshadow your martial training. Once you break through to the 5th level of the skin refinement stage, inform me, and I will grant you the easy muscle technique. Su Hua's expression sharpened at this mention, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Zhou. Zhou Bao, listening nearby, seethed with jealousy. Uncle, why are you so generous to an outsider? Calling him Huazi and asking me to serve him tea? I, a practitioner of the easy muscle technique, pouring tea for a mere copper-skin boy. What would people think? Zhou Changlong replied. He is useful, and thus deserves my courtesy. But you shouldn't be giving him the easy muscle technique. It's far too precious. Did I give it to him? No, this boy has potential. At just 17 or 18, he has reached the copper skin stage. But once he breaks through to the gold skin stage, it will take him years, at least 5 to be. Why then? I will have advanced much further, and he will pose no threat. Besides, he possesses a keen business acumen. He is worth nurturing. Zhou Bao's expression softened, recognizing his uncle's wisdom. As Su Hua exited the Zhou residence, his expression shifted. He had sensed the hostility within, and had it not been for the considerable profits he provided, he might have encountered trouble today. Su Hua had hoped for a period of tranquility, wishing to continue his happy life alongside Zhang Wan'er. However, it appeared that such peace would be fleeting. Zhou Changlong had mentioned granting him the easy muscle technique upon reaching the gold skin stage, but Su Hua questioned the authenticity of that promise. Nevertheless, he sensed it was time for him to break through to that level. If he truly obtained the easy muscle technique, life would become considerably easier. Today, he learned about the 5 minor realms of the easy muscle technique: Python, Tiger, Elephant, Flood Dragon, and Dragon. It seemed arduous to cultivate, but the results would undoubtedly be powerful. Su Hua felt reassured. With the system's support, as long as he had access to the proper manuals and sufficient funds, breaking through these realms would be as simple as drinking water. Once he secured the easy muscle technique, he could bide his time, accumulate wealth, and eventually confront Zhou Changlong. Luwu approached Su Hua, visibly relieved. Master Su, are you all right? I am fine. Su Hua is acutely aware that he is generating wealth for Zhou Changlong, who, for the time being, has no intention of confronting him. Therefore, Su Hua believes that the path to success lies in swiftly enhancing his own abilities. The reason he has been able to amass a considerable fortune for Zhou Changlong stems from his application of various business acumen and management strategies learned from Blue Star. He has also implemented several land policies in Heilong Town, such as leasing plots of land, which has created numerous job opportunities, allowing even beggars to find temporary work. Upon returning to the Maxiang mansion, Su Hua promptly opened his chest to inventory his savings. During this period of generating income for Zhou Changlong, Su Hua managed to pocket a substantial sum, compounded by his previous savings, totaling just over 20,000 copper coins, a considerable amount indeed. If he were to continue saving for a few more months, this figure would undoubtedly grow. However, he does not intend to postpone his plans. He will withdraw a portion of his savings to procure medicinal herbs to elevate his cultivation level. In the afternoon, Zhao Yuer arrived at the entrance of the Spring Hall with a horse-drawn carriage. The proprietor of the Spring Hall came forth to welcome her, having already reserved a private room for Su Hua. Master Su, please have a seat. I have prepared the Yangshuo San for you. Su Hua ordered 20 doses of the Yangshuo San, which cost him 16,000 copper coins. Although this expenditure caused him a slight pang, he understood that strength was paramount. Afterward, Su Hua returned to Maxiang Mansion and commenced a medicinal bath, aiming to break through to the 5th level of skin refining, Golden Skin. 10 days later, Su Hua accessed the system to check the accumulated upgrade points after consuming 15 doses of herbs. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 17 cultivation, skin refining, copper skin, upgrade points, 558 arm strength, 4,700 martial arts, Kaitian hand, mastered, chasing soul palm, mastered, blazing blade technique, mastered, thunderbolt skill, mastered, auxiliary skill, perfect diving breath technique. After reviewing the system interface, Su Hua decided to utilize the Kaitian hand to advance to Golden Skin. However, the absence of a sign next to the Kaitian hand indicated that his 558 upgrade points were insufficient. With 5 doses of herbs remaining, Su Hua continued his medicinal bath. Another week passed, and when he opened the system again, he discovered that his upgrade points had risen to 770. This time, he activated the Kaitian hand, and a small sign appeared. Upon seeing this, Su Hua felt a surge of excitement. It turned out that breaking through to Golden Skin with a martial technique required over 700 points. This revelation was somewhat unexpected, as the requirement was not excessive. It seemed that due to having mastered other martial arts, his physical attributes had significantly improved, thereby reducing the points needed to achieve Golden Skin with a single technique. Without hesitation, Su Hua eagerly pressed the sign. In an instant, he felt as though his muscles were being torn apart. The pain was excruciating, as his entire body ignited with a fiery sensation, akin to having scorching hot chili paste smeared across every inch of his skin. The intensity of this burning sensation only intensified. Soon, Su Hua felt as if his skin had turned as red as molten iron. Endure it. I must endure. In this life, I have emerged from humble beginnings. If I cannot withstand this trivial pain, how can I forge a path to greatness? Su Hua's resolve solidified. With a deafening boom, a terrifying force surged within him, coursing through his entire being and bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort and exhilaration. He raised his arm, exerted a gentle force, and then flicked his skin. A resounding clang echoed. The sound of metal clashing, a definitive sign of Golden Skin. Su Hua's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he harnessed his strength and struck the air with a punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward. What overwhelming power! Su Hua pushed open the door and unleashed the Kaitian hand. Each movement was executed with unparalleled strength, every gesture infused with incredible might. He then tested his speed, launching himself to a distance of 25 meters. Previously, he could only leap approximately 21 meters. Now, he had achieved a remarkable increase of 4 meters. It must be said that Su Hua's progress had been extraordinary. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Qi Guan with a mere flick of his fingers, without the exhausting effort he had previously expended. Even Lin Ye's peak strength would pale in comparison to Su Hua's newfound abilities. Su Hua opened the system once more to assess his current arm strength. System type: one-click upgrade host. Su Hua age: 17 cultivation, skin refining, Golden Skin, upgrade points, 58 arm strength, 5,500 martial arts, Kaitian hand, perfected, chasing soul palm, mastered, blazing blade technique, mastered, thunderbolt skill, mastered, auxiliary skill, perfect diving breath technique, 5,500 gene. Su Hua was overwhelmed with excitement, having directly increased his strength by 800 gene. This level of power was truly formidable. For comparison, a Golden Skin warrior like Lin Yuan, at his peak, would possess an arm strength slightly over 4,000 gene. Su Hua's current strength exceeded Lin Yuan's by a staggering 1,500 gene, and he had yet to reach peak strength himself, with the chasing soul palm and thunderbolt skills still needing to be perfected. Now that he had broken through to Golden Skin, he needed to prepare for the Yi Jin realm. Tio advanced to Yi Jin. He required specific techniques. Zhou Changlong had promised that once he attained Golden Skin, he would impart the Yi Jin method to him. Reflecting on this, Su Hua pondered for a moment. However, it had not been long since Zhou Changlong had made this promise, and achieving Golden Skin so swiftly might seem implausible. No, it was best not to inquire about the Yi Jin method from Zhou Changlong just yet. First, he should focus on earning more money and, in a few months, revisit the subject. For the time being, Su Hua devoted himself to earning and working diligently, performing exceedingly well. Life had become remarkably comfortable for him. Each day was filled with earnings and opportunities. and he relished the evenings spent in the company of Zhang Wan'er. Before he knew it, 3 months had nearly passed. Zhang Wan'er's skin had become increasingly firm, her figure more alluring, resembling a luscious peach. Fu Gui practiced diligently every day and had now made preliminary progress towards stone skin. In the nearly 3 months since Su Hua had diligently worked, he had accrued almost 20,000 copper coins, not simply through luck, but as a well-deserved reward for his hard work. Yet Su Hua still vividly recalled what Miss Song Qian, had mentioned about enrolling in the county's martial arts academy, which required a tuition of 30,000 copper coins, along with a monthly fee of 5,000. What kind of family could afford to support a martial artist? It was akin to raising a little emperor. No wonder Song Qian remarked that small families in local towns struggled to provide for even one such individual, and of course, the returns were substantial. Graduates from the martial arts academy typically emerged as masters of the Yi Jin realm. Furthermore, the academy's students hailed from families of significant means, possessing their own resources. Thus, if one could gain admission and succeed academically, the investment of copper coins would be insignificant compared to the potential returns, tenfold or even 100-fold. However, for Su Hua, contemplating such matters seemed premature. His immediate focus was on obtaining the Yi Jin techniques. Once he achieved mastery in Yi Jin, he could take Zhang Wan'er and Fu Gui to the county to broaden their horizons. In this world, coming from humble beginnings without resources or connections posed significant challenges. Yet Su Hua firmly believed that while humble origins were not a disgrace, the ability to endure and adapt marked the true measure of a man. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Bao handed a ledger to Zhou Changlong. Zhou Changlong perused it with great excitement. Excellent. This Su Hua is indeed a remarkable talent, truly invaluable. Zhou Bao chuckled in agreement. Indeed, he is an extraordinary individual. You once suggested eliminating him. Good thing I didn't follow through, Zhou Changlong scoffed. Zhou Bao laughed. Uncle, your vision is far broader than mine. I'm still lacking in that regard. That moment, someone came to announce, Master Zhou, Su Hua has arrived. Upon hearing that Su Hua was present, Zhou Changlong's spirit soared. Just as we were speaking of him, here he is, Baoer. You may attend to your own matters. Uncle, I'm not busy. I have no pressing matters today. Then go practice your martial arts. I'll have a word with Su Hueda. And no need to linger here, Zhou Changlong replied. Zhou Bao sighed. Fine. Wait a moment. Uncle, what is it? Make sure to prepare tea for Su Hua, Zhou Changlong instructed. Zhou Bao stepped outside, greeted Su Hua with a smile and said, Su Hua, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Not bad, Chief Bao, Su Hua replied. Zhou Bao grinned. Su Hua, drop the formalities. Just call me Bao Gu. I'm merely a decade or so older than you. All right, Bao Gu. Exactly, by the way, Su Hua, my uncle would like you to come in. Understood, Su Hua nodded. Zhou Bao added, Su Hua, your business acumen is truly exceptional. Su Hua was taken aback. Bao Gu, why do you say that? In Heilong Town, you have implemented some land schemes that have proven remarkably effective. Many famished beggars have found temporary work and are now able to eat, and most importantly, the Zhou family has reaped substantial profits from this venture. Is this not a testament to your exceptional talent? Brother Bao, you are truly the master of flattery. What talent do I possess? I merely stumbled upon this idea by accident. I have heard that you have garnered an excellent reputation among the common folk. Excelling in your endeavors, I hope you will continue to serve the Zhou family, as there are numerous benefits to be gained. Brother Bao, you jest? What reputation do I have? I merely exploit the labor of those individuals, utilizing the lowest possible costs to reap greater profits. Those beggars are but worthless souls. Give them a morsel of food, and they will heed your commands. Zhou Bao squinted his eyes and chuckled. Ah, you are simply being modest. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer. You may proceed inside. Very well, Su Hua walked directly into the grand hall of the Zhou residence, where Zhou Changlong sat with his eyes closed. Upon hearing someone enter, Zhou Changlong's face lit up with a smile. Huazi, take a seat. That Su Hua cupped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to the Zhou master. Dio, not be so formal. Enjoy some tea, Baoer has prepared it for you. After sipping the tea, Su Hua found it to be exquisite and of considerable value. Indeed, it is excellent. Huazi, I have been observing your actions over the past few months. You are truly a genius, alleviating my pressing concerns. I hold you in high regard. So do continue your excellent work, Zhou Changlong stated. Thank you for your praise, Zhou master. I shall do my utmost to serve you. That is good to hear. As I have mentioned before, should you wish to acquire the method of muscle transformation, I will grant it to you once you break through to the golden skin level in 5 years. I, Zhou Changlong, am not a stingy man. Though the method is invaluable, your contributions to the Zhou family merit such a reward. Upon hearing this, Su Hua spoke slowly. Zhou Master, I have come to request your bestowal of the muscle transformation method. I hope you will grant my humble request. Zhou Changlong frowned momentarily before smiling. Huazi, why the haste? I have stated that in 5 years, once you achieve the golden skin level, I shall grant it to you. Zhou Master, I have already reached the golden skin level, Su Hua replied. Zhou Changlong was taken aback, immediately rising to his feet. Huazi, are you jesting? Just 4 months ago, you were still at the copper skin level. How could you possibly advance to golden skin in just a few months? I assure you, I will not withhold the method from you. Su Hua glanced at Zhou Changlong and said, Zhou Master, please take a look. Standing up, Su Hua summoned his energy, and with a resounding clang, the sound of golden weaponry reverberated through the hall. Zhou Changlong was astonished. The sound of golden weaponry? This cannot be. Su Hua hastily added, I implore you, Zhou Master, to verify. Zhou Changlong swiftly moved to Su Hua's side, creating a gust of wind, and then easily grasped Su Hua's arm before giving it a light flick. With another clang, the sound of golden weaponry echoed throughout the hall. Golden skin. Good heavens, Huazi, how did you accomplish this? How did you elevate from copper skin to golden skin in such a short span of 3 to 4 months? Su Hua scratched his head. Zhou Master, I simply practiced daily, and before I knew it, I had broken through. Zhou Changlong exclaimed, Huazi, you are truly a prodigy. Not only are you adept in business, but you also excel in cultivation. Here is the plan. Stabilize your golden skin foundation for a month, and next month, I shall grant you the muscle transformation method. Su Hua nodded. Very well, thank you. Zhou Master by the way. Huazi, in a few days, accompany me to a certain location. I intend to seize some valuable items. Understood. With that, Su Hua took his leave. Zhou Changlong mentioned that he would provide the muscle transformation method in a month, so Su Hua decided to wait a month before broaching the subject again. After all, who could deny the value of such a method or the strength of its possessor? One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Watching Su Hua depart, Zhou Changlong wore a smile. This Huazi is indeed a remarkable talent, and I must nurture him well. As for the muscle transformation method, I shall provide it to him next month. Ha ha ha, why did I not discover such a talent sooner? If only there were more like him. What could the Zhou family possibly lack in wealth? 3 days later, Zhou Changlong, accompanied by Zhou Bao and Su Hua, hastened their departure from Heilong town. They traversed through valleys and jungles, entering a hilly terrain where a wide road lay beneath the hills. Su Hua remained unaware of their purpose. Brother Bao, what are we doing this time? What are we doing? We are, of course, seizing something. Have you heard of Lei Laohu? Su Hua shook his head. Brother Bao, I have not. What kind of creature is this Lei Laohu? I have only heard of the pure white, hairless white tiger, the spotted tiger, and the saber-toothed tiger. Huazi, Lei Laohu is no beast. He is a man, named Lei Hu, nicknamed Lei Laohu. This Lei Laohu is exceedingly wicked, entrenched in Baihua town, and is also a master of muscle transformation, amassing numerous resources and considerable wealth. This fellow is a notorious villain, known for preying upon women and has caused much distress in Baihua town. He is my uncle's sworn enemy, a vile scoundrel, a truly wicked man. Zhou Bao continued to denounce. Su Hua found himself at a loss for words. While condemning others as vile, both Zhou Bao and Zhou Changlong were far from virtuous themselves. Huazi, why are you silent? Oh, such wickedness deserves death. Su Hua feigned outrage. Zhou Bao stroked his cheek, revealing a sinister smile. Cough, cough. It is not merely because he is a bad man that we should kill him. We are not much better ourselves. Heh. Why is that? Heh. It is because this Lei Laohu has acquired several muscle transformation pills from certain factions in Wanchun County. These pills are of great value and are consumed by masters of muscle transformation. So, our aim is to ambush Lei Laohu. Indeed. Zhou Bao replied with a grin. As they discussed their plans, Zhou Changlong swiftly descended to the road at the valley's base, securing a rope to one end and preparing to obstruct the path. Once a fast horse passed by, he would pull the rope, causing chaos and confusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Bao and Su Hua crouched behind the rocks, speaking quietly. Hua Zi, be vigilant. Lei Laohu has a muscle transformation expert among his subordinates. Known as the Python muscle that I shall deal with him. While you handle the golden skin experts as for Lei Laohu, my uncle will confront him. Zhou Bao instructed. Su Hua nodded. Brother Bao, are you at the Python muscle level? Yes. And what about the Zhou master? Su Hua inquired. Zhou Bao lowered his voice. Hua Zi, I shall confide in you. My uncle is a master of the elephant muscle. Upon hearing this, Su Hua's heart quaked. Zhou Changlong was indeed formidable, being a master of the elephant muscle. Realizing his own cultivation was still at the golden skin level, he sighed inwardly. Damn it, I am still too weak. Just a mere chicken. At that moment, a group of 20 to 30 individuals approached with great fervor, led by a burly man with a scarred face. He was Lei Laohu. Beside him stood his favored disciple, who wielded a short gun and scanned the surroundings with keen eyes. Dust billowed as they galloped down the road. As they crossed the path, Zhou Changlong seized the rope with a mighty pull. The powerful resistance collided with the force of the galloping horses, causing them to stumble and fall. The horses in the rear crashed into one another. However, as a master of muscle transformation, Lei Laohu was not easily phased. The moment his horse was obstructed, he leaped gracefully to the ground, as did his disciple. The others quickly regained their footing, alertly surveying their surroundings. Lei Laohu snorted, ambushing me. Whoever dares to attack Lei Laohu is seeking death. I shall see who possesses such audacity. At that moment, 3 figures appeared ahead, Zhou Changlong, Zhou Bao, and Su Hua. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Changlong calmly stated, Lei Laohu, long time no see. Lei Laohu's cold gaze met Zhou Changlong's. Zhou Changlong, it is you? What do you want? Zhou Changlong smiled. I have heard you possess numerous muscle transformation pills. The expression on Lei Laohu's face shifted, becoming grave. His disciple, brandishing the short gun, pointed it at Zhou Changlong. What, do you intend to seize my master's muscle transformation pills? Lei Laohu gestured for his disciple to step back, then smiled. Brother Zhou, your information is quite astute. I do not wish to resort to violence. If you want a pill, I can offer you one. How does that sound? Zhou Changlong shook his head. I want them all. Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu was utterly furious. Damn. Zhou Changlong, you are being overly presumptuous. I shall not give you a single pill. With a roar, Lei Laohu summoned his strength, causing his body to resonate with a fierce tiger-like roar. Zhou Changlong sighed and shook his head. I had no desire to kill you, but if you force my hand, do not blame me. Zhou Changlong darted forward, and Lei Laohu sprang into action. The 2 masters of Yi Jin engaged in fierce combat. Su Hua desired to observe the battle, but suddenly, a disciple of Lei Laohu rushed in. Brandishing a short gun aimed menacingly at Su Hua, Su Hua rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the strike. The disciple of Lei Laohu roared, You little brat, die! Su Hua continued to evade and maneuver. Just then, Zhou Bao swiftly appeared by Su Hua's side, raising his large hand to intercept the short gun aimed at him. You wish to kill Hua? I'll ensure your demise. Hua, step back. I'll handle this one. Take care of yourself. Su Hua nodded. Brother Bao, you too, be cautious. Around 20 others surrounded Su Hua, including 3 masters of the golden skin level and several of the iron skin leveled. Su Hua began to confront these opponents, drawing his broadsword and leaping into the fray, swiftly dispatching his foes. His prowess was of the golden skin level, a fact known to both Zhou Bao and Zhou Changlong, requiring no pretense. The sound of clashing blades echoed as Su Hua wielded his long knife with lethal precision, effortlessly cutting through numerous copper skin opponents. 3 golden skin masters advanced on Su Hu in a swift turn. He severed the weapon of one, leaving a horrifying gash across his face before he collapsed. The other 2 golden skin masters attacked from either side. Su Hua kicked one away, then rolled on the ground, executing a horizontal slash that killed the second golden skin master. The one who had been kicked away, witnessing Su Hua's ferocity, rose with a look of terror. Su Hua sprang into action, maneuvering across the ground and striking with such force that the weapon-wielding opponent's grip shattered. With a thud, Su Hua delivered a kick, his long knife piercing through the chest of the golden skin master. After eliminating these foes, Zhou Bao concluded his own skirmish, having shattered the spiritual core of Lei Laohu's disciple. observing Su Hua's side. Zhou Bao expressed his astonishment. Good heavens, Hua, I never imagined your combat prowess to be so formidable. You might just be the strongest beneath the Yi Jin masters. Brother Bao, you jest, Su Hua replied. Their attention then shifted to Zhou Changlong, who was locked in battle with Lei Laohu. The ground trembled, dust swirling, and debris flying. Su Hua was taken aback by the explosive power and impact of the Yi Jin masters. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Changlong's palm struck Lei Laohu's chest, causing a spray of blood to erupt, his back tearing through his clothing. Lei Laohu was sent flying several meters before struggling to rise. Elephant muscles, Zhou Changlong kicked, sending a sharp stone through Lei Laohu's throat, who fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Changlong approached, retrieving a box from Lei Laohu, opening it to reveal 5 Yi Jin pills. Satisfied, he chuckled, "Clean this up and let us go." Soon, the looting began as Su Hua and Zhou Bao searched the bodies for valuables. At that moment, Su Hua felt something within the folds of Lei Laohu's disciple's clothing. A wave of ecstasy washed over him as he uncovered a booklet, an ancient tome. Su Hua's heart soared. The disciple of Lei Laohu was a master of the python muscles, and this tome might contain the secrets of Yi Jin. While Zhou Bao rummaged through other bodies and Zhou Changlong admired the Yi Jin pills, Su Hua stealthily tore open the clothing's lining and retrieved the booklet. Indeed, it was inscribed with the techniques of the 3 elemental spear method, undoubtedly a manual for Yi Jin cultivation. Just as Su Hua prepared to discreetly stow it away, Zhou Bao suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. "Hua, what have you found?" "I found nothing," Su Hua frowned, cursing Zhou Bao's lineage in his mind. "Oh, this is just a booklet I found on Lei Laohu's disciple. I can't decipher it." "Let me see." Zhou Bao took it, flipping through and revealing a grin. The 3 elemental spear method, a technique for python muscles. He then handed it to Zhou Changlong, who nodded in acknowledgement before placing it into his sleeve. Seeing this unfold, Su Hua felt a surge of anxiety. He had almost claimed it now. He wished to strike Zhou Bao with a hammer, though he refrained, recognizing his own limited strength. "All right, mount up, let us return."